Students, what you just witnessed was the latest fifth-generation fighter jet, the F-22 from the United States. I wonder what feelings this scene evokes in your hearts. At Sangnan University of Technology, in a large lecture attended by students from 3 different majors, over 100 students sat with their heads bowed, their spirits noticeably low. Their gazes reflected a sense of despondency. The fifth-generation fighter jets, bombers, and transport aircraft to the United States were far ahead of the world in every aspect. In contrast, the Dragon Kingdom was still mired in the era of third-generation aircraft, with models on the verge of obsolescence. The disparity was staggering. 100-to-1 would not be an exaggeration. The suffocating dominance was palpable. Yet, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. He had just been reborn 5 minutes ago, returning to 20 years prior in the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, the nation faced immense challenges. Technology was in its infancy, with much of its equipment acquired through purchases. Not only could they not develop independently, but they also had to endure technological blockades from foreign powers. Some naval vessels even lacked cannons, resorting to using tanks as makeshift artillery. The hardships were indeed numerous. In the familiar university classroom, the old, scratched desks and the ordinary blackboard without multimedia facilities stood in stark contrast to the vastness of the room, which lacked air conditioning, save for a few ceiling fans whirring overhead. Professor Wang, with such advanced technology in the United States, what can we possibly feel? Indeed, we are unable to even catch a glimpse of the F-22's rear, let alone engage in any confrontation. If a conflict were to arise, we would stand no chance whatsoever. I've heard that the F-22 possesses stealth capabilities, undetectable even by national defense radar. They could fly over our heads at night, and we might not even be aware. Bang! A loud noise erupted as Professor Wang, nearing 50, slammed his hand on the podium. The wine gourd atop the desk rattled. His eyes were filled with fury. Do you even realize what you are saying? Faced with difficulties and the technological blockade from foreign powers, is this the attitude you choose to adopt? The F-22 can carry at most 8 missiles, while Dragon Kingdom pilots boast the audacity of an 8-for-1 exchange. But you have already lost your fighting spirit before the war has even begun. The atmosphere in the classroom grew heavily oppressive. Many students dared not even breathe, let alone meet his gaze. After a prolonged silence, Professor Wang seemed to deflate, slumping down on the podium, his tone heavy. Students, all 3 of your classes comprise aviation-related majors. You are the future of the Dragon Kingdom's aircraft. If you all harbor this mindset, what future can the Dragon Kingdom hope for? How will you pave the way for the nation's aircraft to become formidable? With a deep sigh, Wang Qing took a sip from his wine gourd, shaking his head in resignation. Silence enveloped the room once more, the atmosphere growing increasingly stifling. Professor Wang, we do not intend to give up, but the United States is simply too powerful. We once held fantasies of designing a 5th-generation fighter jet on par with the F-22. However, upon truly understanding the might of their aircraft, we feel utterly powerless. Such machines are beyond the capacity of the Dragon Kingdom to produce. In truth, in an era of global peace, what purpose do we have for such formidable warplanes? Investing in self-development is a waste of resources. It would be wiser to purchase more aircraft from other nations. How absurd. A distinct voice rang out from the crowd, drawing the attention of many. It was Jiang Chen, sitting in the back row, who now stood, his gaze resolute. What you call peace is merely the result of someone's sacrifices. To suggest purchasing foreign aircraft is a laughable notion. When war truly breaks out, these jets will become our Achilles heel. Firmly grasped by enemy nations, they may not even have the chance to take off before being rendered obsolete. Do you wish to relive the humiliations of decades past? Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, pausing for effect. I firmly believe that my country will, in the future, stand amongst the world's great powers. The voice of the Eastern Dragon will resonate throughout the globe. The already quiet classroom grew even more silent. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves outside, brushing against the hearts of every student present. Many gazes shifted, filled with confusion, bewilderment, and curiosity. You speak lightly. Even if the Dragon Kingdom can manufacture 5th-generation aircraft in 10 years, by then, the United States may already possess 6th or 7th-generation jets, and the outcome would remain unchanged. Neither of us can alter the current situation, at least not in the present. The future will not change either. If one of us can enter one of the 5 major aircraft design institutes, that would be remarkable. Do you truly believe you can gain entry into the 5 major design institutes? Have you read too many novels and fancied yourself the protagonist? Who is this person? I don't recall seeing him before. He seems to be from the aerospace department, Jiang Chen, if I'm not mistaken. Many students from the aerospace major lowered their heads in embarrassment. What has gotten into Jiang Chen today? He's bringing shame to our department. On the podium, Professor Wang silently observed Jiang Chen, neither speaking nor making any move, allowing the situation to unfold. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, about to speak, when a voice echoed in his mind. Detecting the host's strong patriotism, awakening the Black Technology Analysis System. This system will issue tasks and reward corresponding analytical abilities. Task issued. Step onto the podium and write the 4 characters Revitalize the Dragon Kingdom on the blackboard. Completion of the task will reward the analysis of the F-22 fifth-generation fighter jet. Jiang Chen's heart soared with joy. Finally, the system had arrived. The task issued was practically a gift. The system seemed reluctant to hand it over directly, perhaps feeling it beneath its dignity. System, that's Sigma. Excuse me, could you make way? I need to pass. His nearby classmates were taken aback, casting odd looks at Jiang Chen. Instinctively, they stood aside. Thank you. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. With all eyes upon him, he strode confidently toward the podium. Is Jiang Chen losing his mind? Why is he suddenly heading to the podium? This guy is clearly too ashamed to stay, throwing a tantrum and preparing to leave early. Seriously? With such a fragile ego, he thinks he could show off in class? What a fool. Who knows? He's always been so inconspicuous. What's got into him today? Maybe he's here to sketch out a 5th-generation jet. What else could it be? This remark elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. Unfazed, Jiang Chen approached Professor Wang. Professor Wang, may I borrow the blackboard? Wang was momentarily taken aback, his expression clouded with confusion. Very well, go ahead. His first impression of the young man was relatively positive. Such words spoken were at least more commendable than many present. Jiang Chen took the chalk, closing his eyes as he faced the blackboard. He paused, the atmosphere freezing in anticipation. An eerie silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixated on Jiang Chen. Is he out his mind? What on earth is he about to do? In the next moment, Jiang Chen moved. His eyes flew open, filled with determination. The chalk in his hand transformed into a spear, radiating an imposing aura. Scribble, scribble. The sound of chalk scraping against the blackboard echoed throughout the classroom. All gazes were drawn to the tip of the chalk as it danced along the surface. Wang watched Jiang Chen with growing curiosity. What exactly was this young man about to inscribe? As Jiang Chen completed the final stroke, he tossed the chalk high into the air, where it fell into the chalk box, breaking in two. Revitalize the Dragon Kingdom. Wang raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jiang Chen. With a smile, he nodded in approval. A number of students in the audience let out hisses of derision. What the hell? After all that, you just wanted to write this? You think you're so impressive. Having shed your trousers, you present us with this? Goodness, this performance truly astonishes me. I nearly lost my wits. I genuinely thought he would, as described in the novels, dramatically unveil a set of 5th-generation fighter jet blueprints. Dear classmate, you have likely indulged in too much fiction. If you were the protagonist, I would be his father. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have acquired the opportunity to analyze the F-22 fifth-generation fighter jet. Note, the system will optimize the analyzed blueprints, rectifying certain impractical aspects. Would you like to proceed with the analysis? Yes, proceed. In the next instant, an extraordinarily detailed blueprint of a 5th-generation fighter jet materialized in his mind. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, the design was not of the F-22, but rather that of the future 5th-generation fighter jet, the J-20 of the Dragon Kingdom. System, what is the meaning of this? System, the system defaults to the optimized blueprint, which is the most perfect among 5th-generation aircraft. So this is what optimization entails. Jiang Chen marveled at the fact that even the system acknowledged the prowess of the future Dragon Kingdom's 5th-generation fighter jet. It is evidently formidable. Very well, Jiang Chen, kindly return to your seat. Professor Wang's voice pulled Jiang Chen back to reality. Professor Wang, may I inquire whether, should I design the latest fifth-generation fighter, I would be eligible to enter one of the 5 esteemed aircraft design institutes? Jiang Chen's words detonated like a bomb amidst the crowd. Everyone's minds buzzed in disbelief, rendered blank. Is he jesting? Does he truly consider himself the protagonist? Chapter 2. Regrets in my era. Is this fellow out of his mind? He must have just escaped from a mental institution. To claim he will produce the design blueprints for a 5th-generation fighter jet is the most ludicrous joke I have heard this year. He is likely just saving face, compelled to maintain his facade. With less than 5 minutes left in class, it will soon be over. The entire nation struggles to achieve a 5th-generation jet. Yet he questions whether creating one would grant him entry into one of the major aerospace design institutes. If he truly manages to accomplish this feat, bestowing upon him the title of academician would hardly be remarkable. Academician Jiang, the performance has run its course. It is time to conclude. Wang Qing glanced at Jiang Chen, his brow slightly furrowed. Enough, return to your seat. Do not jest with such meaningless banter in the future. As students, you must remain grounded and advance step by step. When you possess genuine capability in the future, it will not be too late to speak of such matters. Until then, all is mere speculation. At this moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang out abruptly. Wang Qing turned around, surveying the room. The reality for students is both splendid and harsh, contingent upon one's perspective. The future of our nation requires your contributions. Do not forget the Aerospace Interest Project assigned this semester. You may form small groups to collaborate on designs. All right, class dismissed. Wang Qing approached Jiang Chen, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Jiang Chen, your words have been noted by the teacher. I am an advisor at the 2nd Aerospace Design Institute, and when the day arrives that you truly gain entry, I will bring along some fine spirits and delicacies for an engaging conversation between teacher and student. Jiang Chen could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. Professor Wang remains unchanged, still so fond of his drinks. During my school days, many students yearned to taste the liquor from his flask, yet for 4 whole years, not a single one dared to try. For the sake of that modest amount of alcohol, I must produce those blueprints tonight. Most of the students chuckled and departed the classroom, while a few shared the incident on the campus forum, garnering quite a bit of attention. Jiang Chen remained indifferent to it all. Having navigated the complexities of society in his previous life, these trivial matters held no sway over him. As he gathered his belongings and prepared to leave, a voice called out from behind him. Hello, Jiang Chen. May I invite you to join my group? Jiang Chen turned to see none other than his future wife, Mu Qing. What on earth? Rebirth has left me bewildered. I had forgotten I even had a wife. He gazed at Mu Qing, who wore a white floral dress that fell just below her knees, her long black hair cascading down, and her youthful visage evoking a dreamlike sensation. No way. How could the goddess Mu Qing invite Jiang Chen to join her group? This defies logic. What remarkable trait does this fellow possess? Am I not worthy? It was the first time he witnessed a goddess initiating a conversation with a boy, utterly astonishing. How could this happen? Perhaps it is mere curiosity, akin to my fascination with the bond between humans and animals. A few boys, unconvinced, resolved to approach Mu Qing, yet were rendered motionless by her aloof demeanor, too intimidated to take a single step forward. Jiang Chen was poised to accept his wife's invitation when, unexpectedly, an unforeseen interruption occurred. Beside a girl with black-rimmed glasses, Mu Qing was swiftly pulled away. Mu Qing, come on. I've found a remarkable senior who will guide us. We are bound to excel in this interest project and secure high marks. Mu Qing cast an apologetic glance at Jiang Chen as she was dragged out of the classroom. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders, realizing his wife was no longer dependable. It appeared he would have to rely on himself. University life in this era was rather straightforward. There were no Douyin videos, no smartphones. Classes were attended, meals consumed, and then one would either immerse themselves in the library or head to an internet cafe to indulge in gaming. Consequently, securing a spot in the library was a rare feat with 5 floors available. Discussions that required sketching could only take place on the 3rd floor. Upon arriving at the 3rd floor, Jiang Chen noticed the crowd was sparse. He borrowed drawing tools from the librarian and settled into a corner seat by the window. That individual was the one who claimed in class to be aspiring to enter the 5 major design institutes. Indeed, he was a source of amusement that day, especially for those who missed the lecture. It appeared he was wielding drawing tools, seemingly engaged in sketching. Was there something amiss with his mind? Believing he could design a fifth-generation fighter? Previously, he hadn't seemed unusual, but perhaps an incident had driven him to a state of delirium. Keep your voices down. I've heard that those with mental issues shouldn't be provoked, or they may lash out, one remarked. Let us keep our distance. We wouldn't want to be caught in the crossfire, another replied. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, finding the rumors increasingly absurd. He chose to disregard them, instead recalling the blueprints in his mind. With a clear image, the drawing flowed effortlessly from his hand. Within 10 minutes, more students began to populate the third floor. Many cast their gazes toward Jiang Chen upon entering. After overhearing the whispers, they deliberately sat far away, wary of any sudden outburst from him. As a result, for tables around Jiang Chen remained unoccupied. Then, a voice interrupted his concentration. Jiang Chen, you're at the library too. He looked up to see Mu Qing, clad in a lovely blue dress, her hair cascading freely. She was undeniably beautiful in her youth. Accompanying her were 4 peers, 2 girls and 2 boys. All classmates who seemed disinclined to engage with Jiang Chen, eager to leave. Yes, I'm planning to delve into Professor Wang's assignment, he replied. Mu Qing smiled, gesturing to the adjacent space. What a coincidence. Our group's spot is just beside you. At that moment, the girl with glasses, Jiang Yan, glanced at Jiang Chen and offered an awkward smile, pulling Mu Qing aside. There's space over there. Shall we sit a bit farther away? I've heard that Jiang Chen has some issues. He might lash out. Mu Qing furrowed her brow. These people are so irresponsible with their words. Today, I will sit next to Jiang Chen to show them whether he truly poses a threat. Jiang Yan stole a furtive look at Jiang Chen. Mu Qing, what draws you to him? I truly can't fathom it. With a mysterious smile, Mu Qing replied, Yin Yin, do you believe in the concept of past lives? Jiang Yan pouted, frowning. How could such a thing be possible? This isn't a novel. What does that have to do with your interest in Jiang Chen? Mu Qing smiled. All right, I will sit next to Jiang Chen alone. You all go on with your tasks. Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment, glancing between Mu Qing and a few classmates nearby. With a determined sigh, she said, I'll stay with you. Mu Qing reassured her, no need. You should go ahead and get busy. I'll be fine by myself. Reluctantly, Jiang Yan replied, just be careful. As the two had just returned, a tall, sunny boy approached them. Jiang Yan, what are you discussing? His gaze landed on Jiang Chen, momentarily taken aback. He instinctively asked, You are Jiang Chen. You know me? Jiang Chen was equally surprised. The sunny boy smiled and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Gao Zhong. Jiang Chen stood to shake his hand, replying, Jiang Chen. Gao Zhong, with a confident grin, remarked, I admire your courage and concur with your perspective. The future of Long Country will undoubtedly be formidable. In the near future, I will certainly develop a 5th-generation fighter jet for Long Country. Jiang Chen shot him a sidelong glance, thinking how this person was even more arrogant than himself. Do you have a system as well? Gao Zhong's gaze inadvertently fell on the blueprints Jiang Chen was sketching. He paused for a moment and jokingly remarked, You aren't sketching your design for a 5th-generation fighter jet, are you? Although I can't discern much yet, your drawing skills seem comparable to mine. Jiang Chen felt an urge to punch him. Gao Zhong's voice wasn't loud, but the students around them clearly heard, displaying looks of disdain. Gao Zhong chuckled and patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Don't mind them, just focus on yourself. However, the future 5th-generation fighter jet of Long Country will surely be my creation. As for you, just assist me and you'll regret being born in the same era as me. How about we make a bet? Whoever designs the 5th-generation fighter first, the other must run around the school playground in shorts. What do you think? Jiang Yan slapped her forehead, exclaiming, What on earth is this about? Mu Qing's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen, who felt a twinge of confusion. Why did he sense affection radiating from her? Could it be that she had also traversed through time? That would be quite absurd. Chapter 3. Causing a stir in the future, Mu Qing becomes the youngest fighter jet engineer in Long Country, making significant contributions. However, this also leads to their infrequent reunions. And at times, due to various research projects, they are separated for extended periods. Consequently, their feelings have somewhat faded. It's not that she doesn't love him. It's just that they spend less time together than they did in their youth. Mu Qing sat down at the table beside him. Jiang Chen felt a sense of unease. Their college romance had never been like this. His wife had always been incredibly aloof, and he had put in considerable effort to win her over. Now, after his rebirth, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was love in her gaze. Could it be that his personal charm had enhanced due to some system? Yes, That must be it. Though playful banter was all in good fun, he wouldn't joke about his wife. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, calming his emotions as his thoughts drifted. His hand began to move automatically, entering a peculiar state where he felt as if he were separated from the external world. Nothing could disrupt his focus. Throughout this time, Mu Qing glanced at Jiang Chen several times, her expressions complicated. The moonlight deepened. The library closes promptly at 10 o'clock. Around 9:30, students gradually tidy up their books and prepare to leave. The third floor has become considerably quieter. Even the sound of pages turning and paper rustling can be distinctly heard. Jiang Chen continues to sketch furiously, a stack of completed drawings piled beside him. This scene captivates the attention of numerous students, many of whom are classmates from the afternoon's lessons. Look, that's Jiang Chen still sitting there. It's been hours, and he hasn't even gone to the restroom. One student remarks, with so many papers beside him, could they be design blueprints? What a joke. Do you really think he has created blueprints for a fifth-generation fighter jet? I didn't say that. I'm just curious how he manages to pretend to be so diligent. For several hours, his hands have not ceased their movement. Who knows? This guy must have something off about him. He is not like the others. One student, taking a deep breath and gathering courage, stealthily approaches Jiang Chen. The moment his gaze lands on the drawings, he is instantly taken aback, his eyes widening in shock as he looks at his companions. What expression is that? This is unbelievable. Unbelievable, but not to this extent. That kid wouldn't be trying to fool us, would he? Let us go see. If he is, we'll give him a good thrashing. Curiosity propels several others to follow suit, gathering behind Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen is completely absorbed in his world of sketches, seemingly residing in a realm separate from the outside. Could he be drawing designs for a fighter jet? One student gasps, staring at the drawings in astonishment. Wu Ge, you are one of the top students in our aeronautical engineering program. What type of fighter jet is Jiang Chen illustrating? Its shape is so fantastical. Wu Ge shakes his head in disbelief. I can't tell at all. It's entirely different from any model we've been taught. Even the design principles are beyond my comprehension. I've never seen such a design for a fighter jet before. God knows what kind of aircraft he is sketching. Wu Ge, are you joking with us? Even you can't understand it? Wu Ge feels a pang of despair. I truly can't comprehend it at all. The concepts are far too profound. The group cannot help but gasp in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gaze at Jiang Chen. If even Wu Ge finds it complex, could it be that Jiang Chen is genuinely designing a fifth-generation fighter jet? They quickly dismiss this absurd notion. Their commotion catches the attention of Mu Qing, who rises to approach. Upon her eyes landing on the drawings, she gasps in awe. What a stunning design for a fighter jet. It possesses an extraordinary sense of sci-fi beauty. As a student in aeronautical engineering, she has encountered many types of aircraft, but she can confidently say that the jet before her is the most beautiful she has ever seen, perfectly aligning with the aesthetic sensibilities of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. The unusual atmosphere in the library draws the attention of many students, who gather to witness the spectacle. Among them are Jiang Yin and Gao Zhong, who also converge to see. Wow, isn't this the student you all mentioned earlier, the one who is supposedly out of his mind? Come, tell me. Is this something that a student with a troubled mind could create? If he is indeed mentally impaired, then I must be a fool as well. I never anticipated that a fighter jet could possess such exquisite beauty. The aesthetic experience is truly unparalleled. Is this what they refer to as the wisdom of the foolish? While we are merely the jesters, is there anyone who comprehends this? I find myself utterly bewildered. What type of aircraft is this? An awkward silence ensued. Everyone shook their heads, their faces flushed, rendered speechless. Not a single person could decipher it. Gao Zhong, surely you can understand? Jiang Chen, what on earth is this? Jiang Yin glanced at Gao Zhong, her voice trailing off. There stood Gao Zhong, his hands trembling with excitement. It is breathtaking, absolutely breathtaking. A fighter jet that harmonizes such aesthetics. It feels even more beautiful than the F-22. How did Jiang Chen achieve this? Hiss. Gao Zhong's remark alerted the others, who could not help but gasp in astonishment. The design before them was indeed more beautiful than the F-22, and by a significant margin. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly inquired, if this design is realized, can Jiang Chen gain admission to the top 5 design institutes? Setting aside the design itself, for a second-year student to accomplish this, our school would undoubtedly rank among the best. Securing a position in the top 5 design institutes upon graduation is surely a foregone conclusion. Hiss. Everyone gazed at Jiang Chen with envy. Those institutes are the revered sanctuaries of research for all aspiring aviation professionals. The crowd of onlookers grew increasingly larger, encompassing the entire third floor. The library staff took notice of the situation and approached to investigate. The library is about to close. What are you all doing gathered here? Shouldn't you head back to your dormitories to rest? Sir, please lower your voice and do not disturb Jiang Chen while he draws, a student softly admonished. What is happening? The administrator appeared utterly perplexed. He squeezed into the crowd to ascertain the situation. Upon seeing the design, he was taken aback. His eyes widened, surpassing even those of a bull, and his mouth formed an O shape. This is absurd. Not just anyone can be a library administrator. They are typically retired teachers from the school, possessing far greater knowledge than the students. His mind momentarily blank. He realized something was amiss and promptly called the dean. Later that night, in the dean's office, Dean Chen and several professors were seated on the sofa engaged in a meeting, with Wang Qing among them. The current domestic situation is exceedingly grave. Many talented individuals are fleeing abroad. As educators, we must instill the right values in our students. We cannot be in the business of nurturing talents for other nations. The professors nodded in agreement. Dean, we have been striving in this regard. Though the effects are not particularly evident, the influx of foreign liberal culture is overwhelming. Many students are oblivious to the dangers, rushing abroad without a second thought. No matter how we advise them, it seems futile, which is infuriating. Chun Ming sighed deeply. We will make every effort to persuade them. If they remain unyielding, there is little we can do. By the way, Professor Wang, I heard something intriguing occurred in class today. A student expressed the ambition to design a fifth-generation fighter jet and join one of the 5 major design institutes. Wang Qing chuckled, acknowledging the situation. This student possessed a commendable mindset, displaying courage by confronting the entire class and steadfastly holding onto his views. However, his aspirations were somewhat unrealistic, driven solely by youthful passion. Chun Ming smiled, remarking that such fervor is typical of youth, with dreams of becoming the chief engineer of a national project. He believed it was essential to guide rather than stifle this enthusiasm, and commended Wang Qing for doing just that. Who knows? Perhaps one day this student would indeed design a 5th-generation fighter jet for the Dragon Country, presenting it before them. Wang Qing mused that he would surely welcome him warmly, offering a couple of drinks and some small dishes for a celebratory toast. Laughter erupted among those present. At that moment, the office phone rang. Chen Ming rose to answer it. What is the matter? The voice of the administrator crackled with excitement on the other end. Director, there has been a significant incident at the library. You need to come and see it immediately. Chen Ming's first thought was that a student was in trouble. Is anyone hurt? The administrator quickly reassured him. No, it's not about a student being hurt. A student has drawn a blueprint for a fighter jet. And now many students are gathering at the library. Chen Ming let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a case of a student in distress. So it's just a drawing of a fighter jet? If there are many people, just maintain order. The administrator replied anxiously. It's not just the number of people. It's about the blueprint. After teaching for over 30 years, I have never seen such a design. I've seen 3rd-generation fighter designs, and this one pales in comparison. It might even be a 4th-generation design. You need to come see it for yourself. What? Chen Ming exclaimed in shock. You're saying it's a 4th-generation fighter blueprint? And it was designed by a student? That is impossible. Are you joking, Lao Zhang? The administrator, sounding frantic, insisted, I can't say for sure it's a 4th-generation design, but it is undoubtedly superior to any 3rd-generation blueprint. I can't decipher it, which is why I called you over. And it would be best to notify a few relevant professors as well. All right, I'll head over immediately with some people. You maintain order there. Chen Ming hung up the phone, prompting the others in the office to turn their attention to him. Director, what has happened? Chen Ming took a deep breath to steady his emotions. Lao Zhang mentioned that a student at the library has created a blueprint that surpasses 3rd-generation designs. It's speculated to possibly be a 4th-generation design, though he isn't certain, and he requested our presence. What? A 4th-generation design? The group collectively gasped in disbelief. Is it really possible for a student to create such a design? Chapter 4. Clear the entire 3rd floor in the dead of night. The moon hung high in the sky like a luminous disk. At this hour, most students were already asleep. Yet, as news spread about the library, numerous students flocked there, causing the 3rd floor to become utterly congested. Jiang Chen, aware of the commotion outside, remained unfazed, continuing to sketch his blueprint. The school's heightened attention would undoubtedly facilitate matters in the future. 10 minutes later, Chen Ming and his party arrived at the library. Momentarily taken aback by the sea of people, Lao Zhang, the library administrator, was already waiting at the entrance to greet them. As the dean arrived, he was promptly approached. "Dean, these students have all rushed over upon hearing the news." Wang Qing expressed disbelief. Old Zhang nodded. "You will see for yourself once you enter. There will surely be even more people inside." At that moment, both Dean Ming and several professors felt a twinge of apprehension. The fact that a student's aircraft design could create such a commotion signaled that the situation was far from simple. Upon noticing the dean and professors, the students eagerly parted to clear a path. "Goodness, even the dean and professors are stirred by this." One exclaimed, "I told you this design must be extraordinary, otherwise, why would the dean come? Are you suggesting that this design could potentially be a genuine aircraft blueprint? How is that even possible, regardless of its authenticity? I certainly cannot comprehend it. How did Jiang Chen suddenly become so remarkable? Indeed, just this afternoon, I thought he was merely boasting. Now it appears he possesses some real talent." "You call this mere talent? Come, show us what you can do with that talent." Amidst the murmurs, Chen Ming and the others soon made their way to the front. Wang Qing paused, momentarily taken aback as he recognized the source of the event. "Jiang Chen, Professor Wang, is this your student?" Chen Ming inquired, astonished. Wang Qing nodded. "He is indeed the student I mentioned to you." Chen Ming acknowledged with a nod. But when his gaze fell upon the drawings, he was momentarily stunned. Adjusting his reading glasses, he picked up one of the meticulously crafted designs for a closer inspection. The other professors followed suit, examining the drawings with equal intensity. A hush enveloped the room as all eyes turned towards the professors, eagerly anticipating their verdict. "This." Chen Ming's voice shattered the silence. His hands trembled, breath quickened, and his expression was one of sheer excitement as he scrutinized the blueprint in his hands. He had never encountered such a flawlessly executed design before. The structural layout of the aircraft was unprecedented. To think such a masterpiece originated from a student was utterly astounding. The professors, after reviewing the data, exhibited expressions of shock. The total length of the aircraft reached an astonishing 203 meters, with a wingspan of 126.8 meters and an overall height of 445 meters. The maximum takeoff weight was an impressive 37,000 kilograms, rivaling that of the fifth-generation aircraft from the United States. You all have overlooked the key point, the design of the fuselage. This canard-style forward design is beyond my comprehension. My goodness, if this is real, it would be an incredibly formidable aircraft. Not to mention Long Nation, aside from the F-22 from the United States, I doubt any other country possesses such a fighter jet. The fact that such a design was conceived by a sophomore was truly unbelievable. It was not merely astonishing, setting aside the question of authenticity. Simply the design concept itself surpassed our capabilities. At that moment, a professor cast an envious glance at Wang Qing. "You have nurtured an extraordinary student. You even claimed he was a bit arrogant. I would gladly take him off your hands." "What are you talking about? When did I ever say that?" Wang Qing took a swig from the flask at his waist, exclaiming, "This is truly exhilarating." The words of the dean and several professors were clearly heard by the surrounding students, who gazed in disbelief at Jiang Chen. My goodness, even the professors had never encountered such blueprints. Jiang Chen's prowess was astonishing. Did you not just hear? The professors themselves declared him superior. This is an accomplishment that a sophomore could achieve? It is utterly preposterous. Could this fellow possibly be a prodigy? I can only say, those who labeled Jiang Chen as insane this afternoon should come forth now and witness what true genius looks like. This year, one of the coveted spots in the top 5 design institutes must undoubtedly belong to Jiang Chen. It is unprecedented for a sophomore to possess the capability to enter such prestigious institutions in our academy as history. Indeed, today we stand as witnesses to a historic moment for our academy. Who knows, perhaps Jiang Chen's design could materialize into a real aircraft. How incredible that would be. At this juncture, many students expressed differing opinions. A blueprint is merely a skeletal framework. The journey from design to completion of a fighter jet necessitates the integration of numerous specialties. The foremost concern is the engine. Such a colossal aircraft requires a heart that is anything but simple. At present, our nation lacks the technological prowess to create an engine of this magnitude. Just then, Wang Qing glanced at another blueprint in his hands, his eyes nearly bulging out. His entire being felt electrified, his hands trembling with excitement. Dean, you are an expert in engine technology. Please take a look at this blueprint. Is this not the most advanced turbofan engine schematic? Our nation has not yet mastered this technology. Chen Ming's eyes widened as he looked at the blueprint held by Wang Qing. In the next moment, he appeared as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. I have never seen a turbofan engine structure before. I am utterly clueless about it. What? The dean cannot comprehend it? The surrounding students erupted in astonishment. Wait a minute. I recall that the dean was involved in the development of the third-generation aircraft engine. How could he not understand this engine schematic? This is inconceivable. Are you not focusing on the crux of the matter? This design contains the engine schematic. Do you realize what this implies? The student who spoke paused, overwhelmed with excitement. Come on, just say it already. I'm on the verge of bursting. Taking a deep breath, the student continued. This means that this fighter jet blueprint is already halfway to becoming a tangible object. Moreover, did you not see the towering stack of blueprints beside Jiang Chen? If it were merely the fuselage design, it would be impossible to require so many. This suggests it is likely a complete set of design blueprints. Gasping in unison, all the students stared wide-eyed, their breaths caught in their throats, gazing at Jiang Chen as if he were a creature of legend. A complete set of design blueprints, something an entire research team would struggle to accomplish, crafted by a sophomore. Meanwhile, Mu Qing was also in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief. How could this be possible? Jiang Chen had actually reached this point. Could it be that the dreams were real? Dean, the situation has exceeded our expectations. Should we not take some action? Wang Qing glanced around at the students. Uncertain of the situation regarding the blueprints, he suggested that it would be prudent to have a private conversation with Jiang Chen. At this moment, Chen Ming had already succumbed to a sense of numbness, finding a peculiar calmness instead. It seemed that this young man had anticipated our arrival. He showed no signs of pausing, leaving us with no choice but to wait here. It was 10 o'clock, and the library was about to close. The students should be organized to leave in an orderly fashion. At that moment, a professor inquired, shouldn't we take some action? Perhaps notify the authorities and have troops dispatched to contain the situation? From what we could ascertain, the design philosophy behind this blueprint undoubtedly met the standards of a fourth-generation aircraft. Chen Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. Summoning the military with helicopters would only escalate matters unnecessarily and attract unwanted attention. It would be best to handle this matter calmly and provide a straightforward explanation after tonight. Several professors nodded in agreement, their expressions revealing their astonishment as they turned to Jiang Chen. Wang Qing, opting for a more relaxed demeanor, settled down beside Jiang Chen and began to drink. It seemed prudent to prepare some wine and snacks. The students departed in an orderly fashion, leaving only the dean and several professors in the library. The atmosphere grew quiet, with the faint sound of pen tips scratching against paper resonating in the stillness of the night, punctuated only by the chirping of insects outside. Inside the library, Yi Feng stretched languidly, relieved to have completed the main structural components. The next task involved detailing the internal structures, which required considerable effort and could not be accomplished in a short time. Jiang Chen, it seems you finally paused, he remarked. If we don't take a break soon, us old fellows might not last much longer. Chen Ming and the other professors wore expressions of fatigue, the after-effects of their heightened excitement. Jiang Chen scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. All right, it's 4 o'clock. Let's return to rest for now. Make sure to get enough sleep and come find me in the office tomorrow. Chen Ming's gaze fell upon the blueprints as he chuckled. And while you're at it, kindly explain to us what exactly is going on. Jiang Chen nodded and departed the library. Wang Qing watched him leave, shaking the empty wine flask, letting out a long sigh as he turned to the blueprints. Dean, how should we handle these documents? They are beyond our comprehension. Should we submit them to the Research Institute? Chen Ming pondered for a moment. I have a safe in my office. Let us place them there for now. We can discuss the specifics tomorrow. Find me a single bed. I'll be sleeping in the office for the next few days. Otherwise, I doubt I will be able to sleep at night. Upon hearing this, the other professors expressed their desire to stay in Chen Ming's office as well, admitting that they would find it impossible to sleep without the blueprints nearby. Chapter 5. Utterly absurd. The following day, Jiang Chen finally awoke around noon. Brother Chen, you're finally awake. Have you heard the news? Something big has happened. His roommate, Qian Yuyu, perched on the edge of the bed with wide eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. What is going on? Jiang Chen asked groggily, still feeling the fatigue from the previous night's exertions. Qian Yuyu looked at him enviously. Brother Chen, You've become a prominent figure in the academy. Everyone is talking about your remarkable achievements. But that is not the main point. With a mischievous grin, Qian Yoyu added, when did you and the goddess Mu Qing start dating? She waited for you outside for half an hour just to bring you lunch. Jiang Chen rose from his slumber, donned his attire, and cast a serious glance at Qian Yoyu. In a hushed tone, he confided, I shall reveal to you but one individual. Do refrain from disclosing this to others. Mu Qing is my wife, in the most legitimate sense. Qian Yoyu stood there, dumbfounded, frozen in place. After a brief ablution, Jiang Chen stepped out, only to be met with the furious howls of the single men behind him. Upon reaching the entrance, he was enveloped by a cacophony of whispers. Goodness, the goddess Mu Qing is visiting the male dormitory, and she even brings food. I never dared to dream of such a scene. Who is the scoundrel that has stolen my ice princess? O goddess, how could you descend among mortals and take a liking to one of them? I demand to know who it is. Step forward. Jiang Chen chuckled and patted his shoulder. My apologies, but Mu Qing has come to deliver a meal for me. The students gasped in astonishment. Mu Qing was engaged in conversation with the dormitory matron when she noticed Jiang Chen's emergence and promptly stood up. The matron, with the knowing smile of one who has experienced such matters, remarked, Xiao Chun, your girlfriend is truly delightful. Your in-laws will undoubtedly adore her. As soon as the words left her lips, Mu Qing's face flushed a deep crimson. Lowering her gaze, she spoke in a voice softer than a mosquito's buzz. Auntie, Jiang Chun and I are merely ordinary friends. The matron nodded knowingly. I understand. Every young person has had a boyfriend at some point, haven't they? No need to explain further. I comprehend completely. A thumbs up for you. Jiang Chun responded with a thumbs-up gesture towards the matron and took Mu Qing's hand, leading her away from the dormitory, while behind them, a chorus of heartbroken single men lamented, Release your grip. Let go of my goddess. How can she be sullied? Come on, brothers, draw your swords. The goddess is mine. On the campus path, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a soothing symphony. Mu Qing, feeling bashful, withdrew her hand from Jiang Chen's grasp. Jiang Chen, this is for you. A pink lunchbox appeared before him. I thought you might not have eaten lunch, so I brought you some food from the cafeteria. This lunchbox is new. It's my first time using it. You brought this for me? Jiang Chen scrutinized his wife from head to toe. Something felt amiss. Back in college, she had never been this forward. Wife, do you perhaps have feelings for me? The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. What a blunder. Mu Qing's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red, resembling a perfectly ripe peach. This is for you. I must take my leave. She pushed the lunchbox towards Jiang Chen and swiftly turned to flee. Jiang Chen pouted slightly. I know every little detail about you. After all these years, what was there to be shy about? Yet, as he gazed at Mu Qing's retreating figure, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. Returning to where it all began is simply wonderful. This time, I shall marry you, but I will focus on my career first. With the lunchbox in hand, Jiang Chen whistled as he strolled along Maple Leaf Road. Remarkably, the lunchbox resembled the one from days gone by. What a nostalgic sentiment. Meanwhile, Mu Qing, her face flushed crimson, leaned against a maple tree, catching her breath. A gentle breeze stirred her hair, adding a touch of elegance to her appearance. Why did I not feel repulsed earlier, but rather, a sense of joy? Could it be the influence of that dream I had during this time? As this thought crossed her mind, her face reddened yet again, as if blushing with the very essence of blood. It is essential to consult a psychologist. Upon entering the office of the director, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished by the scene that lay before him. This was not an office. It resembled a communal dormitory instead. 7 or 8 single beds were haphazardly arranged, their disheveled state left unkempt, creating a chaotic and distressing sight. Jiang Chen, you've arrived. Wang Qing exclaimed, sporting dark circles under his eyes and carrying a large bag of food. A black wine flask, filled to the brim, was slung at his waist as he appeared from behind. Hurry inside. The director and others are just freshening up and will return shortly. You kept them awake all night with your antics, and they only managed to catch a brief nap at dawn. Wang Qing took a seat and sipped from the wine flask, visibly revitalized. Please, make yourself comfortable. The director will be here soon. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen was sharing a meal with the director and several professors. He had little prior interaction with the director and was not well acquainted. Jiang Chen, that lunchbox appears quite impressive. A gift from your girlfriend, I presume? Youth certainly has its advantages. Back in my day, old Jiang, spare us the nostalgia. If it weren't for me, you'd probably still be single, another professor interjected. Nonsense. I was quite the handsome fellow in my youth. And countless female classmates had crushes on me, he retorted. Enough of that. Let us eat. We have serious matters to discuss shortly. Jiang Chen smiled, noting the professors, who typically exuded seriousness, had an amusing side as well. After lunch, the atmosphere shifted to one of gravitas. Silence enveloped the room as everyone turned their gaze towards Jiang Chen. The ceiling fan whirred overhead, casting a cool breeze. Director, esteemed professors, if there are any inquiries, I am more than willing to oblige, Jiang Chen said with a sincere smile. Chen Ming was the first to break the silence. Xiao Chen, what was the situation with yesterday's blueprints? How did you create these drawings? The professors regarded Jiang Chen with quiet anticipation. Jiang Chen replied, I have long been fascinated by fighter jets. The design stemmed from my self-study and insights gleaned from various papers online. As for their accuracy, I can't say for certain. After all, the design of fifth-generation fighter jets is quite challenging. What? Fifth-generation fighter jets? The group sprang to their feet, astonished, their gazes fixed on Jiang Chen. Could you repeat that? Jiang Chen, momentarily taken aback, responded, a bit challenging? That last part, Chen Ming urged, his heart racing with urgency. Fifth-generation fighter jet design. As the words left his lips, an uncanny atmosphere enveloped the office. The distinguished figures widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Jiang Chen as though he were a rare creature. Are you serious? Did you truly design a fifth-generation fighter jet akin to the F-22 stealth aircraft? Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively. Indeed. This is inconceivable, Chen Ming exclaimed, denying the possibility. We reviewed your blueprints last night, and they were undoubtedly top-notch in design. However, there was no mention of stealth aviation materials. This technology is not yet mastered by our country. How could you possibly have completed the design for a fifth-generation jet? Jiang Chen remained composed. As for the composite technology for stealth aviation materials, I have not yet been able to develop it. After all, I only had one night. Even a deity couldn't accomplish everything in such a brief span. Chen Ming stared at Jiang Chen, his eyes wide with astonishment. Incredulously, one asked, Are you suggesting that you can draft a materials synthesis technical plan? Of course, it is rather straightforward, came the reply, accompanied by a dismissive snicker. You call this simple? A nation took a decade to accomplish such a feat, they retorted. Jiang Chen's words pierced the hearts of several individuals like a knife, stirring emotions deeply. The office fell into an eerie silence, leaving the professors momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Chen's unconventional approach had completely disrupted the rhythm of the conversation. Clearing his throat, Chen Ming attempted to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Jiang Chen, is it truly possible that this design blueprint pertains to a fifth-generation fighter? Can it withstand scrutiny from the experts? Jiang Chen replied confidently, Absolutely. You may construct a model based on the existing blueprints and conduct wind tunnel tests. The results will speak for themselves. The professors nodded in agreement, noting that, at least from their current research, there appeared to be no glaring issues with the blueprints. Of course, it was also possible that their lack of expertise rendered them incapable of discerning any flaws. Jiang Chen, could you share the anticipated performance of this fighter? How does it compare to the latest F-22 from the United States? Compare? Jiang Chen chuckled. The expressions of the esteemed individuals shifted, indicating their curiosity. Could it possibly outperform the F-22? Certainly. Jiang Chen began to elucidate the capabilities of the J-2 fighter. He started with maneuverability, explaining that the incorporation of canard wings significantly enhances overall agility. Under high angles of attack, it offers exceptional control, far surpassing the F-22's transient maneuvers. As for wing loading, my fighter boasts an impressive 340 kilograms. Could the F-22 achieve that? The professors shook their heads, internally lamenting their ignorance of the F-22's specifications. Now, regarding weight, the F-22 weighs in at 29 tons, while mine is a mere 25 tons, revealing a notable difference. The professors nodded, diligently taking notes. Jiang Chen turned to Wang Qing. I'm parched. Could you fetch me some wine? Wang Qing, momentarily taken aback, instinctively handed him the flask, as if he were a humble scholar seeking wisdom. Jiang Chen took a hearty swig, only to grimace at the fiery taste. It turned out to be a potent spirit, a far cry from the anticipated delicacy he had yearned for in his previous life. Displeased, he returned the flask to Wang Qing. Professor Wang, please purchase some quality wine with your salary. This one leaves much to be desired. Wang Qing nodded. Shall we continue? Jiang Chen surveyed the other attendees, who shared a remarkably unified gaze. Very well, let us proceed. He continued. Now, let us discuss the air-to-air missiles on my fighter. In the face of a 60G overload, even the F-22 would be rendered helpless. What? A 60G overload missile? Surely you jest. The esteemed individuals were taken aback, as the current aircraft in their nation still relied on a dual-barreled 23mm cannon, while Jiang Chen was proposing missiles with a staggering 60G overload capacity. As time progressed, the discussion became a showcase of Jiang Chen's prowess. What about maximum range? It extends to 5,500 kilometers with 2 auxiliary fuel tanks. Operational radius, 2,000 kilometers. Maximum flight speed, 2 Mach. Time and again, the perspectives of several distinguished individuals have been profoundly challenged. It is akin to being forcibly ushered through the gateway to a new realm. This is not merely a fighter jet. It is unequivocally an aerial behemoth. After half an hour, a sense of relief washed over a few of them, allowing them to exhale deeply. At last, the presentation had concluded. Had it persisted any longer, their hearts might have struggled to withstand the intensity. Thus far, Jiang Chen's demeanor had not exhibited any conspicuous anomalies. After all, no nation would venture to procure such blueprints for infiltration into the Dragon Kingdom's inner sanctum. It would indeed be rather unwise. With summer approaching, the weather gradually warmed. The distinguished individuals took a moment's respite, their hearts finally settling into a calmer rhythm, no longer racing so swiftly. They leisurely sipped their tea, their spirits seemingly elevated. By the way, Jiang Chen, how long do you anticipate it will take to complete the subsequent blueprints? Chen Ming inquired while enjoying his tea. About a month. Jiang Chen replied. What? A month? Chen Ming instinctively shuddered, the ceramic cup clinking audibly. The other esteemed individuals froze mid-sip, their expressions betraying a mix of surprise and disbelief. Jiang Chen, assuming the timeline was too protracted, pondered for a moment before suggesting, if I don't have classes, I could possibly finish all the blueprints in half a month. Of course, if I were to work overtime, it might take around 10 days. With that, several of the distinguished individuals could no longer contain their amusement. Tea sprang forth like a fountain as their eyes widened in astonishment at Jiang Chen. How much time? They exclaimed. About 10 days. Perhaps a day or two less if someone brings meals, Jiang Chen replied, concerned. Dean, esteemed professors, are you all right? The distinguished individuals finally regained their composure, awkwardly laughing as they wiped away the spilled tea. It's nothing, just a basic reaction, they reassured. Yes, back in our school days, we used to enjoy such antics. Ah, the nostalgia of our student years. Please do not worry. Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. You are not as resolute as you claim. Chapter 6. Reporting Xiao Chun. There is another matter for which we must seek your counsel. Chen Ming regarded Jiang Chen with a hint of reluctance before continuing. It pertains to the blueprints. We wish to submit these blueprints to the state for research purposes. The nation will provide you with appropriate compensation. However, the blueprints are yours, and your willingness is paramount. The gazes of the professors also turned toward Jiang Chen, their eyes filled with anticipation as they awaited his response. Jiang Chen smiled. Dean, I can unconditionally submit the blueprints to the state. I do not require any compensation. The state allows me to live comfortably on this land, and I wish to contribute something in return. Chen Ming was taken aback. Jiang Chen, are you truly willing to forego everything? Designing the F-22 blueprints. Do you comprehend the significance of that? Beside him, Wang Qing quickly interjected. Jiang Chen, you may not realize just how crucial your design is. If the experiments succeed, it could save the Dragon Kingdom a decade or two. The human, material, and financial resources involved are astronomical. The state would offer you an unimaginable sum. Are you truly prepared to relinquish that? Jiang Chen responded nonchalantly. Professor Wang, I fully understand what you are saying. I can draft a declaration relinquishing the F-22 blueprints, without any expectation of compensation or reward from the state. Silence enveloped the office once more. At this moment, the gazes directed at Jiang Chen transformed, infused with admiration, appreciation, and affirmation, an intricate tapestry of emotions. It can be asserted that, solely in terms of character, Jiang Chen had already captivated everyone present. Indeed, Chen Ming exclaimed appreciatively, if the youth of the Dragon Country possessed your mindset, strength would be inevitable. Professor Wang, you have nurtured an exceptional student. Professor Wang gazed at Jiang Chen with a smile, responding with contentment, "Dean, I cannot take credit for this. All of Jiang Chen's achievements stem from his own capabilities." Upon hearing this, the other professors nodded in agreement, genuinely praising Jiang Chen. This student of Jiang Chen's has independently created the F-22 blueprints. We cannot compare to that. Indeed, he is only 20 years old. By the time we reach his age, he will likely be at the pinnacle of aerospace research in the Dragon Country. I wholeheartedly believe that Jiang Chen will become a leading figure in the Dragon Country's aviation sector. Absolutely, I share that belief. Seeing Jiang Chen is akin to glimpsing the future of our nation. All right, let us temper our praises, or this young man might become too full of himself. Professor Wang jested. Hearing the accolades directed towards his student filled his heart with immense joy. In academia, it is rare for professors to concede to one another. Hence, they often gauge their success through their students. Whenever a remarkable student emerges in a particular discipline, professors find themselves eager to showcase their achievements in every office, not for any other reason than to bask in reflected glory. "Old Wang, I must admonish you," Chen Ming remarked. "You are clearly reaping benefits while feigning modesty." He turned to Jiang Chen with a smile. "On behalf of the Academy, I extend the nation's gratitude for your contributions. Of course, we must also ensure that you receive the rewards you rightfully deserve. After all, why should we decline what is justly ours?" Jiang Chen smiled quietly, saying little in response. Chen Ming continued, "From now on, you are welcome to attend any course offered by the Academy, or not attend at all. However, I do have one stipulation. You must not fail any courses each semester. Do you understand?" Jiang Chen nodded. "Understood, Dean." Chen Ming acknowledged him with a nod. "In a moment, Professor Wang will provide you with a suitable rationale to establish your own workspace, facilitating your drafting of blueprints. Given the current circumstances, it is imperative for your safety that we maintain confidentiality regarding your research. I hope you can appreciate this necessity." Jiang Chen nodded in response. "Dean, that is for the best. After all, I am still a student and wish to avoid unnecessary disruptions to my life. I simply desire to live a modest life while contributing a little to my country." Upon hearing this, the perception of Jiang Chen among all present ascended to unprecedented heights. While many in attendance might not be swayed by monetary gain, the willingness to forego fame is something few could achieve. Moreover, it is noteworthy that Jiang Chen, at merely 20 years of age, is brimming with ambition and exceptional talent. The ability to remain humble and concealed in both merit and recognition is indeed a rare quality. "Jiang Chen, I apologize for the burden this places upon you." Chen Ming sighed deeply. With a smile, Jiang Chen said, "Dean, what is there to feel wronged about? Our forebears sacrificed their lives and concealed their identities for decades for the sake of the nation. I am fortunate enough to attend school, return home, and enjoy delicious food. How could it be any better?" Chen Ming and several professors exchanged smiles, recognizing the remarkable youth that Dragon Country possesses. They believed that such brilliance would surely lead to a prosperous future. After a brief chat, Wang Qing departed with Jiang Chen, leaving the office in a contemplative silence. "The dean should inform the higher-ups. We are familiar with the 2nd and 3rd Aircraft Design Institutes. Many professors here serve as advisors there. I suggest we reach out to the experts from the 2nd and 3rd Institutes," one remarked. Jiang Chen continued to work on his drawings. "We must expedite our data simulations and proceed with the wind tunnel tests. If all goes smoothly, we will promptly apply for project funding and commence our research. I am weary of merely buying and acquiring. We must soon produce our own 5th-generation aircraft for Dragon Country." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming nodded, rising to approach his desk to dial a familiar number. The 2nd Aircraft Design Institute of Dragon Country was on the line. An elderly man, his hair mostly gray, adjusted his reading glasses while perusing documents in his office. Suddenly, the phone beside him rang. "Hello, old Chen, what brings you to call me? Have you found some fine tea and want me to join you?" The voice of Chen Ming responded, "Academician Mu, I have some important information to report." Academician Mu Qingshan chuckled, "We are old friends. There is no need for such formality. Just speak your mind." Chen Ming replied earnestly, "Academician Mu, the matter I wish to discuss is quite significant. Is there anyone else with you?" Mu Qingshan's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he set his documents aside. "Old Chen, tell me, I am alone here." Chen Ming continued, "Academician Mu, how has your health been lately? Is your hypertension still under control? This matter might be substantial, and I worry it may startle you." Mu Qingshan retorted, "Who do you think you're looking down on? I've consumed more salt than you've walked on roads. What storms have I not weathered? You cannot frighten me. Rest assured, I am in good health. Now speak. After a brief silence, Chen Ming finally said, I have the detailed blueprints for the F-22. What? Mu Qingshan leaped to his feet, his excitement palpable. Old Chen, you are not joking with me, are you? Is it truly the detailed blueprints for the F-22? Chen Ming, concerned, cautioned, Academician Mu, are you all right? Do not get too excited. Mu Qingshan, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, you better not be wasting my time. Quickly, tell me how this came about. Chen Ming hurriedly recounted the events of that night at the library. A sound of something shattering echoed through the phone. Academician Mu, are you all right? Please, do not get too worked up. Your health is of utmost importance. On the other end, Mu Qingshan fell silent, but his heavy breathing was distinctly audible. Old Chen, are you certain that a 20-year-old student could draw the F-119 PW-100 turbofan engine? This is a serious matter. We cannot speak lightly of it, Mu Qingshan asked, his voice trembling. Chen Ming assured, I am certain that this is the design blueprint for the F-119 PW-100 turbofan engine. However, the various data points still require validation, and the structure certainly merits scrutiny. We hope you can organize an expert team to further verify the blueprints. Mu Qingshan, filled with excitement, replied, bring the blueprints and your team to the 2nd Aviation Institute immediately. I wish to meet him in person. Chen Ming responded, Academician Mu, I believe we must approach this matter with caution. He articulated his considerations. After a moment of reflection, Mu Qingshan acknowledged, Old Chen, you are absolutely right. This approach will save us from unnecessary complications. Let's reschedule the visit to the 2nd Aviation Technology Museum for an earlier date. This way, our meeting will not attract undue attention. Chen Ming replied, Academician Mu, I will make the necessary arrangements promptly. Mu Qingshan could not resist asking one more question. Is he truly a sophomore? What is his name, and how old is he? Chen Ming answered, he is 20 years old, named Jiang Chen, just in his 2nd year. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingshan could not help but twitch his lips slightly. The younger generation indeed surpasses the older. Today's youth are quite formidable. He then inquired, by the way, how is Mu Qing doing at the academy? Chen Ming replied, that child is quite well behaved and has consistently achieved excellent results. Naturally, Jiang Chen must be kept out of the spotlight. After a long pause, Mu Qingshan hung up the phone, shaking his head with a bemused smile. This child. He then picked up the phone again and dialed several numbers. Chapter 7. Midnight meeting. Chen Ming ended the call and then dialed Academician Zhang Jiagua from the 3rd Aviation Institute. What? You mean a 20-year-old student has completed the design blueprints for a 5th-generation fighter? Old Chen, are you pulling my leg? Are your eyes deceiving you? Or are mine? Academician Zhang reprimanded Chen Ming over the phone. Chen Ming felt compelled to explain once more. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Jiagua finally said, Old Chen, this matter could be of great significance. Are you certain these are indeed 5th-generation fighter blueprints, designed by a sophomore? It seems utterly absurd. Even among you and me, and several other academicians, we lack such extraordinary capability. Chen Ming reassured, Academician Zhang, I am quite confident. Academician Mu has already arranged a meeting. Zhang Jiagua replied, then I will bring my team over as well. If this prodigy is indeed as you describe, the rise of Longhua is imminent. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Ming hung up the phone with a long sigh of relief. Compared to Zhang Jiagua, he preferred conversing with Mu Qingshan. The former's temperament was rather volatile. Director, how did it go? What did the 2nd and 3rd Aviation Institute say? Several professors looked at Chen Ming. Everything is arranged, Chen Ming explained. The visit to the 2nd Aviation Technology Museum has been moved up this year. We will send 2 classes of students over, and you will accompany them. The professors exchanged knowing smiles. The 2 classes of students merely served as a cover for Jiang Chen. The real highlight was the meeting between Jiang Chen and the luminaries of the 2nd and 3rd Aviation Institutes. That afternoon, the school notified everyone about the rescheduled visit to the Technology Museum and provided a brief explanation regarding the library incident from the previous night. The drawings are quite remarkable. Although they may not be applicable for practical research, they carry a certain reference value. Upon hearing this news, many students at the academy breathed a sigh of relief. I was terrified, thinking that Jiang Chen had genuinely designed blueprints suitable for practical research. The dean also mentioned that they possess considerable reference value, and overall, they are rather impressive. One might wonder if this is merely a common tactic employed by the academy to prevent the situation from escalating. The scenario you described seems improbable. After all, how could a sophomore genuinely create designs for practical research? Nevertheless, even so, with just this declaration, Jiang Chen is sure to secure a position in one of the 5 major design institutes after graduation. It is truly enviable, as fewer than 3 graduates from our academy manage to enter those prestigious institutions each year. By the way, the visit to the Hefei Technology Museum has been moved up by several months. Who knows? In any case, there's nothing particularly worth seeing there. I hope they don't select my major, as it holds no significance at all. 10 days later, on a crisp morning, 4 buses transported students to Hefei. After a 5-hour journey, they arrived at the Hefei Technology Museum. The students were assigned to dormitories, and the next day, they would embark on a 2-day visit. That evening, in the conference room at the top of the office building behind the museum, numerous experts from the fields of aerospace at Hefei and Sanfei gathered. They were informed that there was a set of blueprints requiring their examination. However, due to certain uncontrollable factors, everyone was asked to sign a confidentiality agreement for safety reasons. The conference room was spacious, featuring an oval table at its center, adorned with a flag as tall as an adult. Mu Chengshan sat in the middle, presiding over the meeting, with Zhang Jiagua seated closely beside him. Without hesitation, everyone signed the confidentiality agreement, a routine procedure for meetings of this caliber. Old Mu, we have signed the agreement. Now please inform us of the matter at hand, one participant urged. Indeed, what warrants a meeting away from the Hefei Research Institute? Why convene here at the museum? The suddenness of the meeting had disrupted their ongoing tasks, hinting at the gravity of the situation, particularly with both Hefei and Sanfei convening together, a rare occurrence. Mu Chengshan glanced at Zhang Jiagua, who nodded in response. Mu then surveyed the room, declaring, "Let us commence with the formal agenda. Chunming, please bring Xiao Chen in." As the conference room door opened, Chunming entered with a document bag, followed closely by Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, take a seat beside me," Mu Chengshan instructed. He turned to Chunming, "Find a spot to settle down." Jiang Chen looked at Mu Chengshan, his eyes glistening with emotion. Mu Chengshan, nearing 80, still dedicated to the front lines of research, had raised Mu Qing after she lost her parents at a young age, forging a bond of utmost closeness between them. Subsequently, when Jiang Chen entered this family, Mu Chengshan treated him as a beloved grandson, providing immense support in both life and career. Yet one can only hope that this lifetime affords him the time he needs. Mu Chengshan turned to Jiang Chen with a moment of surprise, expressing concern. "Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Jiang Chen chuckled. "It's nothing. I just thought of my grandfather when I saw you. May I call you Grandpa Mu?" Nearby, Zhang Jiagua laughed. "This child is quite familiar. Addressing you as grandfather right away." Jiang Chen turned to Zhang Jiagua and remarked, "You must be academician Zhang, correct?" "Oh, you recognize me," Zhang Jiagua replied with interest. "This is our first meeting. How do you know about me?" Jiang Chen explained. "The dean informed me that today experts from the 2nd and 3rd flight are visiting. Since you are seated beside Grandpa Mu, you must be academician Zhang." Zhang Jiagua laughed heartily. "You are indeed clever. I appreciate your wit. You may call me Grandpa Zhang." Jiang Chen smiled. "Then I must first address Grandpa Mu, as I prefer him slightly more." Mu Chengshan laughed boisterously. "Old Zhang, did you see that? Xiao Chen favors me a bit more." This scene left everyone present in bewilderment. Who is this young man? And how has he managed to attend a meeting of such stature? He appears to be about the same age as my grandson, likely still in university. We all signed confidentiality agreements before commencing the meeting. Why does this child not need to sign one? It seems he is quite at ease with the 2 academicians. How peculiar. One of the 2nd flight experts turned to Chun Ming. "Old Chun, did you bring this child? Who is he?" Chun Ming smiled. "He is a student from my institute, and the purpose of this meeting is centered around him." "What?" The surrounding experts widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at Chun Ming incredulously. "You mean we are convening this meeting for this child? How old is he to command such attention?" "Old Chun, you must be joking." Chun Ming chuckled. "You will understand shortly. It's not the right time for explanations." The experts regarded Jiang Chen with some skepticism. Does this lad truly possess such remarkable abilities? As night deepened, the sound of insects occasionally drifted in from outside. The lights in the conference room dimmed, and the projector illuminated the space. "Now, we shall commence the formal proceedings. Today's agenda is singular. We require your analysis of a draft for a 5th-generation fighter jet. Please share your thoughts based on your expertise." As Mu Chengshan's words fell, a wave of excitement surged through the room. Fifth-generation fighter jet blueprints. When did our nation acquire such designs? Academician Mu, are you serious? Do we genuinely possess fifth-generation blueprints? This is surreal, akin to a dream. Which research team holds such prowess, leaping directly from fourth to fifth-generation designs? Boldly, is it your team? Impossible. We have only just begun our research on fourth-generation jets. Fifth generation is beyond our contemplation. If it's not your team, then who? The atmosphere grew restless, yet Chen Ming remained composed amidst the unfolding excitement. Calm down, everyone. Why the fervor over a fifth-generation jet? Mu Qingshan tapped the table lightly. All right, let us quiet down. We will discuss other matters later. For now, let us examine the blueprints. All eyes turned to the projector, filled with a complex array of emotions, anticipation, excitement, and exhilaration, as the images on the screen shifted continuously. Design plans materialized before the audience, plunging the conference room into an eerie silence. The stillness was so profound that one could discern the very breaths of their colleagues nearby. Time seemed to elongate. The night deepened significantly, and outside, darkness enveloped everything. Occasionally, a few moths fluttered against the window, their wings beating softly. Suddenly, an elderly gentleman, clad in modest attire, rose abruptly, his hands trembling and his demeanor charged with excitement. The design of this fighter jet was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Having devoted his life to the study of fighter jet aesthetics, he had never witnessed such audacious innovation. This revelation stirred a tempest of emotions among the assembly. It was not merely the exterior design that was groundbreaking. Had they not noticed the engine? The F-119, the pinnacle of aviation engines, was presented with an astonishingly detailed structural analysis. If they took this back, they could fabricate a physical model within a month. They may have overlooked the most critical aspect, the design diagrams for the air-to-air missile. A missile capable of withstanding 60G overload was truly unprecedented globally, surpassing even the standards of the United States. What of the air-to-air missile? Had they not observed the stealth aviation material synthesis design proposal? This was the crux of determining whether one possessed a fifth-generation fighter. Currently, only the United States had mastered stealth technology. If this were indeed true, we would become the second nation to possess such expertise, playing a pivotal role in future battlefields. A series of alarming data lay before them, rendering the crowd somewhat numb. Subsequently, some conventional technologies elicited little reaction. Chen Ming cast a knowing smile at the astonished assembly, filled with anticipation. They were aware that this was the brainchild of Jiang Chen. He eagerly awaited their reactions. As the lights brightened, the collective astonishment had dulled their senses, leading to an unexpected calm. Academician Mu, we currently cannot discern any issues with the plans. The true efficacy will only be revealed through a series of aerodynamic tests. However, at this juncture, the feasibility of these designs stands at a remarkable 80%. Their curiosity piqued about the creators of such an extraordinary blueprint. They were indeed the benefactors of the Dragon Nation. This design could potentially save a decade of progress. Mu Qingshan scanned the room with a smile. This remarkable blueprint was not the product of any domestic team, but rather the work of a singular individual. What? The crowd's earlier composure was instantly disrupted. Akin to a roller coaster ride. The realization that such intricate designs originated from a single mind was astonishing. A fighter jet encompasses numerous fields. How could such a talent exist undiscovered within the country? One individual equating the capabilities of an entire research team, accomplishing the design of a fifth-generation fighter. Truly remarkable. Academician Mu. Who is this genius? Might we be fortunate enough to meet him? Many had indeed noticed the sudden appearance of Jiang Chen, but quickly dismissed the notion, attributing his youth as a barrier to such accomplishments. Had he been 50 or 60, they would have immediately thought of him. Enough of your speculations. I tell you, the person is among us. Mu Qingshan glanced at Jiang Chen, and the crowd's gaze shifted to him. Eyes widened, they swallowed hard. Could he possibly be referring to this young man? This is utterly absurd. Chapter 8. Are we about to fight? As night deepened, the lights on the top floor of the Science and Technology Museum office building illuminated the scene, suggesting that this night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Mu Qingshan addressed the assembly. The individual seated beside me is none other than Jiang Chen, the designer of the fifth-generation aircraft blueprints. Silence. An eerie silence. All eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen, a mere youth not yet 20, who was astonishingly the designer of the fifth-generation aircraft. How could this be possible? Soon, someone voiced their skepticism. Academician Mu, you cannot possibly be joking. This child likely doesn't even grasp the principles of aviation. How could he have designed such a sophisticated, advanced, and complete set of blueprints? Even if all of us combined, we couldn't achieve this. I cannot believe that a child could have accomplished such a feat. Mu Qingshan's expression turned grave. Do I appear to be jesting? Chen Ming can attest to this. He and several professors from the academy witnessed Jiang Chen create the blueprints firsthand. Before the meeting commenced, both academician Jiang and I evaluated Jiang Chen's understanding of the content. The core principles, which even we struggled to comprehend, were clear as day to him. Do you truly think we are all joking? The atmosphere grew serious. Mu Qingshan surveyed the room. It is time for your perspectives to evolve. Society is advancing, and the youth are progressing. It will not be long before the new generation arrives with the latest knowledge, prepared to take on the tasks you have held. Be mentally prepared. The conference room fell silent once more as the attendees pondered his words. At that moment, an older expert rose, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at Jiang Chen. Did you truly design these blueprints? Jiang Chen nodded. The elderly speaker trembled with joy and laughed heartily. Wonderful. Wonderful. The future of Longhua is promising. The others smiled with relief, acknowledging Jiang Chen. They had come to accept this reality. The youth indeed surpassed them in so many ways. The future belongs to the younger generation. Xiao Chen, we old fellows owe you an apology. We have become short-sighted in our old age. We will truly have to rely on your generation moving forward. We always feared that the younger generation might not be able to bear the burdens we once shouldered. But seeing you now, we feel reassured. The youth are indeed taking on the weight of this nation. The elders are the most precious assets of Longhua. Jiang Chen expressed his heartfelt sentiments. Without your foundational work during the most challenging times, we would not enjoy the stable lives we have today. Your contributions will forever be etched in the annals of Longhua's history, becoming the heroes in the hearts of every Longhua citizen. Unpretentious yet composed, humble and courteous, unflappable in the face of change. This is the collective impression of Jiang Chen held by all present. At merely 20 years of age, such admirable qualities are indeed rare and precious. Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua glanced at Jiang Chen, nodding in appreciation. Jiang Chen's performance captivated everyone present, and in the future, they would become his most formidable support, safeguarding his path in research. The atmosphere relaxed significantly as everyone began to engage in light-hearted conversation with Jiang Chen, discussing everyday life, future plans, and even preferences in romantic partners. Despite Mu Qingshan's attempts to intervene, several older gentlemen were eager to introduce potential matches for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you need not pursue studies at any academy. With your capabilities, there is little they can teach you. Simply come to Sanfei, and I shall personally mentor you. Zhang Jiagua said with a cunning smile. The experts from Sanfei immediately echoed his sentiments. Indeed, little Chen should join us at Sanfei. Remaining at the academy would be a waste of your talents. With academician Zhang personally guiding you, you might even become the youngest chief engineer in Longhua. Moreover, Sanfei boasts numerous young female researchers, providing ample opportunity for interaction. This declaration did not sit well with Mu Qingshan and the prominent figures from Erfei. How audacious! They haven't even attempted to recruit anyone, and yet the guests are making the first move. Do they truly believe Erfei lacks worthy candidates? Mu Qingshan smiled at Jiang Chen, saying, Little Chen, just by the name Sanfei, you should understand that Erfei is unparalleled. Joining Erfei is undoubtedly the wisest choice. As for the academy, it would merely squander your time. I have heard about your close relationship with Mu Qing. Upon her graduation, she is bound to come to Erfei. How wonderful it would be to work together in the same place. Jiang Chen chuckled. I certainly must look after my wife's grandfather. After all, we are family. Zhang Jiagua was taken aback, realizing that Mu Qingshan had another card to play, his granddaughter. What a surprise, he thought. At present, I still wish to remain at the academy, to accompany Mu Qing in completing our studies. After graduation, I will undoubtedly join Erfei. It matters not to me where I am, as long as the system assigns tasks for the blueprints. I do not wish to miss the precious moments of campus romance with my wife. Having the chance to live again, many regrets should be rectified. Zhang Jiagua sighed. Old Mu, we're discussing business, yet you bring up your granddaughter. Now that feels somewhat underhanded. To which Mu Qingshan laughed heartily. If you have the capability, perhaps you should have your son produce a granddaughter as well. I have a granddaughter. What can you do about it? Zhang Jiagua turned an irate shade of green, wishing he could rush home immediately to encourage his son to have a granddaughter. Jiang Chen smiled at the scene before him. Years later, Mu Qing would likely become the youngest aircraft engineer in Longhua, largely due to Mu Qingshan's guidance. Ultimately, they reached a consensus that Jiang Chen would remain at the academy to continue his studies. It was imperative to assign someone to discreetly protect him. As he was now a treasured gem, should anything happen, it would be too late for regret. Chapter 9. Establishing a research team and applying for research funding. After the meeting concluded, Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua remained in the now-quiet conference room. Time waits for no one. Old Mu, we must expedite the project. Each day of delay means that Longhua lags further behind in aerial combat, Zhang urged. The formation of a research team and the application for funding cannot be delayed. Mu Qingshan pondered for a moment, then nodded, letting out a long sigh. Currently, funding for research across the nation is critically needed, and the pressure from the state is immense. When we apply for funding, it will be in the hundreds of millions. Rising, Mu Qingshan stood by the window, gazing at the moon in the night sky, and sighed deeply. What troubles you? Zhang Jiagua inquired. I fear that should we encounter obstacles along the way, the cost will multiply. We are essentially gambling everything on Jiang Chen, Mu Qingshan confessed. Zhang Jiagua nodded. Why didn't you voice this during the meeting? Mu Qingshan replied with a wry smile. I was concerned about placing undue pressure on Jiang Chen. After all, youth is filled with passion and fervor, which is essential for the future of our country. As for the burden of pressure, we seniors can shoulder our share. And what are your plans? Zhang Jiagua asked. Mu Qingshan glanced at the blueprints on the table, appearing to wrestle with his thoughts. Finally, he exhaled deeply. I choose to trust Jiang Chen. However, if we fail, he should not bear the blame alone. I will apply to be the chief engineer of the project. Tomorrow morning, you and I will visit the ministry to present our case directly to the leadership. Even if we must insist upon it, we need to secure the funding. Simultaneously, the simulations and aerodynamic experiments for the second and third flights must proceed in tandem. We must hold more leverage to secure additional research funding, he continued. And Zhang Jiagua nodded in agreement. Let us proceed as you suggest. However, I must take on the role of deputy chief engineer. This heroism cannot rest solely on your shoulders. Mu Qingshan was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. Yu Haven T changed a bit. Very well. Make the call to the leadership. Otherwise, we will lose the opportunity to rest. Mu Qingshan nodded and dialed the special number. After a couple of rings, a deep voice responded, Academician Mu, what brings you to call so late? Mu Qingshan recounted the situation. After a lengthy silence, the voice on the other end replied, Academician Mu, do you truly believe in that sophomore? This matter is of such gravity that it is beyond what you and I can bear. We could very well become scapegoats for Longhua. Mu Qingshan explained, Minister Zhong, I am fully aware of the seriousness of this situation. Thus, I intend to visit you with Zhang Jiagua personally to clarify everything. The man responded, Very well, I am available tomorrow afternoon. Please come by. After hanging up, both Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua let out a sigh of relief, their gazes drifting to the profound night sky outside, lost in their thoughts. The next morning, Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua, armed with the blueprints, took a private plane to the capital. After an afternoon of discussions, the funding was ultimately secured. Old Mu, old Zhang, you both have done exceptionally well this time, the minister remarked. In the office of the research department of Longhua, Zhong Weiman beckoned. Come. Let us enjoy some tea. Now that we have concluded our business, let us converse about the extraordinary youth you mentioned. After discussing for an afternoon, he realized he did not even know the boy's name. Mu Qingshan, Zhang Jiagua, he said with a smile as he took a seat. The child, Jiang Chen, is a sophomore at Sangnan College. It was he who sketched the blueprints for the fifth-generation aircraft in the library. Zhong Weiman nodded thoughtfully as he sipped his tea. According to your accounts, prior to the emergence of these blueprints, no one at the college paid attention to this student named Jiang Chen. Mu Qingshan chuckled. Indeed, this lad seemed to have sprung forth from a stone, astonishing all of us. Zhang Jiagua added, he is not merely a prodigy in scientific research. Jiang Chen possesses an exceptionally upright character. According to the information provided by the college, he once stood alone against over 100 individuals, staunchly asserting that Longhua would undoubtedly surpass the beautiful nation in the future. I suspect he had already intended to unveil the blueprint at that moment. He continued, moreover, when the college inquired if he had any demands upon submitting the blueprints, can you guess what he requested? Zhong Weiman, intrigued, replied, it seems he did not ask for any monetary rewards. Zhang Jiagua smiled as he clarified, this lad made 3 requests. The first was to be exempt from attending classes at any time. Zhong Weiman, curious, inquired, and the second request? Zhang Jiagua exchanged a glance with Mu Qingshan and whispered, "The second request is related to old Mu's granddaughter. It is rather sensitive, but suffice it to say, the lad ultimately relinquished it." Laughter erupted as Zhong Weiman turned to Mu Qingshan, exclaiming, "Old Mu, it seems this boy has his eyes set on your granddaughter. You ought to keep a close watch. Otherwise, such an outstanding youth as Jiang Chen may one day whisk her away." Mu Qingshan smiled faintly. "From my observations, Jiang Chen possesses commendable character. If he were to become my granddaughter's suitor, I would not mind in the least." Zhang Jiagua sighed. "Why do I not have a granddaughter? And what of the third request? I am quite curious about that," Zhong Weiman prompted. Zhang Jiagua chuckled. This third request took everyone by surprise. He asked the college to provide him with a new phone, along with a monthly stipend of 1,000 yuan for living expenses. I suspect he intends to use this money to pursue old Mu's granddaughter. Zhong Weiman was taken aback. So, Jiang Chen only asked for these things. Does he not realize the value of his blueprints? Even if he requested more, Longwa would surely comply. He is well aware of that, Mu Qingshan said, his eyes reflecting a sense of pride. Yet, one of his statements deeply resonated with me. Zhong Weiman inquired, "What did he say?" "With great power comes great responsibility," Mu Qingshan replied calmly. "With great power comes great responsibility." Zhong Weiman fell into contemplation. Isn't that also a reflection of ourselves? We bear the weight of millions of citizens of Longwa. The office fell silent as the three men pondered this profound statement. At that moment, Mu Qingshan's phone rang. It was a call from Air Fei. "Understood. Expedite the wind tunnel testing," he responded, and upon answering the call, his excitement was palpable. "Good news from the department. The simulated data tests have yielded exceptionally perfect results. Never before has any aircraft successfully passed all data simulations in one go. This indicates the design blueprints crafted by Xiao Chun are remarkably flawless. I recommend immediate wind tunnel testing, and the project should be launched without delay." "Excellent," Zhong Weiman rejoiced, stating that funding should not be a concern for them. He would find a solution, urging the team to ensure the maiden flight is completed in the shortest possible time. The Dragon Nation has awaited this day for far too long. Subsequently, preparations for the second and third flights and wind tunnel testing commenced. The test results were outstanding, with all data being exceptionally perfect. Wang Qing promptly relayed the news to Jiang Chen at the academy. "That's wonderful, Professor Wang. Next, we shall manufacture our own fifth-generation fighter jet." That night, deep into the darkness, a military green F-22 fighter jet glided across the sky, silently entering the airspace of the Dragon Nation like a ghost. Chapter 10. Without evidence, what can you say? In the depths of the night, the air defense forces of the Dragon Nation were returning from a completed mission. This is Hong 028, currently at an altitude of 15,000 meters. Patrol mission accomplished. Requesting return. The command center acknowledged, granting permission for them to return. 028 received, commencing return now. After finishing the communication, the pilot of Hong 028 switched to the team channel and gestured an OK sign to the nearby aircraft. 029, we're heading home. Back home, indeed. Hong 029 replied with a smile. Just as the two aircraft were preparing to turn back, a sleek black fighter jet soared between them in the night. 028. Did a jet just fly past us? Hong 029 asked, momentarily taken aback. Hong 028 glanced at the radar. It seems the radar did not issue any alarms. Are you certain a jet flew by? I am absolutely certain that a jet passed us, Hong 029 insisted. Why didn't the radar detect it? Could it be? Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, both pilots immediately reported to the command center. Hong 028 calling command center. We may have detected an F-22 from the beautiful country. It has entered our airspace. Can the radar detect it? The command center responded. We currently have no targets detected on our radar. I will report this to higher authorities. You should attempt to search. Hong 028 understood the urgency. After disconnecting the radio, the pilot couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, don't let me find that guy, or I will make him pay. With the night and the F-22's stealth capabilities, we can hardly detect it. Even if we do, we're too slow. It's like a blind man with a limp. Hong 029 lamented. Frustrated, the two aircraft searched for several minutes, but found no trace of the F-22. With fuel running low after extensive flying, they had no choice but to return. In a swift motion, the F-22 provocatively darted past the two pilots. Then, It executed another pass right in front of them before accelerating away, vanishing into the night. Damn it! I will chase him down and make him pay. I cannot tolerate such indignities inflicted upon my nation. I shall confront that despicable entity head-on. Hong 029 cautioned. Calm down. Command Center 028 has ordered us to return immediately. Do you comprehend? Your fuel is running low. Comply with the orders. I shall repeat. Comply with the orders. Comply with the orders. Reluctantly, Hong 028 responded, yes. I will comply. That wretched creature. If only I could pilot a fighter jet like his. I would make him understand what it truly means to be a pilot of the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, the F-22 fighter jets that had just crossed the Dragon Nation's border were actually 2 in number. Mike, did you see? Those 2 outdated crafts of the Dragon Nation are nothing to fear. Entering their airspace is akin to strolling through a backyard. I truly do not understand your concerns. Why not join in the fun? At that moment, another F-22 surged downward from the sky, having remained concealed at an altitude exceeding 22,000 meters. The most advanced aircraft of the Dragon Nation flies at around 20,000 meters, making 22,000 meters remarkably safe. Josh, you fool, when we return, I will definitely report you to the commander. We are on a mission, not here to provoke. Josh chuckled. Mike, we executed our mission splendidly. Relax. A little fun on the way back won't hurt. Lighten up, mate. Mike retorted furiously. Shut up. I do not wish to converse with you, you fool. Your head is filled with nonsense. Were it not for the night, you would have been finished, you know that? Josh scoffed. Mike, you are being overly tense. Even in daylight, do you really think the decrepit machine guns on their fighter jets could hit us? Relax, mate. You overestimate the Dragon Nation. Mike shot back, you idiot. A pilot from the Dragon Nation would ram their aircraft straight into you. You'd be flying to hell soon enough. With that, Mike severed the radio connection. Unwilling to speak further with his foolish teammate, Josh remained indifferent, unconcerned in the slightest. In the dark of night, the 2 fighter jets departed the airspace of the Dragon Nation. Later that night, in the office of the research department, Zhong Weimin sat with a grim expression. Clenching his fists, he struck the desk with a resounding thud. Those despicable creatures, do they truly believe the Dragon Nation is easy to bully? He then picked up the phone and dialed Mu Qingshan's number. Old Mu, I give you 3 months. I want to see the 5th-generation fighter jet of the Dragon Nation. If you cannot deliver, all of you may leave. With a sharp click, he hung up the phone. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up the phone again. Hello, is this the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? You lot should go to the beautiful nation's Foreign Affairs Department and give them a good scolding on my behalf. I just want to vent my frustrations. With another decisive click, he hung up. Feeling a deep sense of helplessness, Zhong Weimin sank into contemplation. The night was pitch black. The moon obscured. It felt as though an invisible net enveloped the entire land of the Dragon Nation. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. As the sun rose, a beam of light pierced the dark sky, bringing a glimmer of hope to the Dragon Nation. The entire land began to awaken from the darkness. The diplomat Wu Weigua from the Dragon Kingdom is currently negotiating with the diplomat Thomas at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the beautiful nation. Thomas, do not overstep your bounds. 2 F-22 fighter jets entered the airspace of the Dragon Kingdom last night. What are your intentions? Are you seeking war? Wu Weigua questioned, his anger palpable. Thomas, however, appeared unfazed, responding with a relaxed demeanor. Wu, such accusations should not be made lightly. We have not sent any aircraft into your airspace. Our nation is a guardian of world peace. How could we engage in such actions? Without evidence, refrain from making baseless claims. Wu Weigua retorted fiercely, Thomas, our pilots witnessed this with their own eyes. Yet you dare to argue here. What a farce of a peacekeeper. Unperturbed by Wu Weigua's ire, Thomas maintained an air of superiority. Wu, this is merely your word. Please provide evidence. You claim our pilots detected your aircraft. Yet you could have shot them down if that were true. Why did you not? It must be because you are fabricating stories. As I said, please provide evidence. Or kindly leave this place. Wu Weigua's face flushed with anger. Had he not been on foreign soil, he would have struck Thomas. He felt a profound sense of helplessness, recognizing that truth always remains within reach, regardless of the era. Just as Wu Weigua contemplated leaving, his phone rang. A deep voice resonated from the other end. Weigua, a 5th-generation aircraft research group has been established domestically. Our 5th-generation fighter will soon be unveiled. Wu Weigua's expression shifted, yet he quickly regained his composure, adopting the same angry visage. After ending the call, he turned to Thomas. Thomas, you mentioned that if your aircraft were discovered in the Dragon Kingdom, we could shoot them down? Thomas smiled. Of course, after all, we are nations that cherish peace. Violating another nation's territory must come with consequences. Wu Weiguan nodded and turned to leave. Thomas, somewhat puzzled, wondered if he was truly departing. Then, with a smirk, he picked up the phone. Hello, this is Thomas. Inform the Air Force that they may be more audacious when entering the Dragon Kingdom's airspace. Every so often, provoke the Dragon Kingdom so they understand who the true global leader is. Chapter 11. Wind tunnel testing officially enters the manufacturing phase. Several major flight design institutes are collaborating diligently on the production of the Dragon Kingdom's new fifth-generation aircraft. During this time, Jiang Chen has also been occupied, delving into the system in hopes of obtaining more analytical opportunities. Unfortunately, after half a month of research, the system remained unresponsive, prompting Jiang Chen to abandon his efforts. Life gradually returned to tranquility. 3 months later, summer vacation arrived. Many students deliberated on their travel plans, while others chose to remain at school, focusing on enriching their knowledge or preparing for graduate studies. Brother Chen, I shall take my leave now. Do not dwell on me. Qian Youyu embraced Jiang Chen warmly, tearfully bidding him farewell. The dormitory felt empty with Jiang Chen left alone. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing that it was a call from his parents, a smile graced his face. He recalled the modest circumstances of his family during his university days, residing in a rented abode, particularly during the year of his graduation. His father worked in a factory, specializing in component processing as a machinist. Unfortunately, during an incident while attempting to rescue a colleague, he suffered a severe injury, resulting in a permanent disability. The medical expenses were borne by the family, not due to a lack of willingness from others, but rather because they simply could not afford it. With a resigned smile, his father accepted the situation. The family's financial standing plummeted, prompting his mother to take on 2 jobs to support the household, ultimately exhausting herself. Additionally, he had a younger sister, 10 years his junior, who had to drop out of school for a year to work. Fortunately, after Jiang Chen's graduation, circumstances improved, allowing his sister to return to school, where she ultimately gained admission to a prestigious university. Yet, his father's disability remained a lingering burden in Jiang Chen's heart. In this lifetime, he vowed that such hardships would not befall them again. Hey, Xiao Chen, when are you coming back? Your father and I have taken leave to pick you up at the station, came his mother Jiang Hui's voice over the phone, a tone reminiscent of many mothers. Filled with concern for their children, Jiang Chen replied with a grin, Mom, I'll arrive on the train tomorrow evening. Jiang Hui's face lit up with joy. Great. Your father and I will come to get you. We'll even arrange a matchmaking meeting for you with a nice girl from the village, someone familiar and suitable. Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. Even in rebirth, he couldn't escape the fate of matchmaking. Mom, isn't it a bit too early? I'm only a sophomore. Besides, I already have a girlfriend. There's no need for matchmaking. Upon hearing about his girlfriend, Jiang Hui's excitement grew. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Is she from your university? What does she look like? What is her family like? Is she easy to talk to? Or better yet, why not bring her home to meet me? What are you saying? Came his father's voice, Jiang Hansheng, from the background. Here, let me talk to the kid. Jiang Hansheng took the phone, fell silent for a few seconds, and then asked, How's school? Do you have enough money? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Those words felt so familiar. He could almost predict his father's next statement. If you need more, I'll send you money. A young man should always have some cash on hand, especially when dating. And indeed, the next moment, Jiang Hansheng reiterated, If you need more, I'll send you money. A young man should always have some cash on hand, especially when dating. Jiang Chen felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He couldn't recall the last time he had heard those words. Dad, I'm fine. The school grants me a scholarship of 1,000 yuan each month. Jiang Hansheng responded with a simple then handed the phone back to Jiang Hui. Son, your father and I are looking forward to your return. Remember to bring your girlfriend. Jiang Chen protested. Mom, can I skip coming home? No way. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Jiang Chen hung up the phone and gazed out the window, feeling somewhat awkward. It was indeed wonderful to live again. There were so many regrets that could still be remedied. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind, indicating the activation of the system. System, a task has been assigned, requiring Mu Qing to impersonate a girlfriend returning home to gain parental approval, with a reward of an opportunity to analyze the N225 Dream Transporter. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, after a prolonged silence, the initial surprise faded. Persuading his wife to return home proved to be a daunting challenge. Chapter 12. A daunting task with imminent deadline. The system's request for Mu Qing to masquerade as a girlfriend felt somewhat unreasonable. Their relationship had yet to reach that level of intimacy, making this endeavor more challenging than deciphering fifth-generation aircraft blueprints. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss on how to navigate the situation. This era was not as liberated as the future, and bringing Mu Qing home, while ensuring his parents' satisfaction, seemed almost insurmountable. After an afternoon of contemplation, Jiang Chen still had no resolution. Just then, Chen Ming called, seeking to discuss certain matters. Reluctantly, Jiang Chen decided to temporarily set aside the issue. If all else failed, he would have to muster the courage to confront it directly. In the dean's office, with the summer break underway and progress on the fifth-generation aircraft proceeding smoothly, Chen Ming was in high spirits as he leisurely sipped tea while admiring the sunset. Jiang Chen, even though you've declined the reward, the higher-ups have decided to grant you some form of compensation. This is a message from Academician Mu. Chen Ming placed an envelope before him. Take a look. If you require anything further, do not hesitate to ask. Jiang Chen opened the envelope without hesitation. Chen Ming elaborated. Inside is a property deed for a 150-square-meter house located in your hometown's urban area. Additionally, there are 3 documents: your parents' employment contracts and your sister's transfer application. I glanced through them. Your father is assigned to a military factory for parts processing with a commendable salary, while your mother will work at a state-owned enterprise, allowing her to care for your sister conveniently. Your sister's new school is also the best in the city. With these arrangements, you can focus on your research without worry. Jiang Chen nodded. These provisions were indeed crucial for him. With this, his father, Jiang Hansheng, might avoid misfortune, and perhaps his sister could gain admission to a better university. Then, Jiang Chen paused, noticing an additional red certificate within the envelope, accompanied by a badge emblazoned with an aircraft insignia. This is your honorary professor certificate and the badge bestowed upon you by Academician Mu. Chen Ming gazed at Jiang Chen with envy, explaining, do not underestimate this badge. It is not awarded to everyone. Only those who make significant contributions to national aerospace projects are honored in this way. I find myself somewhat envious. Jiang Chen smiled as he organized the items and turned to the dean. Actually, I have a modest request, though I feel somewhat embarrassed to voice it. Chen Ming was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. There is no need for embarrassment. Feel free to express any request. I'm not boasting. But even if it means the academy assigns you a girlfriend, it's not an issue. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Could you really arrange for a girlfriend? Chen Ming's expression shifted slightly. 5 minutes later, Chen Ming rested his chin on his hand, lost in deep thought. Is this matter truly that significant? Jiang Chen nodded earnestly. It is immensely important. It directly influences my state of mind. Recently, I have been researching large transport aircraft, such as the An-225. A sudden noise interrupted the moment. Chen Ming, along with his chair, toppled to the ground. Are you all right, Dean? Jiang Chen hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. Chen Ming waved his hand, managing to stand up, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Jiang Chen. What did you just say? What are you currently researching? Jiang Chen replied. The Antonov, an An-225 transport aircraft. Chen Ming could not help but gasp in disbelief. Are you referring to the one with a maximum takeoff weight of 640 tons and a cargo capacity of 250 tons? That contraption is far more complex than a fighter jet, especially considering the high bypass turbofan engines. Only 2 nations currently possess the technology required for such a feat. Can you truly design it? Jiang Chen nodded. I have a few leads now. A breakthrough will come soon. Therefore, distractions must be avoided at all costs. Do you realize the gravity of the situation? He felt helpless. Since he could not resolve the issue himself, he would pass it on to someone else. Chen Ming's expression grew serious. After a moment of silence, he said, Rest assured, Jiang Chen, I will arrange this for you immediately. It's merely a matter of having Mu Qing pose as your girlfriend at home. How difficult can that be? But it can only last for 3 days, no more. Jiang Chen smiled. 3 days will suffice. That evening, Chen Ming called Academician Mu Qingshan. He had no other choice. He certainly could not disclose the matter to Mu Qing. Passing the problem to someone capable of resolving it was the best approach. Academician Mu, here's the situation, Jiang Chen, in an attempt to evade arranged dating, falsely claimed that Mu Qing is his girlfriend. Is there any chance you could enlist her assistance? I've heard they share a good rapport. Initially, Chen Ming thought academician Mu would deliberate, but to his surprise, the response was immediate. Old Chen, you've handled this splendidly. Rest assured, Mu Qing will meet that young man first thing tomorrow morning. 3 days? I believe an entire summer vacation would be more fitting. The corners of Chen Ming's mouth twitched involuntarily. He felt as though he was selling out his own granddaughter. Academician Mu had quite the vision. That night, Chen Ming promptly informed Jiang Chen, Mu Qing will be waiting for you at the door bright and early tomorrow. The following morning, as Jiang Chen packed his belongings and arrived at the dormitory entrance, the dorm matron smiled brightly at him. Young Chen, impressive. So soon bringing your girlfriend home to meet the in-laws. I knew you had it in you. Jiang Chen chuckled, scratching his head. Upon stepping outside, he was momentarily taken aback. Beneath the shade of the trees stood Mu Qing, adorned in a flowing white dress that reached her knees, her long, straight black hair cascading down her back, and wearing canvas sneakers. A gentle breeze swept by, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a refreshing spring day. For a moment, Jiang Chen was lost in admiration. My wife is truly beautiful. Jiang Chen, Mu Qing called out, her voice gradually diminishing to a whisper. Academician Chen asked me to come and be your girlfriend. Jiang Chen mentally chastised himself. Why couldn't he control his words? Thank you, Mu Qing. Your help is greatly appreciated. Otherwise, I would be in quite the predicament. Once we return to school, I'll treat you to a meal. You must have a fondness for spicy hot pot, mapo tofu, and oil-braised prawns. Let me think, you also enjoy diced spicy chicken and stir-fried beef rice noodles. Mu Qing gazed at Jiang Chen in astonishment. How do you know I like these dishes? Did my grandfather tell you? Jiang Chen jested. Do you believe that in a past life we might have been married? In this life, I have come to find you with memories intact. Mu Qing's cheeks flushed once more, revealing a heart more akin to that of a young girl than the icy goddess she often portrayed. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen felt a pang of nostalgia. It has been ages since I've seen you wear that expression after Grandpa Mu's departure. How I miss it. The two, laden with luggage, walked along the Academy Road, flanked by rows of maple trees. A gentle breeze swept through, occasionally dislodging a few leaves, resembling a scene straight out of a comic. Jiang Chen, are we about to possess our own fifth-generation fighter jets? Mu Qing inquired suddenly. Jiang Chen paused, casting a glance at her. Don't worry, I have signed a confidentiality agreement too, she replied with a smile. I initially planned to develop my own fifth-generation jet for the Dragon Nation after graduation, but it seems you have beaten me to it. To be honest, I am a bit annoyed, but even more delighted. You have helped me fulfill my wish ahead of time. Cheerfully humming a tune, Mu Qing appeared unconcerned by the slight tension of returning home with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled. In this life, I shall protect you well. By the way, since you claim to be my past life partner, why not share some of my other interests? That might be a tad challenging. Let me ponder. You have no idea, do you? You must have heard it from my grandfather. You always prefer to sleep while hugging a doll. Your favorite color is white. You enjoy science fiction films, yet you also yearn for a beautiful love story. Your exterior may be cold, but your heart burns with passion. You love hiking, admiring landscapes, and capturing life's fleeting moments with your camera. Oh, and you have a mole on your backside. Mu Qing froze, her face reddening like a ripe fruit. She rushed after Jiang Chen, delivering a flurry of playful punches. Quickly tell me, how do you even know that? Even my grandfather is unaware of it. You stop right there. As your past life partner, isn't it normal for me to know you have a mole? Jiang Chen retorted, taking off in a sprint. I can't risk angering my wife. Mu Qing stomped her feet in frustration, chasing him down. Many boys nearby were left dumbfounded by the scene. Am I hallucinating? Is that Jiang Chen and the goddess walking together with luggage? Not just walking together, did you not hear? Jiang Chen even knows about the mole on the goddess's backside. Good heavens, could it be that they have already played cards together? Brave warriors, draw your swords. We must vanquish that scoundrel Jiang Chen and reclaim the goddess. Chapter 13. No need to buy a house. Jiang Chen's family resided in a small county in the southern city. In this era, traveling by train took 7 to 8 hours. Due to Mu Qing's presence, Jiang Chen specifically exchanged his ticket for a sleeper berth. Typically, he would opt for a seat when traveling alone. At 5 in the afternoon, the two arrived in the southern city, where Jiang Chen's family came to welcome them by taxi. Despite being only 10 years old, Jiang Qingyan exhibited a remarkably mature and charming personality. There exists a delightful sense of youthful exuberance. The moment Mu Qing laid eyes on Jiang Qingyan, she was instantly smitten. Their conversation flowed effortlessly. imbued with a sense of serendipity, as if they were destined to meet much earlier. Sister Mu-Ching, why do I feel like you don't resemble my brother's girlfriend? Jiang Chen suddenly inquired during their ride. A knot formed in Jiang Chen's heart. Could this little girl have discerned something? Stealing a glance at his parents, he felt relieved to see them merely smiling, taking it lightly. Qingyan, what makes you think that? Mu-Ching responded with a playful smile directed at Jiang Chen. Her gaze, imbued with a hint of affection, suggested something more. Jiang Chen was intimately familiar with his wife's expressions. This glance signified her fondness for him, bringing their union a step closer. Not at all. Jiang Qingyan shook her head. You are simply too beautiful, akin to a star from a television drama. She nodded towards Jiang Chen, adding, while my brother is quite handsome himself, he falls slightly short of being worthy of Sister Mu-Ching. Jiang Chen retorted, who exactly is your real brother here? Mu-Ching merely chuckled, casting a knowing look at Jiang Chen, as if to say, did you see that? You should pursue her properly. The rented apartment of Jiang Chen's family in the county town was modest, measuring around 90 square meters with 3 rooms. The decor was simple, yet exuded warmth. Upon returning home, his parents busied themselves preparing dinner. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Mu-Ching had brought gifts for everyone. Though not extravagant, the thoughtfulness was evident. The family adored Mu-Ching, evoking a nostalgic feeling in Jiang Chen, reminiscent of his past life. Xiao-Ching, do eat more. Since it's your first visit, I'm unsure of your preferences. Please let me know later, and I'll cook your favorites tomorrow, his mother said with a smile. Mu-Ching, grinning like a child, replied, Auntie, your cooking tastes remarkably like my mother's. It's been ages since I've enjoyed such delicious food. Jiang Hui was elated, grasping Mu-Ching's hand, nearly uttering the word daughter-in-law. Witnessing the smiles on his parents' faces, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reflect on how long it had been since he had seen them so joyfully happy. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned the opportunity to analyze the UN-225. Would you like to proceed with the analysis now? Jiang Chen was overjoyed. It was evident that his parents were truly pleased with Mu-Ching. Just having met her, the system already indicated task completion. Analyze, he commanded. Instantly, a complex blueprint of a large transport aircraft, more intricate than that of a J-20, materialized in his mind. Unlike the ultra-high-speed fighter jets, the most challenging aspect of large transport aircraft lies within its heart, the engine. In Jiang Chen's memory, even 20 years later, the Dragon country's large transport aircraft, known as Fat Girl, ranked only 6th in the world for payload capacity, with a takeoff weight of 220 tons and a load capacity of 66 tons, powered by the medium bypass D30 kPi turbofan engine. However, with the continuous advancements in domestic engines, it has now successfully replaced this foreign powerhouse. Switching to the Dragon Kingdom's hard engine, which boasts greater thrust and a higher payload capacity, presents a significant advancement. However, when compared to the world's largest transport aircraft, the AN-225, there remains a considerable disparity. Despite its impressive 66-ton capacity, it cannot even accommodate a single main battle tank. The AN-225 is equipped with large-scale aviation engines, with a maximum takeoff weight reaching 640 tons and a cargo hold capable of carrying up to 250 tons. These figures are indeed formidable. If one were to possess a fleet of over 100 and 225s, deploying an entire mechanized armored battalion to the front lines prior to the onset of battle would be a truly daunting prospect. System, the blueprint optimization is complete. Upon visualizing the design in his mind, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. This was unmistakably the chubby number 1. In his home, there were only 3 rooms. His sister, Jiang Qingyan, occupied a small room that could accommodate only 1 person. Hence, Mu-Ching had no choice but to sleep in Jiang Chen's room, while he made do with a makeshift bed on the floor of his parents' room. The atmosphere was tranquil. Little Chen, Jiang Hui remarked while lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling, Mu-Ching is a good girl. You must not let her down. Even if you two do not end up together, you must not hurt her feelings. Do you understand? Jiang Chen was taken aback and nodded. I understand. At that moment, Jiang Hanqing added, I think we should prepare a house for the children. Let us buy them an apartment in the city for their future marriage. Jiang Hui replied calmly. It is indeed time to purchase a house. After saving for another year or 2, we can buy a larger one. What if the children end up together? It would be a source of genuine joy for me. Jiang Chen suddenly realized he had forgotten something important and hurriedly left the room. As he stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered Mu Qing, who had emerged to drink water, adorably clad in cartoon-patterned pajamas. Both of them froze for a moment. I'm just grabbing something," Jiang Chen said, scratching his head awkwardly. Mu Qing's face flushed as she lowered her gaze. "I'm just getting some water." Jiang Chen nodded. "Your pajamas are very cute." And he hastily retreated into his room. Returning with a document folder in hand, he addressed his parents. "Mom and Dad, you need not buy me a house." "A house is essential," Zhang Hui explained. "When you start a family, you will surely want to live separately from us. Having your own place would be wonderful." "Indeed." "Little Chun," Jiang Hanxing encouraged, "do not worry about the finances. Your mother and I have saved quite a bit over the years. We can manage the down payment." "That's not what I meant," Jiang Chen interjected, pulling out a red booklet from the folder. With a decisive motion, he placed it before his parents. "This is a property in the best neighborhood of the city, garden community. We will be moving to our new home in a couple of days." Silence enveloped the room. A peculiar stillness settling in. Jiang Hanxing and Jiang Hui exchanged wide-eyed glances, bewildered. "What sort of joke is this, little Chun? How could you possibly own a house in garden community? Are you jesting with us?" Jiang Hui chuckled in disbelief, but her hand reached out to grasp the property deed with utmost sincerity. Jiang Hanxing leaned in closer. Upon examining the document, their eyes grew wider than saucers, and they swallowed hard, their expressions transformed by shock as they gazed at Jiang Chen. "Xiao Chen, you wouldn't consider robbing a bank, would you?" Jiang Chen chuckled. "What are you two thinking? I am merely off to pursue my studies. How could I possibly contemplate bank robbery? This house is a reward from the academy. If you doubt me, take a look at this." With that, Jiang Chen produced 3 documents from his folder and placed them before his parents. Jiang Hui instinctively took one of the documents into her hands, while Jiang Hansheng examined another with keen interest. Hiss! The couple could not help but draw in a sharp breath, their astonishment directed once more at Jiang Chen. "Xiao Chen, is this an employment document from a state-owned enterprise? Where did you acquire this?" Jiang Chen smiled. "It was arranged by the school. Moreover, my sister's school has also been taken care of." In that moment, the looks in their eyes, filled with nothing but shock, spoke volumes. Chapter 14. Completing ahead of schedule, returning for test flight 3 days later. The Jiang family moved into their new home. The new residence was spacious, featuring 4 rooms and 2 bathrooms. Liberating Jiang Chen from the need to sleep on a makeshift bed, the ensuing days unfolded with ease and joy. During the day, he would take Mu Qing out for leisure, and in the evenings, he busied himself with drafting designs in his room. After 3 days, his parents reported for duty at the state-owned enterprise. The work was light, with weekends off, and the compensation was quite reasonable. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. One night, as was his custom, Jiang Chen was engrossed in his drawings when a knock echoed from the door. Mu Qing, clad in whimsical pajamas and clutching aviation-related textbooks, entered. "You're still up this late?" After several days of interaction, their relationship had grown more familiar, the previous awkwardness dissipating. "I've been struck by some inspiration and wish to sketch it out," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Mu Qing's eyes lit up at his words. She had witnessed Jiang Chen's talent firsthand, having seen him design blueprints for 5th-generation fighter jets, a memory that remained vivid in her mind. As she glanced at the drawings spread across the table, she was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. "Such a large aircraft? What type of blueprint are you working on?" Jiang Chen answered. "This is a blueprint for a large transport aircraft, with a payload exceeding 100 tons. "A large transport aircraft?" Mu Qing gasped in astonishment. As a student of aeronautical engineering, she was acutely aware of the complexities involved in designing such aircraft, which were exponentially more challenging than fighter jets. The hurdles she was familiar with numbered no less than 100. Countless researchers, both domestically and internationally, dared not venture into such projects. The fact that Jiang Chen aimed to design a blueprint for such a large aircraft was almost unfathomable. "Jiang Chen, do you truly have the confidence to create this?" Jiang Chen smiled, glancing at the drawings before him. "Let us give it a try. Our nation has a complete void in the field of transport aircraft. On future battlefields, large transport aircraft hold an irreplaceable position, essential for both military operations and logistical support. Our country must address this gap." Mu Qing found herself at a loss for words to describe the young man before her. Beneath his youthful visage lay a profound ambition that stirred an indescribable excitement within her. "Jiang Chen, go for it. I have unwavering faith in your abilities." Mu Qing smiled effortlessly as she stood by the window, gazing into the night. Stretching languidly, she inhaled the cool evening air, her graceful figure illuminated by the soft glow of the lights. Jiang Chen, if you truly design that hefty fighter jet in the future, may I bestow upon it an endearing name? Jiang Chen chuckled and joined her at the window, his eyes drawn to the profound night sky. Of course. What do you intend to call her? Mu Qing tilted her head with a smile. How about calling her Chubby Girl? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Chubby Girl? Isn't that the name of the large transport aircraft from Long Country many years hence? It seems nothing has truly changed. It has merely arrived ahead of schedule. Could it be mere coincidence? Or does it signify something deeper? Jiang Chen, what troubles you? Mu Qing blinked her big eyes. Isn't Chubby Girl a delightful name? Jiang Chen pulled his thoughts back to the present, glancing out the window. A faint smile graced his lips. Chubby Girl is quite charming. Let us go with that. The moonlight bathed their faces, enveloping them in a fairy tale-like ambience. The room fell into a serene silence, as if they could hear each other's heartbeat. Jiang Chen. I have always wanted to. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's rather unremarkable phone rang. It was a call from Mu Qingshan. He glanced at Mu Qing before answering. Hello, Grandpa Mu. The excited voice of Mu Qingshan resonated through the phone. Jiang Chen, we have succeeded. We have built our own fifth-generation fighter. Jiang Chen was elated. Really? That is fantastic. The progress is astonishing. Mu Qingshan laughed heartily. I never expected this day to arrive so swiftly. It feels like a dream. He continued, the maiden flight test is imminent. The higher-ups will be present, and I will send someone to fetch you. Jiang Chen replied, understood, Grandpa Mu. At that moment, Mu Qingshan remembered his granddaughter. Is that girl Mu Qing doing well? I would like to have a word with her. Jiang Chen handed the phone to Mu Qing, subtly signaling her to keep the matter of Chubby Girl under wraps. Mu Qing, perceptive as ever, smiled and nodded. Grandpa, am I still your granddaughter? It's been so long since you called. Aren't you worried Jiang Chen might sell me off? This night was destined to be exhilarating. Many received invitations for the maiden flight of the fifth-generation fighter. In the office of Dean Chen Ming, Academician Mu, I will definitely be there. This is a day I have longed to witness. I must see it with my own eyes. I have awaited this day for far too long. At Wang Qing's home. As Jiang Chen's mentor, he too was involved in the project and received an invitation. Professor Wang, you are invited to attend the maiden flight of the fifth-generation fighter 3 days hence. Will you be available? Wang Qing was momentarily taken aback, then elated. I am available. Absolutely available. Can I really attend? The voice on the other end responded, yes, but you must sign a confidentiality agreement. Wang Qing replied, I will sign it. I would sign 100 confidentiality agreements if needed. After hanging up, Wang Qing remained in a state of exhilaration, taking a hearty swig of his drink. Is this day truly upon us? Similar sentiments were echoed in the homes of many professors. Upon receiving the news, they were filled with excitement, eager to set off that very night towards the flight test center. 3 days later, at the test flight site of the second aviation factory, the nation's foremost scientific experts gathered. Each held a red flag, filled with well wishes for the Dragon Nation, quietly awaiting the debut of the new fifth-generation aircraft. In addition to the second aviation factory, the presence of academician Mu Qingshan from the third factory came as a surprise. Even academician Jing Wenhao from the first factory, academician Lu Xianghua from the fourth, and academician Feng Shida from the fifth were present. Where is our young hero? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Academician Jing Wenhao exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Beside him, academician Lu Xianghua glanced at Mu Qingshan, reproaching him lightly. Old Mu, I've heard about your little scheme. How could you arrange for your granddaughter to be by Jiang Chen's side? Quite despicable. Had I known, I would have thwarted your plans. Mu Qingshan chuckled. I believe you are the one wishing to introduce your granddaughter to Jiang Chen. Alas, it is too late. Mu Qing has already returned with Jiang Chen to meet the family. Well, you are indeed cunning. Old Mu, Lu Xianghua jested. I wholeheartedly agree with your assessment. Academician Feng Shida interjected with a laugh. Old Mu, back in school, you were always quite shrewd. Old John, you too. How did you get wind of this so early? Yet still let old Mu's scheme succeed? Zhang Jiagua sighed with a wry smile. What can I say? I don't have a granddaughter. He feigned great frustration as he turned to Mu Qingshan. I say, Old Mu, why hasn't your granddaughter's fiancé arrived yet? Didn't you send someone to fetch him? Mu Qingshan laughed heartily. I just contacted him. He will be here shortly. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Chen Ming, and Wang Qing appeared at the test flight site. Hiss. When academicians Jing Wenhao and the others first laid eyes on Jiang Chen, Their eyes widened in disbelief, and they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He is remarkably young. Old Mu, is this really Jiang Chen? He is astonishingly youthful. Academician Jing Wenhao exclaimed, wide-eyed and swallowing hard in shock. Lu Xianghua and the others shared the same expression, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. This young lad is even younger than I had imagined. No wonder old Mu was so anxious. How infuriating. Old Zhang, you should have informed me sooner. Otherwise, I would never have allowed old Mu to have his way. I have missed the chance for a fine grandson-in-law. It pains me. Mu Qingshan stood by, beaming with pride. His nose almost lifted to the heavens. The rich expressions of his friends were a sight to behold, a delightful feeling beyond measure. Look, that is my future grandson-in-law. Just ask yourselves, isn't he remarkable? Upon their arrival, Jiang Chen and his companions were surrounded by a throng of academicians, engaging in lively conversation. Much like one would gaze upon a precious treasure, their eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if they might whisk him away at any moment. Who is that young man? Why is he so familiar with these esteemed academicians? They seem quite acquainted, one wondered. I'm not sure. I've never seen him before. Could he possibly be a new student of Academician Mu? But he seems too young. He is likely still in university. I truly envy the warmth of conversation shared with several esteemed academicians. Before long, the prominent figure from the research department, Zhong Weiman, also arrived at the scene. Instead of greeting the academicians first, he walked straight up to Jiang Chen, astonishing many professors present. It was one thing for the academicians to show such cordiality, but now even Minister Zhong was treating the youth with such amiability. What was going on? This was Minister Zhong of the National Research Department, after all. Such courtesy towards a young man was unheard of. Were they unaware of the impressive achievements of this youth? The fifth-generation fighter jet, soon to embark on its maiden flight, was crafted by his very hands. What? A youth is behind this? Why was I not informed? Well, I only learned of this shortly before my arrival as well. Otherwise, do you think I would have signed a plethora of confidentiality agreements without reason? The Dragon Country has such a prodigy. Fortune has truly smiled upon us. Ha ha. I relish this news. There are countless talents in the world, yet our Dragon Country possesses one who is exceptional enough. As the crowd engaged in idle chatter, the fifth-generation fighter, concealed beneath a black cloth, was slowly drawn out of the factory. One could vaguely sense its sci-fi grandeur. Xiao Chun, come with me to unveil the aircraft, said a voice filled with honor. The two stood beneath the aircraft, and under the gaze of all, they removed the black cloth. In the sunlight, a military green machine, exuding the essence of a fierce beast, emerged before everyone's eyes, a dreamlike fighter jet. Its twin hammerhead tail, bulging air intake, canard aerodynamic layout, and diamond-shaped fuselage created an almost perfect visual aesthetic, imbued with fantastical hues. The massive engine nozzles resembled those of a ferocious beast, imparting a sense of tremendous pressure. This fighter jet was undeniably magnificent, without a doubt, the most striking aircraft I have ever encountered, as if it had stepped right out of a film. Only a mind as boundless as that of a youth could conceive such a fantastical machine. If possible, I would like to engage in a meaningful conversation with that young man. Minister Zhong, the aircraft has yet to be named, remarked Mu Qingshan with a smile. Zhong Weiman turned to Jiang Chen and said, this task should not fall upon me. Let Xiao Chen name it. This fifth-generation fighter jet of the Dragon Country was entirely designed by him. He is more qualified than anyone else. Mu Qingshan nodded in agreement, looking at Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, the floor is yours. Jiang Chen nodded, already harboring thoughts. Only he could awaken the soul of the Dragon Country's fighter jet, evoking a name that once instilled dread in the hearts of enemies. Minister Zhong, I propose we name it the J2 Egg, with the codename Weilong, meaning the mighty dragon of the East. When the Weilong emerges, the world shall tremble. What a splendid name. Weilong, the world will indeed quake. Zhong Weiman expressed his admiration enthusiastically. The academicians nodded in satisfaction, and as they gazed upon the J2 Egg, it was as if they could see a colossal dragon soaring into the sky, gliding freely between heaven and earth, unbound by any person or thing. This epitomized the elegance of the Eastern Dragon. Typically, a new aircraft would require extensive testing before attempting long-distance flights. Yet due to the near-perfect performance of the J2 Egg, all data was deemed exemplary, leaving little room for modification. The J2 aircraft was swiftly armed and prepared for a long-range flight test. One afternoon, under a clear and pleasant sky, The Defense Air Force Command had arranged for the J-2 to undertake its inaugural live-fire long-distance trial. As the maintenance crew conducted final checks on the aircraft, an urgent communication from the command center interrupted them. Red 030, calling command center. We have detected an F-22 fighter from the United States entering our airspace. Please issue the operational order. With a sharp thud, Air Force General Yen Jinghua slammed his fist onto the table in the command center. Damn it, this is the third time this month. They are utterly shameless. He turned to Academician Mu Qingshan beside him. Academician Mu, shall we deploy the J-2? Let's show those Americans that we are not afraid. Mu pondered for a moment. Given the J-2's remarkable performance, it indeed possessed combat capability. However, with only one J-2 currently available domestically, the implications were significant. Let me consult with higher authorities, he replied. Yen nodded, regaining some composure, fully aware of the J-2's importance. A minute later, Mu returned to the command center. Let's proceed. Orders have been received from above. Deploy the J-2. This will also serve as a test for it. First, issue a warning. If the American aircraft continues to encroach, lock onto it with the fire control radar. Use the 60G overload air-to-air missile to bring that intruder down. Yen could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It was astonishing how a researcher could be even more hot-tempered than he was. Lin Zheng, he called, and a pilot stepped forward. You're the only one here who has piloted the J-2. Do you have the confidence to drive the enemy aircraft away from our airspace and ensure mission success? Understood. Let's move. The J-2 roared into the skies, disappearing beyond the horizon. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the sky stretched before them like an endless expanse of blue ocean. Two third-generation fighters from Long Country were in pursuit of an F-22. This is Long Country Air Force. You are approaching our airspace. Leave immediately, or I will intercept. The warning echoed again. This is Long Country Air Force. You are approaching our airspace. Leave immediately, or I will intercept. Inside the F-22, the American pilot laughed at the unfolding scene, showing no intention of retreat. Mike, you should come down and play. Tease those outdated Long Country planes. Look at them issuing warnings. Do they really think that piece of junk can catch us? Joss, you fool, if you want to die, do it yourself. I want to be joining you, Mike retorted. You will pay for your foolishness. Mike, you are just too cautious. You don't even realize what you're afraid of. We are the United States. I don't understand your fear. Does Long Country even have fifth-generation fighters? Enough of this. I'm heading deeper into Long Country's airspace to have some fun with their pilots. Suddenly, under the sun, a sleek black fighter jet streaked across the sky like a phantom. In the embassy of the Dragon Nation, within the ambassador's office, Wu Weiguo was intently examining a document. Suddenly, the office door was flung open with great force, and a furious foreigner with golden hair stormed in. It was none other than the diplomat from the United States, Thomas. Wu, your Dragon Nation is filled with despicable individuals, harboring nothing but malice. Wu Weiguo appeared utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the unfolding situation. However, the sight of Thomas's ire brought him a sense of secret delight. Thomas, please be mindful of your status. This is the embassy of the Dragon Nation, and I fail to comprehend your remarks, Wu Weiguo responded calmly, taking a sip of tea. Thomas's face flushed crimson with anger. Wu, do not feign ignorance with me. You know precisely what I am referring to. Your Dragon Nation's fighter jets dared to open fire on our American aircraft and even destroyed one of our F-22s. You are declaring war on the entire Blue Star Alliance. The United States is poised to impose sanctions upon you. A knot formed in Wu Weiguo's stomach. The destruction of an F-22 was a significant event. Yet no one had informed him. Despite feeling a twinge of panic within, he maintained an outward composure. Thomas, while one may indulge in reckless speech, one should not utter such baseless claims. You allege that we destroyed your F-22. Such an event is inconceivable. Our Dragon Nation possesses no fifth-generation aircraft capable of matching yours. You must be mistaken. I suggest you inquire with the Russians to see if they have recovered your downed aircraft. He continued, in our nation, if one were to find even a single coin on the street, it would be turned over to the authorities. If a fisherman or a farmer were to stumble upon such a large aircraft, it would surely be reported to the state, and we would promptly notify you. Wu, do not attempt to muddy the waters here, Thomas retorted, his temper flaring. Our aircraft vanished within your airspace. At this proclamation, Wu Weiguo slammed his hand onto the table, causing the teacup to rattle. Thomas, could you elucidate why your nation's aircraft was present in Dragon Nation's airspace? I have every right to suspect that your country is provoking us. Are you seeking war? I would not hesitate to unleash our mushroom weapons. You shall be held accountable for this matter. A wave of sweat broke out on Thomas's brow, for ever since the Dragon Nation acquired its mushroom weapons, it had become far less manageable. At that moment, a Dragon Nation official entered and whispered something in Wu Weiguo's ear. A smile suddenly crept across Wu's face, and he appeared quite pleased, though he quickly regained his composure. Wu, you just smiled. You must know the whereabouts of our F-22 wreckage. I am now notifying the Dragon Nation to return the remnants of the aircraft to us, Thomas demanded. Wu Weiguo shrugged his shoulders, feigning confusion. Did I smile just now? I have always maintained this expression. You must have misinterpreted. Moments ago, his subordinate informed him that an F-22 aircraft attempting to escape had been successfully shot down within the borders of Longwa's airspace. The remnants of the aircraft have been retrieved by local forces and taken to a research facility for examination. A smirk crept across your face, one that was rather mischievous, causing Thomas's complexion to turn a shade reminiscent of liver. Very well, I confess, I did indeed smile just now. Wu Weiguo gently lifted his teacup. However, what relevance does this have to your nation's F-22? You have yet to explain why your aircraft ventured into Longwa's airspace. Wu Weiguo exhaled a sigh of relief internally, grateful that the incident occurred within the airspace boundaries. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant challenge to elucidate. Upon hearing this, Thomas stammered. His mission today was to retrieve the wreckage of the F-22. Faced with the daunting prospect of failure, he had to adopt a different approach. Very well, Wu. Our aircraft experienced a malfunction in its operating system and inadvertently crashed within Longwa's territory. I even possess satellite images that demonstrate your Longwa military retrieving the aircraft. Wu Weiguo felt a knot tighten in his stomach. Goodness. They were captured on camera. How careless of the army, with no attempt to disguise their actions. This would complicate matters. Thomas produced a satellite image, clearly depicting the wreckage of an aircraft adorned with the emblem of the beautiful nation, being attended to by a group of robust young men. Wu Weiguo was taken aback. Indeed, a group of bare-chested, muscular fellows. Well, how splendidly muscular they are. Wu, do you not see that this is your Longwa military? Thomas pointed at the image. Wu Weiguo maintained his composure. Where do you see the Longwa military? These are evidently a group of Longwa farmers. Thomas was stunned. Wu, you dare to claim that these brawny lads are Longwa farmers? Wu Weiguo replied with a faint smile. It is entirely normal for farmers to be strong, as they chop wood and carry loads daily. Goodness, you call this merely strong? Thomas's mind struggled to comprehend. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. However, when he caught sight of the olive-green military truck in the photograph, his eyes lit up. Wu, you still assert that this is not your Longwa military? Look at the olive-green truck transporting the aircraft. It is clearly from your Longwa army. Return the aircraft to me at once, or I shall report you to the Alliance. Wu Weiguo remained remarkably composed. What olive-green transport truck? That is evidently a green truck belonging to Longwa farmers for hauling rice. Thomas, you are overcomplicating things. Thomas felt as if he might spit blood in frustration. How on earth can this be twisted around? With a mouth capable of tilling the soil, not farming is a waste. He found himself at an impasse. Hard measures had failed, and he was left with no choice but to adopt a softer tactic. Since you insist they are your Longwa farmers, then have them return the aircraft to me. Wu Weiguo smiled. That can be arranged. I will check the identities of these individuals when I return, though it may take some time. Rest assured, once we locate your aircraft, I will certainly return it to you. You are utterly shameless. Infuriated, Thomas turned on his heel and departed. Remaining any longer might lead to his demise. Wu Weiguo merely smiled faintly. The culture of the Dragon Nation is profound and extensive. Mr. Thomas still needs to practice the dragon language. After Thomas departed, Wu Weiguo collapsed into his chair, exhaling deeply. He nearly managed to bypass the situation. It is astonishing that no one had informed me of such a significant matter in advance. I must give them a proper reprimand upon my return. However, a smile soon graced his face. The Dragon Nation has indeed acquired its own fifth-generation fighter jet. I never anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. Chapter 17. This item is not for sale. High-end technology. After attending the inaugural flight of the J-2 egg, Jiang Chen did not return home. With more than a month remaining in summer vacation, he returned to school to diligently work on the design drawings for the Fat Girl. This task proved to be considerably more challenging than designing a fighter jet. It would be difficult to complete in less than a month. Mu Qing also made a special trip back to school to accompany Jiang Chen, overseeing his daily life. After all, during the holiday, the cafeteria typically remained closed. Each day, Mu Qing would punctually deliver meals to Jiang Chen, striving to witness the emergence of the fat girl as soon as possible. At the International Fighter Research Institute of the Big Fur Nation, academicians Jing Wenhao and Liu Xianghua were touring the aircraft manufacturing plant of the Big Fur Nation, intending to procure some large transport aircraft. What you see before you is our aircraft manufacturing facility, introduced Fushki, the chief designer of the nation's fighter jets. Inside, there are rare items. Feel free to explore. If you wish to purchase any of those, just let me know. We offer a 50% discount, Fushki added. Jing Wenhao chuckled. Old Liu, since they are so hospitable, let us enjoy the tour and perhaps acquire some aircraft we fancy. Liu Xianghua smiled knowingly. Fushki laughed heartily. Explore as you like. And if you find something you like, just tell us. We are old acquaintances after all. Don't forget to bring me some of the Dragon Nation's ergo when you return. Jing Wenhao replied with a smile. This time, I have brought several boxes just for you. Afterward, we shall share a meal to strengthen our bonds. Upon hearing this, Fushki pursed his lips, hesitating slightly. At that moment, Liu Xianghua boomed with laughter. Fushki, this ergo has been aged for years. It took quite some time to procure it domestically. Not to share a drink would indeed be a waste. Fushki's eyes brightened. Really? Aged? Jing Wenhao confirmed. All our exquisite wines aged over 10 years. Well, it seems you are indeed a good friend of the Dragon Nation, Fushki laughed. Once our tour concludes, we shall go for a drink. Jing Wenhao and Liu Xianghua exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. Fushki, what aircraft is concealed beneath that black cloth? Why is it covered? Liu Xianghua inquired. Indeed, it was promised that everything could be sold. How can we choose if you shroud it? As he spoke, Liu Xianghua stepped forward to unveil the black cloth. Fushki, displaying a nervous expression, hurried in front to block him, awkwardly smiling. Liu, this is not for sale. You cannot view it or purchase it. Upon hearing not for sale, Jing Wenhao's interest was piqued. It must be something extraordinary. He tentatively inquired. Fushki, this is rather ungracious. Why display something that is not for sale? Isn't this merely teasing us? Indeed, Liu Xianghua feigned anger. It appears the brothers of the Big Fur Nation do not consider us friends. Forget it, let us take the fine wine back. Upon hearing this, Fushki became quite anxious. No, my friends from the Dragon Kingdom, he stammered. This is truly a non-sale item. This is our country's latest research achievement, a fourth-generation fighter jet, highly classified. It absolutely cannot be sold. You must understand. As soon as they heard it was a fourth-generation aircraft, Jing Wenhao and his companion instantly lost interest. What a worthless fighter jet. Just a fourth-generation aircraft, and they make such a fuss about it. Even the Great Bear Nation is not so impressive. Old Liu, exclaimed they. A fourth-generation fighter is of no interest. Let us go see something else. Liu Xianghua chuckled. Indeed, it's quite uninteresting. Not even a fifth-generation aircraft. How shameless to hide it. I thought it was something rare. Let us move on. Seeing this scene, Fushki was left dumbfounded. An incredulous look on his face as he watched the retreating figures of Jing Wenhao and his companion. Friends from the Dragon Kingdom. This is a fourth-generation aircraft. A fourth-generation aircraft. How can you look down upon it? Are you serious? Has the Dragon Kingdom become this absurd? Unbeknownst to Jing Wenhao and his companion, Fushki harbored a plethora of emotions. Their gaze fell upon an enormous transport aircraft, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This was the true purpose of their visit, the aviation IL-76. With a length of 46.59 meters, a height of 14.76 meters, a wingspan of 55 meters, and a wing area of 300 square meters. It boasted an empty weight of 70 tons and a maximum takeoff weight of 170 tons. The maximum fuel capacity was 70 tons. With a maximum cruising speed of 850 kilometers per hour and a cruising speed of 750 to 800 kilometers per hour. All parameters were simply perfect, perfectly filling the void of transport aircraft in the Dragon Kingdom. Fushki, is this for sale? It's not a non-sale item, is it? Fushki's eyes lit up, rushing forward. This one is for sale. It's definitely for sale. The price is negotiable, absolutely favorable. How many does the Dragon Kingdom intend to acquire? Jing Wenhao smiled. There's no rush. We can discuss this slowly over dinner. However, I do have one question. The Dragon Kingdom plans to research transport aircraft. Perhaps we can exchange some technical insights. Fushki shook his head repeatedly. No. Your Dragon Kingdom has a blank slate when it comes to transport aircraft technology. There is nothing worthwhile to discuss. He continued, it is utterly impossible for your Dragon Kingdom to develop its own transport aircraft. The technological content of this beast is beyond what your nation can achieve. Not now, and even if you were given 20 years, you still wouldn't succeed. You are merely wasting time and money. It would be far more practical to purchase our transport aircraft. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenhao showed no sign of displeasure, but rather exuded confidence. Firstly, you do not understand the Dragon Kingdom. If you truly understood our nation and its scientific research capabilities, you would not say such things. Firstly chuckled, No, Jiang. Precisely because I comprehend your Dragon Kingdom's technology, I dare to assert this. Even if we sold you the transport aircraft, if you took it back to dismantle and study, just the engine alone would provide you with enough material for 20 years of research. You will never be able to develop your own large transport aircraft. Abandon this foolish and laughable notion. The expenditure on research funding is hardly more advantageous than selling our transport aircraft. Ultimately, Jiang Wenhao refrained from further comment. Any additional explanation would be futile, incapable of altering others' perceptions. Only action can substantiate everything. Lao Lu, let us return and commence our own transport aircraft project to demonstrate whether our Dragon Nation can succeed. Subsequently, Jiang Wenhao and Liu Xiangwa intoxicated Fueski at the dining table. Originally priced at $100 million per aircraft, it ultimately culminated in 35 aircraft for a total of $1 billion, thus reducing the cost by more than 2/3. Jiang, I truly regard you as a friend. Fueski mumbled, drunkenly leaning on the table, surrounded by 4 or 5 bottles of Erguo. Your Dragon Nation cannot produce large transport aircraft. It is merely a waste of time. Abandon this foolish and laughable notion. Jiang Wenhao and Liu Xiangwa's faces flushed slightly, yet their awareness remained keen. Fueski, you shall never comprehend the strength of the countless citizens of the Dragon Nation. You will also never grasp the extent to which our scientific endeavors are dedicated to the strength of our nation. You know nothing of the Dragon Nation, nothing of its people, and even less of its scientific research. Chapter 18. Grandfather, please remain calm in the deep of night. At the home of Mu Qingshan in the capital. Grandfather, why do you look so troubled again? Have you encountered another vexing issue? The 5th-generation fighter has been successfully developed, hasn't he? In recent days, Mu Qing had returned home, intending to accompany Mu Qingshan for a few days, standing behind him to offer a massage. Mu Qingshan set down the documents in his hands and sighed deeply. The success of the 5th-generation fighter is solely the achievement of Jiang Chen. Had we old men been in charge of the research, the Dragon Nation would have been delayed by many more years. Mu Qing smiled in consolation. Grandfather, we have successfully developed it now, haven't we? Jiang Chen's research is still a triumph for the Dragon Nation. Mu Qingshan sighed again. My concern is not this. What troubles me is the absence of other aircraft types in our nation. Although the Weilong No. 1 is formidable, its combat types are limited as it is classified as a heavy fighter. For our nation to grow stronger, we must comprehensively enhance various types of aircraft, such as bombers, light fighters for short-range aerial combat, and large transport aircraft that play a critical role on the battlefield. These are all pivotal factors that influence combat effectiveness. Upon hearing the mention of large transport aircraft, Mu Qing's eyes sparkled. With a teasing smile, she said, Grandfather, take your time. Who knows? Perhaps one day we will develop them all. Jiang Chen is quite clever, isn't he? You. Mu Qingshan lifted his teacup. Go fetch me a glass of water. Of course, Grandfather. Mu Qing sprinted away. Mu Qingshan continued, that child, Xiao Chun, is indeed intelligent. He managed to complete the design of the Weilong. Perhaps he will soon develop a light fighter as well. However, regarding the technologies for stealth bombers and large transport aircraft, our country is completely devoid of progress. Even Jiang Chen might find it challenging. Currently, we can only purchase from abroad, which can temporarily fill this gap. Ultimately, we remain constrained. Mu Qing placed the water cup on the table. Grandfather, that may not necessarily be the case. I firmly believe that Jiang Chen will lead the Dragon Kingdom's aircraft to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Mu Qingshan affectionately patted his granddaughter's head. It seems my granddaughter's heart has already been captured by young Chen, and she begins to speak nonsense. Not at all. Mu Qing's face flushed as she sat beside him. A glimmer of fondness shone in Mu Qingshan's eyes. Your parents left early, and your grandfather has been preoccupied with research, hardly giving you the attention you deserve. You have always been remarkably independent, requiring little concern from me. I understand the hardships you bear in your heart. Now that you have found someone you cherish, I am genuinely happy for you. Jiang Chen is an exceptional individual, truly worthy of lifelong commitment. Mu Qing smiled faintly, leaning her head against Mu Qingshan's. Grandfather, my heart is not troubled at all. You are the greatest hero in my heart. Ha ha ha. Mu Qingshan laughed heartily. Soon, that young lad will take you away. Grandfather, if you keep this up, I won't play with you anymore, Mu Qing replied, glancing at him. Is something troubling you? Just a few days ago, you were so cheerful. Now, you seem troubled, and your stomach issues have resurfaced. You should visit the hospital for a checkup soon. Mu Qingshan sighed deeply. A bit of stomach medication will suffice. I'll get checked when I have the time. The Dragon Kingdom intends to purchase a batch of large transport planes. Your grandfather Jing and grandfather LV are negotiating. But the price is exorbitant, and they are models nearing obsolescence. Sigh. Grandfather, why don't we conduct our own research, just like the Wei Long? Mu Qing inquired. Mu Qingshan shook his head. We old fellows have suggested that as well. The higher-ups seem to prefer acquiring these planes first to familiarize themselves with the models from the Big Bear country. Once conditions improve, we can commence our own research. Their reasoning is sound. Though this approach may be slow, it is steady, and it won't impose excessive financial strain, as the Dragon Kingdom has many expenses. Grandfather, what if we had detailed design blueprints? Just like Jiang Chen created for the Long Way, we could start manufacturing directly. Mu Qing's eyes widened with curiosity. Mu Qingshan chuckled. If we truly had design blueprints as detailed as those for the Wei Long, we could undoubtedly persuade the higher-ups to initiate research. However, having such a miracle occur even once is remarkable. Could we really expect another miracle like Jiang Chen? All right, you should rest early. I have matters to attend to, Mu Qingshan said. Mu Qing smiled enigmatically. Whether another miracle like Jiang Chen exists, I cannot say, but Jiang Chen is undoubtedly a miracle. Just wait. I'll be right back to cure your heartache. Mu Qing turned and returned to her room to call Jiang Chen. In the study, Mu Qingshan looked curiously at the direction his granddaughter had left, shaking his head with a wry smile. This girl must have been brainwashed by that young lad. It seems she will soon be out of reach. Mu Qingshan chuckled softly and resumed his work. The study fell silent, the wall clock ticking rhythmically. Suddenly, Mu Qing burst through the study door, running back with excitement. Grandfather, I have returned to heal your heart's affliction. You mischievous girl. Do you intend to frighten your grandfather to death? Mu Qingshan retorted with irritation. How do you plan to treat me? Are you going to have Xiaochen provide me with a design blueprint? That would indeed be a bit of a burden for him. Mu Qing smiled. Grandfather, have you measured your blood pressure lately? Is it still normal? Mu Qingshan paused momentarily. What are you up to, girl? Mu Qing replied with a grin. I have some extraordinary news to share. But be cautious, for if your heart is overly stimulated, your blood pressure may rise, and that would be troublesome. You impudent child. What storms has your grandfather not weathered? Mu Qingshan mused. He suddenly froze, the phrase sounding remarkably familiar. It reminded him of his previous conversation with Chun Mingtong regarding Jiang Chen. Was it possible? He swallowed hard, his eyes widening as he gazed at Mu Qing. Wait for your grandfather to take a blood pressure medication first. Slow down. Mu Qingshan retrieved his medication from the drawer and swallowed it before returning his gaze to Mu Qing. He softly inquired, Girl, is there some new development on Xiaochen's end? Mu Qing smiled. Grandfather, you guessed correctly. Jiang Chen mentioned that in just over half a month, he will complete the design blueprint for the strategic large transport aircraft. Silence ensued, a silence akin to death. Mu Qingshan's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Mu Qing, his hands trembling slightly along with his voice. Child, what did you just say? Could you repeat that? Mu Qing supported her grandfather, saying, Grandfather, Jiang Chen said that in about half a month, he will finish the design blueprint for the large strategic transport aircraft. Chapter 19. Establishing the Transport Aircraft Research Group upon receiving this news. Mu Qingshan immediately contacted Zhong Weiman from the research department that very night to inform him of the relevant matters. Old Mu, why are you calling so late? Zhong Weiman asked. Mu Qingshan, filled with urgency, replied, Zhong, I suggest we immediately notify old Jing and the others to halt the purchase of transport aircraft from the Great Mao Nation. We can now develop our own large transport aircraft for Long Country. Zhong Weiman advised, Old Mu, I have discussed this with you many times already. Setting aside the technical issues, let us consider the funding aspect. It is conservatively estimated that the research and development costs will reach hundreds of billions of long currency. That is no small sum. We cannot afford to let such a vast amount of money go to waste. He continued, let us take a step back and purchase a batch of transport aircraft first. We can slowly dismantle them, study them thoroughly, and learn from their technology. Building upon that foundation, we can then develop our own transport aircraft. This approach may take more time, but it ensures that the research funding is maximally utilized. We cannot recklessly squander the taxpayers' money in our fervor. Long Country has endured a dark era. After years of development, we have made significant progress both economically and in research. Yet, in comparison to developed countries abroad, we still face considerable gaps. Moreover, Long Country has many financial needs beyond research. The nation's infrastructure and public facilities require astronomical sums annually. Therefore, every penny must be utilized to its fullest potential. Jiang, I certainly understand your point. If I lacked confidence, I would not have brought this matter to you again. Mu Qingshan chuckled. Just now, I received monumental news from that lad Jiang Chen. Can you guess what it is? Zhong Weimin paused for a moment, pondering if Jiang Chen had made another breakthrough, but quickly dismissed the absurd notion. If Jiang Chen were truly engaged in such scientific endeavors, the Dragon Nation would surely soar to greatness. Old Mu, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me. Mu Qingshan replied with a smile, just now. Jiang Chen informed me that within a maximum of half a month, he will complete the design blueprint for a large strategic transport aircraft. Our Dragon Nation will soon possess its own transport aircraft, no longer held captive by other countries. With a clatter, something fell on Zhong Weimin's end of the line. Old Mu, are you serious? Did the boy himself tell you? Chief Zhong, would I joke about such matters? Mu Qingshan clarified. This is precisely why I called you so urgently. Inform old Jing and the others immediately to abandon the purchase of transport aircraft from the big country and reserve funds to manufacture our own large transport aircraft. Wonderful. Simply magnificent. Zhong Weimin laughed heartily. Jiang Chen is truly a blessing for our Dragon Nation. Ever since this lad appeared, it seems fortune has favored us. Once again, he has brought us immense surprise. A prodigy, he is indeed a prodigy. I will notify old Jing at once. You handle the coordination with Jiang Chen. I will also arrange for more personnel to ensure Jiang Chen's safety in secret. Even if I encounter trouble, Jiang Chen must remain unharmed. He embodies the future of our Dragon Nation. After hanging up the phone, Zhong Weimin's emotions remained tumultuous. His gaze drifted towards the window, where the stars twinkled as if revolving around the Dragon Nation. Truly, it felt like a reincarnation of a celestial benefactor. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the Dragon Nation could break free from its current predicaments and emerge as a formidable global power. In the hotel hosting state guests in the big country, Jing Wenhao and Lu Xianghua, having indulged in a bit of drink while negotiating with Fursky, felt a surge of emotions. Old Jing, I feel rather pained tonight. Are we destined to continue this endless cycle of purchasing? When will we be able to equip our arsenal with high-tech marvels like Fursky? Jing Wenhao chuckled, reflecting, the road ahead for the Dragon Nation is still long. Thankfully, with Jiang Chen's emergence, we have gained some confidence. At least today, we found that dilapidated fourth-generation fighter somewhat unimpressive, while Fursky treated it like a treasure. Ha! Lu Xianghua, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, erupted into laughter, releasing emotions long suppressed. This lad Jiang Chen has given the Dragon Nation a sharp sword, cutting through thorns and brambles. Gazing boldly ahead, seeing Fursky's expression today was immensely satisfying. This is confidence. This is the essence of our nation. If only Jiang Chen could also assist us in securing transport aircraft, we might even save funds that would otherwise be spent on purchases. Jing Wenhao shook his head and smiled. You truly regard Jiang Chen as a deity. At such a tender age, Xiao Chun has achieved remarkable feats. Throughout history, few have reached such heights. Do you dare to hope for another miracle? In this world, how many miracles can truly befall the Dragon Kingdom, or you and me? Lu Xianghua chuckled. I was merely speaking casually. The world is vast, and wonders abound. If a miracle like Xiao Chen can occur, we might as well indulge in a modest hope for the next miracle. What if it actually happens? What if, at this very moment, the Ministry of Industry were to call you, advising against purchasing a transport aircraft? Come back quickly. That child Xiao Chun has designed the blueprints for a transport aircraft. The phone rang, ringing through Jing Wenhao's device. It was a call from Zhong Weimin. Both men were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide, swallowing hard. Old Jing, could it be that I was right? Is a miracle truly upon us? You haven't sobered up yet, have you? Just dreaming here. Jing Wenhao regained his composure, shook his head with a smile, and answered the phone. In the next moment, he was taken aback, eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Lu Xianghua. We've informed the ministry. We will handle it promptly. We'll return tomorrow. All right, understood. After hanging up, Jing Wenhao stared wide-eyed at Lu Xianghua, his breath quickening, struggling to contain his elation. Old Jing, what happened? What did the ministry say? Why do you look like that? Jing Wenhao took a deep breath, striving to stabilize his emotions. Old Lu, I think you should abandon research and consider a career in fortune-telling. Your predictions are astonishingly accurate. Lu Xianghua was bewildered. What is going on? Fortune-telling? I'm feeling a bit lost. Jing Wenhao burst into excited laughter, grasping Lu Xianghua's hand. Old Lu, a miracle has indeed graced us once more. Jiang Chen has truly designed blueprints for a transport aircraft. The Dragon Kingdom is about to embark on creating its own large-scale strategic transport aircraft. Don't you think you should switch careers to fortune-telling? Lu Xianghua could not suppress a burp, eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Jing Wenhao. Could it really be so accurate? Am I truly suited for fortune-telling? Chapter 20. I have a suggestion. The next morning, Jiang Chen was secretly escorted by Chun Ming, Wang Qing, and others to the Second Flight Institute. The academicians from the 5 major aircraft research institutes gathered in Mu Qingshan's office, each visibly restless and excited. Old Mu, why hasn't Xiao Chen arrived yet? Wasn't it agreed he would be here precisely at 10? It's already 10:01. Where is he? Indeed, Old Mu, your punctuality leaves much to be desired. I suggest we hold meetings at my 3rd Flight Institute in the future. I assure you everything will be perfectly arranged. Hey, Old Zhang, what are you implying? Why not convene at my 4th Flight Institute? Are you secretly trying to take Xiao Chen for yourself? Those little schemes won't escape anyone's notice. Zhang Jiahua retorted. Old Lu, why did you return so suddenly? Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Don't you need to adjust to the time difference? What secretive plans? With such an outstanding child as Xiao Chen, who wouldn't he want to bring him home? Wouldn't he you? Lu Xianghua smiled awkwardly. It seems I too have quite the desire. The other individuals observed the two with helplessness, shaking their heads. At that moment, several plainclothes agents from the secret bureau appeared at the office door. Jiang Chen held a black leather case in his hand, instantly capturing everyone's attention. You have finally arrived. We old fellows have been waiting anxiously, Zhang Jiahua said as he promptly stepped forward to take the case and retrieve the documents within. Xiao Chen, why don't you take a seat first? We'll examine the blueprints, and we can discuss later. The others gathered around, spreading the blueprints across the carpet and intently studying them. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen smiled and sat down nearby, casually picking up a book on aerodynamics. It was the height of summer, and the weather was sweltering. Regardless of how vigorously the ceiling fan spun, it could not dispel the heat. Time passed unmeasured until Mu Qingshan suddenly erupted in laughter. This is nothing short of extraordinary. The high bypass engine of a large transport aircraft is astonishingly intricate. It is truly a product of our era, a testament to human ingenuity. Lu Xianghua remarked, complexity barely scratches the surface. If we were to conduct our own research, it would take us 2 or 3 decades to truly comprehend it. This is a culmination of various fields. It is certainly not something that can be easily fabricated. Jing Wenhao gazed at the blueprints in his hands trembling with excitement. Xiao Chen, you are indeed a genius. How did you manage to create such detailed drawings? Jiang Chen set down his book and smiled. I learned all of this from books. In fact, many concepts are interconnected and quite simple. Silence ensued, a deathly silence. The 5 academicians froze, unable to suppress the twitching at the corners of their mouths as they looked at Jiang Chen with peculiar expressions. You call this simple? Is this something a human can say? And interconnected? We seem utterly clueless. Never mind. Let us continue studying the blueprints. Zhang Jiahua agreed, nodding. Old Lu, you make a valid point. This lad is no ordinary human. One must always be prepared for a crushing blow, both physically and mentally. It's utterly inhumane, devoid of any pleasure. The other academicians nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. They were undeniably exceptional talents, having dedicated many years to research. Their knowledge and expertise unmatched domestically. Yet, in comparison to Jiang Chen, they felt utterly insignificant, experiencing the stark realization of their own inadequacies in the face of innate talent. The 5 academicians returned their focus to the blueprints, delving deeply into their study. Half an hour later, they rose, exchanging glances and nodding at one another, striving to control their excitement as they approached Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, Are you truly confident you can complete all the design blueprints within half a month? Mu Qingshan asked earnestly. Jiang Chen nodded. Grandpa Mu, I assure you that I can complete it within half a month. You need not worry about that. However, I do have one concern. What concern do you have? Speak freely. We are all comrades here. Please share your thoughts. We welcome your insights, Jing Wenhao suggested. Jiang Chen nodded, surveying the room before articulating his considerations. While I am capable of drafting the design blueprints, our nation lacks substantial experience in manufacturing large transport aircraft. Furthermore, several component manufacturing facilities have never engaged in the production of such colossal aircraft parts. The challenges we will encounter are numerous and formidable. It will undoubtedly be far more arduous than the development of fifth-generation fighter jets. Upon hearing this, the 5 individuals present fell into a contemplative silence. They were acutely aware of the truth in Jiang Chen's words. In any scientific endeavor, the transition from 0 to 1 is invariably the most arduous. The difficulties involved are unimaginable, akin to the creation of the universe. Xiaochun, your ability to recognize this aspect brings us great comfort, Jing Wenhao acknowledged. Nodding at Jiang Chen, your vision has not been clouded by the immediate triumphs. Indeed, you exhibit the fundamental qualities of a leader. The others nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting expressions of satisfaction. Please continue to share your insights, Xiaochun, Jing Wenhao encouraged with a smile. I suspect there are other concerns weighing on your mind. Jiang Chen chuckled and nodded. There is indeed another critical issue, funding. In the long term, this may not pose a problem. But if we aim to manufacture large transport aircraft in the short term, the financial requirements will be astronomical, measured in hundreds of billions. I fear the budget from the ministry this year may face considerable constraints. The others nodded, falling into deep thought. They had anticipated this challenge prior to Jiang Chen's arrival. Having just completed the 5th-generation fighter project, the immediate transition to a large strategic transport aircraft would undoubtedly place significant pressure on national finances. The budget for this year would surely exceed limits, and establishing a project of such magnitude would be exceedingly difficult, straining resources. Xiaochun, might it be possible to temper our ambitions? Perhaps we could complete a portion this year and commence large-scale research and manufacturing next year? Jiang Chen shook his head. He was acutely aware of the challenges, but there were subsequent matters to consider. The future contest for dominance would be in space, encompassing the Navy, Army, space stations, lunar landings, and Martian expeditions. To proceed methodically and slowly would ultimately be futile. The Dragon Kingdom must be empowered swiftly. In fact, I possess a method to address the funding issue, he proposed, though it may be challenging for you to accept. A month later, in the largest conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's research department, over 50 top aerospace design researchers gathered. Zhong Weimin and the academicians from the 5 major flight research institutes presided over the meeting. They convened to announce several significant matters concerning the future trajectory of the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace endeavors. Zhong Weimin delivered a brief opening statement before transitioning to the core agenda. Before the attendees lay a confidentiality agreement. As per protocol, please sign this document, he instructed. Many in attendance expressed confusion. With such a diverse assembly of over 50 researchers from various aerospace disciplines, this was their first encounter with such a broad confidentiality agreement. Nevertheless, they complied and signed the document. At this moment, someone could not contain their curiosity and inquired, Director Zhong, surely today's matter is not trivial. Before the meeting commences, could you divulge whether it is a matter of good or ill? It would be beneficial for us to prepare ourselves accordingly. Laughter erupted among many present. Such a grand assembly typically occurs only at year-end. To suddenly orchestrate such a large-scale event left everyone feeling uncertain. Could it be yet another budget cut? Times are indeed becoming increasingly arduous. Do refrain from complaining. Was it not you who received the most funding for the aviation engine project? One remarked. You are at least aware enough to voice your grievances. I feel quite embarrassed to do so myself. The atmosphere in the conference room buzzed with chatter as various voices chimed in. Director Zhong Weimin raised his hand with a smile, and once more, the room fell silent. Please direct your attention to the projector behind me. After viewing the material, we shall delve into the main agenda. As he spoke, the lights in the conference room dimmed. Design blueprints began to emerge on the projector, revealing the schematics for the large strategic transport aircraft, affectionately dubbed Fat Girl. In the next moment, an eerie silence enveloped the entire room. Eyes widened in shock as everyone gazed at the blueprints before them, their hearts brimming with uncontainable excitement. Chapter 21. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Director Jiang, could this possibly be the design blueprint for a large strategic transport aircraft? One older expert adjusted his glasses, incredulous. What? The design for a strategic transport aircraft? You must be mistaken. The Dragon Country appears to have no research in this domain. How could such blueprints exist? I cannot be mistaken. These are unequivocally the design plans for a large transport aircraft. Moreover, this is no ordinary transport vessel. Its colossal dimensions suggest a transport capacity exceeding 100 tons. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in astonishment, eyes glued to the projector, a fervent excitement illuminating their gazes. A transport aircraft of such capacity soaring through the skies would resemble a great rock. With a total length of 84 meters, a wingspan of 884 meters, and a height of 181 meters, it was the first time many had encountered design blueprints for such a massive aircraft. Aside from transport planes, it is unlikely any other aircraft could boast such an expansive wingspan. Furthermore, it is equipped with 6 turbofan engines. My heavens, what a colossal entity this will be. In the world, there is likely only the N-225 that possesses such dimensions. Could it be that there exists a secret research facility within the country dedicated to this technology? That seems implausible. We are all core personnel in the field of aviation technology. Even institutions of such caliber would have to inform us. Prior to the appearance of these blueprints, how could there have been no indication whatsoever? What exactly is going on, Director Jiang? Who is the architect behind these designs? All the experts turned their eager gazes towards Jiang Weiman, their eyes aflame with the desire for answers. Jiang lightly tapped the table and spoke softly. This is the first matter of today. You have all seen the blueprints on the projector. I trust that, given your expertise, you can appreciate the significance of this document. This design has been reviewed by 5 academicians and confirmed to be devoid of any issues. The Dragon Nation is poised to commence the production of its own large-scale strategic transport aircraft. Upon this announcement, the conference room descended into an eerie silence, so profound that the heartbeat and breath of those nearby could be distinctly heard. What a splendid moment. At long last, the day has arrived, exclaimed one of the experts in exhilaration. The Dragon Nation is embarking on the research of its own transport aircraft. I never imagined this day would come so swiftly. It feels almost surreal. If this is a dream, let me not awaken, for I long to witness the majestic flight of the Dragon Nation's great bird. Previously, Jiang Chen contributed the blueprint for the 5th-generation fighter, and now another individual presents the designs for a transport aircraft. The Dragon Nation is indeed flourishing with talent. Could it be possible that this design also originated from Jiang Chen's offspring? Unlikely, as not much time has elapsed since the last 5th-generation fighter. Even Jiang Chen's child would find it challenging to accomplish this feat at that moment. An older, somewhat frail researcher with graying hair rose unsteadily. Zhongbu, may I inquire as to the identity of the designer of this blueprint? We, a few old-timers, wish to meet him. Who would have thought that in our lifetime we would witness this day? I would gladly face death to see it. The conference room fell silent once more, imbued with a sense of nostalgia. The Dragon Nation has endured prolonged suppression in the aviation sector, to the extent that many have grown accustomed to such oppression, contemplating retirement and abandoning their careers. Yet today, they glimpsed a glimmer of hope, a dawning light. Completing such an extensive design blueprint necessitates a superlative team. However, apart from the 5 major design institutes, is there an even larger team in the country? Yet, this blueprint was neither conceived by our 2nd Aircraft Design Institute nor our 3rd. You all gaze at me expectantly. But the 4th Institute was not involved either. The 5 major design institutes collectively declared their non-participation in this project. In truth, the researchers behind this blueprint are well known to everyone. Recently, they have crossed paths, and someone had just mentioned them. Can anyone guess who it is? Eyes widened in anticipation. They exchanged glances and inquiries, yet no one could arrive at a conclusion. We all know them and have met them. How can we have no inkling? Suddenly, one individual's eyes widened in realization and exclaimed, could it possibly be Jiang Chen's child? This statement elicited immediate dissent from others. How could that be? Jiang Chen's child has only just completed the design for the fighter aircraft. Now you claim that this large transport aircraft blueprint was also solely their work? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Many nodded in agreement. Indeed, completing a fighter aircraft design at the age of 20 is already a legendary feat for the Dragon Nation. To To conceive a transport aircraft blueprint as well? That would require beginning research from the cradle, which seems implausible. I too believe it is impossible. Why do you all fail to engage your brains when pondering these matters? Most maintained a skeptical stance, yet one individual presented an alternative perspective. Why not? Before Jiang Chen designed the fifth-generation fighter, could you ever have imagined that a mere 20-year-old could create such a masterpiece? One can hardly fathom how the Dragon Kingdom could accomplish the manufacturing of a fifth-generation fighter jet in a mere few months, traversing a path that has taken other nations decades to navigate. The emergence of Jiang Chen was nothing short of miraculous. Why should we not expect another marvel to unfold? The conference room fell into a contemplative silence, with the attendees casting glances at the colleague who had just spoken. His eyes sparkled with light and hope. Indeed, why could it not be Jiang Chen again? Why could this young man from the Dragon Kingdom not once more create a miracle? He alone possesses the capability to achieve this monumental feat. Zhong Weiman smiled and raised his hand, saying, "All right, at this point. I believe everyone has already arrived at their conclusion. It is merely the shock that has left us hesitant to embrace it fully. I, too, was initially skeptical. Yet, the miracle is right before our eyes, and we must accept it." He directed his gaze towards the entrance of the conference room. "Jiang Chen, please come in. If you don't, I fear these individuals may lose their composure." The door swung open, and a young man stepped in with a smile, his eyes radiating confidence like a beacon. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Indeed, this very youth had once again achieved the extraordinary. He demonstrated through his actions that the word impossible could be rewritten, and the term miracle would soon become commonplace. For he is a living miracle. My goodness, it is truly Jiang Chen who completed this design blueprint. I should have anticipated this. Only this young man could turn the miraculous into the mundane. The Dragon Kingdom is fortunate to have him, and so are its people. Chapter 22. 3 years later. The sixth-generation aerospace fighter is no longer a dream on this pitch-black night. An unusual tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The incessant chirping of insects filled the air outside the window. Occasionally, a few moths would flutter towards the street lamp, lightly colliding with the lampshade, creating a faint sound. After a brief moment of astonishment, the conference room gradually settled into a calm. "I am about to announce an important decision." Zhong Weiman's voice resonated through the microphone. "Reaching every year. After discussions with several esteemed academicians, we have decided to establish a large-scale strategic transport aircraft project team, codenamed Fat Girl. Jiang Chen will serve as the team leader, with academicians from the 5 major aircraft design institutes as deputy leaders. I will personally oversee the entire team from the rear." The announcement detonated like a bomb among the crowd. The appointment of 5 academicians as deputy leaders was unprecedented in the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, Zhong Weiman himself would take charge and be responsible for the entire team. Such a remarkable assembly had never been seen in the annals of Dragon Kingdom's history. It appeared that there was a desire to cultivate Jiang Chen rapidly through this project. A 20-year-old leading a national-level top-tier project. Surely, this has never occurred in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, nor in the chronicles of global scientific research. Could it be that we are witnessing history today? Talent emerges in every generation, each leading the way for centuries to come. Before long, Jiang Chen will undoubtedly become a new generation of leaders, destined to leave a brilliant mark in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. At the podium in the conference room, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he was unaware of all this. It was indeed a surprise that Zhong Weiman would go to such lengths for him. From that moment onward, whatever he said would require careful consideration from everyone present. "Thank you for your support, Director Zhong." Zhong Weiman smiled and replied, "No need for thanks. I must express gratitude on behalf of Longhua. Your presence ensures my name is etched in the annals of Longhua's history." Academicians Jing Wenhao and his colleagues also turned their smiles towards Jiang Chen. "Young Chen, we, the old men, stand firmly behind you. Remember, regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, we shall always be your steadfast supporters, granting you our unconditional trust. Pursue your endeavors boldly. Indeed, seize the moment, do not hesitate. While you are young and full of vigor, now is the time to act. If not now, when shall we be audacious?" Jiang Chen nodded appreciatively. "Thank you all for your support. I assure you, within 3 years, Longhua will undergo monumental transformations." Zhong Weiman nodded in agreement. "At the end of this meeting, you shall announce that matter. Rest assured, it is merely a formality. Disregard any doubts from others." His gaze swept across the assembly. We shall now proceed to vote on a significant research project. Those in favor of appointing Jiang Chen as the leader of the Fat Girl project, please raise your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, over 50 attendees simultaneously raised their right hands, with some even enthusiastically raising both. No one else in the country is as qualified for this position as Jiang Chen. Although we are experts in various fields of aviation, when it comes to large strategic aircraft, Jiang Chen is the true specialist. This position belongs to him alone. A young leader inquiring about the path ahead. The youth of Longhua traversing vast realms, who dares to claim understanding of the research journey, shall one day achieve success that enlightens the world. The staff in the conference room did not even need to tally the votes. It was unanimously approved. Next, there is another important matter that Group Leader Jiang needs to announce. Before that, I must share something that you may not be aware of. Zhong Weimin surveyed the room before calmly stating, prior to this meeting, I engaged in a lengthy debate with Group Leader Jiang regarding a particular issue. Ultimately, I was persuaded by him. My original intention was for this project to progress slowly due to budget constraints. With such a colossal undertaking, I simply cannot allocate funds this year. However, Group Leader Jiang insisted on completing it by the end of the year. To be frank, when I first heard this, I thought either I had lost my mind or Group Leader Jiang had. It appears we are both a bit mad. Now, I hope you all won't lose your sanity upon hearing what Group Leader Jiang has to say. Zhong Weimin nodded, signaling Jiang Chen to begin. Jiang Chen adjusted the microphone, and all eyes fell upon him. With great power comes great responsibility, and at this moment, the weight of that statement was palpable. The esteemed individuals present were all veterans in the field of research. Today, I dare to share my plan. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Due to the current financial constraints in Longhua's scientific research, I intend to sell our latest fifth-generation aircraft to external parties. As soon as he finished speaking, an uproar erupted in the room. Many voices raised concerns. Group Leader Jiang, this is Longhua's trump card. Are you truly considering a sale? The Dragon Nation has finally developed its own fifth-generation fighter jet, and now the question arises, should we sell it? Would it not be prudent to wait a few years until we have newer aircraft before proceeding with sales? This is indeed the most advanced fifth-generation fighter, and it would be wise for Leader Jiang to deliberate on this matter. After all, we have yet to fully integrate the fifth-generation fighter into our own fleet. Let us allow Leader Jiang to finish speaking, reminded Zhong Weimin, prompting a renewed silence in the conference room. Jiang Chen smiled and acknowledged the concerns of the attendees. The fifth-generation fighter is an exceptional asset, and to begin marketing it externally before we have fully adopted it could be seen as hasty. He surveyed the room, noticing many nodding in agreement. Jiang Chen continued, in truth, this proposal for external sales would yield only benefits for our nation, without any foreseeable drawbacks. What I am suggesting is a pre-sale. Formal delivery would commence 3 years hence, and only full payment will be accepted for these pre-sales. Upon hearing this, several attendees exhibited visible changes in expression, intrigued by Jiang Chen's proposition. At this juncture, a researcher from the crowd inquired, Leader Jiang, could you elaborate on your plan? Certainly. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Given the current circumstances, it seems the proposal is not entirely unacceptable. After preliminary calculations, the cost of producing one fifth-generation fighter jet is approximately 600 million Dragon coins. With 5 manufacturing plants, we could produce around 75 jets annually, totaling 225 jets over 3 years. This is, of course, a conservative estimate. I will refrain from detailing costs further, as it is evident to all present. Jiang Chen paused before revealing the potential selling price. Currently, only our nation and the beautiful country possess this technology. I am confident that numerous nations will express interest in acquiring this aircraft. Doubling the price is a standard practice, and tripling it is not out of the question. This approach would not only secure funding for our large transport aircraft project, but would also provide significant resources to equip our own forces. I must emphasize that pre-sales imply a gradual delivery starting 3 years from now. I firmly believe that by then, the Dragon Nation may even possess its own 6th-generation aerospace fighter. The mere mention of such a possibility left the 5 individuals, including Jing Wenhao, momentarily stunned. Must you be so provocative? They thought. Since the significant meeting in the research department, preparations for the 5th-generation fighter sales plan have been underway. Academicians Jing Wenhao and Liu Xianghua, boasting extensive experience in diplomatic research, have been appointed as leaders of the sales initiative. They are set to represent the Dragon Nation sales team at the upcoming International Equipment Exhibition, aiming to expedite the sale of the fifth-generation fighter and initiate the large transport aircraft project. On the Blue Planet, international equipment exhibitions are notably lively events, held monthly to facilitate the purchase of military equipment and enhance national defense capabilities. These exhibitions also serve as a platform for great powers to engage in competition. Historically, the Dragon Nation has attended these events primarily as a buyer, but this marks the first occasion it will be selling equipment, thereby attracting considerable attention. The venue for the International Equipment Exhibition is located in the Great Bear Country. On one hand, the weaponry of the Great Bear Nation is indeed advanced. On the other hand, there appears to be a slight overproduction of arms within the Great Bear Nation. They aim to showcase and sell more equipment to restore production. The Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter jets have also been transported to the exhibition venue through their own channels. As a significant Eastern power, this marks the Dragon Nation's inaugural participation in the exhibition as a seller, capturing the attention of numerous countries. Ah, Jiang, LV. I did not expect you to be here displaying your equipment. This is the Dragon Nation's first visit, is it not? Fursky, as the host, and in light of the amicable relations with the Dragon Nation, made a special trip to greet them. Curious to ascertain what equipment the Dragon Nation intended to sell. To his knowledge, all of the Dragon Nation's equipment had been purchased from him, so logically, there should be nothing available for sale. The sudden organization of an exhibition hall was indeed perplexing. Jiang Wenhao smiled. Fursky, thank you for the exhibition hall you arranged for the Dragon Nation. This is our first time selling equipment, and we hope you can assist in promoting it. Of course, as a friendly nation, I am more than happy to help, Fursky replied, glancing at the exhibition hall opposite the Dragon Nations. He lowered his voice. Jiang, I must admit, I find it hard to comprehend why you chose to arrange your exhibition hall directly across from the beautiful nation. Your equipment is already lacking. Isn't this a bit counterproductive? In response, LV Xianghua smiled. Fursky, we are well aware of this. Thank you for your reminder. But have you ever heard the ancient saying from the Dragon Nation? When faced with the strong, one becomes strong. When faced with the weak, one becomes weak. Adversity fuels determination. Setbacks breed courage. Fursky appeared bewildered. LV, what does this saying mean? The language of your nation is indeed difficult to decipher. Jiang Wenhao interjected. This saying implies that one can only grow by engaging with the strong, becoming more formidable with each encounter. Upon hearing this, Fursky nodded. While I understand the meaning of this saying, I personally do not agree with it. There is a possibility that in your first encounter with a stronger opponent, you may meet your demise. How then can you grow stronger? Every time there is an exhibition, the beautiful nation's equipment sells remarkably well. As a friend, I strongly advise against setting up your hall opposite them. With the technological capabilities of the Dragon Nation's weaponry, you might not sell a single item. Heed my advice, and I will arrange a different exhibition hall for you. Jiang Wenhao smiled. The Dragon Nation appreciates the goodwill of the Great Bear Nation. We are quite fond of this exhibition hall and do not wish to change it. Meanwhile, LV Xianghua chuckled and shifted the topic. Mr. Fursky, I am curious about what fine equipment the Great Bear Nation intends to sell this time. In response, Fursky beamed with pride. Since you are my friends, I shall discreetly inform you in advance. This time, in addition to our regular equipment, we will be offering our fourth-generation fighter jets for sale. Upon hearing fourth-generation fighter jets, Jiang Wenhao and his companion couldn't help but laugh. They felt the jets were rather outdated and that showcasing them seemed a bit ostentatious. That's wonderful. The fourth-generation jets are quite impressive, Jiang Wenhao remarked. Fursky was taken aback. Why do I sense a different reaction? Shouldn't you be astonished? You ought to place your orders quickly. These are fourth-generation jets, after all. Your response seems rather unusual. Contemplating for a moment, Fursky recalled a saying from the Dragon Kingdom, desire to seduce, yet let go. Could this be a scheme devised by the Dragon Kingdom to drive down prices? Observing Jiang Wenhao's nonchalant demeanor only reinforced his suspicions. Let me employ a tactic of provocation, he said. Jiang, to be frank, the Camel Kingdom, the Southern Bamboo, and the Elephant Kingdom have already expressed their purchasing intentions. We have a limited number of fourth-generation aircraft available this time. After all, this technology is cutting-edge and not easily manufactured. You comprehend my meaning, do you not? Hee. This strategy will undoubtedly put pressure on Longu, compelling them to raise their prices. It couldn't be more delightful. Quick, tell me you want to buy, that you want to buy? Beside him, Lu Xianghua exchanged a knowing smile with Jiang Wenhao. They then turned their attention back to Fushki. Fushki, indeed, the production of fourth-generation aircraft is not substantial. Given the limited quantity in our friendship, you ought to sell to other nations first. The Dragon Kingdom is not in a rush. Upon hearing this, Fushki felt a pang of dismay. How can you not be anxious? How will I profit from producing so many fourth-generation aircraft if you remain unconcerned? You must be eager. Otherwise, I shall be the one in a quandary. My production capacity is ample, sufficient to cater to your needs. Well, Jiang, since you've declared our friendship, I must reciprocate. I will instruct the factory to increase production slightly, reserving 30 aircraft for you at a unit price of 1 billion dragon coins. This is a fair price, considering our camaraderie. 1 billion dragon coins. Jiang Wenhao and Lu Xiangwo exchanged glances, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Goodness. Selling a fourth-generation aircraft for 1 billion dragon coins? My cost for a fifth-generation aircraft is merely 600 million dragon coins, and I only sell it for 12 billion. This Fushki is quite the shrewd operator. Were it not for the fifth-generation aircraft, I would have truly been taken advantage of by this fellow. It seems I must reconsider the pricing of the fifth-generation aircraft. This profit is simply too easy to come by. Fushki noticed the silence from Jiang Wenhao and Lu Xiangwa and felt a surge of delight. Surely they were tempted by this enticing price. A mere aircraft could yield a profit of 700 million. Jiang, after all, your Dragon Kingdom lacks fourth-generation aircraft. This price is quite reasonable. Selling it back would undoubtedly be a lucrative deal. Undoubtedly lucrative, indeed, Jiang Wenhao replied with a faint smile. We will consider it. Fushki responded, then please do consider. Purchase in bulk, and I will extend a 10% discount. Time is of the essence, so place your orders promptly. I shall take my leave now. Just as he was about to turn away, Fushki suddenly pivoted and inquired, by the way, what equipment do you plan to sell this time? Share it with me, and I will promote it in the Camel Kingdom. Of course, the Camel Kingdom is known for its naive yet wealthy clientele, but they want to purchase subpar equipment. Jiang Wenhao smiled and replied, this time, we are selling a single piece of equipment, just an ordinary aircraft, no need for advertising. It was imperative not to disclose that they were selling fifth-generation aircraft. Despite their friendly relations, the dynamics between nations ultimately revolve around interests. Once the fifth-generation fighter jets were unveiled, the fourth-generation models became virtually unsellable. Who knows what clandestine schemes might be in play? It is always prudent to guard against potential risks. Upon hearing this, Fushki nodded thoughtfully. As a friend, I can empathize with your challenges. After all, I have already put my own fourth-generation jets on the market. Aside from the American fourth-generation fighters, other aircraft are struggling to find buyers. I suspect it will be quite difficult for Longwa to sell even a single unit this time. Fushki wore a rather regretful expression as he spoke. As friends of Longwa, this being your inaugural exhibition, it would be unfortunate if not a single aircraft were sold. To express my sincerity towards Longwa, I would consider purchasing one fighter jet from you. Jiang Wenhao chuckled, but chose not to respond. Were it not for Fushki's unscrupulous nature, he might have felt a twinge of conscience. However, at this moment, he bore no psychological burden. Perhaps he should take a leaf out of Fushki's book and raise the price, selling each jet for 30 billion long coins, perhaps? As time passed, only 10 minutes remained before the exhibition commenced. Various exhibition halls were gradually completing their preparations. The other halls showcased a magnificent array of weaponry. From an assortment of machine guns to tanks, aircraft, and munitions, everything one could imagine. Numerous affluent small nations gazed enviously, eager to spend freely and transport the weapons home. In stark contrast, Longwa's exhibition hall appeared rather desolate, featuring only a single aircraft model, shrouded under a black cloth, with nothing else to display. Xiaozhong, you understand how crucial this exhibition is for Longwa. As the leader of the sales team, our target is a unit price of 12 billion. Naturally, the higher, the better. Understood? Jiang Wenhao reminded. The 5-member sales team sat together, one short-haired middle-aged man nodding in agreement. Rest assured, Academician Jiang, our fifth-generation fighter has significant advantages. As long as we ascertain that the Americans are not selling their fifth-generation jets, we can further elevate our price. If they do sell, we shall engage in a price war. They will undoubtedly be outmatched. Jiang Wenhao nodded, then whispered, be particularly vigilant of the wealthy clients, especially those from Camel Country. They are your primary targets. Be a bit more aggressive. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiu smiled knowingly. If we don't seize the opportunity, we might regret it later. Just then, a silver-haired foreigner approached, greeting them with a smile. Jing, LV, it has been ages. After you returned to your country, we haven't seen each other in decades. Jing Wenhao and his companion glanced up, their brows furrowing slightly. Blake, I did not expect to see you here. Busy as always, my friend. Blake grinned. We are university alumni, after all. Please don't wear that expression upon seeing me. LV Xianghua retorted angrily. Blake, you are not welcome here. Please leave immediately. Blake sneered. Don't be like that, my friend. That incident from university was so many years ago. Do you still hold on to it? The people of Longhua truly bear grudges. As Lu Xianghua intended to engage in a debate, he was interrupted by Jing Wenhao. Blake, we have no acquaintance. Please leave this place. Blake replied with a smile. As an invited guest to the exhibition, it is perfectly reasonable for me to be here. Moreover, my involvement in the university matter was entirely out of goodwill. It is unfortunate that their approach was somewhat unfriendly, and for that, I apologize. I still extend a sincere invitation for you to join the research team in beautiful country. Academic pursuits know no borders. You should not approach this matter with prejudice. It is only in beautiful country that you can access cutting-edge fighter jet technology, such as the fifth-generation aircraft. As he spoke, Blake cast a cold glance at the black cloth draped behind the Dragon Country exhibition. The fifth-generation aircraft cannot be compared to your third-generation models. Only researchers who have been exposed to fifth-generation technology can truly appreciate its allure. Wasting your talents in Dragon Country is a disservice. Come to beautiful country. Jing Wenhao replied with a cold smile. Blake, sometimes one must not be blindly confident. It is unwise to underestimate other nations, people, or matters in this world. Otherwise, you may find yourself painfully humbled. Blake chuckled. Jing, your humor remains as sharp as ever. Are you suggesting that your outdated third-generation aircraft could strike a blow to my pride? That is quite a delusion. Even if you were given another 50 years, you would not be able to manufacture your own fifth-generation aircraft. You are utterly unaware of the complexities involved in fifth-generation research. Living in Dragon Country, you are akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, oblivious to the vastness of the world beyond. After a brief pause, Blake continued, Well then, I shall not waste more words with you. Should you change your minds, you are always welcome to seek me out in beautiful country. Science knows no national boundaries. Beautiful country welcomes you at any time. With that, he turned to leave, but paused momentarily to add with a smile. Continue selling your outdated third-generation aircraft. I wish you the best of luck. Lu Xianghua laughed and called out, Blake, since science knows no borders, why not come to Dragon Country? Talents like you would be warmly welcomed to sweep the streets here. Fool. Blake did not linger and swiftly departed. Jing Wenhao chuckled. Old Lu, where did you learn such eloquent insults? Lu Xianghua responded with a smile. The exhibition is about to begin. We should prepare. I can hardly wait for the world to witness Dragon Country's own fifth-generation aircraft. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the exhibition officially commenced, and all the exhibition halls became bustling with activity. Particularly, the halls of Great Bear Country and Beautiful Country were filled with visitors from various nations, as their weaponry was considerably more advanced than that of others. My friends from Great Bear Country, how much do you sell this fourth-generation aircraft for? Please name a price. We in Camel Country are very interested in purchasing a batch. Upon seeing the affluent representatives from Camel Country, Fursky's eyes lit up. Dear friend Faisal, welcome to Great Bear Country. Our fourth-generation aircraft is quite affordable. As your friend, I can offer you a very reasonable price, only $300 million. What do you think? Faisal frowned slightly upon hearing this. Why is it so inexpensive? The beautiful nation sells theirs for $500 million. Yet you are offering yours for only $300 million. We find this price quite unappealing. Cheap goods often lack quality. Perhaps we should purchase fourth-generation fighters from the beautiful nation instead. Goodness gracious. Fursky was left speechless. Is this how the wealthy negotiate? Faisal, my old friend, I misread the price earlier. In fact, my aircraft is priced at $600 million each. In our country, there is an ancient saying, you get what you pay for, and this is undoubtedly worth every penny. As the words lingered, an awkward silence enveloped the air. The people from the Camel Country gazed silently at Fursky. Do you truly believe I am a fool with excess money? Let's go buy fourth-generation fighters from the beautiful nation. Fursky was filled with regret, realizing his kindness had perhaps made him too naive. Before long, the delegation from Camel Country arrived at the booth of the beautiful nation. They immediately fixated on the fourth-generation fighter model, the F-Series jets. Friends from the beautiful nation, how much for this fourth-generation fighter? to the nations involved. The wealthy elite were simply the ultimate source of frustration. Wherever they went, the scent of greedy merchants filled the air. Blake promptly approached, stating, "Dear Faisal, your discerning eye is commendable. This is the fourth-generation fighter from the beautiful nation, boasting unparalleled performance across the board. Just look at its incredibly cool design, perfectly suited to your esteemed status. Each aircraft is priced at only $500 million. Quite a remarkable value. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Faisal fell silent, his gaze fixed on Blake. Blake felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that he was profiting too much, having only earned less than $450 million? Suddenly, Faisal erupted in laughter. "The price is extraordinarily low. We are quite pleased. We shall purchase 50 aircraft." Faisal let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, a figure from the Dragon Country appeared behind Faisal. It was Zhao Qiu, the leader of the sales team. "Friends from Camel Country, would you be interested in viewing fifth-generation fighters? The prices are quite steep." Chapter 25. The Dragon Country cannot have fifth-generation fighters. In the Dragon Country exhibition hall, Fursky, distraught over a missed major deal, had come to lament his woes. His heart ached, tears nearly spilling over. However, the thought that the Dragon Country might not sell even one aircraft eased his spirits somewhat. "Oh, so you placed the exhibition hall opposite the beautiful nation with this intention, to lure some customers away." Yet, as Fursky looked towards the booth of the wealthy elite across the way, his heart sank. But the affluent from Camel Country were not fools. Even if they came over, they would not be interested in your outdated aircraft. Even my fourth-generation fighter was dismissed as too cheap by that scoundrel Faisal, who deemed it substandard. Isn't that infuriating? Jiang Wenhao chuckled. "Fursky, you are too kind-hearted. For a wealthy patron like Faisal, money is merely a number. Thus, I plan to sell each aircraft for 36 billion dragon coins." "What?" Fursky was left utterly astonished, his jaw dropping in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Wenhao. "Are you out of your mind? You are pricing a third-generation fighter at 36 billion dragon coins. You truly believe that the wealthy are simpletons? It is utterly absurd." Lu Xiangwa chuckled. "Fursky, remain calm. Have you not heard the ancient adage from the Dragon Country? For affluent clients, we sell only the expensive, not the appropriate." Fursky nearly choked on his own incredulity. "Is this how you conduct business in the Dragon Country? Lu, you are absolutely deranged. This price could procure a fifth-generation fighter jet from Camel Country with just a little extra. Do you genuinely think that the wealthy are so ignorant as to mistake your third-generation aircraft for fifth-generation? Unless Faisal is blind, this world must have lost its senses to consider purchasing your aircraft at such a price." As soon as he finished speaking, Faisal, the affluent client from across the exhibition hall, hurried over to their side. He excitedly grasped Jiang Wenhao's hands. "Friends from the Dragon Country, we wish to purchase your fighter jets for 4 billion dragon coins. Show us your aircraft at once." Fursky nearly spat out his disbelief. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the man before him. Was this truly the affluent client he once knew? This was clearly a case of excessive wealth with nowhere to spend it. "Faisal, are you really intent on using 4 billion to acquire fighter jets from the Dragon Country?" Fursky stammered in shock. Faisal replied incredulously, "Why wouldn't I? Am I to spend 36 billion dragon coins on your fourth-generation jets? Unless I am out of my mind." Fursky paused, his CPU racing. That statement sounded rather peculiar. Could it be that he was the fool? He turned to Jiang Wenhao, bewildered. "Jiang, am I the fool here?" Jiang Wenhao smiled. "Fursky, why do you belittle yourself so?" At that moment, Faisal urged, "Friends from the Dragon Country, please show me your models. I wish to see the real machines afterwards. If they are genuine, Camel Country will purchase 50. If not 100 aircraft at the price of 4 billion dragon coins each. 100 aircraft, 400 billion dragon coins." Such a monumental order was beyond Fursky's belief. Lu Xiangwa replied with a smile, "Friends from Camel Country, I sincerely apologize. I am unsure if our staff has explained the situation to you. We are selling a limited quantity, only 75 aircraft, and deliveries will commence 3 years from now." Faisal pressed on. "They have already explained this to me, and we can accept these terms." Fursky once again questioned his own existence. It felt as though the world had gone mad. One party was unwilling to profit, opting for limited sales, while another was willing to wait 3 years for delivery. My goodness, what is happening in this world? Is this how transactions are conducted now? While Fursky pondered the absurdity of it all, Jiang Wenhao approached the model, preparing to unveil it. Suddenly, Blake from the beautiful country stormed over, fuming. "Jiang, you Dragon Country folks are committing fraud. I cannot believe you would resort to such despicable tactics to sabotage my deal. The people of the Dragon Country are utterly shameless. Jiang Wenhao furrowed his brow and spoke in a somber tone. Blake, I urge you to mind your tone. I could interpret your words as a provocation towards the Dragon Nation. Blake, undeterred, raised his voice further. What I speak is merely the truth. Your country falsely claims to possess fifth-generation aircraft, sabotaging my dealings with Faisal. You have lured Faisal to your exhibition hall. Is that not deceit? He continued. Your Dragon Nation boasts of being a great power of the East, an ancient civilization, yet this is your conduct? Fifth-generation aircraft? Beside him, Fufsky appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared to hear those three words. At that moment, the commotion drew the attention of representatives from various nations, who gathered before the Dragon Nation's exhibition hall. The Pot Nation, speaking in its peculiar dialect, stepped forward to inquire, Mr. Blake, we are unaware of what has transpired. Why do you appear so displeased? Blake turned to the Assembly of Nations and elaborated, Oh, esteemed representatives, the Dragon Nation has deceitfully claimed to possess fifth-generation aircraft to undermine my dealings with Faisal. They have misled Faisal into visiting their exhibition hall under false pretenses. Such behavior is nothing short of fraud, and I propose that the Great Bear Nation revoke the Dragon Nation's exhibition privileges. Furthermore, they should be barred from future global exhibitions. Otherwise, we shall collectively withdraw from this showcase. Chapter 26. The Dragon Nation is no longer what it once was. The South Bamboo Nation exclaimed. Is it possible such treachery exists? The Dragon Nation is exceedingly insidious, openly violating the Alliance's regulations. I propose we expel the Dragon Nation from the exhibition. The A3 Nation added. Both my country and the Dragon Nation are considered ancient civilizations. Such claims are an affront to us. The Elephant Nation remarked. If the Dragon Nation asserts it has fifth-generation aircraft, should we not claim sixth-generation capabilities? The Gallic Rooster Nation declared, the Dragon Nation brazenly undermines the Alliance's rules. Such actions warrant expulsion from the exhibition. The Pot Nation interjected, my esteemed Pot Nation has yet to develop its own fourth-generation aircraft. How could the Dragon Nation possibly possess fifth-generation ones? This is simply ludicrous. Friends from the Camel Nation, how can you believe such claims? Luxiang Nation attempted to interject, but Jiang Wenhao halted him. At that moment, Blake seemed to be riding a wave of triumph as he confidently approached Fufsky. Fufsky, as the host nation of this exhibition, ought you not to take action regarding this matter? Such conduct from the Dragon Nation must not be tolerated. Hearing this, Fufsky looked somewhat troubled, glancing at Jiang Wenhao. If what you say is indeed the case, then I can only. Jiang Wenhao raised his hand to interrupt Fufsky, his gaze piercing as he addressed Blake with utmost seriousness. Blake, I must remind you of a crucial fact. The Dragon Nation is no longer the same as it was decades ago. You, Blake, slandering the Dragon Nation, will become an adversary not only to the nation but to millions of its people. As he spoke, Jiang Wenhao stepped forward, his eyes radiating a fierce intensity. Should you dare to insult my Dragon Nation again, I shall ensure your blood stains this ground. Blake instinctively recoiled, retreating several steps to regain his composure, his eyes betraying fear and anxiety. Madman, Jiang, you are nothing but a lunatic. You were always a madman at school, a complete lunatic. I refuse to converse with the deranged. Blake adjusted his apprehensive demeanor, directing his gaze toward Fufsky. Fufsky, I believe it would be more prudent for you to address this matter. I hope you can provide an equitable response for our other nations. Fufsky found himself once again ensnared in a dilemma, uncertain of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangwa looked at Fufsky, offering a comforting smile. Do not worry, my friend. The Dragon Nation would never put its allies in a compromising position. As he spoke, he cast a derisive glance around, perceiving everything before him as mere farce. Gradually approaching the black cloth, he declared loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, behold the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter, the Weilong. With a swift motion, he unveiled the model of the fifth-generation aircraft. At that moment, the once boisterous exhibition hall fell into an eerie silence. All eyes in attendance were fixated on the model of the fifth-generation fighter, expressions reflecting shock and disbelief. The Dragon Nation had indeed achieved the development of a fifth-generation fighter, becoming the second nation in the world, after the United States, to accomplish such a feat. The implications were clear to all present. The Dragon Nation was no longer the same entity it once was. It would transform into an Eastern giant, poised to dominate the skies of the world. Beside him, Fofsky's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mind momentarily incapacitated. The unfolding events had surpassed all expectations. Lu Xianghua exchanged a knowing glance with Jing Wenhao, nodding before redirecting his attention to the fighter model, ready to introduce the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation aircraft to everyone present. Friends from Camelot, what you see before you is the model of the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation aircraft, codenamed Weilong. This is the latest fifth-generation fighter developed by the Dragon Nation. With performance metrics that rival the United States F-22, and in many aspects, it surpasses it, achieving speeds of up to 2.8 Mach. The duck-billed fuselage design allows for greater velocity. Even when carrying munitions, its maximum range can reach 4,000 kilometers, exceeding the United States' 296 kilometers. In truth, Jiang Chen had also found it curious. Although the design was based on the F-22, many performance characteristics had undergone significant optimization after the system provided the schematics. It was as if minor flaws had been rectified by the system. Lu Xianghua's presentation detonated in the minds of the audience like an atomic bomb, leaving their thoughts in a state of stunned silence. In the face of the events that had just transpired, everyone felt numb. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fofsky could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, his eyes widening in disbelief, his scalp prickling in astonishment. It was unfathomable that the Dragon Nation not only possessed the capability to manufacture a fifth-generation fighter, but had also crafted one superior to the aircraft of the United States. How long had it been since he had sought their equipment? The Dragon Nation appeared to be on a trajectory surpassing that of the Bear Nation. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Blake exclaimed in excitement, pointing at the model of the fifth-generation fighter. It cannot be. How could your Dragon Nation possibly have the capability to produce a fifth-generation fighter, and one that outperforms our own? You are merely fabricating grand illusions, presenting a model to deceive others. At this point, Black affirmed his conviction. Otherwise, how could the Dragon Nation possibly deliver in 3 years? There must be an underlying issue. The notion that the Dragon Nation possesses a fifth-generation fighter is undoubtedly a ruse. They will surely be unable to produce a genuine aircraft. Is that not so, Black? Jing Wenhao remarked with a sly smile. Do you truly believe that the Dragon Nation cannot produce authentic fifth-generation fighters? You remain steadfast in your beliefs, dismissing the capabilities of those who surpass your expectations. This time, allow me to reveal to you the reality of the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter. Jing Wenhao turned to Faisal with a smile. My friend from the Camel Nation, might I kindly request that you accompany us to the aircraft runway? We ought to verify the goods. Otherwise, some may genuinely think that the Dragon Nation is deceiving you. Faisal chuckled. It is my honor. Typically, nations showcase their equipment on runways, providing a more intuitive understanding for potential aircraft purchasers. For such exhibitions, several runways are prepared, allowing for the demonstration of aircraft performance to prospective buyers. As everyone gathered on the runway, Black's heart began to flutter with uncertainty. The Dragon Nation's display did not seem like a jest. It was highly likely to be authentic. Yet, at that moment, he felt compelled to maintain an air of conviction. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock in the realm of global scientific research. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your gaze towards the starting direction of the runway. Jing Wenhao gestured into the distance. As everyone followed his indication, a fighter jet cloaked in black fabric was unveiled. The strikingly futuristic design of the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter appeared before their eyes, instantly captivating the audience. The Camel Nation exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! This is the coolest fighter jet I have ever seen. It must be procured." The Southern Bang Nation remarked, "The Dragon Nation has developed such an impressive fifth-generation fighter. I must acquire one that resembles it. This way, it will belong to the Southern Bang Nation. The Dragon Nation is merely imitating us." The Foot Basin Nation declared, "Baka. A wise person knows when to yield. I shall find an opportunity to apologize to the Dragon Nation." The Three Indian Nation asserted, as a civilization with ancient roots, "If the Dragon Nation can produce a fifth-generation fighter, so can I." Chapter 27. The Eastern Dragon's roar. Blake observed as the aircraft was gradually unveiled before him. Unable to comprehend the reality unfolding, he instinctively retreated a few steps, shouting in disbelief, "Impossible! How could the Dragon Nation possess its own fifth-generation fighter in such a short span of time? This must be a sham. This aircraft is undoubtedly a counterfeit. It must be a third-generation fighter modified to appear as fifth-generation. The specifications cannot possibly meet the standards. Yes, it must be so. This fifth-generation aircraft is fake." At this moment, everyone present adopted a spectator's mindset. The existence of the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter was a foregone conclusion. A superpower would not trivialize such a matter, otherwise. It would bring disgrace upon the nation. Jiang Chen scoffed. Is that so? You still believe this to be a counterfeit fifth-generation fighter? Blake, do you honestly think that only your nation possesses fifth-generation technology? While you bask in your perceived superiority, other nations are quietly closing the gap. In a short span, they will surpass you. Today, I shall let you hear the roar of the dragon from the great eastern nation. Jiang Chen waved at the distant fifth-generation fighter jets. The pilots of the Dragon Nation's aircraft immediately received the command. In an instant, the engines ignited, unleashing a colossal roar, akin to a ferocious beast's growl, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. Shock was vividly etched across their faces as they gained a new understanding of this mysterious ancient civilization from the east. They even sensed an implicit momentum rivaling that of the superpower, the beautiful nation. Gradually, the engine's RPM reached its zenith. The fifth-generation fighter jet soared into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, emitting a sharp wail as it ascended into the clouds, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Fuskage promptly contacted the command center to test various data from the fighter jets. What did you say? The National Defense Radar shows no response whatsoever. You cannot detect any data. Fuskage's words detonated like a bomb within the crowd, leaving everyone in a daze. Their minds buzzing with shock. They stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the direction where the fighter jet had vanished, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Immediately, all national defense radars were summoned. A fighter jet flew out right under your noses, and you have no idea where it went. What are you doing? After the initial shock, Fuskage felt a chill creep from his feet to his head, breaking into a cold sweat. If this were on the battlefield, the appearance of a single fifth-generation fighter jet from the Dragon Nation within domestic airspace would pose a threat greater than an entire brigade. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Impossible, impossible. Time and again, the blows seemed to unsettle Blake's mental state. He shook his head repeatedly, stepping back, murmuring, impossible, impossible. How could the Dragon Nation possess stealth technology for fifth-generation fighters? It took the beautiful nation over a decade to achieve this technology. By what means could you, the Dragon Nation, accomplish it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen stepped forward, exuding an aura of a great nation. You ask how the Dragon Nation can achieve this. Allow me to enlighten you. Behind the Dragon Nation's research stands the support of millions of citizens. Countless researchers have devoted their lives to this cause, seeking neither fame nor fortune, but only the hope that our red flag shines brilliantly across the globe, placing the Dragon Nation among the world's great powers. As he finished speaking, Jiang Wenhao's chest heaved violently, emotions surging within him. The flame of the Dragon Nation's legacy burned fiercely in his heart. A pressure that had built up over the years finally unleashed in this moment, showcasing the strength of the Dragon Nation to the world. It served as a message to other nations. The Dragon Nation is no longer what it once was. Anyone harboring ulterior motives against the Dragon Nation or its people must weigh their own worth and consider their qualifications. All present, including Lu Xianghua, were filled with fervor and pride, feeling an immense sense of honor in being citizens of the Dragon Nation. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. This embodies the deep-seated patriotism ingrained in the hearts of the Dragon Country's people for millennia. It is the flame of civilization etched into the very depths of their souls. This represents a cultural and spiritual legacy unparalleled by any nation in the world. At this moment, silence enveloped the venue, and a complex array of emotions flickered in the eyes of all present. After today, it is likely that the Dragon Country's standing in the world will soar significantly. Suddenly, the roar of fighter jets pierced the air once more, drawing everyone's gaze to the runway. There, the mighty Dragon's hyper-supersonic aircraft made its entrance, generating sonic booms around its fuselage. The jarring sound roused everyone present, seemingly proclaiming the strength of the Dragon Country. Ha ha ha, impossible. This cannot be, someone exclaimed. The Dragon Country could never possess fifth-generation aircraft. Jiang, you are nothing but a fraud. Black was uncertain whether he was genuinely mad or merely feigning insanity to escape. He dashed out like a crazed old man. Friends of the Dragon Country, the disruptors have departed. Can we proceed with the transaction? There was an eagerness to procure their aircraft, which were deemed incredibly impressive. We must increase our order, Faisal exclaimed, nearly ready to hand over cash and sign the contract. fearing that the dragon country might retract their offer. Jiang Wenhao smiled. Faisal, we can only sell 75 units. I truly apologize. Faisal's expression turned regretful. Fine, then 75 it is. Let us sign the contract now, he said, pulling Jiang Wenhao's hand as if afraid to miss out. At that moment, Fovsky approached with a cheerful demeanor. Jiang is friends. Could you speak to your domestic manufacturers about slightly increasing the production? I would like to purchase a few units as well. What do you think? Jiang Wenhao replied with a smile. It is not impossible, but you understand that increasing output means working overtime. The cost will rise significantly. I trust you comprehend. Fovsky chuckled awkwardly. Jiang, you cannot take advantage of me in this manner. We have shared drinks together, after all, as good friends. Lu Xianghua interjected. Fovsky, my friend. Rest assured, the price remains the same, 3.6 billion dragon coins per aircraft, an undeniably reasonable price. Excellent. Let us proceed to sign the contract, they agreed. Upon returning to the exhibition hall, they swiftly finalized their purchasing intentions. Faisal, not daring to linger, boarded a private jet back home, skipping even a meal, anxious that the dragon country might change its mind. With the advent of fifth-generation fighter jets, the dragon country's exhibition hall became inundated with visitors. Even with deliveries commencing 3 years later, many expressed their desire to purchase. The price briefly surged to 50 billion dragon coins, though all were firmly declined by the dragon country. According to Jiang Chen's philosophy, rarity enhances value. This strategy is known as hunger marketing. Jiang Wenhao and Lu Xianghua gazed upon the orders totaling in the trillions, their smiles never fading. They could not help but reflect. This money seems almost too easy to earn. Chapter 28. School opening dinner. What nonsense are you spouting? In September, yet another annual school season commenced. The university campus was filled with many youthful faces, each bearing hopes, curiosity, and aspirations as they formally stepped into the realm of higher education, yearning for a beautiful future. Jiang Chen returned to school at the onset of the new semester. Upon entering the dormitory, Qian Yoyu rushed towards him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Finally, you're back. Chenggu, I missed you terribly. You have no idea how I spent my summer without you. I couldn't endure a single day. Jiang Chen, with a look of disdain, pushed the plump Qian away. Keep your distance, fatty. Otherwise, my reputation may be at stake. He placed his luggage in its designated spot, sat down, and took a sip of water. Speak, what is it? Qian Yoyu smiled. Only you understand me, Chenggu. Otherwise, how could you be my brother? Rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic grin, he continued. So, here's the deal. I was chatting quite a bit with Jiang Yin over the summer, and I thought, why not invite her to dinner once school starts? Perhaps we could catch a movie or go shopping. He glanced at Jiang Chen, explaining, but then, I found out she wanted to bring her friend Mu Qing along. It felt awkward for me to dine with 2 girls alone. So, could you accompany me? No way. Jiang Chen set down his cup and draped his arm around Qian's shoulder. Do you think I don't know what you're after? First, dinner, then shopping, and finally a movie. After which, there's hand-holding, kissing, and ultimately, sleeping together. Wow. Chenggu, you know the secrets of love. Qian Yoyu exclaimed, astonished. I spent a fortune learning that from a senior. Had I known you were aware, I wouldn't have wasted my money. Jiang Chen slapped his forehead, exasperated. This guy is hopeless. Over 1,000 yuan, which is equivalent to a month's salary for an average family, spent on such frivolities. How foolish. All right. You go enjoy your meal. I have other matters to attend to. I'll treat you. Besides, I'll take care of your meals for an entire semester. Come on. This is a moment to showcase the importance of brotherhood. Later that evening, they gathered at a local hot pot restaurant near the school, a common choice for student gatherings due to its affordability and hearty servings. Yin Yin, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll order more. This pig brain is delicious. It's good for the brain. Qian Yoyu ladled a generous spoonful of pig brain into Jiang Yan's bowl. I told you not to call me Yin Yin when there are others around. Jiang Yan retorted angrily, though her hands were busy transferring half of the pig brain into Mu Qing's bowl. Mu Qing, have some more. Look at how much weight you've lost over the summer. As your good friend, it pains me to see you like this, so eat up. I'm sorry, but Mu Qing doesn't tea like pig brain. I'll have it instead. Jiang Chen switched Mu Qing's bowl. Jiang Yan, wide-eyed, gazed at the two. How did you know Mu Qing doesn't tea like pig brain? Even I didn't know that. I not only know that Mu Qing dislikes pig brain, but I'm also aware that you don't enjoy spicy snacks. How do you know that? Surely, Mu Qing must have told you. Jiang Yin fixed her gaze on Jiang Chen and inquired, "Pray tell, how far have you two progressed?" Jiang Chen, indulging himself, scooped up a generous portion of meat, relishing in the exquisite flavors of this era's authentic cuisine. "As for the next step, I intend to marry her after graduation," he replied nonchalantly. "Isn't that right, Lao Muqing?" Muqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she discreetly kicked Jiang Chen beneath the table. "He is merely jesting," Jiang Yin interjected. The atmosphere at the dining table was lighthearted and jovial. After a hearty meal, the group leaned back in their chairs, their bellies noticeably fuller and their desire to move diminished. "Tell me, when will our Dragon Nation possess its own fifth-generation fighter jets?" Qian Yuyu suddenly mused aloud. "Indeed. When shall we have our own fifth-generation aircraft?" Jiang Yin raised her voice slightly, casting a glance at Jiang Chen and Muqing. "The future of the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation jets rests on your shoulders." Jiang Chen smiled confidently. "Rest assured, that day will come swiftly. We will soon have our very own fifth-generation fighters." Muqing's eyes sparkled with hope as she beamed at Jiang Chen. "I too believe that the Dragon Nation will soon possess its own fifth-generation jets, even superior to those of the beautiful nation." At that moment, a derisive laughter erupted from nearby, seemingly from students of other academies. Did someone just claim that the Dragon Nation will soon have its own fifth-generation jets? Brothers, that is the most ludicrous joke I've heard all year. The boy who spoke was immediately joined by 2 other boys and 3 girls, all erupting into laughter. Baga. Who would have thought that while we were merely enjoying hot pot, someone would regale us with such humor? Another chimed in. What is the beautiful nation? The center of the world. Their fifth-generation jets are touted as the pinnacle of global achievement. And you think the Dragon Nation can produce something comparable? It's nothing short of a fantasy. No, not even in a dream could one dare to think so. Qian Yoyu's expression soured. Are you all out of your minds? You are also citizens of the Dragon Nation, yet you look down upon it so. If you have such disdain, why not leave? Jiang Yin couldn't help but retort, exactly. If you feel that way, then don't partake in our Dragon Nation's cuisine. You'd be better off feeding it to dogs. Jiang Chen sensed Muqing's concern as she looked at him. He gently patted her hand and nodded reassuringly. It's all right, I'm here. Muqing felt a wave of comfort wash over her, surprised that someone so well-formed could have such a distasteful tongue. The boy who had spoken first turned his attention toward Jiang Chen. Apologies, but I have already secured an application for studying abroad in the beautiful nation. I certainly intend to reside in that land of freedom and strength. It's just unfortunate that we cannot choose our birthplace. If given the option, who would wish to be born in such a nation, steeped in a scent of poverty and disgust? Truly, it is a place that is lacking in every regard and exceedingly unfree. The one named Wang Ba scrutinized Jiang Chen and his companions. If I am not mistaken, you must be from Sangnan Industrial College. With individuals like you attempting to build aircraft for the Dragon Nation, it is no wonder our fighter jets are so underwhelming. You can't even produce a decent fourth-generation jet, yet you aspire to create fifth-generation jets that rival those of the beautiful nation. It is nothing but a daydream. Chapter 29. The hot pot restaurant fell into a hushed silence. Should we report the situation upstairs? Let us observe for now. Matters have not escalated to that extent. 2 undercover agents, discreetly safeguarding Jiang Chen's safety, also noted the behavior of Wang Ba and his companions. However, adhering to the principle of confidentiality, they resolved to avoid drawing unnecessary attention until Jiang Chen's personal safety was assured. Yet, the words spoken by those students infuriated me. I felt an overwhelming urge to confront them and deliver a stern lesson. I could scarcely fathom how they were raised. Had they forgotten the sacrifices made by the martyrs of the Dragon Nation? Alas, with a population of tens of millions, there are bound to be a few rebellious souls. In times past, such individuals would have been promptly dealt with. Our mission is to protect the target. His life holds paramount importance, even beyond our own. As one undercover agent scoffed, I wouldn't mind reporting this to the higher-ups. Let these ingrates never leave the Dragon Nation, and allow them to witness how our country grows stronger by the day. The restaurant was bustling and loud, yet Jiang Chen's words captured the attention of several tables nearby, who turned their gazes toward Wang Ba and his group. Young man, you are a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Do you not fear for your family's honor with such remarks? Another patron interjected. You are university students, yet you pale in comparison to others. In our village, such behavior would result in immediate expulsion. Your ancestors would be deeply ashamed. The speaker was a middle-aged man, bald and adorned with tattoos depicting dragons, his neck draped in gold chains. He cast a friendly glance towards Jiang Chen's table. You lot are quite to my liking. Rest assured, should they dare to make a move, I shall deal with their insubordination. Jiang Chen and his companions nodded in acknowledgement, smiling in return. Huh, a bunch of impoverished brutes. Who would dare to take action? Wang Ba and his companions not only failed to retract their words, but grew increasingly arrogant. I merely stated the facts. If that offends your national pride, so be it. I reiterate, the might and freedom of the United States are beyond your comprehension. Even if the Dragon Nation were given 20 years, it could not produce a fifth-generation fighter jet. With an air of insolence, he surveyed the room. Mark my words. If the Dragon Nation manages to develop a fifth-generation fighter jet in 10 or 20 years, I will kneel and call everyone here grandfather. Many clenched their fists, their teeth grinding in frustration, yet they felt powerless. The reality was that the Dragon Nation indeed could not produce such advanced technology, not even in the next decade. My temper is flaring, the tattooed bald man muttered, struggling to contain his anger. I've seen arrogance before, but never to this extent. Today, I don't even need a fifth-generation jet. I could make you call me grandfather with my own hands. As he prepared to rise and confront them, Jiang Chen stepped forward to block his path. Seeing the situation, Mu Qing promptly rose to her feet and stood beside Jiang Chen. Though a flicker of fear loomed within her, she summoned her courage to stand by his side. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yin and Qian Yuyu followed suit, rising to join them. Even the undercover personnel stationed nearby stood up, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice should a confrontation arise. Jiang Chen chuckled. What are you all doing? I'm not here to fight. Please stand behind me. At his words, Qian Yuyu and Jiang Yin breathed a sigh of relief and took a step back. If a scuffle were to ensue, they would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage, yet they would not hesitate to jump in. Mu Qing, however, remained resolute, standing firmly next to Jiang Chen, embodying a spirit of camaraderie. Jiang Chen affectionately ruffled Mu Qing's hair, reassuring her, do not worry, there will be no fighting. He then turned to face the tattooed, bald man. Brother, there is no need for us to engage with such individuals. We would only dirty our hands. And that would be quite unpleasant. Allow me to handle this. The tattooed man, known for his fiery temper, retorted, I can't stand this. I must teach these ingrates a lesson. Just then, a mother and daughter approached, offering their counsel. Even the children understand the importance of avoiding fights. And you, a man in your 30s, are acting so impulsively. Don't involve me or the child in this. With that, she took the child into her arms, preventing the bald man from succumbing to his impulses. Daddy, the teacher said we shouldn't fight. Fighting isn't what good children do. The tattooed man's expression softened with affection, shedding his earlier aggression. All right, Daddy won't fight. He just speaks a bit loudly. I'll buy you a lollipop later. Having calmed his daughter, he turned to Jiang Chen. I leave this to you. Call for me if needed. Jiang Chen smiled. Rest assured. I will ensure he addresses everyone here as Grandpa. Huh, you jest. There is no one in this world who could make me call him Grandpa, Wang Ba scoffed. You should be the one calling me Grandpa. Jiang Chen replied with a cold smile. Do your previous words still hold any weight? If not, then let it be. I have no desire to associate with such an unfilial grandson. What a disgrace. Wang Ba, incensed, shot back. Who are you calling a grandson? Jiang Chen retorted playfully. Who else would I be calling a grandson? Wang Ba, without a moment's thought, responded, You're the grandson. He was bewildered by the laughter that erupted around him, realizing he had unwittingly painted himself as the fool. Surely, he must be simple-minded. I bet he is a fool. Otherwise, why would he identify himself as a grandson? If I had such a grandson, I would probably rise from the grave in anger. Wang Ba's face flushed with rage as he glared at Jiang Chen. What is the matter? Not satisfied? Today, I shall make you call me Grandpa. Jiang Chen glanced at the clock on the wall and addressed the server. Excuse me. Could you turn on the television on the wall? The server promptly replied, Of course. Jiang Chen smiled. Please switch it to the Longwen News channel. The server nodded eagerly, retrieving a remote control from the front desk drawer that resembled a hefty brick. In that era, there were no ultra-thin LCD televisions. The best available were bulky color TVs, which occasionally displayed flickering static while broadcasting programs. In the countryside, black and white televisions were the norm. Everyone curiously gazed toward the screen, utterly oblivious to Jiang Chen's intentions. Was he out of his mind, watching television for no reason? Did he believe that a fifth-generation fighter jet might appear on screen? As Wang Ba's voice faded, the television began to air news about the sale of fifth-generation fighter jets. At that moment, the hot pot restaurant fell eerily silent. Not a single soul uttered a sound. The only audible noise was the bubbling of the pot and the news report from the television. They widened their eyes, excitement palpable, fixated on the images flashing before them. Many even rubbed their eyes and ears, unable to believe the reality of what they were witnessing. The group surrounding Wang Ba seemed enchanted, frozen in place. Their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. They instinctively gasped in astonishment. Dragon Country truly possesses its own fifth-generation fighter jet. Chapter 30. The project officially launches. Good heavens. Dragon Country really has developed its own fifth-generation fighter jet, and so abruptly too. Not merely the fifth-generation jet. Did you not hear? Dragon Country is exporting them, which implies something quite profound. Are you suggesting that Dragon Country possesses even more formidable aircraft? It is highly likely. And even if not, the technology of the fifth-generation jet must be exceptionally advanced. Otherwise, they would not be sold abroad. I wonder which researcher designed this aircraft. It has not even been named in the reports. Brother, do you comprehend? This is all state secrecy. Undoubtedly, it must be a national treasure-level scientist, selflessly dedicating their efforts to Dragon Country. The hot pot restaurant erupted with excitement over this revelation. Everyone raised their arms in cheers, chanting, "Dragon Country is number one. Dragon Country is number one." Mom, why do they say Dragon Country is number one? A bewildered little girl inquired. Her mother patiently smiled and explained, "Nyo. It's because Dragon Country has become powerful and remarkable. When you grow up, you can also study aircraft and contribute to Dragon Country." Nyo nodded earnestly. "Yes, I want to study aircraft when I grow up." The innocent voices did not diminish the deeply ingrained patriotism instilled in them from a young age. This is impossible. Dragon Country cannot have its own fifth-generation fighter jet. Wang Ba struggled to grasp the reality before him, his proud ego severely shaken. Jiang Chen scoffed. "The strength of Dragon Country is something people like you will never comprehend. You do not even regard yourselves as citizens of Dragon Country. You cannot fathom the immense sacrifices made by the heroes of this land, which allow us to enjoy the hard-won peace we have today, and the strength of Dragon Country that exists now. In the future," Jiang Chen's voice, though soft, resonated like a mighty bell, relentlessly striking at Wang Ba's inner beliefs, dismantling his meaningless convictions step by step. "The future requires neither 20 years nor 10. You will soon witness the might of Dragon Country." With that, he concluded his statement. The venue erupted into enthusiastic applause, with every gaze fixed upon Jiang Chen, whose face radiated a joyful smile. This young man articulated the deepest desires that lay buried within their hearts, a yearning for the strength of Longhua. "Let us wait and see," Wang Ba declared ominously, intending to depart, but was obstructed by a tattooed, bald man. His fingers snapped sharply. "I say, kid, have you forgotten something? Otherwise, you shall not leave this place today. Indeed, unless you call me grandfather, you won't be leaving here," the man continued. "Where has that arrogance of yours gone? Perhaps you should summon your esteemed father to rescue you. How exhilarating it is. Who would have thought that indulging in hot pot would lead to gaining another grandson?" Many patrons in the hot pot restaurant rose from their seats and encircled Wang Ba. Some of his companions appeared hesitant, retreating in fear. "Brother Wang, perhaps we should leave, otherwise. We truly want to be able to get out of here," one suggested. "Yes, if a fight breaks out, we will certainly be at a disadvantage," another added. "Brother Wang, let us just let it go. A wise man avoids immediate loss. Calling out grandfather is no great matter." Wang Ba glared at Jiang Chen, his face darkening, and after a prolonged silence, muttered two words under his breath. "Grandfather. Speak louder. Have you not eaten today?" The bald tattooed man scolded. With gritted teeth, Wang Ba shut his eyes and bellowed, "Grandfather." Following this, he departed in disgrace, and the applause erupted once more, all directed at Jiang Chen. "Kid, you are quite to my taste. This hot pot is on me," Jiang Chen smiled, replying, "Thank you, brother." After a satisfying meal, Qian Youyu took Jiang Yin out for a stroll, while Jiang Chen walked back to school with Mu Qing. At 8 in the evening, the streets of this era lacked the bustling traffic and vibrant nightlife that would characterize the future. Only a few vehicles occasionally whizzed by. Under the streetlight, their shadows intertwined. Enveloped in tranquility, the soft sound of moths colliding with the lampshade occasionally broke the silence. "Jiang Chen, how did you know there would be news about the sale of fighter jets today?" Mu Qing inquired. "It was your grandfather who informed me. The sale of the fighter jets is progressing smoothly. and soon we will officially launch the transport aircraft project. Things may become quite busy, Jiang Chen replied, his hands resting behind his head, speaking calmly. Mu Qing halted, her eyes widening as she gazed at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen paused, turning to her. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Mu Qing shook her head, her gaze evasive. Jiang Chen, I like you, she confessed, her voice dwindling to a mere whisper. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, illuminated by the light, looking enchanting. Jiang Chen, captivated, remained silent, then extended his arms and enveloped her in a profound embrace. She resembled a startled little rabbit, struggling momentarily before settling against his chest, listening to the unfamiliar rhythm of his heartbeat. A wave of security washed over her. I will strive to keep pace with you and work together for Longhua, she declared. Jiang Chen smiled gently. Then you must put in the effort. My growth is remarkably swift. I intend to completely overhaul the aerial warfare system of the Dragon Kingdom within 3 years, positioning it at the forefront of the world and showcasing the might of the Eastern Dragon to the entire globe. Mu Qing looked up, her eyes wide as she gazed at Jiang Chen, clearly feeling the warmth of his breath against her skin. In astonishment, she exclaimed, 3 years? I want to even have graduated from my master's program by then. How can I possibly engage in research with you? Feeling somewhat disheartened, Mu Qing withdrew from Jiang Chen's embrace and walked ahead with her head bowed, kicking a small stone beneath her foot. Suddenly, she turned around with a smile and exclaimed, I never expected my boyfriend to be so impressive. Jiang Chen, you must persevere. I will quietly support you from behind. You must ensure that the Dragon Kingdom soars to greatness. I wish to witness with my own eyes the future that you envision for our nation. Jiang Chen smiled, looking at Mu Qing, and in that moment, he felt an even stronger resolve within him. There are countless people and things in this world that he wishes to cherish and protect. He eagerly anticipates, with the aid of the system, leading the Dragon Kingdom towards a cosmic civilization, establishing bases on the moon and transfer stations on Mars, and navigating spaceships through the vastness of the universe. Those occurrences that once resided solely in the realm of science fiction may very well become reality in this lifetime. What a dazzling world that would be. Just as Jiang Chen was about to catch up with Mu Qing, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a call from Mu Qingshan. Jiang Chen, the Fat Girl project is officially underway. The Dragon Kingdom is commencing the production of its own transport aircraft. Yes, Grandpa Mu, I understand. If there are any issues with the project, just reach out to me, and I will be there immediately. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen continued, Grandpa Mu, could you compile a report on the deficiencies within the Dragon Kingdom's aerial warfare system? Mu Qingshan paused, taken aback. Jiang Chen, what are you suggesting? Jiang Chen smiled. Since we have the time now, I wish to comprehensively enhance the aerial warfare system of the Dragon Kingdom. A sharp intake of breath could be heard from Mu Qingshan on the other end of the line, followed by a lengthy silence. All right, I will prepare it as soon as possible. Jiang Chen reassured him, don't overexert yourself. The Dragon Kingdom still has us old-timers. It's not yet time for you to risk your life. Otherwise, what purpose do we serve? Take good care of your health, as long as you are well. The future holds promise. Understood, Grandpa Mu. After hanging up, Jiang Chen caught up with Mu Qing. Was that Grandpa calling? What was the discussion about? It's confidential. I can't disclose it. All right then, it must be another significant project. Jiang Chen, when do you think the Dragon Kingdom will reach the moon? Soon. It won't be long now. Hand in hand, the two of them vanished at the end of the road. Chapter 31. Welcome party. It must be said that Mu Qingshan is remarkably efficient in his work. The following day, in the early morning, Professor Wang arrived at the dormitory with a briefcase and handed it to Jiang Chen. During class, Jiang Chen took the opportunity to examine the current state of the Dragon Kingdom's aerial warfare system, which could only be described as dismal. The three primary aircraft types, fighter jets, interceptor jets, and attack jets, are all significantly outdated. The predecessors had established a formidable aerial warfare system for the Dragon Kingdom in the future. One can easily imagine the tremendous effort that has been devoted to the emergence of a formidable Dragon Nation. The immediate objective is to refine various types of aerial combat aircraft for the Dragon Nation, subsequently progressing into other domains such as terrestrial and maritime equipment, ultimately reaching for the depths of outer space. The path ahead remains long, yet the Dragon Nation is poised to dominate all fields in the future. Restrictions on chips? Limitations of photolithography machines? All of these constraints shall cease to exist in time. While the vision is optimistic, reality often presents a stark contrast. The specific implementation of each step is entirely contingent upon the tasks issued by the system. Up to this point, Jiang Chen has been unable to decipher the system's intricacies. The assignments appear entirely random, devoid of any discernible pattern. At noon, in the cafeteria, Mu Qing inquired, Jiang Chen, our school's annual welcome gala is approaching in a few days. Do you have any plans? Jiang Chen replied, not at the moment. Isn't the welcome gala the responsibility of the student council? Jiang Yin interjected, Jiang Chen, you surely are aware that Mu Qing is the president of our student council. She is orchestrating the entire gala. Mu Qing, you are the student council president. Is there any chance I could serve as a vice president? I am willing to sponsor the welcome gala, Qian Youyu exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. What are you scheming? Jiang Yin queried, awaiting Qian Youyu's response. If you become vice president, what will happen to me? Are you attempting a coup? Qian Youyu immediately shook his head, alarmed at the thought of dire consequences. He swiftly changed the subject. Mu Qing, is there any difficulty regarding the gala? Speak up. There is nothing that my brother cannot resolve. Mu Qing smiled indeed. It pertains to the recent emergence of our nation's fifth-generation fighter jets. The school wishes to inspire the freshmen through various performances, conveying to them that they are the future of the Dragon Nation. Their efforts will determine the strength of our nation in the years to come. Jiang Yin and I have deliberated and believe that expressing this sentiment through song is the most direct approach. Nothing resonates with the heart quite like music. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. Your idea is indeed commendable. However, many students are already familiar with patriotic songs. To evoke a sense of resonance, we must invest in vocal proficiency. I fear that among the students, few possess such talent. Jiang Yin nodded in agreement. Yes, we have approached several students from the music department. Although they are eager to participate in the gala, they lack confidence in creating an uplifting atmosphere. Mu Qing and I are quite troubled by this. You can count on me. I am quite the karaoke aficionado, Qian Youyu declared, launching into song. 10 years ago, you did not know me. I did not know you. You did not belong to me. Jiang Chen's lips involuntarily twitched at the sound. The singing was utterly unbearable. Brother, could you please refrain from singing? Jiang Yin, unable to endure any longer, interrupted. Not only is your singing dreadful, but you've also misquoted the lyrics. If you take the stage, you'll surely be carried off. Why? Qian Youyu instinctively asked. Jiang Yin looked at him and replied, you would be pelted with tomatoes. Jiang Chen and Mu Qing both nodded in agreement. Being pelted would be the least of your worries. I am apprehensive that, following the soiree, the freshmen will withdraw one by one, returning home. Qian Pongzi, your words are rather harsh. The performance was subpar, lacking in vigor. Qian Youyu chuckled awkwardly and took a seat. Mu Qing turned to Jiang Chen with a smile. After some deliberation, we decided to have you take the stage to sing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen hastily declined. I'm not suited for this. My singing is quite mediocre. Please seek someone else. Your audacity in asking Chen Ge to sing is truly remarkable, quipped Qian Youyu. If my singing is unpleasant, then Chen Ge's is downright excruciating. 5 words of lyrics, and he could sing 5 different tones. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. His vocal abilities were indeed lacking. To put it in the language of a previous life, while others sing for money, he sings for his life. Hence, his immediate refusal. Nearby, Mu Qing chuckled. Jiang Chen, rest assured about your singing skills. There will be dedicated instructors to guide you. Mastering a song in a few days is certainly feasible. Our desire for you to perform stems from your esteemed status among the freshmen. You have no idea how many have chosen to enroll in our institution because of a solitary photograph of you in the library. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Had he truly gained such renown? Jiang Yin looked at him quizzically. Haven't you been keeping up with the school forum lately? The top pin topic in admissions is about you. And that evening in the library, surrounded by a group of professors, though the photo is somewhat blurry, the ambience is palpable. Once you step on stage to sing, that inspiring atmosphere will undoubtedly resonate, solidifying your status as a scholarly icon in the eyes of the newcomers. In this day and age, most students wield flimsy, half-smartphones that lack video capabilities. They can capture images, albeit with notoriously low resolution, rendering faces indistinguishable from a distance. Jiang Chen had anticipated that a single photograph could wield such influence. Nevertheless, even so, he would not take the stage to sing. Vocal performance was decidedly his Achilles heel. Mastering a song in a few days? He wasn't mad. The instructor would be the one losing their sanity. Just as he prepared to refuse, the system's voice echoed once more. The host must perform a song at the orientation event, inspiring all freshmen and invoking patriotic sentiment to complete the task and gain the opportunity to analyze the B-2 bomber. Jiang Chen's heart soared with delight. He had not expected such fortuitousness to arrive so abruptly. Since the system had issued a task, he felt compelled to comply, overcoming any obstacles in his path. Jiang Yan, I believe you should refrain from putting Chun Gu in a difficult position, Qian Yoyu explained. You truly have no idea what it's like to hear him sing. After experiencing it, you would understand the meaning of torment. Spare Chen Gu and, in turn, spare those freshmen. It could be life-threatening. Mu Qing, I will handle the singing for the freshman soiree. Please assist me in finding a music professional. Given the enthusiasm of the newcomers, a gesture of appreciation was in order. Qian Yoyu stood dumbfounded, casting a disbelieving glance at Jiang Chen. Chen Gu, you truly intend to go through with this? Chapter 32. The grueling process of rehearsal. The decision had been made. Mu Qing promptly arranged for a music instructor to assist Jiang Chen in his singing practice. That evening, they commenced rehearsals at the venue for the gala, but the situation quickly spiraled out of control. The event was being held on the playground, where the stage was under construction. In this era, university stages are rather simplistic. A platform is erected, adorned with a red carpet, and accompanied by some lighting and sound equipment, taking merely 2 or 3 days to set up. Numerous other students were also rehearsing for their performances, but when they heard Jiang Chen's singing, despair enveloped the crowd. His voice resonated like a haunting spell, repetitively echoing in their minds, both enchanting and excruciatingly unpleasant. Oh heavens! Take me away. I can no longer endure this. It was not merely unbearable, it was sheer torment, driving them to the brink of insanity. Who on earth had the audacity to let Jiang Chen sing? This was a matter of life and death. Do not restrain me. I am determined to confront Jiang Chen. Today, one of us must perish. This was undoubtedly the most absurdly soul-crushing singing they had ever encountered, as if their very souls were being siphoned away. Many members of the student council, unable to withstand the agony, rushed to Mu Qing to voice their grievances. President Mu, please, let Jiang Chen stop. We truly cannot bear it any longer. This is not singing, it is a death sentence. President, I do not wish to lose my life over a gala. My family has been passed down for 9 generations. Please, awaken to this reality. Indeed, President, you must come to your senses. Do not let love cloud your judgment. We are innocent and do not wish to endure this inhumane torture any longer. Not at all. I find it quite melodious, Jiang Yin interjected. Do you not also find Jiang Chen's singing rather delightful? Mu Qing gazed at Jiang Chen on stage, her face alight with admiration. Seemingly enraptured and utterly indifferent to the murmurs around her, Jiang Yin rolled her eyes and slapped her forehead. Sister, wake up. What kind of enchantment has that boy cast upon you? You call that pig slaughtering sound melodious? Please, look at Qian Yoyu beside you. He is on the verge of collapse. The expressions of those around were filled with yearning and sorrow, their eyes pleading as they looked at Mu Qing, nodding in deep agreement. You must see us too. If Jiang Chen doesn't die today, then we certainly will. Mu Qing turned her head to the side, noticing the absence of Qian Yoyu. After scanning the area, she could not help but ask, Jiang Yan, where is Qian Yoyu? He was just here. Where has he gone? Sister, I am right here. Mu Qing glanced toward the source of the voice, only to find Qian Yoyu lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth and twitching intermittently. When did Qian Yoyu end up on the ground? How was I unaware? Jiang Yan rolled her eyes again. In your view, it seems there's no one but Jiang Chen. Is that so? Surely not. I can see all of you right now. Mu Qing blinked, looking at the other members of the student council. Every pair of eyes around her glistened with tears, nodding in profound agreement. President, you have finally noticed us. If you do not see us now, you may never see us again. Sister, do not heed their words. We must support Chen Ji's musical aspirations. Qian Yoyu seems to have accumulated quite a bit of foam again. I have endured some pain, but this slight discomfort is inconsequential. For Chen Ji's sake, we must persevere until the end. As I spoke, my gaze was fixed upon Jiang Chen, who sang passionately on stage, my eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Chen Gu. Before I could finish my thought, I fainted. Mu Qing shyly inquired, is Jiang Chen's singing truly that unbearable? Everyone around nodded in unanimous agreement. Jiang Yin even demonstrated her disdain with a swift kick to Qian Yoyu. Mu Qing, is this not sufficient? Qian Yuyu remarked. Mu Qing, with an awkward smile, attempted to justify. Jiang Chen has just begun. A few days of practice should suffice. After he completes this session, I will take him to the music room tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide. President, you still intend to have Jiang Chen perform at the gala? Surely not, with such vocal skills. Even the freshmen might feel an urge to flee. The impulsiveness of freshmen is trivial, yet I believe we ought to prepare an ambulance, just in case. We might also need to stock up on motion sickness medication. This singing is truly soul-stirring. President, perhaps we should reconsider. Jiang Chen is decidedly unsuitable. Beside her, Jiang Yin nodded earnestly. Mu Qing, heed my advice. Jiang Chen is truly not fit for this. Just look at Qian Yuyu. With that, she delivered another kick. Qian Yuyu, upon hearing this, glanced at those around her, then at the unfortunate Qian Yuyu beneath her feet, and finally at Jiang Chen practicing on stage. Why don't we give it 2 days as a trial? If it proves unworkable, we can always substitute him. The others slapped their foreheads, shaking their heads as they departed. The president is beyond saving. Women in love are indeed formidable. Jiang Yin sighed in resignation. Let us observe Jiang Chen's practice over the next 2 days. If it truly fails, we must find a replacement. Mu Qing, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs, gazed at Jiang Chen on stage, once again entranced by his enchanting voice. It was that time of year again, the annual welcome gala, a time when the academy bustled with excitement. Dean, I heard that Mu Qing invited young Chen to participate in the gala, apparently, as the final act. Oh, really? On the playground. Dean Chenming smiled at Wang Qing beside him. Who would have thought that young Chen is such a polymath? Not only excelling in research, but also possessing a remarkable singing talent. You have nurtured a fine student. Wang Qing chuckled. I was also surprised that young Chen sings so well. His performing on stage is indeed unexpected. Chenming nodded with a smile. For young Chen, having diverse interests is a boon. Academician Mu has also urged us to keep an eye on him, to cultivate some hobbies. After all, he is still a child. He cannot immerse himself solely in research. He must experience the joys of youth. Come, after a long day, let us enjoy young Chen's singing. Relax, relax. Wang Qing smiled. It is indeed time to unwind. You are always so busy. Chenming chuckled warmly. Two individuals exchanged laughter as they made their way towards the stage on the playground. Chapter 33. Teacher Liang, I can no longer endure this. On stage, Jiang Chen was wholly absorbed in his practice. The task assigned by the system proved to be quite challenging, and even he had doubts about his ability to accomplish it. Yet, the opportunity lay before him. Completing the task would grant him access to insights about the fifth-generation bomber, a matter of great significance for Long Country. He had to exert every effort to fulfill the task. Teacher Liang, let us do it once more. Dressed in a crimson floral long dress. Teacher Liang Shanshan's lips twitched slightly. Jiang Chen, perhaps we should call it a day for now. You've been practicing for over 2 hours. Jiang Chen replied earnestly. Teacher, I'm still fine. Teacher Liang's lips twitched again. You may be fine, but do you have any idea what I've endured for these 2 hours? It has been sheer torment. Actually, teacher, there's a question I wish to ask you, Jiang Chen continued. Honestly, you lack any innate singing talent. Why do you strive so hard to improve? After all, this is merely a welcoming gala. It offers you no tangible benefits. Jiang Chen smiled. Teacher, not all endeavors yield immediate rewards. Beneath the surface of peace, many contribute silently to this nation. I too wish to inspire the newcomers through my efforts. In the future, they will become the talents of Long Country. Teacher Liang gazed intently at the young man before her, seemingly taken aback by his words. She nodded. Let us continue. Understood. Jiang Chen commenced yet another round of torment. The students rehearsing nearby distanced themselves, unwilling to endure any further of Jiang Chen's challenges. Below the stage, Mu Qing watched Jiang Chen with shining eyes. She was utterly captivated, having fallen under his spell, unable to make rational judgments. Who would disagree? Jiang Yin remarked as she sat beside Qian Yuyu, observing Mu Qing with a look of contemplation. At that moment, Chen Ming and Wang Qing approached, greeting them with smiles. Xiao Qing, how is Xiao Chen's practice going? Wang and I have come specifically to listen to the singing and unwind a bit. Mu Qing replied with a smile. Uncle Chen, Professor Wang, Jiang Chen is doing quite well. Is that so? Then Professor Chen and I should move closer to listen attentively. It would also encourage Xiao Chen. Wang Qing said cheerfully. Chen Ming nodded, adding, Professor Wang is right. Let us go offer some encouragement. It will also give us a chance to hear Xiao Chun's South singing talent up close. Dean, Professor Wang, I advise you to reconsider your earlier decision. Jiang Chen earnestly cautioned. Indeed, careful consideration is essential. I suggest you remain here, Qian Yu echoed. This area is precisely within the protective barrier. Venturing closer could be perilous. Brother Chen's singing might be rather unique, and you may find it overwhelming. These two children certainly have a knack for conversation. Chun Ming chuckled. We do not expect Xiao Chun to sing exceptionally well. Rest assured, both Professor Wang and I are fully aware of our expectations. Having spoken, the two made their way towards the stage, while Jiang Yin and Qian Yu shook their heads in resignation. Yin Yin, do you think we should consider dropping out? They mused. I hope the dean isn't seriously ill and comes back alive. Otherwise, there won't be anyone to sign our withdrawal applications. May the heavens bless our poor principal. Jiang Yin murmured, Ba. Qian Yu echoed, Ba. Mu Qing remained silent. 10 minutes later, Chun Ming and Wang Qing returned with gloomy expressions. They glanced at Mu Qing and sighed deeply. Xiao Qing, perhaps we should replace Xiao Chun. It's not easy for the college to recruit students. We can't have them scared away before classes even begin. Wang Qing cast a peculiar look at the stage and instinctively took a few steps back. Mu Qing, this child really struggles with singing. It seems rather unfair to him. Let's just let it go. With that, the two left the playground, heads bowed, feeling despondent. 20 minutes later, Liang Shanshan could no longer endure the torment and decided to rest. Mu Qing, I can only assist you to this point. I simply cannot take it any longer. My aunt has come from the countryside, and I need to go home for 3 days. You should be grateful for my help. Jiang Yin and Qian Yu could only respond with silence. The next morning, Jiang Chen was already practicing his singing beneath the dormitory. Instantly, the surrounding dormitories were filled with complaints. Brother Chen, please tone it down. It's unbearable. This isn't school. It's akin to hell on earth. Mom, Dad, I want to go home. I can't take it anymore. Someone bring me a knife. I want to end it all. Count me in. I'm going crazy. Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat guilty, decided to leave swiftly, fearing that if he lingered too long, someone might rush down and silence him. Is it really that unpleasant? Jiang Chen sat alone on the playground, gazing at the clear blue sky. He sighed deeply. Less than 5 days remain. At this rate, I won't be able to sing a complete song, let alone resonate with the new students. What am I to do? Lying on the grass, he fell into contemplation. What are you pondering so early, coming here alone to reflect on life? Mu Qing approached, dressed in a flowing dress, holding soy milk, and sat beside him with a bun. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Let us eat first, and then think together. Jiang Chen smiled, and sat up, accepting the breakfast to eat. How did you know I was here? Mu Qing replied with a grin. Your morning antics have spread across the college forum. That is how I found out. Jiang Chen then whispered, why don't we just give up? Jiang Chen, smiling, replied, we can't give up now. I have compelling reasons to persevere. Not only must I take the stage, but I must also sing exceptionally well. As he spoke, he felt a tinge of discouragement, acknowledging the challenges ahead. Nevertheless, he knew he needed to devise a plan. Mu Qing gazed at Jiang Chen, her face lighting up with joy. She nodded earnestly. Yes, yes. Difficulties are merely temporary. They can always be resolved. This was conveyed to me by my grandfather. I firmly believe you can achieve it. Jiang Chen chuckled wryly, saying, you have such faith in me. Indeed, Mu Qing nodded earnestly. I am very confident. It's merely a song. You should eat first. I've arranged for Teacher Liang this morning. We will head to the music classroom to practice shortly. Chapter 34, A New Song Morning, in the college music classroom. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the room, clearly revealing the dust particles dancing in the air. Jiang Chen, if this continues, you may not meet your expectations. I suggest we adopt a different approach. It may yield unexpected results. Liang Shanshan proposed her viewpoint. After a morning of practice, although Jiang Chen showed some progress, he was still far from moving people with his voice. At least, it was not feasible in the short term. Teacher Liang, you are the expert in this area. Do you have any good suggestions? Jiang Chen asked earnestly. Liang Shanshan pondered for a moment before replying. What you are doing is certainly not effective. However, we can explore alternative avenues. Since your singing skills may not suffice, we should focus on the song itself. It's best to select an uplifting piece, or even a brand new song. Nothing evokes a better sentiment than a completely new song. Of course, the prerequisite is that it must be of high quality, otherwise, it could backfire. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing interjected, Teacher Liang, To complete a new song design in such a short time seems entirely impossible. Liang Shanshan sighed deeply. You are correct. If we had more time, I might be able to assist you. She then turned her gaze towards Jiang Chen. If it truly proves unfeasible, I advise you to relinquish this endeavor. Given the current circumstances, it is simply unattainable. Teacher, if I can write the lyrics, could you compose the melody based on the tune I hum? Jiang Chen suddenly inquired. Gratefully, he had been prompted by Liang Shanshan to conceive this new idea. In a previous life, there existed an incredibly uplifting song that had even garnered praise from national media. It was perfect for this situation. However, while he could recall the lyrics, he was utterly ignorant when it came to composition. Liang Shanshan contemplated for a moment. If that is the case, perhaps we could complete the arrangement in an afternoon. Are you suggesting you will write the song yourself? Jiang Chen nodded. Teacher, I wish to give it a try. There has been a voice in my mind that I have longed to express. Now seems the perfect opportunity. Hearing this, Liang Shanshan cautioned, Jiang Chen, you may not grasp the complexity of composing music. The foundational skills required are even greater than those for singing. Even professionals cannot produce a quality song in such a short time. You have had no exposure to music. It is simply beyond your reach. Jiang Chen smiled. Teacher, please wait a moment. He approached the podium and inscribed several bold characters on the blackboard. The youth speaks. He then proceeded to write the lyrics. Chorus. When the youth is wise, the nation is wise. When the youth is affluent, the nation is affluent. When the youth is strong, the nation is strong. When the youth is free, the nation is free. Youth intelligence equates to national intelligence. Youth prosperity leads to national prosperity. Youth strength corresponds to national strength. Youth freedom signifies national freedom. Liang Shanshan's eyes widened as she focused intently on the lyrics on the blackboard. Murmuring to herself, youth intelligence equates to national intelligence. Youth prosperity leads to national prosperity. Youth strength corresponds to national strength. Youth freedom signifies national freedom. These concise lyrics intriguingly connect the youth with the nation. The resilience of the youth, their pursuit of dreams, their fearless attitude towards challenges, embodies a positive energy that reflects hope and confidence in the future of their homeland. The aspirations of the nation rest upon the shoulders of the youth of Longhua. Oh, how exhilarating it is to contemplate such stirring lyrics existing in this world. Beside her, Mu Qing clenched her fists in excitement, her face unable to conceal her joy. Youth possesses its own wildness. Like mountains and rivers, they stand tall. They dare to measure the sun and moon anew. Today, it is solely the youth who shine forth, boldly questioning heaven and earth, testing their brilliance. This encapsulates the world within your heart, a realm brimming with passion, hope, and an insatiable yearning for the future. It is no wonder that you can achieve the seemingly impossible, creating miracles one after another. Only today did I truly perceive the world reflected in your eyes. Outside the window, a gentle breeze stirred the curtains, showcasing a graceful dance, as if the wind itself were animated by the inspiring lyrics. The music classroom quieted, the ceiling fan humming overhead. The distinct sound of chalk scraping against the blackboard filled the air. Each stroke of Jiang Chen's chalk brought forth new surprises. Time slipped away unnoticed. Jiang Chen set down the chalk, gazing at the densely written lyrics on the blackboard, exhaling deeply. Perhaps in my past life, I lacked musical talent. Yet I still vividly recall some popular songs, and youth is certainly among them. Teacher Liang, I have completed it, Jiang Chen announced, turning around. Liang Shanshan and Mu Qing remained silent, their hands tightly clasped, their gazes fixed on the lyrics, excitement unmistakably shimmering in their eyes. These lyrics are astonishingly uplifting. Each line embodies the indomitable spirit of youth. The fate of the nation is intricately linked to that of its youth. They are indeed the future of the country. Liang Shanshan snapped back to reality. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, did you come up with these lyrics yourself? Jiang Chen nodded, affirming. Yes, these reflect my thoughts. Perhaps they will resonate with the new generation. Absolutely remarkable, Liang Shanshan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she looked at the lyrics. Jiang Chen, I owe you an apology. I once doubted your intentions in participating in the evening event. Now, having seen your words, I understand the world within you. It was my narrow-mindedness. She turned to Jiang Chen, sincerity in her tone. Jiang Chen, I hope you will allow me to compose the music for this song, not for any other reason, but to bring closure to my own youth. Mu Qing, remaining silent, smiled softly as she quietly observed Jiang Chen, ready to support him in whatever decision he made. Teacher Liang, I would be grateful for your assistance. With a smile, Jiang Chen expressed, the melody in my heart. I hope the teacher can help me arrange it. Upon hearing this, Liang Shanshan was overjoyed, replying, certainly. The teacher will bring forth the melody that resides within your heart, allowing the youth of Long Country to experience your inner world. After a simple lunch, the three delved into the arrangement. Throughout the afternoon, Liang Shanshan was profoundly moved by the world within Jiang Chen's heart. Such a passionate and uplifting melody. It was astonishing to realize it stemmed from the young man before her. What kind of world did he harbor within? She yearned to witness it. The arrangement progressed remarkably well. By evening, Liang Shanshan, having skipped dinner, took the score to collaborate on the accompaniment, planning to practice with it the following day. That night, Jiang Chen returned to the dormitory, weary, and collapsed onto his bed. Finally, you're back, said Qian Yoyu, leaning against the side of the bed. After a day of deep contemplation, I've devised a perfect plan. I'll find a star to sing in the background while you merely lip-sync in the front. Isn't that a flawless solution? Jiang Chen replied, fine. Do as you wish, before drifting off to sleep, snoring softly. There was no choice. After all, someone had to bear the weight of intellect and finance. In critical times, it all depended on him. He pondered which star would be most suitable. 3 days later, at 6 in the evening, with less than an hour before the gala commenced, the playground was already bustling with students. Upon learning that Jiang Chen would participate, Professors Chen Ming, accompanied by academicians Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua, made a special trip to the venue. The arrival of these esteemed academicians sparked a wave of excitement among the newcomers. Students who had initially planned to skip the gala hurried to the playground, eager to witness the presence of national scholars. In that era, the idols in the hearts of students were not various celebrities, but diligent national researchers. Freshmen regarded these figures as role models, aspiring to become talents akin to the older generation of scientists, contributing their share to the nation and society. At the front of the stage, upon learning of Mu Qingshan's arrival, Jiang Chen and Mu Qing rushed to meet him, drawing astonished glances from many students. Who is that senior? How can he chat so familiarly with Academician Mu? It seems they are quite close. I envy him. How wonderful it would be to have a few words with Academician Mu. Has anyone told me the name of that beautiful senior? I wish to get to know her. Junior, just think about it. You should give up this ridiculous notion early. The one beside her is Senior Jiang Chen. He is her boyfriend. Moreover, do you see Academician Mu? That's the senior's grandfather. They've already begun meeting the family. You're just thinking of getting acquainted. How late to the game can you be? Wow. Isn't that senior at the pinnacle of life? Just a moment of envy will suffice. Everyone's life is unique. Perhaps you and I will also become talents in the future. Xiao Chun, if you perform well, I will accompany Dean Shun to the observation platform. Very well, Grandpa Mu. We will prepare first. Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua, accompanied by Chen Ming, took their seats at the observation platform and began to chat about Jiang Chen's current situation. Old Chen, how is Xiao Chen doing lately? Both children have been preoccupied with the preparations for the evening gala. It has been relatively calm. Mu Qingshan nodded, seemingly recalling something. By the way, how did you come up with the idea of having Xiao Chen sing on stage? It's quite a brilliant notion. Chen Ming smiled and explained, it was all Mu Qing's idea. She mentioned that Xiao Chen has an appealing image and possesses considerable popularity among the newcomers, which led to the decision to let him give it a try. Oh, I see. Zhang Jiagua looked forward to the stage with great anticipation. I didn't expect Xiao Chen to excel in research and also possess a talent for singing. How would one describe it? Ah, yes, spirited and a talented young man. Upon hearing this, the group chuckled. Academician Zhang, your description is quite apartment. At such a young age, achieving this level of accomplishment is akin to being a top scholar in ancient times. He certainly qualifies as a talented young man. However, Chen Ming awkwardly smiled and added, Academician Mu, Academician Zhang, you may not be aware, but Xiao Chen's singing might not be very melodious. You might want to prepare yourselves mentally for what is to come. Mu Qingshan tilted his head and smiled. Old Chen, aren't you exaggerating a bit? How bad could it possibly be? Chen Ming looked embarrassed. Words cannot quite capture it. Perhaps after a few days of practice, it will improve, but I advise you to be mentally prepared and to watch with a rational perspective. Mu Qingshan grew increasingly curious and smiled at the stage. This will be interesting. Old Zhang, we certainly made the right choice today. I'm eager to see if it's truly as unpleasant as Old Chen claims. I'm looking forward to it as well, Zhang Jiagua replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Wang Qing leaned in and whispered to Chen Ming, Dean, should we have the emergency team on standby? Chen Ming glanced at the stage, his lips twitching slightly. It would be wise to prepare just in case. Xiao Chen's singing might be quite unpredictable. Wang Qing added, the gala preparations are underway backstage. Qian Yoyu led a young man wearing a mask and a baseball cap to the backstage area. Mu Qing, Brother Chen, I've brought the person you requested. Shall we proceed as planned? Both Jiang Chen and Mu Qing, who were in the midst of preparations, paused to look at Qian Yoyu. Qian, what plan? Qian Yoyu glanced around furtively and whispered, didn't we say I would find a star to lip-sync for you? I've got the big star right here. He gestured towards the masked young man. This is the singer, Chen Yixuan. Jiang Chen was taken aback, his eyes widening as he looked at the young man in black. Qian, he is Chen Yixuan? Are you sure? In his previous life, Jiang Chen had few favorite celebrities, and Chen Yixuan was one of them. He listened to nearly every song, finding them simply delightful. Brother Yixuan, could I possibly get your autograph? Jiang Chen transformed into an eager fan and approached with paper and pen. Chen Yixuan chuckled and readily signed, inquiring about the duet. I sincerely apologize, Brother Yixuan. It seems you may have made a trip in vain. We have decided to perform ourselves. Chen Gu, please do not despair. I implore you not to lead me to such thoughts. Qian Yoyu, with a pained expression, remarked, Chen Gu, it took considerable effort for my father to arrange this. It cost a great deal. It would be a pity to waste it. Jiang Chen pondered and nodded. Indeed, money spent should not go to waste. A flock of crows seemed to fly over Chen Yixuan's forehead. One could not help but feel that these two resembled human traffickers. Why not let Brother Yixuan sing the first song? It would help to warm up the atmosphere. What do you think? Proposed Mu Qing. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Eventually, Qian Yoyu reluctantly conceded and accepted the suggestion. At 7 in the evening, the Tsangnan Academy's welcome party commenced in earnest. Many nearby residents, upon hearing the news, rushed to the playground. In that era, there were no TikToks or short videos. Whenever there was a lively event, they would hasten to join in the merriment, seeking nothing but a vibrant atmosphere. As Chen Yixuan took the stage first, enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. The opening song, 10 Years, ignited the entire venue. If those two words had not trembled, I would not have realized my discomfort. How could I voice it? It is merely a breakup. The live performance was far more melodious than the recorded tapes. Who could argue otherwise? This was indeed the essence of 10 Years. The welcome party was impressive. Starting with Chen Yixuan raised expectations for the final performance. Brother, it would be wise not to anticipate too much. The closing act is Senior Jiang Chen. When it comes to academics, Jiang Chen is undoubtedly remarkable, but when it comes to singing, well, during the rehearsal that evening, I secretly listened and can only say it was a mixed bag. I may need to leave early. Really? Is it that unpleasant? Surely not. Brother, let's leave it at that. Be prepared for the worst. Chapter 36. Completely igniting the resonance of new students, the party continued smoothly for over an hour. Although many students left early due to fatigue. However, most chose to stay, looking forward to the closing performance. Should we head back? I heard the final act isn't very promising. I've heard that Senior Jiang Chen's singing isn't great. Perhaps we should leave. Let's just stay. After all, it's the last performance. It will only take a few minutes. Even if it's unpleasant, it will have a beginning and an end, and I'm curious to see how bad it is. All right then, let us stay and hope it's not excessively unpleasant. The final performer seemed not to be favored by the audience. No wonder they initially wanted me to perform in his stead. However, it appeared he had written an original song and opted to sing it himself, which was somewhat intriguing. In front of the viewing platform, Chen Yixuan was seated as a guest in the row behind the dean, engaging in casual conversation with his manager. Do you think everyone possesses your level of talent? In terms of singing, you are the most gifted individual I have ever encountered. I spotted you in the crowd instantly. It is only a matter of time before you become a superstar. All right, after this song, we should head back. There are numerous engagements awaiting us. Chen Yixuan nodded, his gaze returning to the stage as the lights dimmed. A grand and majestic chorus suddenly resounded, echoing throughout the entire playground. In the next moment, a profound silence enveloped the space. If the youth are wise, so shall the nation be wise. If the youth are affluent, so shall the nation be affluent. If the youth are strong, so shall the nation be strong. If the youth are free, so shall the nation be free. As the opening chorus commenced, accompanied by the stirring music, all present turned their astonished gazes towards the stage. What were these lyrics? If the youth are strong, so shall the nation be strong. If the youth are free, so shall the nation be free. My heavens, is this not a reflection of us? A wave of fervor surged within. Do you not feel a fire igniting in your hearts? In this moment, I seem to grasp something profound. Hope lies before us. And we are indeed the future of our nation. Yes, we are the future of our homeland. The shape of our future will mirror that of our nation. Why have I never heard this song before? Have you all heard it? You may not yet know, but these lyrics were penned by Senior Jiang Chen himself. Goodness, what a remarkable senior, capable of composing such lyrics. Many students who were initially preparing to leave were drawn in by the enchanting voice of the singer, pausing to linger. As the chorus concluded, a beam of light illuminated Jiang Chen. He was dressed simply, in casual sportswear, exuding an aura reminiscent of a friendly older brother. His voice quietly soared, permeating the entire playground. As the red sun rises, its path radiant with light. The river flows forth, cascading into a vast ocean. The youth possess their own wildness, their spirits akin to mountains and rivers, standing tall. They dare to measure the sun and moon. Today it is solely I, the young man. Before the grandstand, Mu Qingshan was visibly moved, with tears welling in his eyes. Old Jiang, did you hear? This is but a reflection of Xiao Chen's heartfelt sentiments. Everything he has accomplished for Longhua in such a short time is a testament to the notion that a young man can indeed measure the sun and moon. Indeed, Zhang Jiagua remarked, I never anticipated that Xiao Chen could articulate his thoughts into such poignant lyrics. He conveys his innermost feelings through song to all the youth of Longhua. If the youth are strong, so shall the nation be strong. We have aged. The future rests upon these children. Mu Qingshan gazed at Jiang Chen, his eyes brimming with excitement. This child's presence in Longhua is a blessing indeed. He then turned to Chen Ming beside him. Old Chen, this seems to diverge somewhat from what you suggested. Xiao Chen appears to have bestowed upon us yet another delightful surprise. Chen Ming inhaled deeply, casting a glance at Jiang Chen, finding it hard to believe. Academician Mu. I must confess, these few lines from Xiao Chen evoke a longing within me to return to my youth. In those days, I was filled with fervor and ambition, striving for the development of Longhua. But now Mu Qingshan sighed. Old Chen, your contributions to nurturing generation after generation of talent for Longhua, particularly in cultivating individuals like Jiang Chen, cannot be underestimated. Indeed, Zhang Jiagua asserted gravely, one might even argue that your contributions surpass ours. The continuous influx of fresh blood invigorates Longhua. Gazing at the children before us, it feels as though we are witnessing the dawn of Longhua's future, a powerful, prosperous, and wise Eastern nation rising steadily. We are all witnesses to history. Suddenly, Wang Qing smiled. I had assumed Xiao Chen would sing poorly as he had a few days ago. To my surprise, he was preparing a grand performance to astonish us. On stage, Jiang Chen continued to sing, each lyric resonating deeply with every young heart present, articulating their innermost desires. The atmosphere surged with fervor, surpassing even the excitement at the beginning of Chen Yixuan's performance. Youth embodies passion and vigor, their spirits shine like the midday sun. The youth of Huaxiao rise with ambition, striving to become pillars of strength, living up to their youth. The song ignited not only the students, but also that flame within Chen Yixuan's heart. Qing, he remarked, this is the first time I've heard such uplifting lyrics. It feels as if I am transported back to my youth, brimming with fervor. No challenge seems insurmountable. Chen Yixuan gazed at the stage, seemingly lost in memories. Qing reflected, back then, you were just like those students on stage, full of life and promise. Amidst the vast sea of humanity, your brilliance stood out, destined for the entertainment industry. Chen Yixuan pondered deeply, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Yet, in comparison to the youth before him, he felt somewhat inferior. The lyrics encapsulated the world within him. What kind of heart must one possess to embrace such a vision? I fear that after tonight, it won't be long before this song reverberates throughout the Dragon Kingdom, with each lyric striking a chord in the hearts of its people. Qing whispered a seemingly unrelated thought. Perhaps this is the unique significance of each individual's existence. The melody continued to weave through the night air, drifting into every dormitory. More and more students gathered, some even excitedly waving red flags. In the darkness, a beam of light illuminated the flag, glowing red like a spark in the night, akin to a beacon of hope during life's bleak moments, guiding one along the path ahead. No matter how dark the road may be, There will always be a red light to illuminate the way. At the end of this journey lies a magnificent avenue. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, B-2 Bomber Blueprint Analysis Opportunity. On stage, Jiang Chen smiled. Everything was worth it. Go, Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 37, Drafting the Bomber Blueprint. After the event concluded, Chen Yixuan returned and promptly posted a message on social media. Tonight, I heard the most unforgettable song of my life. In that era, social media was not widely popular, so he could only share updates within his circle of friends, which did not create much of a stir. However, the official forum of Songnan Academy sparked a fervent discussion. Many students used the school's computers to engage in the conversation. Unfortunately, with their meager means, they struggled to access the internet. Time was measured in minutes, costing 0.15 yuan for a minute, while pork was merely 3 yuan per gene. Accessing the internet via mobile phones was a luxury reserved for the affluent. Moreover, the connection was painfully slow, often taking an hour or two to refresh a single page. Consequently, more individuals opted to visit internet cafes or use the school's computer lab to go online. There is no cost involved, and the internet speed is quite satisfactory. Liang Shanshan went so far as to upload the song to the school forum. Many students who missed the evening gala flocked to the internet cafe to download it onto their phones. In just one night, the entire college was immersed in the melody, with dormitories buzzing with discussions. Who among you has downloaded Senior Jiang Chen's song? Let's connect via Bluetooth and share it. I'll send it to you. I waited over an hour in line at the cafe to download it. Please send me a copy too. I want to listen to it on repeat tonight. Setting it as my ringtone would be even cooler. I swear it's the most uplifting song I've ever heard. It will definitely become a sensation. Absolutely. Every young person in Longhua must listen to it to cleanse their souls. Due to the limited internet infrastructure of that era, the song circulated predominantly within the college, with the outside world completely unaware of its existence. 3 days passed, and aside from the ubiquitous sounds of youthful ringtones, the students seemed to exude a different energy. They walked with a spring in their step and a sparkle in their eyes. Jiang Chen became a celebrity on campus, whether in class or at meals. Numerous students approached him for autographs, akin to the experience of a star. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen busied himself with the design of the B-2 bomber blueprints, eager to expedite its development alongside the transport aircraft project. In Longhua, at the research department, Director Zhong, you summoned me for a reason? Zhong Weiman appeared somewhat perturbed. His brow furrowed as he glanced at Mu Qingshan and sighed deeply. Since the news of the fifth-generation aircraft sale was released, numerous spies have emerged, seeking to uncover Longhua's confidential information and destabilize our nation. We're capable of managing this. We can apprehend them as they appear. However, a new situation has arisen. Zhong Weiman opened his drawer and retrieved a report. Take a look at this. It will clarify the matter. Mu Qingshan accepted the document and scrutinized it intently. Within mere seconds, his brow knitted tightly. He slammed his right hand down on the table, producing a dull thud. This is utterly outrageous. To employ such despicable tactics to hinder Longhua's development is shameless. Zhong Weiman gestured for him to sit. Old Mu, please calm down. The reason I called you today is twofold: to inquire about the progress of the transport aircraft project and to discuss a task from above. Mu Qingshan, still irate, took a seat. Director Zhong, the beautiful nation is luring away capable youth with high salaries and the allure of prestigious research teams, only to stifle their potential. This is a direct assault on Longhua's new vitality. Zhong Weiman nodded. We are fully aware of what you've articulated, and the higher-ups are equally cognizant of their underhanded intentions. Thus, the content of our discussion today. He produced another document and placed it before Mu Qingshan. This is the task that has just been assigned to our research department by the higher-ups. We are expected to stabilize the spirits of Longhua's youth through promotional methods akin to those used for the fifth-generation aircraft, informing them that Longhua is indeed the future of the world, awakening the flame within their hearts. We must also ignite the fire that resides in the hearts of all the people of Longhua. With the emergence of Jiang Chen, Longhua is advancing at an astonishing pace. Yet, time is of the essence. At this juncture, we must kindle this flame, allowing it to burn brighter. The future of Longhua is destined to belong to the youth. Mu Qingshan fell silent. It is easier said than done. For Longhua to progress, it must align itself with the global landscape. This has led to a rampant infiltration of foreign ideologies into our nation, cloaked in a guise of allure, yet harboring nefarious intentions within. These ideologies insidiously erode the minds of our youth to fulfill their despicable aims. Zhongbu, Mu Qingshan suddenly had an epiphany and turned to Zhong Weiman. Zhongbu, perhaps I have a solution that can achieve what you seek. Zhong Weiman's eyes brightened. He had been troubled by this matter for several days, having considered various approaches with little satisfaction. Old Mu, do tell. It is quite simple, Mu Qingshan explained. We can utilize the medium of song for promotion. By employing some invigorating anthems, we can inspire the fighting spirit of the youth. Upon hearing this, Zhong Weiman appeared disheartened. This approach had been proposed previously but was dismissed due to its perceived ineffectiveness. Old Mu, I fear this may not suffice. The results were minimal. Mu Qingshan clarified. If we were to consider ordinary songs, perhaps they would lack impact. However, there is one individual and one particular song that can undoubtedly achieve the desired effect. Zhong Weiman, intrigued, inquired, are you referring to Jiang Chen? Mu Qingshan proceeded to recount the details of the concert and shared the song performed by the youth. Zhong Weiman's eyes widened in astonishment. Old Mu, you mean to say these lyrics were penned by that young lad, Xiao Chen? Chapter 38. Nationwide promotion after the initial shock. Zhong Weiman regained his composure and pondered for a considerable time. Old Mu, should we deliberate further on this matter? After all, Xiao Chen's identity is rather unique. Could widespread exposure invite unnecessary scrutiny? Zhongbu, you need not worry about this, Mu Qingshan reassured him. I have contemplated this issue as well. I believe it could serve as the perfect cover for Xiao Chen, elevating him to the status of a beloved star. While it may attract some attention from certain quarters, it would also provide substantial protection. Who would suspect that a popular young singer could be the future chief engineer of Longhua? Mu Qingshan jested. Even if I said it right in front of you, I doubt you would believe it. Zhong Weiman nodded, lost in thought, as the office fell into silence. Very well. I shall reach out to the confidentiality team. They possess expertise in this area. If they concur, we shall proceed with this plan. Zhong Weiman dialed the number for the confidentiality team. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man in black attire, expressionless, entered the room. Zhongbu, you summoned me. Please, have a seat. Let us discuss this matter at length. The middle-aged man nodded to academician Mu before settling down. Today, I have an important issue to consult with you regarding. Zhong Weiman briefly outlined Jiang Chen's current situation, who furrowed his brow and remarked, Zhong, given the current circumstances, Jiang Chen's situation is exceedingly secure. According to your observations, Jiang Chen will undoubtedly have numerous interactions with academician Mu in the future. This will certainly attract considerable attention. He continued to articulate his professional perspective. In the short term, it is undoubtedly best for him to remain undisclosed. However, from a long-term perspective, having a concealed identity would provide greater safety. This identity could also facilitate your meetings. Initially, it may draw some attention, yet over time, it will become less conspicuous and thus more secure. Zhong Weiman nodded, turning his gaze to Mu Qingshan. Old Mu, what is your opinion? Mu Qingshan replied, I believe it is entirely feasible to attempt this. In just a few months, we have had multiple interactions with Xiao Chen. Although we have been discreet, the risks remain substantial. This approach serves a dual purpose. Very well, let us proceed with this plan, Zhong Weiman declared, looking at Hu. From now on, you will be directly responsible for Jiang Chen's secrecy and disguise efforts. Regardless of the sacrifices involved, we must ensure Jiang Chen's safety. Hu abruptly stood up and saluted, understood. I will guarantee the completion of the task. After Hu departed, only Zhong Weiman and Mu Qingshan remained in the office. Zhong, that wasn't he the leader of the Confidential 12, was it? Zhong Weiman confirmed. Indeed, he reports directly to me. This directive comes from above. Jiang Chen is of paramount importance to Longhua. We must intensify our protective measures. Mu Qingshan jested. Even in my absence, I cannot allow this child, Xiao Chen, to come to harm. I have another suggestion. Since we are to present Xiao Chen as a representative of youth, let us bestow upon him a title to make it even more reasonable. Zhong Weiman chuckled. Old Mu, you are quite transparent in advocating for your future grandson-in-law. Mu Qingshan laughed heartily. Not at all. I assure you, I am not. Zhong Weiman retorted. Enough of the pretense. I know how to handle this. It's merely a matter of being recognized as a national outstanding youth. Zhong Weiman expressed his curiosity. This honor for Jiang Chen makes me feel somewhat embarrassed. Were it not for the concern over exposure, I would wholeheartedly support his designation as an academician. He acknowledged. Jiang Chen's contributions to Longhua truly merit the title of academician. The two exchanged smiles, their their spirits lifted. Subsequently, Mu Qingshan made a special phone call to inform Jiang Chen of this development. Jiang Chen had no objections, as he was not required to manage any of it. His focus remained on completing the bomber design blueprints as quickly as possible. On that day, a team from the National News Agency, along with music producers, arrived at the academy to shoot a video for a song, drawing the attention of curious students. Isn't that the National News Channel? Why have they suddenly come to our campus? It seems to be true. Isn't that Senior Jiang Chen? It appears they are filming something. You all may not be aware, but the National News Channel intends to promote Youth Speaks across the country, allowing more young people in Longhua to hear this song. This is a positive development, beneficial for both Longhua and its youth. We should lend our support in promoting it. Indeed, let us ignite the flames within the hearts of more young individuals in Longhua. The filming site attracted an increasing number of students who gathered to observe. Many took the initiative to engage in promotional efforts, utilizing the internet to generate buzz about the filming in advance, which sparked quite a sensation. Could it be true that a national news channel would produce a promotional video for a song at an academy? Is there truly a melody so enchanting that it commands national attention? To my friends above, I shall share the song's title. You may download it and experience its beauty for yourselves. I too have listened to it. This song is distinct from others, possessing a unique charm. It is indeed worth supporting, given the extraordinary nature of this piece. The filming progressed smoothly, with most scenes shot on campus, where students served as the backdrop, perfectly aligning with the youthful essence of the song Youth Speaks. The filming concluded that afternoon, and the promotional video was hastily produced overnight, showcasing a sense of urgency. By the following day, it began airing during prime time across various television stations. In that era, social networks were not well developed, and 80% of the nation would tune in to watch television during peak hours. At noon in the college cafeteria, Jiang Chen pondered when the promotional video would air, feeling a sense of anticipation as he had yet to see it. Numerous students, like fish drawn to bait, fixated on the sole large television mounted from the cafeteria ceiling while eating their meals, eagerly awaiting the broadcast. The television station had assured him it would commence precisely at noon. Jiang Chen glanced at the clock. Just 3 minutes remained. Now a burgeoning star, Jiang Chen, with a teasing note, asked Mu Qing if she felt no anxiety at all. Was she not concerned that other girls might pursue him? Yin pretended to discreetly survey the room and noted that several girls had cast glances in their direction. You should be on guard, she exclaimed. Mu Qing's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. What are you saying, Yin? I am not worried in the least. Yet she stole a furtive glance at Jiang Chen, who remained silent but offered a reassuring gaze. At that moment, it turned exactly 12 o'clock. The television screen shifted, and Jiang Chen appeared before the audience. Chapter 39. Mom, I'm on TV. It has aired. It has aired. The promotional video is finally on, exclaimed a student. Wow. It took half an hour for this meal, but Jiang Chen looks quite dashing on screen. He is handsome in person too. Had it not been for Mu Qing already winning his heart, I would have certainly taken my chance. The transformation of Youth Speaks into a promotional video added a deeper resonance. Indeed, who would have imagined that Jiang Chen would achieve national fame through a single song? Describing him as a polymath would not be an exaggeration. As the song resonated from the television, many students began to sing along, becoming increasingly swept up in the lyrics. Inspired by the music, a growing number of students joined in, their eyes shining with hope for their nation and their hearts filled with aspirations for the future. They exuberantly celebrated their youth, casting envious glances at Jiang Chen, dreaming of becoming a focal point in the crowd like him and contributing to the glory of their homeland. Perhaps one day, when faced with life's myriad challenges, they would find themselves on the brink of despair. In the depths of my heart, I shall replay the entirety of this lifetime in my mind. Perhaps, fueled by today's fervor, I shall emerge from despair and stride toward the light. With a promising future ahead, may I return as a youth once more. Brother Chen, you have now risen to stardom. Will you abandon me? Qian Youyu wears a woeful expression. Jiang Chen solemnly nods. If someone were to sponsor me snacks for a month, perhaps it would be no problem. I would even commit to a lifetime, for a good brother like me would cover that. Qian Youyu confidently pats his chest. Zhang Yin and Mu Qing also request a monthly snack sponsorship. Qian Youyu readily agrees to all. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen smiles. In this life, there are many different stories to tell. At home, Jiang Hanqing is watching television. The scene shifts, revealing a promotional clip for Youth Says. The individual on the screen bears an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Chen. Jiang Chen quickly rises and calls out to his wife, who is busy in the kitchen. Yet his gaze remains fixated on the television. Dear, come quickly and see if that person on the television is our son. Old Jiang, are you seeing things? Our son is at school right now. How could he possibly be on TV? Now, let me cook in peace. Jiang Hui dismisses Jiang Chen, continuing her culinary duties. No. Dear, you must come and take a look. He truly resembles our son. Jiang Chen presses his face against the television, convinced it is indeed his child. Please, just come and see. I am not deceiving you. He looks exactly like our son. With a long sigh, Jiang Hui sets down her knife, wipes her hands on her apron, and steps out of the kitchen. Where is it? Let me have a look. How can someone your age not recognize your own son? As she gazes at the television, her voice falters in disbelief. Old Jiang, this is too much like our Xiao Chen. Could it be that he has truly appeared on television? I told you, it bears a striking resemblance, Jiang Chen urges. Quickly call our son to confirm if it is him. How could he keep such a significant event from us? You have no idea. Several channels are broadcasting this promotional clip. Jiang Hui is momentarily flustered, scrambling to find the phone. After much effort, she realizes she has forgotten the number. Old Jiang, what is our child's phone number? Jiang Chen is in a frenzy. Quickly check the phone book. You usually remember these things. Oh. Jiang Hui hurriedly flips through the phone book. Following the number listed, she dials it. As the phone rings, she takes a deep breath to ease the tension. Put it on speaker. I want to hear what our child has to say. Oh. Jiang Hui has never felt as dazed as she does today. Her mind is a blank slate. After 2 rings, the call connects. Mom, have you eaten yet? Jiang Hui replies, not yet. Have you eaten? I just finished eating. Are you and Dad doing well at home? Very well. Everything is fine. How are you at school? All is well. Why don't you ask something serious? I'm about to lose my mind, Jiang Chen urged anxiously. Yes. Let's discuss the matter at hand. Jiang Hui swallowed hard and said, Xiao Chen, your father just mentioned he saw you on television. Was that you in the promotional video? Beside her, Jiang Chen pressed his ear to the phone, waiting impatiently for a response. That was indeed me. The country is producing a promotional film, and my song was selected, Jiang Chen replied. Ah, Jiang Hui suddenly exclaimed. Xiao Chen, that really was you. At first, I couldn't believe what your father told me. Ha, my son is on television. I must call your uncle and the others. Someone from our Jiang family is on TV. What a source of pride for your mother. All right, take good care of yourself at the academy. Goodbye. Before Jiang Chen could say more, the call was abruptly ended. He could only chuckle helplessly. At home, after hanging up, Jiang Hui immediately began calling her relatives. Laughter filled the air. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's smile remained unwavering as he listened to her conversations. Hello, is this uncle? Xiao Chen is on television. Yes. Turn on the TV. You can see him on every channel. Indeed, that child has made us proud. The country invited him to film a promotional video. After finishing the call, he dialed his second uncle. Second uncle, Xiao Chen is on television. Really? You saw him too? That's right. It's that kid. He looked quite handsome on TV. I almost didn't recognize him, haha. Hello, Mom. Your grandson is on television. Yes, that television. Turn it on and see. He looks so dashing. In just 10 minutes, she made 20 calls. Jiang Chen grew increasingly impatient. Dear, let me make a few calls too. It's such a big deal that our son is on television. My friends must know. What a source of pride. Jiang Hui shot him a glare. Let me finish calling the relatives first. This is significant news. They must all know how capable Xiao Chen is. It's a moment of pride for our Jiang family. I'll call you once I'm done. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. Then hurry. I want to watch my son's promotional video first. His gaze turned to the television. A smile plastered on his face. Indeed, Xiao Chen looked quite handsome on TV, reminiscent of Han Chen's youth. Truly, he is a worthy heir of the Jiang lineage. At that moment, a scrolling message appeared at the bottom of the promotional video. Jiang Chen squinted to read it. Jiang Chen has been awarded the title of National Outstanding Youth. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Jiang Hui. Dear, it says here that Xiao Chen has been recognized as a National Outstanding Youth. Jiang Hui replied. Looks like I need to make another round of calls. Chapter 40. The blueprints of the bomber in my dreams. After the broadcast of Jiang Chen's promotional video, it swept through the entire dragon country like a tempest. Schools of all sizes resonated with the melodies sung by the young boy. The youth culture of the nation underwent a significant transformation. Many aspiring talents who planned to study abroad chose to stay, realizing that the dragon country is on the rise. Currently, it still lags behind some foreign nations in certain aspects. In the not-so-distant future, the Dragon Nation is destined to join the ranks of the world's great powers. Many foresee that this day is not far off. The protagonist, Jiang Chen, has been diligently working in the studio assigned by the Academy, focused on drafting blueprints for a bomber. With ears deaf to the world outside, he immerses himself entirely in his work. 7 days have swiftly passed, and Jiang Chen's designs have begun to take shape, with an estimated week remaining to complete them. At this moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Mu Qing, inviting him for a stroll to stretch his legs after a week of confinement in the studio. After organizing the blueprints and placing them in a file, he stepped outside. Outside the academy, a black car drove in, carrying Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua. "Old Zhang," Mu Qingshan remarked, "why are you here just to deliver a certificate?" Zhang Jiagua chuckled, glancing out the window. "Perhaps I simply enjoy the atmosphere of the school. In my old age, I often yearn for the vibrancy of youth." Mu Qingshan scoffed. "Yearning for youth? I can hardly believe you. I suspect you're here to keep an eye on young Chen. You want to see if he is concocting any design blueprints, don't you?" Zhang Jiagua grinned, not denying the implication. "Can you be a little more sensible? Do you really think that kid can produce a new fighter jet design in just a month? I wouldn't dare dream of it. Yet here you are, thinking it's possible." Zhang Jiagua laughed. "I dreamt about it last night. That kid Chen burst into my office and threw a stack of blueprints in my face. You weren't in my dream, so you can't imagine how exhilarating that felt." Mu Qingshan closed his eyes and shook his head. Ever since Jiang Chen appeared, those around him seemed to have taken on a strange air. "Old Zhang, you yourself said it was a dream. Do you really take it seriously? What do you think Jiang Chen threw at you in that dream?" Zhang Jiagua struggled to recall. "It seemed like bomber blueprints, but I can't be certain. Dreams are often hazy." Mu Qingshan leaned forward, looking at Zhang Jiagua with a mix of exasperation and concern. "Old Zhang, we are researchers, not theologians. We must respect science. Your musings are worrisome." Zhang Jiagua shot him an incredulous glance. "So, according to you, I'm a bit delusional? Haven't you heard the saying? The end of science is theology. Besides, I'm not taking my dream seriously. I just wanted to come and take a look. Consider it a solace for my dream." "Suit yourself. I can't be bothered to argue with you," Mu Qingshan replied, his gaze drifting. "If dreaming could lead to Jiang Chen designing a new fighter jet, I'd happily cater to you while you sleep all day at home." In the corridor of the staff building, accompanied by Dean Chun-Ming, Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua headed toward Jiang Chen's studio. The young man had been busy in his studio all week. They had encountered him that morning, so he was surely there now. Dean Chen pointed to an office not far ahead. "That's it. It's the only office he uses, and usually, it's only Mu Qing who brings him meals. No one else would come here." Chun-Ming knocked on the door, but there was no response from within. With a gentle push, the door creaked open. Did this child not lock the door? The three of them stepped inside. The 20-square-meter room held a desk by the window, neatly arranged with a pile of documents. Aside from some drawing tools, there were only a few professional books on aviation. The trio settled onto a small table nearby. Chun-Ming hurriedly poured water for the two. "Just a moment ago, I saw someone here. How could they have vanished now?" "Academicians Mu and Zhang. Please sit for a while. I will step out to make contact." After Chun-Ming left, the two began to survey their surroundings, observing Jiang Chen's usual working environment. "Old Zhang, you must admit, this young lad bears quite a resemblance to us in our earlier days." Zhang Jiagua nodded, taking a seat in front of Jiang Chen's desk, absorbing the atmosphere of the place. "This child possesses a spirit that surpasses our youthful selves. Despite having achieved such great success and receiving ample rewards from the nation, he appears utterly indifferent to the worldly pursuits that captivate most. Each meeting unfolds as it always does, with his mindset remaining unchanged. In fact, on several occasions, he wore the very same outfit. Such composure is not something ordinary individuals can maintain." Mu Qingshan casually picked up one of the professional aviation books on the desk. Upon opening it, he found meticulous notes inscribed within, all remarkably tidy. Achieving success at a young age while retaining one's original intentions is no small feat. Such talents in history have often accomplished great things. Mu Qingshan set the book down and noticed a file folder nearby, picking it up in curiosity. Zhang Jiagua rose and approached the bookshelf, perusing the titles. It is no wonder that Jiang Chen, at his age, has accomplished what many strive for throughout their entire lives. Wouldn't you agree, old Mu? There was no response within the room. Zhang Jiagua instinctively turned back to look. He found Mu Qingshan's hands trembling, his breath quickening. His expression deeply affected. "Old Mu, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Zhang Jiagua inquired with concern. It was as if Mu Qingshan did not hear him. His gaze fixated on the paper in his hands. Zhang Jiagua stepped closer to investigate. Upon seeing the blueprints, he was struck dumb. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could this be the design blueprints for the fifth-generation bomber? Zhang Jiagua swallowed hard, stammering in shock. At that moment, Mu Qingshan spoke, his tone laced with astonishment. "It is likely so." The three simple words detonated in Zhang Jiagua's mind like a bomb, leaving his thoughts in disarray. His eyes widened further, swallowing again. He uttered in disbelief. "Could it be that my dream has come true?" Mu Qingshan revealed a faint smile, tinged with bitterness. "If this is not a dream, then it is indeed real. What you envisioned in your dreams has materialized into reality. This is somewhat absurd. Absurd does not begin to cover it." After the initial shock, Zhang Jiagua began to pace excitedly, occasionally touching his face, feeling the wall, and brushing the cold paper of the design blueprint. The chill confirmed for him that this was no dream, everything was real. "The child, Xiao Chun, has astonishingly transformed the elements of my dreams into reality. Could it be that he possesses magical powers? This child is simply extraordinary." Zhang Jiagua picked up a blueprint, allowing the sunlight streaming through the window to illuminate his face, casting the silhouette of a colossal, futuristic bomber. "It is truly remarkable that an individual's abilities can reach such heights. I would readily believe he is divine." Mu Qingshan gazed out the window, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The Dragon Kingdom is on the brink of monumental change. Chapter 41. I propose we pursue two projects simultaneously. After finishing a phone call, Chen Ming returned indoors to witness a peculiar sight. The two esteemed academicians were grinning foolishly at the papers in their hands. "With this design blueprint in hand, our aircraft system will become increasingly refined. Just contemplating this fills me with joy. Who would have thought that each visit to the academy would bring such surprises? It seems I must come more often. Perhaps it would be wise for you to indulge in more dreams in the future. Indeed, we should broaden the scope of our dreams to include things like spaceships." "Ha. You make a valid point." Curious, Chen Ming approached and inquired, "Academician Mu, Academician Zhang, what is this all about?" The two turned and laughed heartily. "Ah, old Chen, you have made a significant contribution as well. Indeed, we must acknowledge old Chen's great merit. We shall apply for recognition upon our return. In addition to rewarding old Chen personally, we should also seek educational funding. The school's educational equipment is due for an upgrade." Chen Ming was taken aback. In the time it took to make a phone call, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. "Masters, the rewards can wait. I simply wish to understand what has transpired to bring you such joy." Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua exchanged knowing smiles and presented the blueprint before him. "Old Chen, take a look for yourself. We did not anticipate such unexpected gains from today's visit. I suspect that had we not come, this blueprint would remain hidden by Xiao Chun for an indefinite period. If it were anyone else, they would have reported it to the state long ago. Only he possesses such patience. After all, you mentioned that this child's mindset is unlike anyone else's." With a mixture of curiosity and confusion, Chen Ming examined the blueprint. Upon seeing it, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he turned to Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua. "Is this the design blueprint for a bomber?" Mu Qingshan nodded with a smile. Chen Ming could not suppress a gasp, his gaze returning to the blueprint. "How is this possible? Wasn't this child rehearsing songs and preparing for a gala just last week? How could he have designed a bomber blueprint in such a short time? This is utterly unbelievable." Chen Ming's hands trembled, his eyes filled with incredulity as he looked at Academician Mu, asking once more, "Is this all real? I am not dreaming, am I?" Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua exchanged amused glances. "You see, we all wear the same expression, as if we are dreaming. Just moments ago, you bore the same look. Who would believe such an absurdity without witnessing it firsthand? In less than a month, he has achieved what other nations have taken decades to accomplish. If one day he claims to be an extraterrestrial departing blue star in a spaceship, I would believe it." At this moment, Chen Ming gradually accepted the absurdity of the situation. Truly, as the saying goes, unless one witnesses it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Within this humble room, miracles were born one after another. In the future, this room is destined to become a witness to the history of Longhua alongside Jiang Chen, preserved for posterity. By the way, when will that child Xiaoqing return? Mu Qingshan inquired. He will be back shortly. He is taking a walk with Xiaoqing. Chun Ming remarked enviously. It seems that Director Mu has remarkable foresight, having long ago designated Xiaoqing as his granddaughter's fiancée. How enviable. Unfortunately, I do not have a granddaughter. Zhang Jiagua complained. Among us, it is the cunning Mu who always manages to reap the greatest benefits. Alas, it sounds as if you portray me as a villain. Mu Qingshan boasted. In truth, I am merely a grandfather seeking a good match for my granddaughter. At that moment, the door swung open, and Jiang Chen and Mu Qing entered. Grandpa, Mu Qing exclaimed, linking her arm with his. What brings you here? Mu Qingshan feigned anger. You don't come to see your grandfather. Do you not permit your grandfather to visit you? Now that you have a boyfriend, you've forgotten all about me. Mu Qing smiled sweetly, playfully shaking his arm. How could I ever forget you? You are my most beloved grandfather. Beside them, Zhang Jiagua looked on with envy, thinking how wonderful it would be to have a granddaughter like Mu Qing. Mu Qing chuckled and linked her arm with Zhang Jiagua's. Grandpa Zhang. It sounds as though I am not your granddaughter. I'm a bit annoyed now, she teased, laughing heartily. Zhang Jiagua laughed loudly, turning to Jiang Chen. If you dare to bully my granddaughter in the future, I will certainly hold you accountable. Jiang Chen smiled in response. All right, let us now discuss serious matters. Mu Qingshan regained his composure. Old Chen, Xiaoqing, please step outside for a moment. Jiang Chen and I have some matters to discuss. Chun Ming nodded and exited the room with Mu Qing, leaving the atmosphere suddenly quiet. Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua turned their stern gazes upon Jiang Chen, pointing at the blueprints on the table. Now tell us, if we hadn't come today, how long did you plan to keep this from us? Zhang Jiagua added, visibly agitated. Do you even comprehend the severity of the issues you face? You left such critical blueprints on the table, and you didn't even close the door when you left. Your sense of security is severely lacking. We must reprimand you. Indeed, safety. Mu Qingshan interjected, glancing at Zhang Jiagua. What performance are you putting on? Can we not be on the same wavelength? Zhang Jiagua seemed oblivious to Mu Qingshan's gaze, continuing, I will arrange a safety lecture for you later. And perhaps you could move a safe from my place, understood? Jiang Chen felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, nodding earnestly. 10 minutes later, after Jiang Chen's explanation, Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua nodded in satisfaction. Given your current progress, how much longer do you estimate it will take to complete the blueprints? Mu Qingshan inquired. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. It may take a bit longer, approximately a week. The voice of Mu Qingshan abruptly ceased, his eyes widening as he stared at Jiang Chen. How long? Jiang Chen replied, 1 week. Hiss. Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua couldn't help but gasp. They had anticipated a swift outcome, yet they were unprepared for such rapidity. Xiao Chen, this is truly disheartening, Mu Qingshan lamented, shaking his head with a bitter smile. It feels as though we old men have become quite redundant. One individual has managed to accomplish what we all could not. Zhang Jiagua echoed his sentiments with a wry smile. While I am elated to soon possess the 5th-generation bomber, I must admit my spirit feels somewhat bruised. It will likely take considerable time to mend. With age, one truly becomes less capable. Jiang Chen smiled. Grandfather Mu, Grandfather Zhang, I still require your assistance. My proposal is to simultaneously advance the transport aircraft program and the bomber project. Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua gasped. Could you refrain from such sudden provocations? Our hearts can hardly bear it. Chapter 42. Emergency Meeting. Gathering personnel the following day at the National Research Department, 5 academicians gathered in Zhong Weiman's office. Such an assembly was a rare occurrence, often only seen once or twice a year, drawing significant attention from those outside. Old Mu, what crucial matter necessitated this secretive gathering? With the pressing timeline of the Fat Girl project, what could not be conveyed over the phone? Meeting consumes precious time, one remarked. Indeed. We are so busy we scarcely have time to spare, another added. Zhang Jiagua leisurely sipped his tea, seemingly eager to witness the reactions of the others. Old Mu. Everyone is here. Do share, Zhong Weiman prompted. Mu Qingshan nodded with a smile. First, I must address the fact that you all have been exceedingly busy. Some of your old ailments may have resurfaced, so prepare your emergency medications. We wouldn't want anyone to be startled into a health crisis. The group paused, glancing at the composed Zhang Jiagua. Old Zhang, do you know something we don't? What have you two been secretly up to? Surely, there can't be new developments from Jiang Chen's side? Old Lu, what are you pondering? It has barely been a moment since the transport aircraft project commenced. Xiao Chen has been preoccupied with galas and promotional videos. Where would he find the time for research? He deserves a break. Then why are these two acting so mysteriously? The gazes of the group converged upon Mu Qingshan. Old Mu, please, spill the beans. Otherwise, my heart may truly give out, and my high blood pressure will spike. Mu Qingshan chuckled as he produced a folder and placed it before the others. Take a look for yourselves. Under their scrutiny, Zhang Weimin opened the folder and laid out the blueprints on the table. These are the blueprints, Jing Wenhao remarked, astonished. Mu Qingshan nodded in affirmation. The blueprints were divided into 4 parts, passed around for examination. In the crisp September of autumn, the heat still lingered. In an era before widespread air conditioning, only a few large enterprises had the luxury of such installations. Zhang Weimin's office had one, yet it remained off, a relic of years gone by. Only the ceiling fan whirred, providing a modicum of relief from the oppressive summer heat. Jing Wenhao's hands trembled, his voice quavering as he spoke. Old Mu, where did you acquire this blueprint? This cannot possibly be the design of the 5th-generation stealth bomber from the beautiful nation, can it? What? A 5th-generation bomber? Let me see the blueprint in your hands. Lu Xianghua glanced at the new blueprint, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gasped. This was indeed a schematic for a bomber. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he regarded the document as if it were a priceless treasure. He could hardly believe it was genuinely the blueprint for a 5th-generation bomber. Old Lu, quickly show me the blueprint you have. Academician Feng Shida from the 5th Aviation Institute took the blueprint and examined it intently. Hiss! In the next moment, he could not help but gasp in astonishment, staring blankly at the blueprint in his hands. Old Mu, what on earth is happening? How do you possess the blueprint for a 5th-generation bomber? To my knowledge, only the beautiful nation has such aircraft. How did you come by it? Zhang Weimin was not a researcher, although he understood the significance of bombers to Long Nation. He did not grasp the magnitude of its importance. Mu Qingshan smiled. Would you believe me if I said I acquired this from Jiang Chen? Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the room. The others turned their gazes towards Mu Qingshan. Old Mu, this is not the time for jokes. Jing Wenhao suddenly interjected, shattering the stillness. It has hardly been long since we last saw Jiang Chen. You cannot be serious that this blueprint came from him. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Xianghua also found it hard to believe. Enough. Old Mu, stop with these jokes. The strategic transport aircraft blueprint has been out for several months. And now you tell me that Jiang Chen, within just a month, managed to produce the blueprint for a 5th-generation bomber? This is absurd. You cannot take us for fools. Feng Shida, irritated, exclaimed, stop joking around and tell us how you obtained this blueprint. Did you steal it from the beautiful nation? Mu Qingshan chuckled. All right. I won't tease you any longer. Let me reveal the truth. The eyes of the others fell upon him, filled with anticipation. Zhang Jiagua shook his head with a resigned smile, realizing old Mu was about to drive them all mad. Mu Qingshan continued. This blueprint was obtained yesterday when I went with old Zhang to the academy to see Jiang Chen. I assure you, it truly comes from him. If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire yourselves. Silence. An oppressive silence enveloped them once more. Jing Wenhao and the others stared at Mu Qingshan, their faces alternating between shades of blue and red, as if caught in a bizarre mix of disbelief and excitement. The fan overhead whirred, creaking as it turned. Old Mu, this really was produced by Jiang Chen? Jing Wenhao's tone carried a hint of skepticism. Yet, he knew that at this moment, Mu Qingshan would not be jesting. There was a high probability that it was indeed true, though it was hard to accept. Even with the blueprint before them, it was difficult to comprehend. It was simply outrageous that one could complete the design for a 5th-generation bomber in less than a month. How can other countries survive? This is simply too arrogant. Mu Qingshan turned to Zhang Jiagua. Ask old Zhang. He was present at the time. The others looked at Zhang Jiagua, eager to learn the answer. Zhang Jiagua merely nodded, which spoke volumes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Upon learning the truth, the group couldn't help but gasp in shock. Their hands trembled, and their expressions were filled with excitement. Gazing at the blueprints before them, their eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Chen completed the design of the bomber blueprints in just 1 month. How could I possibly feel like this is a dream? Is this real? Among them, Lu Xianghua was the most exhilarated. The primary focus of the 4th Aviation was indeed the bomber. Ever since his involvement with the 4th Aviation, he dedicated his life to the study of bombers. Though he had achieved certain accomplishments from scratch, it paled in comparison to his innermost desires. At this moment, his lifelong aspiration lay before him, and he couldn't help but shed tears of joy. His hands cradled the blueprints as if they were his very life. Who would have thought this day would arrive? Mu Qingshan patted his shoulder and sighed deeply. Old Lu, you should be rejoicing. Longhua is soon to possess its own fifth-generation bombers. The others also offered their words of comfort. Lu Xianghua's emotions finally began to settle. All right, the matter of the blueprints has been clarified. There is one more thing for which I've called you here today. Mu Qingshan surveyed the room. Jiang Chen wishes to pursue both projects concurrently, with the aim of seeing 2 aircraft take to the skies by year-end. He believes the subsequent workload will only increase, and we may not keep up. Zhong Weimin, Lu Xianghua, Jing Wenhao, Feng Shida. This is simply too exhilarating. My heart can't bear it. Chapter 43, Recruiting Nationwide Old Mu. If both projects are truly undertaken simultaneously, the pressure will be immense. Jing Wenhao expressed his thoughts. Given the current situation, Yifei must fully commit to the production of the 5th-generation fighter, while also balancing the progress of the large transport aircraft. The factory has already implemented a 24-hour shift system. If we add another project, it might be overwhelming. The situation at Sanfei was quite similar. Zhang Jiagua furrowed his brow. It is slightly better than Yifei, but to take on an additional project will be quite taxing. The others nodded in agreement. They were all in a similar predicament. In less than half a year, they had first tackled the 5th-generation fighter, then the transport aircraft, and now the bomber. Achieving within this year what other countries have accomplished over 2 to 3 decades is undeniably a formidable challenge. Zhong Weimin chuckled bitterly to himself. Previously, they were desperate for projects, and now that they had them, the prospect of failure seemed absurd. In my personal opinion, we must undertake both projects together. Jiang Chen has done so much for Longhua, completing the most arduous parts. It would be unacceptable for us to falter at this critical juncture. What do you all think? Jing Wenhao spoke first. Zhong, my views align closely with yours. Great difficulties have been alleviated by Jiang Chen, and these minor challenges must be surmounted. However, a detailed plan must be devised to avoid chaos in our haste. Lao Mu, what is your perspective? Mu Qingshan chuckled, saying, in truth, Jiang Chen is well aware of our predicaments. What I am about to propose is his suggestion, which I encourage you to contemplate. The group felt a jolt of energy, realizing that Jiang Chen had anticipated their concerns even before they voiced them. Thus, Mu Qingshan began, given the current circumstances. Both our researchers and the factory's component manufacturing are under considerable strain. This is something that Jiang Chen has already taken into account. His proposal is as follows. He inhaled deeply, surveying the room. The words he was about to utter required a certain audacity even he did not possess. Jiang Chen's suggestion is to recruit graduate students and undergraduates from across the nation, with Jiang Chen himself leading the team, simultaneously engaging in projects and teaching. This approach aims to cultivate the next generation of scientific talent in Longhua in the shortest possible time. Undeterred by the astonished expressions of those present, Mu Qingshan continued. The same methodology applies to the factory. This not only enables us to complete projects promptly, but also prepares a substantial pool of specialized talent for Longhua's future, laying a solid foundation for the nation. However, Mu Qingshan's tone shifted. Such a widespread recruitment and training initiative is unprecedented for us, and we will undoubtedly face numerous challenges. The foremost concern is the safety and confidentiality of Jiang Chen's endeavors. Yet, I must assert that if such a vast nation as Longhua cannot ensure even this basic level of security and confidentiality, we have no right to convene here. Silence enveloped the room. Indeed, if we cannot guarantee this fundamental aspect of safety, what purpose does our effort serve? It would be better for each to return home and seek their own paths. Lao Mu is right. Jing Wenhao turned to Zhong Weimin, saying, Zhong, I shall refrain from elaborating further. I fully endorse Jiang Chen's proposal. I concur, Zhang Jiagua added with a smile. This is a task my team can certainly manage. Lu Xianghua shot a glare at Zhang Jiagua, as if to say that he did not imply he could not handle it. I too support Jiang Chen's suggestion. At our age, if we do not contribute our remaining energy now, shall we preserve it for the next life? Feng Shida smiled. I am in agreement as well. The fifth team shall cooperate wholeheartedly. Zhong Weimin smiled, rising to approach the window. He drew back the curtains, allowing blinding sunlight to pour in. Let us proceed with this plan. I will petition for additional personnel and ensure proper identity verification and confidentiality measures are in place. Your task is to complete the 2 major aircraft projects by the end of the year. I hope to witness 2 aircraft soaring over Longhua on the day of the Spring Festival. The dark night loomed like an invisible hand, enveloping the entire world. The entire research department of Longhua mobilized urgently, with numerous directives dispatched promptly. Everything proceeded with a certain chaotic order. Jiang Chen was also fulfilling his responsibilities, with the need to complete the bomber blueprints within a week. After that, time might not be so accommodating, as preparations to nurture new talent for Longhua would commence. Jiang Chen had initially intended to remain in the background, quietly drafting blueprints for Longhua. However, he considered the increasingly advanced designs that the system would reward him with in due course. Currently, in terms of foundational research in the Dragon Nation, grappling with these blueprints has become quite arduous. The future will undoubtedly present even greater challenges. It is not his desire to witness delays in projects due to a shortage of foundational researchers. The most prudent course of action, during a period when projects are not particularly dense, is to cultivate a new generation of researchers for the Dragon Nation. An additional significant reason is that, although this new cohort may lack extensive research experience, they are untainted newcomers, like a fresh sponge, more readily absorbing new knowledge. Jiang Chen aims to impart the most contemporary insights to them. Before long, these novices may even surpass many seasoned veterans. This group of newcomers will serve as a pivotal turning point for the Dragon Nation, nurturing an ever-growing pool of advanced talent, akin to the enduring legacy of thousands of years of tradition within the nation. The day following the issuance of directives, universities specializing in aerospace across the nation received notifications. From among the junior and senior students, a select group of outstanding candidates would be prioritized. Students were also encouraged to apply proactively. Through rigorous selection processes, they would formally enter the prestigious aerospace design institutes. Sangnan Academy, renowned for its excellence in aerospace studies, naturally received the pertinent notifications. Consequently, a fervent discussion erupted within the academy. Have you heard? The research department is spearheading a nationwide selection of exceptional students for advanced training. Those who succeed will have the opportunity to become researchers in national-level aerospace design institutes. Really? It can't be that simple to join a national-level design institute. The selection must be quite challenging. Someone like me, with only average knowledge, surely wouldn't qualify. Incorrect. This selection is somewhat different. It reportedly involves fundamental knowledge and is more about cultivation, with top-tier researchers as mentors, engaging with the most cutting-edge fighter jet knowledge. I've heard that there's a high likelihood of working on fifth-generation aircraft projects. What? A fifth-generation aircraft project? I must apply? Isn't it just a selection? I'm no less capable than anyone else. If I get eliminated, so be it. The situation at Sangnan Academy mirrored that of universities nationwide, with a surge of junior and senior students rushing to apply. Chen-gu, are you applying for the research department's selection? I heard the benefits are quite appealing, and the future prospects are excellent. In their dormitory, Qian held a registration form, examining it repeatedly, hesitant. Jiang Chen smiled. I recommend you give it a try. Qian replied helplessly. Chen-gu, isn't it true that people live for money? However, my family is quite wealthy. Even if I don't strive, I won't starve. Why should I exert myself? Jiang Chen took the registration form and wrote Qian name. Fatty, life is not solely about money. There are numerous pursuits more significant than wealth. National stability and prosperity, the strength of the Dragon Nation. These are the aspirations we, as youth, should strive to realize. Qian nodded with a smile. Chen-gu, once you broaden your perspective, everything changes. I'll apply as well. Are you going to join me? It would be great to have your support. Jiang Chen chuckled. Chapter 44. Youth is always full of passion. The nationwide selection process lasted for over a month. Beyond a few exceptional candidates, the majority were scrutinized based on their identity and background. The projects they would eventually engage in are at the very heart of the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research. Should any unsuitable individuals infiltrate this realm, it could lead to substantial losses for the nation. Concurrently, Jiang Chen's personal safety would also be jeopardized. At noon, in the cafeteria, Brother Chen, why wasn't I selected? Qian lamented, his face clouded with disappointment. The examiner said I was too anxious and unsuitable for research. The allure of his favorite braised pork before him failed to spark any appetite. You're better off than I am. I feel even worse, Jiang Yen sighed, resting her chin on her hands, devoid of hope. With a deep breath, she questioned, why did I fail in the final round? I answered so well. How could I not pass the selection? It's infuriating. My fervor has no outlet. With a sharp clap, Jiang Yen struck the table, glancing apologetically at Mu Qing. I'm sorry, Ching. It seems I won't be able to join you in building the spaceship. Jiang Chen felt a sense of embarrassment. The notion of ascending to the heights of spaceship construction seemed far-fetched. No wonder she was eliminated in the final round. Mu Qing smiled gently. It's all right. Once I finish constructing the spaceship, I'll invite you aboard. We can venture to the moon and catch a few jade rabbits for fun. Jiang Yin's spirits lifted instantly, nodding vigorously. I will definitely join you on your crafted vessel. Brother Chun, Qian Yoyu said with a glint in his eye. I also wish to board the spaceship. Will I have the chance to ride in the one you design? We could explore the cosmos together, perhaps honeymooning on Mars. Jiang Chen frowned. You, my friend, are the one I fear might hesitate to embark on my creation. Qian Yoyu quickly changed his demeanor, thumping his chest. We are true gentlemen. There's no spaceship we wouldn't dare to board. Not even a faster-than-light vessel would make us flinch. Jiang Chen nodded, chuckling. Just remember that. Don't let it be that I can't even secure you on board. Qian Yoyu raised his chin defiantly. That will never happen. How fortuitous. You are also dining in the cafeteria, a voice chimed in. It was Senior Gao Zhong, his face beaming with joy, seemingly elated about something. I just overheard your conversation about the selection. How did it go? Jiang Yin, feeling dejected, replied, Senior Gao, I was eliminated in the final round. Mu Qing and Jiang Chen were selected. Gao Zhong's eyes lit up as he turned to Jiang Chen. Ever since the incident in the library, he had been quite curious about this junior. I had a feeling you would pass, Jiang Chen. After all, anyone who can render such detailed F-22 fighter jet blueprints, despite their inaccuracies, is undoubtedly exceptional. Jiang Chen merely smiled without responding. Well then, enjoy your meal. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Gao Zhong said, addressing Jiang Chen and Mu Qing with a smile. We three have successfully passed the selection. We shall meet at the Aircraft Design Institute. It's good to have a familiar face there. Keep up the good work. Jiang Yin gazed dejectedly at the silhouette of Gao Zhong. Alas, Senior Gao Zhong has also been selected. A tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. Qian Yoyu patted her shoulder. I too feel a bit disheartened. Shall we indulge in a hot pot feast tonight? Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled. Yes, one feast is insufficient. At least 3. Qian Yoyu retorted with mock indignation. 3 is not enough. It must be at least 5. Are you feeling any better? Jiang Yin nodded. The disappointment has faded. Jiang Chen and Mu Qing exchanged a smile, shaking their heads in amusement. What a delightful pair they were. In the late hours, the 4 of them finished their hot pot and lay on the grass of the playground. A gentle breeze caressed their youthful faces, shedding a layer of formality and embracing a sense of freedom. Chenggu, Mu Qingjia. You both have gone to the National Aerospace Design Institute. What will I do in the future? Am I destined to stay at home, inherit the family business, and languish away? For once, Qian Yoyu spoke earnestly, gazing at the stars in the night sky, reaching out as if to grasp them. I too wish to break free from this realm and explore the vastness of deep space. I once longed for the blue skies and white clouds. To soar like a bird. I yearn to witness the splendor of this world and glimpse the deep blue planet beneath my feet. Alas, I am not clever enough to fulfill my dreams like you. Just as Qian Yoyu was about to lower his outstretched hand, another hand gently rested upon it. He paused, turning to look at Jiang Yin. With me by your side, we shall strive together. Jiang Yin leaned on his shoulder, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Whether you seek to explore the depths of space or simply wish to behold the blue planet, I will remain by your side, accompanying you through life until the end, helping you realize your dreams. Qian Yoyu was momentarily taken aback, his voice tinged with emotion. Allow me to clarify, it's merely sand in my eyes, not tears. Yet, he found himself in Jiang Yan's embrace, seeking solace. You are the second woman, aside from my mother, who has not mocked our dreams. Jiang Yin, Jiang Chen, Mu Qing. 5 minutes later, emotions began to stabilize. Jiang Chen gazed at the night sky. Yoyu. One does not necessarily need to enter the Aerospace Design Institute to create aircraft or spacecraft. In the future, you could consider starting a technology company, building your own rockets, spaceships, and satellites. You can still achieve your dreams. Qian Yoyu sat up, his eyes glimmering with hope as he looked at Jiang Chen. Is that truly possible? Jiang Chen nodded. The future of Dragon Country will hold limitless possibilities. Unbeknownst to him, a casual suggestion would lead to the emergence of a monumental aerospace technology company in Dragon Country 20 years hence, making significant contributions to its aerospace endeavors. Chapter 45. We are brothers. I will protect you in the deep night, Within the research department, 5 esteemed academicians gathered in Jiang Weiman's office. The moon outside was large and luminous, casting a beautiful glow through the curtains into the room. Tomorrow marked the day when Jiang Chen would meet with 100 newly recruited university students. I had specifically sought approval from above regarding certain matters to help ease the way for Jiang Chen. I trust you will assist me in this endeavor. The 5 individuals present exhibited a certain curiosity regarding the matter at hand. Tomorrow, they would be providing support to Jiang Chen. Could there possibly be anything more formidable than this? Jiang Weiman smiled, acknowledging their unspoken thoughts. This is something that Jiang Chen truly deserves. I have merely been awaiting an opportune moment. I believe there is no better time than now. He rose from his seat and retrieved a document bag adorned with a festive red ribbon from the bottom drawer of his desk, placing it before the group. The 5 were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening as they gazed at Jiang Weiman. I presume you are even more familiar with this than I am. Take it and present it to Jiang Chen tomorrow. The 5 exchanged glances at the document bag, a mix of shock and joy illuminating their faces. This item arrived with impeccable timing, proving far more beneficial to Jiang Chen than their collective efforts could ever be. The following day, the Grand Auditorium of Ife was abuzz with the presence of 100 exemplary university students from across the nation, each a meticulously selected talent in the field of aeronautics. Anticipation radiated from their eyes as they speculated about the esteemed academician who would guide them. Surely, it will be academician Jing from Ife who leads us, one suggested. Not necessarily. I have a penchant for academician Mu from Erfei and hope he will be our mentor, another countered. Academician Zhang from Sanfei is commendable too. I greatly admired his research papers during my studies. One student jested, if we're fortunate, perhaps all 5 academicians will mentor us. Laughter ensued, though another cautioned, yet. It's possible that the 5 academicians might merely lend their names. Given our numbers and the recent completion of the 5th-generation fighter jet orders, they will likely be occupied with other aircraft types for the foreseeable future. Most likely, we will be guided by experienced seniors from the 5 design institutes. That would still be beneficial. We are bound to learn a great deal. In the front row of the auditorium sat Jiang Chen, Mu Qing, and Gao Zhong in a line, flanked by students from other universities, many of whom were graduate students with varying research experiences. They overheard that the 5 academicians would not be personally leading them. While this was somewhat disappointing, Gao Zhong turned to Jiang Chen with a grin. However, I have heard that we will be guided by a mysterious researcher even more formidable than the 5 academicians. Jiang Chen awkwardly smiled, momentarily at a loss for words. Mu Qing, perceiving his discomfort, chimed in, regardless of who our enigmatic mentor may be, we must diligently learn from them. Gao Zhong nodded in agreement. Indeed. I am simply curious. Surely, there must be individuals in the Dragon Kingdom even more impressive than the 5 major aeronautics institutions. They must be nearing 80 and still striving for the progress of our nation. It is truly commendable. Ahem. Jiang Chen cleared his throat gently. Senior Gao, could you promise me something? Gao Zhong responded with a smile. If a junior asks, I shall certainly oblige. We are all from Tsangnan Academy. Mutual support is essential. Jiang Chen spoke earnestly. If there are matters I do not communicate to you in advance, it is due to my own constraints. There is absolutely no other meaning. I have always held a favorable impression of Gao Zhong. I do not wish to create unnecessary misunderstandings due to my identity and lose this friendship. It is more appropriate to clarify in advance. Gao Zhong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, Rest assured, Jiang Chen, I know your character. You are undoubtedly a friend worth having. Jiang Chen smiled back, realizing he had not misjudged Gao Zhong. He too was indeed a friend worth having. You are students of Tsangnan Academy, suddenly inquired a short-haired youth nearby. Fellow student, you are aware of our Tsangnan Academy? I didn't expect our institution to be so renowned in the Dragon Nation. Gao Zhong introduced. We 3 are all students of Tsangnan Academy. The short-haired youth's eyes brightened, his gaze landing on Jiang Chen in the middle. You must be Jiang Chen from Tsangnan Academy. Your Song youth has gained fame at Capital University, embodying the spirit of the younger generation. I never imagined I would encounter you here. Though the short-haired youth's voice was not loud, the surrounding classmates heard him clearly, their gazes shifting towards Jiang Chen. This curious scene attracted even more attention. So, he is the Jiang Chen behind youth. It is no surprise for someone capable of writing such lyrics to be present here. I adore that song. I listen to it daily. Once the meeting concludes, I must engage in a conversation with him and forge a friendship. The short-haired youth, Chen Gaoxiao stepped forward to shake hands. Jiang Chen, it is a rare fortune for us to meet among thousands. Henceforth, we are friends. Allow me to share a little insider information. Jiang Chen did not react much. But Gao Zhong was highly intrigued. Do you happen to know who brought us here, Chen? Chen Gaoxiao shook his head. That's classified information. How could I possibly know? However, I have interned at certain research institutes. You all know about the 5th-generation fighter jet codenamed Dragon. The person who brought us here is the designer of that jet. It is said he is already in his 90s. Cough, 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 cough. Jiang Chen felt as though he might cough out his lungs. The story was becoming increasingly absurd. Would it continue to escalate to the point of burial? Jiang Chen, are you feeling unwell? You have been coughing persistently. Do you want me to take you to the infirmary? Gao Zhong inquired with concern. I'm fine, really. Just a bit surprised, Jiang Chen replied, calming his emotions. You feel astonished as well, don't you? I was equally shocked when I first heard this news. Chen Gaoxiao's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at the podium. To still be striving on the front lines at such an age, having completed the design of the 5th-generation fighter jet, while also taking on the task of guiding us. This is the epitome of what a researcher should embody in my eyes. Chen Gaoxiao continued to speak to himself, painting a vivid image of Jiang Chen in his mind. He envisioned an elderly figure, frail yet shouldering the dreams of the Dragon Nation's fighter jets, a towering presence akin to a giant safeguarding the entire nation. He coughed. The more he spoke, the more preposterous it became. Jiang Chen could no longer bear to listen. A couple of coughs interrupted him. Jiang Chen, I believe you may be unwell. After the meeting, I will take you to see a doctor. Gao Zhongxing, filled with enthusiasm, turned his gaze back to Chen Gaoxiao and continued. How do you know so much? Chen Gaoxiao, wearing a mysterious expression, replied, I heard it all from the research institute. He then looked at Jiang Chen, adding, from now on, we are brothers. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. I have some internship experience at the research institute. Gao Zhong nodded repeatedly. That's wonderful. We shall be friends from now on. Chapter 46, Jiang Chen. Come Forward, Part 1. In the grand auditorium, those selected as talents underwent the most thorough investigation. Individuals with familial issues within 3 generations would not be chosen. Every academic record from elementary school to university, including assessments and teacher evaluations, would be meticulously scrutinized. Any inadequacies would similarly preclude one from appearing here. The students present are truly exceptional, rare gems among thousands. It was my first encounter with a confidentiality agreement. I had not anticipated its appearance. I thought to capture this historic moment with a photograph. Are you foolish? As soon as you take a picture, someone will whisk you away. A narrow escape, I thought. Grateful I had not taken the photo. Otherwise, I would have missed this opportunity. Such chances are rare. We will be the pillars of the nation in the future. If not now, when should we sign? Signing is the end of it, whether I live as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom or die as its spirit. My ancestors would be proud of me. As I signed the confidentiality agreement for the first time, my hand trembled slightly, causing some amusement among my peers. Gao Zhong turned to Jiang Chen, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Chen, where is your confidentiality agreement? Don't you need to sign? Jiang Chen felt awkward. He had already signed before arriving, as Mu Qing explained. Gao Zhong nodded, I see. But wait. Chen Gaoxiao looked at the contents of the confidentiality agreement with some confusion. Logically, we shouldn't be signing the highest level of confidentiality agreement in our situation. Such agreements should apply to the nation's core secrets. How could it appear here? Gao Zhong instinctively asked, Chen Gaoxiao, have you signed a confidentiality agreement before? Chen Gaoxiao stroked his chin in thought. I have signed a general confidentiality agreement before, but it pales in comparison to this highest level. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I understand now. It must be related to our mentor. His identity is likely extraordinarily significant, warranting the highest confidentiality agreement. Gao Zhong's eyes sparkled with realization. I see it too. Jiang Chen interjected. What do you mean? Gao Zhong, filled with excitement, exclaimed. According to the tropes and novels, the 5 academicians are the visible strength of the Dragon Kingdom, while that mysterious figure represents the hidden strength, a level akin to a legendary master. Exactly. Chen Gaoxiao's eyes shone brightly, his spirit invigorated. We might become disciples of that legendary master. Mu Qing smiled at Jiang Chen, whispering, it seems this Chen Gaoxiao knows quite a bit about you. Jiang Chen shot him a glance, thinking, he is just a step away from burying me. He contemplated whether to give him a hard time to vent his frustration. At that moment, the 5 deans appeared on the podium, and the venue fell silent. All the students turned their attention to the 5 academicians. With eyes reflecting tension, excitement, and a hint of anticipation, the students gathered here fill me with joy. Jing Wenhao presides over the meeting, his gaze directed downward. Those present are truly the cream of the crop, the future pillars of Longhua. On behalf of the 5 prestigious design institutes, I extend a warm welcome to you all. The air is filled with resounding applause, many students rising in enthusiasm, their hands flushed from clapping, eager to express their exhilaration. Gao Zhong and Chen Gaoxiao share the same sentiment. Wow, the 5 academicians. I'm seeing them in person for the first time. So am I. I've only seen their photos online. I never expected them to be so approachable and amiable. It seems that aside from the 5 academicians, no one else is present. Where's the sweeping monk? Chen Gaoxiao, did you make a mistake? Impossible. The news cannot be wrong. Perhaps the esteemed one is simply too old and requires more time to arrive. He should be here shortly. Jiang Chen nodded, his face full of anticipation. Do you think the esteemed one is still accepting apprentices? I could take care of his daily needs. Chen Gaoxiao shot him a disdainful glance. Forget it. With your abilities, he wouldn't take you. He'd prefer someone as handsome and intelligent as I am. By the way, can you cook? I doubt it. Can you do laundry? I bet you can't clean it properly. He would rather take someone like me as a student. I doubt either of you would be accepted. Jiang Chen remarked coolly, you both talk too much and are too loud. Chen Gaoxiao turned to Jiang Chen. Why do you think the esteemed one doesn't like chatter? You're not the esteemed one. Gao Zhong nodded. Jiang Chen, I must seriously criticize you. Do not speculate recklessly about the esteemed one's character. It is a profound disrespect. Exactly, Chen Gaoxiao echoed. Jiang Chen, damn. On the viewing platform, Mu Qingshan raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. All right. I understand your excitement. I want to prolong the suspense. Let us proceed to the main topic. His gaze swept across the room, and he smiled. I know what you are all thinking. You are eager to discover who your mentor for the project will be. Although we 5 would love to guide you, regrettably, it will not be us. This statement caused a stir. If it is not the 5 academicians, then who could it be? It goes without saying. Who else could it possibly be but the designer of the 5th generation aircraft? Oh my goodness, are we truly about to meet such a distinguished figure? The anticipation is palpable. It feels surreal that we have a chance to engage with such core secrets. In my mind, an image emerges of an elderly man with white hair, appearing quite ordinary. Someone who would not attract attention in public. Chen Gaoxiao exclaimed, see? The information is indeed accurate. The mentor must be the designer of the 5th generation aircraft. Gao Zhong nodded. I am filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting someone of sweeping monk caliber. Jiang Chen. Why? Mu Qing observed everything before her, quietly smiling to herself. Now, let us invite your mentor to speak. Jing Wenhao said with a smile, scanning the room. In fact, he has been among you all along. Among us? How could that be possible? I have looked around and haven't seen anyone elderly. Everyone, take a look and see if there is anything we might have overlooked. It's impossible. There are just over 100 of us, and someone as old as that should have been noticed long ago. How peculiar. Academician Jing could not possibly be deceiving us. Chen Gaoxiao looked around anxiously. Don't just sit there. Hurry and help search. How could we not notice a great figure among us? Gao Zhong also began to glance around. How strange. There's no one. Is Academician Jing playing a trick on us? On the podium, old Jing, enough already. The children are starting to get anxious, Mu Qingshan chuckled. Jing Wenhao smiled, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. Jiang Chen, come up here. These students are eager to see you. Chen Gaoxiao. Gao Zhong. No way. So you really are the big shot. Chapter 47. Exceptional Promotion, National Academician. Jiang Chen, come up. Everyone is keen to meet you. Jing Wenhao's voice echoed throughout the grand auditorium. The audience exchanged puzzled glances. The big shot called Jiang Chen. That name sounds vaguely familiar. Odd. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Oh my. ISNT, that the performer from the youth competition? ISNT he named Jiang Chen? Yes. That's why it sounds so familiar. It's Jiang Chen. He seems to be right here. Could it possibly be him? All the students fixed their gazes upon Jiang Chen. Chen Gaoxiao widened his eyes, swallowed hard, and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, the big shot. Could it be that Academician Jing is calling you? Are you truly our mentor? Gao Zhong appeared equally astonished. Jiang Chen, my junior, this can't be a joke. Can it? Jiang Chen smiled, rising to his feet. Under the watchful eyes of all the students, he ascended to the podium and took a seat next to Jing Wenhao. A profound silence enveloped the room. An eerie stillness settled as all the students turned toward the podium, bewildered, their minds momentarily incapacitated. All right, say a few words to everyone. Jing Wenhao urged with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded and looked out at the crowd of over 100 individuals, feeling a tinge of nervousness in his heart. Hello, classmates. As your mentor, we will be spending a significant amount of time together moving forward. I hope we can get along harmoniously. As his words fell, a murmur of discontent arose. No way, they are letting a student lead us. Can he manage that? I am already a graduate student. And they expect a sophomore to be my mentor. Isn't that a bit excessive? After working so hard to be here, I expected at least one of the 5 top academicians or an experienced researcher to guide us. Who would have thought it would be a college student? Is this a mistake? The 5 top academicians wouldn't team make such a jest with us. Perhaps this student is truly exceptional. But how exceptional can he be? He is merely a sophomore. Many here are graduate students, some with research experience, all of whom surpass him. How could a sophomore possibly qualify to teach us? If it's really him, I'll walk out immediately. Gao Zhong swallowed hard, his eyes wide as he looked at Mu Qing. Did you know about this in advance? Mu Qing nodded. Chen Gaoxiao took a deep breath and gazed at Mu Qing. You have informed us whether Jiang Chen is the designer of the 5th-generation fighter. Chen Gaoxiao, are you out of your mind? How could Jiang Chen possibly be? Shut your mouth. Chen Gaoxiao turned to Gao Zhong, speaking with gravity. Consider the confidentiality agreement we had previously, and you will understand. I seek an answer, one that even I find hard to believe. Mu Qing, revealing it to me now does not contravene any regulations. Mu Qing nodded. Gao Zhong was momentarily stunned, as was Chen Gaoxiao. They gazed at Jiang Chen on the observation platform, their minds enveloped in a fog of disbelief. Wow. The sweeping monk. You truly are the sweeping monk. Are you toying with us? Students, silence. Jing Wenhao's voice resonated throughout the auditorium, and the students gradually quieted down. I know there are many uncertainties in your hearts. However, what I am about to say will address your doubts. He turned to Jiang Chen. As your mentor, you should feel proud. Compared to us, he is far more qualified to be your guide. For he is indeed the designer of the 5th-generation fighter. All related designs were crafted solely by him. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the room. All the students stared at Jiang Chen in shock, their breath shallow. The boy standing before them, seemingly akin to them, was the very designer of the 5th-generation fighter. The astonishing fact was that a single individual had accomplished all the designs. Was this even feasible? A voice from the crowd shattered the silence. A boy looked at Jiang Chen. How could he, at such a young age, have completed the design of the 5th-generation fighter? This is preposterous. Many others voiced their opinions. Even the 5 academicians could not achieve the design of the 5th-generation fighter. How could Jiang Chen, still in his 2nd year, possibly accomplish this? Even if he were 40 or 50, we would not doubt him. But at just 20 years old, there has never been such a prodigy in the annals of Longhua history. It is not that we do not believe, but it is simply too outrageous to accept. Jing Wenhao smiled at everyone, having anticipated this reaction. When Jiang Chen first presented the blueprints for the 5th-generation fighter, we shared your astonishment. Yet, this is the truth. The Weidong 5th-generation fighter was indeed designed solely by Jiang Chen. He produced a red certificate and placed it before Jiang Chen. Just yesterday, the National Research Department officially conferred upon Jiang Chen the title of Honorary Academician. The document I just presented is irrefutable. Jiang Chen was taken aback, gazing at the certificate before him. Jing Lao, he began. This was applied for by Minister Zhong. We had no choice in the matter. Just accept it. Their conversation was overheard by all below. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with envy. No way, could this really be true? The title of academician cannot be fabricated. Designing a 5th-generation fighter at 20, receiving a national academician title at 20, what were we doing at that age? This is absurd. If this is indeed the case, Jiang Chen could undoubtedly serve as our mentor. Is that not why we are here? Viewed from another perspective, aside from his youth, he seems to be deserving of the title of our mentor in every aspect. Have you not noticed that the honorary certificate from the academician seems to have been rather forcefully bestowed upon Jiang Chen by academician Jing? If it is to be forced upon someone, why not give it to me instead? It truly illustrates the disparity among individuals. I once believed myself to be a genius. Yet here I am, akin to a 5th-generation fighter jet amidst refuse. This is a dire predicament. Chen Gaoxiao is utterly disheartened. Under such circumstances, how could Jiang Chen possibly accept him as a disciple? He glanced at Mu Qing. Classmate Mu Qing, I implore you to assist me. I had no notion that Jiang Chen was a sweeping grandmaster. Please speak a few kind words on my behalf. Gao Zhong wore a similarly troubled expression as he turned to Mu Qing. Mu Qing, we are both dedicated to becoming esteemed disciples of Jiang Chen. You must help us. Mu Qing nodded in agreement. I shall give it a try. Their eyes brightened, and they clasped their hands in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed teacher's wife. In an instant, Mu Qing's face flushed crimson. Chen Gaoxiao and Gao Zhong observed this silently. The title of teacher's wife seemed to assure them that matters were progressing favorably. Since everyone has accepted Jiang Chen as your mentor, let us now allow him to discuss the projects in which you will soon be participating. Jing Wenhao turned to Jiang Chen. It is your turn. Jiang Chen nodded, his gaze returning to the assembly. I trust you are all quite curious about the purpose of this selection process. I can now disclose the details to you. A hush fell over the crowd as the students quietly directed their attention toward Jiang Chen, their eyes reflecting anticipation, envy, and even a hint of something more from some of the female students. The Dragon Nation is embarking on two significant projects, a strategic large transport aircraft and a fifth-generation bomber. There is an urgent need for new talent to fill the gap in manpower. You are the chosen individuals who will lay the most solid foundation for the Dragon Nation. Jiang Chen's words resonated like an explosion among the crowd, leaving the students in a daze, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Having just completed the fifth-generation fighter, they were now embarking on the strategic transport aircraft and fifth-generation bomber. Was this truly the Dragon Nation I had come to know, which was previously lagging in air combat? Clearly, it stands as a dominant aerial power. Jiang Chen himself could scarcely comprehend the monumental significance this selection holds for the future of research and development in the Dragon Nation. In retrospect, history will refer to this day as a pivotal moment in the Dragon Nation's trajectory. Chapter 48, Possible Stomach Cancer, Part 3. My goodness, just days ago, I heard news of the fifth-generation fighter, and now we are discussing both transport aircraft and bombers. My heart can barely bear the weight of this revelation. Is this truly the Dragon Nation I know? Currently, only the United States possesses a fifth-generation bomber. As for large strategic transport aircraft, only 2 countries have mastered this technology. When did the Dragon Nation become so formidable? Why was it that I previously only heard news of third-generation aircraft, and now, all at once, it takes flight? I am eager to know who designed the fifth-generation bomber and the strategic transport aircraft. Could it be that you mean to imply Jiang Chen was the designer? Surely that cannot be the case. However, aside from Jiang Chen, who else possesses experience in designing fifth-generation aircraft? It seems implausible. To develop 3 top-tier fighter jets within a year is something even the most elite teams in the United States cannot achieve. Classmate Mu Qing, may I pose a small question to you? Chen Gaoxiao turned to Mu Qing and asked, who designed the strategic transport aircraft and the bomber? Do you happen to know? Gao Zhong, with a curious blink, also glanced over. Mu Qing replied, actually, both types of aircraft were designed by Jiang Chen over the past 2 months. Oh. Chen Gaoxiao's voice trailed off, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Mu Qing. Swallowing hard, he exclaimed, you mean this was all designed by Jiang Chen in just 2 months? Mu Qing nodded in affirmation. Good heavens, he is simply a monster, Chen Gaoxiao muttered, heavily sinking back into his seat, feeling utterly overwhelmed. He glanced at Jiang Chen with a wry smile, wondering if he could even be considered human. Gao Zhong looked at Jiang Chen as if he had seen a ghost. Oh my, I want to go to Mars. This blue planet is too terrifying. Are you all right? Mu Qing asked with concern. I'm fine, Chen Gaoxiao replied, shaking his head with a smile. After a series of shocks, he found himself surprisingly calm, albeit feeling as though he had been hit with tons of emotional weight. I might need to see a psychologist later. Please help me book a session for tomorrow, he added. Gao Zhong looked at Jiang Chen, his lips twitching uncontrollably. I might just have to run naked back to school. On the podium, Jiang Chen briefly outlined the upcoming learning requirements. He would personally lead the team, with 100 students participating in 2 projects. The primary tasks would involve learning and performing some simple tasks, with assessments occurring periodically. Any student who failed to meet the standards twice in a row would be removed from the team. Many students immediately felt a sense of urgency. They understood that they were not here to waste time and were well aware of the implications. Do any of you have questions? Jiang Chen inquired. If not, someone will escort you to the dormitories for rest. Formal instruction begins tomorrow. He surveyed the crowd, and, at that moment, a shy girl raised her hand and stood up. I would like to ask if these 2 aircraft were also designed by you. Jiang Chen scanned the audience once more. Aside from this question, does anyone have any others? Silence enveloped the students as they looked at him. Very well, Jiang Chen responded. These two aircraft were indeed designed by me. So you can rest assured about your studies. Should you encounter any issues with the project, feel free to consult with me at any time and place. I welcome your inquiries. What I fear most is your silence. With that, the atmosphere grew hushed for a few seconds before erupting into thunderous applause. In Jiang Chen, they perceived a glimpse of their own futures, youthful aspirations unclouded by doubt. I knew it had to be Jiang Chen. No one else in the country could achieve this. I am genuinely thrilled to be here with a mentor like him. I aspire to be like him in the future. That is quite an ambitious goal you have there. It may be difficult to achieve, a classmate remarked. Regardless of whether it can be realized, I will exert my utmost effort toward this goal. Indeed, from now on, Jiang Chen will be my guiding star, an eternally elusive target that fuels my relentless drive. Thus concluded the meeting. 5 academicians imparted some encouraging words to the students. It must be said that in this regard, they far surpassed Jiang Chen's efforts. The students appeared invigorated, brimming with enthusiasm, eager to commence project-based learning at once. After the meeting, the students were assigned to the collective dormitory of Yifei. Jiang Chen and Mu Qing accompanied the 5 academicians to the cafeteria for lunch. Who were those young students dining with the academicians? I had never seen them at Yifei before. What is the situation? Are you not aware? The 5 major design institutes intend to cultivate a fresh batch of talent, seemingly in preparation for a significant project, with large-scale strategic transport aircraft already in play. What other major projects could there be? I'll let you in on a little secret, but keep it to yourselves. It is rumored that the 5th-generation bomber project is imminent. What? A 5th-generation bomber? Goodness, is Longwa on a roll or what? The project notification is expected to arrive in a couple of days, hence the recruitment of these newcomers. Otherwise, we wouldn't manage. The newcomers' role may not be substantial, as they would primarily be learning. In fact, there is another whisper that these 3 aircraft designs may very well originate from a single individual. He will lead the team and personally guide these students in their projects. If that is the case, might we have the opportunity to meet the designer of these 3 aircraft? Once the project kicks off, it's highly likely we will meet him, though everyone will certainly have to sign a confidentiality agreement. Signing is no issue. Who hasn't signed a few confidentiality agreements? So, according to your understanding, these 2 young students before us are indeed the newcomers? Of course, you will see more tomorrow. They are the hopes for Longwa's future. We should seize the chance to impart knowledge and experience to them. Xiao Chun, managing 2 projects simultaneously, do remember to take care of yourself. Mu Qingshan expressed concern. You are still young. There is no need to rush into everything. Health is paramount, and the future holds infinite possibilities. Indeed, Jing Wenhao also offered his concern. Young people should embrace their youth. Take Mu Qing out for some leisure, dining, and enjoyment. Research can wait. We old fellows are still here. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. At that moment, Mu Qingshan's expression suddenly darkened. Grandfather, are you all right? Mu Qing rushed forward to support him. It's just my old issue. It's nothing serious. A bit of stomach medicine will suffice. After taking the medication, Mu Qingshan appeared considerably better. The academicians were also quite worried. Old Mu, this isn't acceptable. You should visit a hospital. Indeed, persistent stomach pain is no trivial matter. You advise the young to take care of their health, yet neglect your own. We old codgers have made a pact to strive for Longwa together. You mustn't be the first to falter. Mu Qingshan retorted. It's merely a stomach ailment. The way you speak makes it sound life-threatening. Rest assured, I'm in good health. I simply rushed this morning and didn't have time for breakfast. Grandfather, you frightened me. Mu Qing sighed in relief. I will take you to the hospital this afternoon. Regardless of your protests, you must undergo a thorough examination. Mu Qingshan waved his hand. There is much to handle this afternoon. Once these 2 projects are wrapped up, I will certainly go. Rest assured, my grandfather is well aware of his own health. That's settled then. Mu Qing returned to her seat and continued her meal. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. He understood his wife all too well. She had been on the verge of tears moments ago. In his previous life, Mu Qingshan had also delayed seeking treatment for his gastric ailment, only to discover later that it was advanced gastric cancer. He vividly recalled that fateful night 5 years later, when the rain poured relentlessly. Mu Qing had spent an entire day and night weeping in her room. It was only when Jiang Chen broke down the door that he found her, looking considerably gaunt. From that moment on, it was rare to see Mu Qing smile. Subsequently, Mu Qingshan chose not to pursue treatment, remaining absorbed in work as the fourth-generation aircraft project commenced, even until the very end, his mind preoccupied with research data. He wondered if this time around, there would be a chance to avert such a fate. Grandfather Mu, I strongly recommend that you visit the hospital immediately. From my observations, your stomach pain may not be a mere gastric issue. It could very well be gastric cancer. Gastric cancer? At that moment, several individuals were taken aback, their eyes widening as they looked at Mu Qingshan. Chapter 49. The Formal Meeting of the 5 Major Design Institutes. Part 1. Beijing People's Hospital. That afternoon, Jiang Chen and the others arrived in the capital by plane. It must be said that even in this era, the capital exuded a certain vibrancy, beginning to take on the essence of a global metropolis. Jiang Chen wondered, will grandfather be all right? Rest assured, nothing will happen. Outside the endoscopy room, Jiang Chen consoled Mu Qing. I merely speculated. There is no need to be anxious. With current medical advancements, as long as it is not late-stage cancer, it can be treated. Mu Qing nodded, her eyes slightly red. Don't cry. The results should be out shortly. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of anxiety as he looked at Mu Qing. It had taken 5 years for Mu Qingshan to be diagnosed with late-stage cancer in his previous life. Would there be a change today 5 years ago? He couldn't guarantee anything. The door to the examination room swung open, and Jiang Chen and Mu Qing hurried forward. An elderly male doctor with graying hair emerged, smiling as he looked at Mu Qing. Xiao Qing, fortunately, you brought academician Mu for an examination. If this had been left until nightfall, the situation could have been dire. Dr. Zhang, does this mean my grandfather is not in serious trouble? Mu Qing inquired with concern. Dr. Zhang nodded. Early-stage gastric cancer. A surgical removal poses no significant issues. That's wonderful. Grandfather is safe. Mu Qing exclaimed, leaping into Jiang Chen's arms for a warm embrace. Jiang Chen, did you hear that? Grandfather is fine. He is going to be okay. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I understand, my dear. Feeling slightly awkward, Mu Qing pulled away, her cheeks flushed. Who are you calling your dear? You probably refer to every beautiful girl as such. Not at all. That is simply untrue, Jiang Chen chuckled. We were partners in our previous life. I specifically came to find you in this one. Who would believe you? Mu Qing hummed a cheerful tune, her spirits evidently lifted. Tonight, I shall treat you to spicy hot pot. Very well, I shall order something for 6 yuan, Jiang Chen replied, chasing after her. Jiang Chen, how did you know grandfather had cancer? I remember he didn't have it during last year's checkup. It has been said that we were destined to be together in a past life. Thus, it is only natural for me to be aware of your grandfather's illness. After all, I even know about the mole on your backside, let alone such matters. Jiang Chen, do refrain from mentioning that mole again, otherwise, I shall sever ties with you. The following day, Mu Qingshan was admitted to the hospital, with surgery scheduled 3 days later. During this time, Jiang Chen briefly returned to Yifei, where the teaching commenced, and the learning tasks needed to be organized. On the day of the surgery, several academicians, including Zhong Weiman, visited the hospital to offer their regards. After 3 hours, the surgery was a success. Outside the ward, Old Jing and Old Mu noted that the patient required a period of rest post-surgery. For now, you shall oversee the affairs of Yifei. Zhong Weiman turned to Jiang Chen, informing him that a decision had been made to officially notify the 5 major pilots 3 days hence. 2 projects would also be formally launched on that day, with all personnel involved required to sign a confidentiality agreement. Jiang Chen, prepare yourself for a brief meeting with the core research staff of the 5 major design institutes in 3 days. It will facilitate future collaborations. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Over the next 2 days, he remained at the hospital, accompanying Mu Qing in caring for Mu Qingshan. The recovery post-surgery was progressing well, and after a period of convalescence, he would be fine. Mu Qing, I must leave for a few days. The project is officially commencing, and I must return. Go ahead. I will take care of grandfather here. Focus on your project. Once grandfather is well, I will report back immediately. Their eyes met, and amidst the bustling hospital corridor, the atmosphere became charged. It seemed almost mandatory to share a kiss with his wife in such a setting. Just as Jiang Chen leaned in, Mu Qingshan's voice echoed from within the ward. Xiao Chen, has the project been officially announced? Grandfather Mu, I was just about to discuss that with you. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly and entered the ward. Mu Qing's face flushed crimson. She patted her chest, exhaling deeply. Was he about to kiss me? No, that couldn't be. Yet, why did I feel a twinge of disappointment? As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks reddened further, feeling as hot as a boiled egg. Should I take the initiative? Remain calm. Remain calm. How can I, as a girl, be the one to make the first move? No, absolutely not. At that moment, the ward door swung open, and Jiang Chen emerged. Mu Qing, please take good care of grandfather. I must be off. Mu Qing's face turned even redder as she lowered her head and softly replied. Jiang Chen looked at her, nodding earnestly. Yes, yes, you still look adorable when shy. Call me if anything arises. As Mu Qing lifted her gaze, Jiang Chen had already walked away. Watching his distant figure, she felt a pang of melancholy, pouting her lips. Why can't you be a bit more proactive and quick in your actions? The next morning, the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth. The once desolate streets gradually came to life, bustling with the presence of people. Various breakfast stalls emerged, selling buns, fried dough sticks with soy milk, and mixed noodles. The warm steam added a touch of vitality to the atmosphere. At Yifei Research Factory, 50 core research personnel from the 5 major design institutes gathered. Awaiting the formal notification of the project, they shall become core members of 2 initiatives, responsible for the collaborative efforts of the 5 major design institutes. The prospect of finally meeting the designers of the 3 prominent aircraft fills my heart with a slight thrill. You may feel a twinge of excitement, but I hardly slept last night, yet my spirits remain high. To design 3 top-tier fighter jets single-handedly is nothing short of legendary. If one were to claim he possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, I would not be surprised. Such an extraordinary feat could only be accomplished by a deity. Should both projects indeed reach completion this year, the Air Force of the Dragon Nation will ascend to the pinnacle of global aviation. Indeed, we shall no longer witness our pilots sacrificing their lives to intercept enemy aircraft. Ah, the esteemed academicians have arrived. Let us refrain from conversation. For academicians emerged from the throng, and the crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway. Upon seeing Jiang Chen trailing behind the last of the academicians, some were momentarily taken aback. What is that young man doing in their company? How peculiar. The new intern was not meant to be here today. Could he have taken a wrong turn? Yet it is clear he arrived alongside the esteemed scholars. I recognize that student from the cafeteria. He appears to be a classmate of the granddaughter of Academician Mu, having dined with the scholars. Ah, I see. He is likely here to broaden his horizons. How enviable it is to have such advantageous resources and to engage in projects of this caliber from the outset. Indeed, fate has favored him. We have endured much to reach this point. Well, we are all part of the Dragon Nation's research system. Perhaps he is even more capable than we are. Spare yourself the self-comfort. No matter how exceptional, how far can one truly excel? Enough of this chatter. A few grievances are permissible, but we must remain discreet lest the academicians overhear us. Chapter 50. Son, do you understand what confidentiality means? With the arrival of autumn, the sweltering heat of summer is dispelled, ushering in a refreshing coolness. The golden maple leaves drift gracefully in the breeze, their exquisite dance a magnificent finale. Jiang Chen stands at the forefront with the 4 academicians. Many seem discontented, yet out of respect, they whisper amongst themselves. Jiang Chen offers a wry smile, unfazed by their murmurs. Attention, everyone. Jing Wenhao's voice resonated throughout the research facility. All of you are core research personnel from the 5 major design institutes, many of whom possess project management experience. Today, we gather here, and I trust many of you have heard some news. To be succinct, the Ministry of Research has decided to simultaneously initiate the Large Strategic Transport Aircraft Project and the 5th-generation bomber project. We aim to achieve the first flights of both aircraft by the end of this year. Jing Wenhao paused, surveying the room. Comrades, you have often lamented our technological shortcomings. Now, the most advanced technology lies before you. It is time for you to strive for excellence. In the future, your names will be etched in the annals of the Dragon Nation's aviation history, becoming unsung heroes of our scientific endeavors. With these words, all the research personnel were ignited with fervor. In this era, society has yet to become overly restless. We live not merely for the pursuit of profit. They harbor grand aspirations to construct a prosperous dragon nation and to attain notable achievements in the realm of scientific research. At this moment, opportunities lie before them, igniting an undeniable excitement. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd exuberantly cries out, "Academician Jing, we are all well aware of this. We simply wish to meet the 2 project leaders. Yes, the architects of the 3 premier fighter jets, the future founders of Dragon Nation. To partake in such a groundbreaking endeavor is an indelible experience. We yearn to witness the visage of such legendary figures. If we fail to do so, sleepless nights may ensue. Laughter erupted throughout the assembly, lightening the atmosphere. Jing Wenhao chuckled softly. All right, I understand your eagerness. Now, let us invite him to say a few words. He turned towards Jiang Chen. It's your turn now. With a smile, Jiang Chen stepped forward to address the assembly. Greetings, everyone. I am Jiang Chen, and it is a pleasure to meet all of you esteemed scholars. I hope we can enjoy a fruitful collaboration in our future endeavors. As his words resonated, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Isn't Jiang Chen the student from the Youth Forum? He is indeed the designer of the 5th-generation fighter jet. No way, he is so young. How can this be possible? This is the most outrageous news I have ever heard in my life. Not only outrageous, it's as if my entire worldview has been upended. A designer of a 5th-generation fighter jet under 20 years old. Am I dreaming? Good heavens. I assumed he would at least resemble the older generation of scholars like the 5 academicians. To everyone's disbelief, it turned out that he was merely a university student. Academician Jing, you cannot be jesting with us. Jing Wenhao chuckled. Does my demeanor suggest that I am joking? Jiang Chen is not merely the designer of 3 fighter jets. He is also a national honorary academician and an outstanding youth of the nation. Furthermore, he independently completed the designs of all 3 aircraft within just 6 months. Each revelation detonated like a bomb among the audience, leaving all researchers in a state of stunned silence. How can it be possible for one individual to design 3 leading fighter jets in such a short span? Even 100 top-tier teams would struggle to accomplish that. A national honorary academician under 20. Has such a figure ever graced the history of Dragon Nation? I recall that the youngest academician was around 42, already deemed a prodigy. Now, that record has been shattered by over 20 years. Is this even feasible? The mere presence of such a title on a 20-year-old student is miraculous. At this moment, the designer of the 5th-generation fighter jet, the designer of the large strategic transport aircraft, the designer of the 5th-generation bomber, and a national honorary academician, goodness gracious. I am utterly flabbergasted. We toil our entire lives and might not even achieve one of these accolades. At merely 20 years of age, he has traversed a path that would take us several lifetimes to walk. The most astonishing part is that when I encountered Jiang Chen in the cafeteria, I had contemplated imparting some seasoned wisdom to him. As time passed, the crowd gradually absorbed this astounding reality. Jiang Chen also organized the forthcoming work into specific tasks. Standing here are the most pivotal research personnel from the 5 leading design institutes, each possessing extensive project research experience. The division of labor is clearly defined, and the details and mutual coordination do not require excessive attention from Jiang Chen. The 2 major aircraft projects are deemed core initiatives, supported by 2 independent research facilities, canteens, and living quarters. Most of the core members are largely isolated from the outside world, with only a select few permitted to engage with external contacts, responsible for relevant coordination and liaison tasks. In the days to come, Jiang Chen finds himself increasingly occupied. His daily responsibilities are straightforward. He teaches 100 students in the morning and guides them to the research factory for practical learning in the afternoon. The first step is to enable them to grasp the core technologies of the 2 major aircraft projects in the shortest time possible. The second step involves sending these students to the 5 design institutes for a blend of theoretical and practical application. Practical experience is the most effective method of learning. With the integration of practice and theory, it is believed that before long, these students will begin to embody the essence of researchers. As time swiftly passes, a month goes by. Mu Qingshan is discharged from the hospital and returns home to recuperate. His health has improved significantly, and with a period of rest, he will fully recover. Several academicians visit his home, intending to prepare a simple home-cooked meal to celebrate his release from the hospital. Xiaochen, have you received the vegetables sent for Grandpa Mu? In the capital, at the Mu family residence, Jiang Chen and Mu Qing are busy preparing lunch, while the 5 academicians converse in the study about recent project developments. Jiang Chen's mother, Jiang Hui, having learned of Grandpa Mu's illness and surgery, has brought some fresh vegetables from their pesticide-free farm, along with chickens, ducks, and eggs raised on their own farm. Mom, we received the vegetables you had someone send over. Jiang Chen replies, that's good to hear. They are all homegrown vegetables and poultry, which will greatly benefit his recovery. Jiang Hui responds. Jiang Chen inquires with concern. By the way, how have you and Dad been lately? Is your health all right? Jiang Hui replies, since we moved to the new house and I started a new job. Both your father and I have been well. However, your father has been quite irritable lately. When I discuss work matters with him, he keeps insisting on confidentiality. What secrets could there possibly be in processing a component? Dear, it truly is confidential. If I say it cannot be disclosed, then it cannot be disclosed. Comes the voice of Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen's father, from the phone, expressing his grievances. All right, confidentiality. Go tell your secrets to the child. The phone is passed to Jiang Chen. Hello, Xiao Chen, your mother doesn't understand anything. When I mention confidentiality to her, she refuses to believe me. Isn't that frustrating? Can national secrets be carelessly spoken of? Xiao Chen, you're in university. You should understand what national secrets entail, Jiang Chen continues. After his job switch, Jiang Chen works at a factory with military-industrial connections, often receiving urgent requests for precision component processing, which naturally involves certain confidential matters. Jiang Chen speculates that perhaps due to the urgency of the two major projects, the state has relaxed some restrictions on certain component manufacturers. Dad, I understand. Matters of national secrecy must not be indiscriminately discussed, Jiang Chen reassures him. Son, you truly comprehend me. I will quietly share some significant news that lies beyond the realm of confidentiality. Recently, our nation has produced some remarkable scientists, undoubtedly signaling significant developments ahead. I must urge you to refrain from spreading this information indiscriminately. Do you understand? Jiang Chen's lips quivered slightly in amusement. As your son, I have signed a top-secret confidentiality agreement. Is it appropriate for me to divulge anything? Chapter 51. We Must Eat. Part 3. How delightful. How have Uncle and Aunt been feeling lately? They are well, thank you. Ever since I changed jobs, my health has improved significantly. That is wonderful to hear. I shall accompany you on a visit next time. Accompany me? Things are progressing so swiftly. Soon you shall be addressing me as your wife. In the kitchen, Mu Qing was washing vegetables and shot a glare at Jiang Chen. Uncle and Aunt have sent an abundance of vegetables this time. We should prepare some gifts as a token of gratitude. No need for that. We are family. No thanks are required. Jiang Chen joined in the task of washing vegetables. This scene felt remarkably familiar. In a past life, after marrying Mu Qing, they spent several years much like today, washing vegetables, cooking, watching their favorite television shows, and enjoying delightful meals together. Of course, Jiang Chen always helped with washing vegetables and dishes, but his culinary skills were a different matter altogether. He recalled how, after finishing the vegetables, Mu Qing would often say two things. All right, the chef will begin cooking now, and you can just relax over there. Jiang Chen sighed deeply. Why could he not learn to cook? What is the matter? Mu Qing inquired with concern. Nothing, Jiang Chen replied with a bitter smile. If only I could cook. I could prepare some dishes you enjoy. All right, Mu Qing began, but Jiang Chen interrupted. You mean? All right, the chef will begin cooking now. You can just relax over there. Mu Qing was taken aback, her eyes wide in surprise. How do you know exactly what I was thinking? Jiang Chen shrugged. I told you. We were husband and wife in a past life. It's only natural to understand each other. That line might work on a little girl. Mu Qing declared. Issuing an eviction notice. Quickly leave. The chef needs to cook. The chef has worked hard. Goodbye, chef, Jiang Chen said, adhering to the habits of his past life as he exited the kitchen. Mu Qing gazed at Jiang Chen's retreating figure, lost in thought. Being a master does indeed feel splendid. Jiang Chen chose not to converse with the esteemed scholars in the study, opting instead to relax and watch television. Adjusting from a sleek LCD screen to a bulky, static-filled old television was quite an adjustment. Jiang Chen aimlessly flipped through the channels until he stumbled upon the most popular drama of the time, Deep Love in the Rain. The rain that night, when Yi Ping borrowed money, had been truly torrential. At that moment, a call from the kitchen broke his reverie. Jiang Chen rushed in to find Mu Qing with a bleeding finger. Wait a moment, I'll fetch the first aid kit. It's in the third drawer of the living room TV cabinet. Mu Qing was taken aback. How did he know where her first aid kit was? In no time, Jiang Chen returned with the kit in hand. Let's go to the living room. I'll help you bandage it. The wound appeared quite deep, but he managed to stop the bleeding. How do you even know where my first aid kit is? Mu Qing asked, looking at Jiang Chen with curiosity. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, only to be stopped by Mu Qing. Forget it. You will surely say that we were husband and wife in our past life. One day, I will figure it out. Mu Qing cast him an annoyed glance and stood up, intending to return to her cooking. All right, let us dine out, suggested Jiang Chen. Why go out to eat? This minor injury is nothing. Mu Qing, dressed in a white dress and a pink cartoon apron, entered the kitchen. Jiang Chen shook his head in resignation. Unfortunately, he did not know how to cook, otherwise, he would have taken over. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. System, task released. Boldly inform your wife to step aside, allowing your husband to cook. Reward, opportunity to analyze the full banquet recipe. Jiang Chen was taken aback. What is happening? Can recipes actually be analyzed? System, humph. I am the analysis of all things system. Please properly understand my grand title. Wow, that's impressive. Jiang Chen thought as he stepped into the kitchen and looked at Mu Qing. Why are you back in here? I'm fine, just go outside. Step aside, my dear wife. And let me cook. Mu Qing was momentarily stunned. Jiang Chen grinned, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. System, congratulations, host, for completing the task and gaining the opportunity to analyze the full banquet recipe. Would you like to analyze it? Yes. In an instant. Jiang Chen felt as if he were a top-tier chef. His skills in knife work, tossing, and various cooking techniques were unparalleled. Just a glance at the kitchen ingredients filled his mind with an entire array of dishes. But you said you couldn't cook, Mu Qing remarked, hands on her hips. Jiang Chen produced a cookbook from seemingly nowhere. Do you believe I learned it just now? Mu Qing smacked her forehead, about to push Jiang Chen out. Mu Qing, just trust me this once. I can design a 5th-generation fighter jet. Do you think cooking would stump me? Give me a chance, and I shall prepare you a feast. Jiang Chen clung to the kitchen's sliding door, refusing to leave. Fine, then you cook. Mu Qing tied an apron around Jiang Chen. If it doesn't taste good, you are never allowed back in the kitchen. All right, just you wait and see, my dear wife. After sending Mu Qing out, Jiang Chen gazed at the ingredients before him. Unable to suppress a sigh, he never expected to rectify the regrets of his past life in this one, all thanks to the system. Thank you, system. System, a trivial matter. Impressive, indeed. Jiang Chen smiled, recalling the dishes that Mu Qing enjoyed. Let us get started, he declared, turning up the heat, exuding an air of a master chef. If he were to retire at an older age, opening a small restaurant wouldn't be a bad life. In the study, Mu Qing entered. Aren't you supposed to be cooking? Why are you in here? Jiang Chen said he was cooking, so I came in, she replied, sitting beside Mu Qingshan. Jing Wenhao chuckled. I never expected this kid Jiang Chen could cook. He designs fighter jets and can handle the kitchen too. He is a good child. Mu Qingshan smiled. His complexion noticeably healthier. I wonder if his culinary skills are as outstanding as his aircraft designs. It shouldn't be lacking, Zhang Jiahua remarked eagerly. Just don't anyone fight me for food later. I want to eat my fill. Lu Xianghua cast a disdainful glance. With your meager talents, I want to compete with you. Several esteemed elders, it would be prudent not to harbor excessive expectations. Mu Qing placed the recently acquired recipe before the group. Jiang Chen, having just learned to cook from the recipe, was at the mercy of fate regarding the dish's flavor. The corners of the 5 academicians' mouths twitched involuntarily. Learning to cook on the spot, would the meal even be palatable? Perhaps we should order from a restaurant, suggested LV Xianghua first. The others nodded in agreement. For the sake of caution, it would be wise to have food delivered. I certainly do not wish to endure hunger at noon. What possessed Jiang Chen to whimsically decide to cook? Does he truly believe he possesses any culinary talent? While it is true that intelligent individuals learn swiftly, it cannot be so rapid as this. Without a doubt, it will be inedible. You all can watch me eat. I certainly will not partake, Old Zhang declared. If Old Zhang isn't eating, then neither will I. If you all abstain, then I shall too, Mu Qing pouted, gazing at them. You all must eat. It is Jiang Chen's first cooking endeavor. He requires encouragement. Jing Wenhao, Zhang Jiahua, LLL LV Xianghua, Feng Shida. Good granddaughter. Grandpa has just been discharged from the hospital. Surely I need not eat. Mu Qingshan chuckled. In the next moment, laughter abruptly ceased. Grandpa, you must eat as well. Mu Qingshan. This granddaughter appears to be quite insistent. Chapter 52, World Alliance Conference, 4th update. At noon, Jiang Chen had been in the kitchen for 2 hours. The prominent figures in the study felt quite anxious. The prospect of an unpalatable meal was one thing, but what if it were undercooked? Dinner is ready. Jiang Chen's voice resonated from outside, causing the 5 academicians to shudder. They exchanged glances. Old Zhang, you go first. My legs have gone numb. I will wait a moment. Zhang Jiahua waved his hand and quickly stood, pretending to stretch. Having sat for so long, my back aches. Old LV, you go ahead. LV Xianghua stroked his chin. My tooth aches a bit. Old Feng, you should go first. Feng Shida appeared bewildered. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, he rose. In any case, it matters not. I shall venture out first. Mu Qing followed suit. In the study, the remaining 4 academicians exchanged glances. Old Feng, how brave. I hope he won't be poisoned. Surely not. At most, it will only cause a stomach upset. What on earth possessed Jiang Chen to cook? I will take a bite, but the rest will be consumed with wine. Strangely, there was no sound from Old Feng as he exited. That was unexpected. Could it be that the food was so dreadful it rendered him speechless? With a loud bang, Feng Shida excitedly burst through the door, holding a large chicken leg. Come out and eat. It is not at all unpalatable. It is absolutely delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite dishes. I shan't wait for you. I shall begin eating. The 4 academicians exchanged bewildered glances. Old Feng, this rascal cannot possibly be jesting with us. It is highly probable. After all, we have all dined at state banquets, and never have we seen him so animated. Your analysis is astute. Old Feng may appear taciturn, but he possesses more cunning than we do. However, what is this delightful aroma wafting in? It smells divine. The door to the study was ajar, and the enticing scent from the living room permeated the air. Jing Wenhao was the first to detect the enticing aroma. It was truly delightful. He had never encountered such fragrant cuisine before. He couldn't resist and followed the scent outside. The other 3 academicians also caught a whiff of the delectable smell. My goodness, it was the aroma of Kung Pao chicken, so spicy and fragrant. As if he were immersed in a world of chilies. The seafood fragrance was enchanting, reminiscent of the sea, where one could swim carefree, occasionally seeing dolphins frolicking nearby. It was utterly delightful. The sensation was incredibly appetizing. Alas, they would soon be devoured by Old Feng. Lu Xianghua was the first to dash out of the study, followed closely by Mu Chengshan and Zhang Jiagua. Upon entering the living room, the 3 were left speechless. The table was laden with an abundance of dishes, more than a dozen in total. Feng Shida and Jing Wenhao had already begun feasting. Oh my, this is exquisite. The oil-braised shrimp is simply divine. You must try this Westlake vinegar fish. It's perfectly balanced in sourness and sweetness, combined with the fish's freshness, absolutely delectable. And the mapo tofu is incredibly spicy and numbing. What are you 3 waiting for? Hurry and sit down to eat. It was only then that the 3 regained their senses and joined in the culinary celebration. Jiang Chen turned to Mu Qing and said with a smile, half of these dishes are your favorites. Be sure to indulge. If you find them delicious, I will make them just for you another time. Mu Qing gazed at the splendid array of dishes, swallowing hard. Did you really prepare all of this just by glancing at the recipe? Jiang Chen chuckled. It's quite simple. Simple? Mu Qing was taken aback. You call this simple? I doubt even seasoned chefs could match your level. You only need to see it once to replicate it? Let's eat before the gentlemen finish everything. Only then did Mu Qing realize there was another person joining the feast. Oh, Jiang Chen, this is the best oil-braised shrimp I've ever had. And this braised lion's head is even better than what I've had in the capital's restaurants. My goodness, it's delicious. And the spicy chicken is delightful too. The 5 academicians were in a similar state of bliss, nearly coming to blows over a chicken leg. You, old Zhang, just said you weren't eating, and now you're trying to snatch my chicken leg. Weren't you also saying you wouldn't eat? Yet here you are, fighting me for a chicken leg. With so many delicious dishes, why must they quarrel over a single chicken leg? Oh, this tofu is simply extraordinary. You must all try the chicken soup. It's incredibly flavorful, quite unlike anything else. An hour later, more than a dozen dishes had been completely devoured. The 5 academicians were so stuffed they could barely move, reclining in their chairs. I can't eat another bite, not even a single grain of rice. At that moment, Jing Wenhao's eyes lit up. There's still 1 shrimp left. Since you're all full, I shall have it. The next second, he was stunned. Lu Xianghua was quicker. And by the time he realized it, the shrimp was already gone. Burp. Now I truly cannot eat another thing. Jing Wenhao sighed. Can we not enjoy our meal together in peace? After a satisfying feast, the group settled on the sofa to relax, their gazes turning toward Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, what is the secret behind your culinary skills? You merely glance at a recipe and master it, producing such delectable dishes. Jing Wenhao's thoughts lingered on the exquisite meal just savored. This is undoubtedly the finest cuisine I have ever experienced, without exception. LV Xianghua recalled past meals, which could only be described as atrocious, fit for neither man nor beast. Zhang Jiagua praised Xiao Chen. One might argue that even the chefs of state banquets could not rival your expertise. Is it truly as simple as perusing a recipe once? Jiang Chen smiled. It is not merely about having hands. It is quite straightforward. Mu Qingshan, Okyu, Jing Wenhao, Zhang Jiagua, Feng Shida, LV Xiangguo. You call this straightforward? It is utterly preposterous. After this experience, the 5 academicians found the Design Institute's cafeteria lacking. They occasionally summoned Jiang Chen for private culinary sessions, enjoying a rather comfortable life. The 2 major projects progressed exceptionally well. After months of training, the 100 students had become quite adept, gaining familiarity with 3 types of aircraft and assisting in the 5 major design institutes. With the Lunar New Year just a month away and a month and a half remaining until the completion of the 2 major projects, the National Conference Center prepared for the upcoming World Alliance Conference. The Grand Elder presided over the meeting, which aimed to establish a global emergency rescue force, an opportunity for Longwa to showcase itself to the world. It was imperative to become a key member of this force. The pressure on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was immense, necessitating support from other departments. Wan Shan of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs turned to Zhong Weiman. I require the research department to release news about the development of a large strategic transport aircraft. Ideally, we could complete a test flight before the conference commences. International rescue efforts heavily weigh a nation's capacity to transport supplies, and other countries will certainly scrutinize Longwa in this regard. I must possess sufficient leverage to secure victory in this endeavor. The Grand Elder looked towards Zhong Weiman. Is the research department facing any difficulties? Zhong Weiman replied. Releasing information about the transport aircraft poses no issues. However, completing the test flight a month in advance is rather tight on time. Nonetheless, we can make an attempt. The Grand Elder nodded. This year, your research department has made significant contributions to Longwa. Please extend my gratitude to that young man, Jiang Chen. If the opportunity arises, I would like to meet him privately. The ministers were astonished. The Grand Elder actually wished to meet a youth alone. Such a situation had never occurred in Longwa's history. Chapter 53, Urgent Mission, First Update. With only a month remaining until the Lunar New Year, the 2 projects were in their final stages, leaving little to manage. Jiang Chen took the opportunity to return to school and gather his belongings, planning a trip home for the holiday. He purchased a train ticket for the following day. That evening, the school had been on winter break for 3 days, and most students had returned home, leaving the campus somewhat desolate. With nothing pressing to attend to, Jiang Chen aimlessly wandered the campus. Everything before him felt so familiar, as if overlapping with a past life. The familiar shop by the dormitory. The well-known bathing facility behind the cafeteria. 50 meters to the left of the academy's gate lies a familiar swimming pool, where Jiang Chen has once relieved himself. Many students have indulged in this act. Tired from walking, he purchased a bottle of soda and a few packets of spicy strips, sitting alone on the playground. Xiao Chen, are you not home yet? Jiang Chen turned his gaze to see Professor Wang Qing, still clutching a wine jug, humming a cheerful tune, seemingly in good spirits. Teacher, you haven't gone home either? Jiang Chen mentally chided himself. He recalled that Wang Qing had always been solitary, spending holidays alone at school. Initially, many were curious, but it later became clear that Wang Qing had no family. Regardless of the location, it remained the same. After years of teaching, he had long considered the school his home. Dean Shenming had attempted to introduce Wang Qing to potential partners, but at over 40 and with a penchant for drinking. It was quite a challenge. After graduation, knowledge of him dwindled further. Later, he inadvertently came across a message in a professional group indicating that Wang Qing had been deceived by a foreign agricultural drone company called Sci-Fi, becoming embroiled in a lawsuit, after which the details were unclear. Classmates speculated this was a tactic employed abroad, as many renowned researchers had fallen victim to such schemes, aimed at hindering the progress of Longwa. To Jiang Chen, it was evident that the Sci-Fi company harbored significant issues, certainly not reputable. I am alone. It makes no difference where I go, Wang Qing remarked as he sat beside him, setting down the wine jug. Hand me a packet of spicy strips. Jiang Chen chuckled. Teacher, you did say you would warmly welcome me. Now you want my spicy strips? Just a moment, Wang Qing said, standing up to brush off the grass. To me, anywhere can serve as a place of welcome. Impressive, Jiang Chen exclaimed, taking a hearty swig from the wine jug. Is this a different wine? Wang Qing smiled, reclining to gaze at the night sky, dressed in slippers and appearing quite content. You, my boy, are fortunate. This is a fine brew I acquired from the dean. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened as he took another generous gulp. I suggest you drink less. With just this one gourd, you should leave some for me. Wang Qing's heart ached. He had barely had 2 sips himself. Professor Wang, should a company named Sci-Fi approach you in the future, disregard them and report them instead. Wang Qing looked at Jiang Chen in surprise, contemplating the advice, and eventually nodded. The night was deep and tranquil as the two gazed into the pitch-black sky, enveloped in silence. The next day, Jiang Chen boarded the train home. That evening, at home. All right, you've had a long day on the bus. Go rest and watch some television. Mom, I'm not tired. I've genuinely learned to cook, and today I will prepare dinner for you. His sister, Jiang Qingyan, appeared at the kitchen door. Mom, you can't let brother cook. I don't want to end up poisoned. What nonsense is this child speaking? Jiang Hui pushed Jiang Chen out, saying, Enough, you both stay out of the kitchen. Go watch TV and wait for dinner. Jiang Chen had no choice but to relent. Is my cooking really that terrible? Not terrible at all. It's not bad in the slightest. Spare me, great hero. Now that is more like it. Upon releasing my grip, the situation turned sour immediately. The food was utterly unpalatable. That wretched girl. Jiang Chen chuckled softly and settled down in the living room to watch television. His father, Jiang Hanxing, was engrossed in the national news broadcast. The report was showcasing significant advancements in large transport aircraft. Our nation's strategic transport aircraft has achieved a monumental breakthrough. As the news transitioned to the next segment, a report on the formation of a United Nations task force unfolded. Jiang Hanxing turned to Jiang Chen and remarked, My son, our country is growing increasingly formidable. Just last year, the news was merely covering the third-generation aircraft. Less than a year has passed, and now we are discussing fifth-generation fighters and large strategic transport planes. The effort behind these achievements is unimaginable. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is the dedication of countless individuals that has paved the way for today's triumphs. Everything we have is hard-earned. Jiang Hanxing then gazed at him. You, my boy, are about to enter your third year, right? As a major in aircraft engineering, have you contemplated what you wish to pursue after graduation? Jiang Chen smiled. I have indeed made up my mind. I intend to join one of the 5 major aircraft design institutes to focus on fighter jet research. Jiang Hanxing appeared somewhat surprised and looked at Jiang Chen with newfound respect. When did you cultivate such lofty aspirations? Jiang Chen smiled. The school has bestowed many accolades upon me. I must honor the nation's investment in my education. Jiang Hanxing nodded, a smile spreading across his face. It is reassuring to hear you think this way. Now that you have set your sights on a goal, it is imperative that you work diligently. I have heard that the competition for the 5 major design institutes is fierce, with your school only accepting 1 or 2 candidates each year. Jiang Chen patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, Dad. I am certain I can gain admission to the 5 major design institutes. One day, I will have you aboard an aircraft of my own design. Do not reach too far beyond your grasp, Jiang Hanxing cautioned earnestly. I do not expect you to design a new fighter jet like those behind the scenes on television. I simply hope you will give your utmost effort. Learn from them and contribute your part. Even if a single screw on a fighter jet is designed by you, I could boast about it for a lifetime. I understand. Dad, I will do my best, Jiang Chen replied, glancing toward the dining table. Mom, is dinner nearly ready? How about we enjoy a drink together? I brought back 2 bottles of fine liquor, Matai. At the mention of Matai, Jiang Hanxing's eyes sparkled with delight. Is it truly Matai? Where did you acquire it? Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously. It was a gift from the dean of my school. Care for a taste? Jiang Hanxing glanced toward the kitchen. Just a little. If we drink too much, your mother will scold us. Half an hour later, the 2 bottles of Matai were completely consumed, leaving both father and son pleasantly tipsy. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone rang unexpectedly. It was Jing Wenhao calling. He retreated to his room to answer the call. Xiao Chen, we have an urgent task. 2 major fighter projects must be completed within a month. The person assigned to pick you up is waiting downstairs. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen replied, Understood. I will return immediately. After hanging up, he took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he exited the room. Mom, Dad, I need to discuss something with you, Jiang Chen announced, addressing his parents. The 5 major design institutes have requested our school to send some students to assist. I must leave right away. You just returned. Why must you leave again? Jiang Hui inquired with concern. Why not rest at home for a few days before heading out? Jiang Chen replied, Mother, the situation is quite urgent. I must leave immediately. I may not be able to return for the spring festival this year. So you and Father should prepare some good food for yourselves. Not spending the new year at home. Jiang Hui glanced at Jiang Hanxing. Old Jiang, say something. What is there to say? Jiang Hanxing fixed his gaze on Jiang Chen, his expression resolute. Go ahead, Since the country needs you, it is an honor for our family. Do not worry about home. We will take care of ourselves. Remember what your father said. Do your utmost." Jiang Chen nodded, shouldering his backpack. He turned to his sister. "Jiang Qinyan, take good care of our parents." Jiang Qinyan nodded. "Brother, go ahead. I'll be here for the family." "All right." Without looking back, Jiang Chen turned and departed. The house fell into a sudden silence. "Old Jiang, for so many years we have celebrated the new year together as one family. We can celebrate this year. And next year as well. The country requires you this year. It is an honor for our family and for the children. We must support this." Jiang Hanxing picked up his chopsticks. "Let us eat." Chapter 54. The Lights of Thousands of Homes. There is always one that is home. Part 2. The night was deep and dark. A heavy stillness hung in the air, suggesting an impending storm. This night was destined to be tumultuous. The scene in Jiang Chen's home mirrored that of countless families across the nation. "Grandfather, I cannot stay to celebrate the last New Year with you. I must return to school." One student knelt beside the bed of a nearly centenarian man who lay there. "What could possibly be more important than your grandfather?" The doctor had indicated that this year might be the elder's last. "School matters cannot take precedence. Your mother and I will not permit you to leave. You must spend a good New Year with your grandfather. If you leave today, I will no longer consider you my son." The elder reached out to stroke his grandson's head, a smile gracing his face. "Go ahead. Your grandfather does not blame you. Do your best and fulfill your responsibilities." With reddened eyes, the student rose and leaned close to the elder's ear, whispering something. Upon hearing it, the elder burst into hearty laughter, suddenly appearing rejuvenated, even managing to sit up. "Good, good, good." The student, resolute, shouldered his belongings and departed without looking back. "Ungrateful child. Where do you think you are going? Stop right there." The father, prepared to pursue him, was halted by the elder's stern voice. "Unruly child, stand still. I allowed him to go. If anyone dares to stop him today, leave this house." In a large household of over a dozen people, not a single breath was dared to be taken. "Help me up." The eldest son stepped forward to assist the elder. From a drawer, he retrieved a red medal and a worn diary. "When Shao Kai returns, give these to him." The elder then took out a yellowed photograph from the drawer, depicting 5 young men, each wielding an antique rifle. Returning to his bed, the elder embraced the photograph, lying down peacefully. "Old comrades, I have come to find you." Suddenly, a flash of lightning tore through the dark sky, followed by the rumble of thunder and the tumultuous rolling of clouds. In an instant, the sky appeared to have torn open, unleashing a torrential downpour. With a crack, another bolt of lightning illuminated the darkened landscape. "Mother, I am returning to school. This year, you may have to spend the new year alone at home." "Go on, my child. I understand and will take care of myself." In a rural village, a young man sat in the courtyard, lost in contemplation for a considerable time. Shouldering his belongings, he rose slowly, casting one last glance at the empty home. He turned off the lights and locked the door. Standing in front of the courtyard, he took another look before turning and boarding the vehicle. At a prominent research facility affiliated with 5 major design institutes, 100 students returned to their posts, collaborating with seasoned engineers, working tirelessly in 3 shifts around the clock. Their aim was to complete the first flight of 2 significant aircraft before the upcoming international conference. Shortly after the announcement of the Dragon Kingdom's large strategic transport aircraft, an uproar ensued across international platforms. Numerous foreigners expressed skepticism about the news, openly mocking on foreign forums. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are becoming increasingly boastful, claiming monumental breakthroughs with their large strategic transport aircraft. With their limited technology, how could they possibly develop such machinery? They are merely Eastern monkeys, all talk and no substance. They must be attempting to create a smokescreen to intimidate others and bolster their own courage. Ridiculous indeed. Would you like some gall to go along with your bravado? The Dragon Kingdom was labeled as an Eastern nation of trash, impoverished, and backward. With just a flick of a finger, the beautiful nation could obliterate it. No, there would be no need for such effort. Our stealth bombers, equipped with nuclear capabilities, could reduce the Dragon Kingdom to rubble. Upon seeing this news, many domestic netizens began to circumvent the Great Firewall to access international platforms. Although they could not confront the beautiful nation directly, they could certainly engage with it through their keyboards. Frankly speaking, who among us in the Great Dragon Kingdom has not fought before? Are they itching for another confrontation, reminiscent of past encounters that left them weeping? Back then, Even a combination of simple firearms and strategy could subdue them. Now, with the emergence of our fifth-generation fighter jets, it would be wise for them to kneel and call us father. It has been said that once our strategic transport aircraft is launched, the subsequent deployment of fifth-generation bombers will soar over their skies. Brothers, we absolutely cannot afford to lose on this battlefield. Let us charge forth with determination. As the international forum intensified, the debate increasingly revolved around the Dragon Kingdom. On the day of the Spring Festival, the Global International Conference officially commenced at the United Nations. Wu Weiguo, as the long-standing ambassador of the beautiful nation to the Dragon Kingdom, served as the representative for the Dragon Kingdom at this meeting. This global conference would be broadcast live on television worldwide, with thousands of Dragon Kingdom citizens tuning in from various locations. At the United Nations headquarters, representatives from over 100 nations gathered. The primary agenda was to discuss the establishment of an international joint rescue force. The conference venue was arranged in a circular tiered formation, with the 5 elder nations seated in the center, forming a circle. Before we commence our discussions, I have a proposal, Thomas said, directing his gaze toward Wu Weiguo, a palpable tension in the air. I propose that we expel the Dragon Kingdom from the primary consular position within this international rescue force. In general circumstances, the formation of an international rescue force necessitates the participation of the 5 elder nations as the decision-making body. They are to assume the roles of consuls within this international rescue team. The objective of this meeting is merely to deliberate on who shall hold the position of chief consul. However, the unexpected exclusion of the Dragon Nation from this arrangement has taken everyone by surprise, leading to an uproar at the scene. The Foot Basin Nation exclaimed, "Well done, big brother. I knew this conference would not be so straightforward." With the Dragon Nation ousted from the consular position in the rescue force, an opportunity arises for me. The A3 Nation remarked, "I have awaited this day for a long time. As a civilization with ancient heritage, it is imperative that I take on the consul role." The Great Bear Nation commented, "If this escalates into conflict, should I prepare to unleash a mushroom bomb?" The Gallic Rooster interjected, "Regardless, I am certainly one of the 5 consuls. You may play your games, but do not involve me." The Lion Nation suggested, "Gallic Rooster, should we not intervene? This is being broadcast globally. If a conflict erupts between the Dragon Nation and the Beautiful Nation, you shall support the latter." The Gallic Rooster replied, "Need it be said? I will stand by my big brother, the Beautiful Nation." The Great Bear Nation added, "Just the 2 of you? I shall take you both down." The external forums erupted in chaos. The denizens of the Dragon Nation were ridiculed, with comments highlighting their diminished international standing. The message was clear: exclusion from participation. Observers noted how the faces of Dragon diplomats turned pale, likely in fear. This situation arose from the Dragon Nation's unintentional ascent to a position among the 5 elder nations. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves in this predicament. Where is the sense of superiority that the Dragon citizens once boasted? Come forth and express it. Cursing the foreign scribes, they lamented, "You cannot simply revoke our status at will. Who do you think you are?" As one of the 5 elder nations, the Dragon Nation could just as easily rescind your qualifications. Such matters should not be treated lightly. It is a classic case of acting without thought. And as for their inquiries about our sense of superiority, wait until our large strategic aircraft makes its debut. It will surely instill fear. Chapter 55. The destruction of peace weapons must be surrendered for safekeeping. The proposal has ignited a fervor within the Dragon Nation. One must wonder if the diplomat from the Beautiful Nation is truly foolish, proposing such a trivial matter. It is a clear manifestation of jealousy, disrupting what should have been a joyous Lunar New Year celebration. Such nations cannot endure in the long term. Their individualistic ethos will lead to their demise within a century. Speaking of which, when can we expect the completion of our large transport aircraft? It seems it will take some time, as production is no small task. I have heard that the aircraft manufacturing plant's researchers have not spent the Lunar New Year at home, likely dedicating their efforts to this cause. Without them, the Dragon Nation would lack the confidence it possesses. They are indeed the heroes of our nation. The core research personnel from the 5 major design institutes, along with 100 students, gathered at a research facility. Before them stood 2 aircraft, one large and one small. They managed to complete the construction just in time for the meeting, leaving only the final inspections to be done. It has not been an easy task, but every effort has been worthwhile. Compared to us, academician Jiang has truly borne the brunt of the workload, ensuring the success of today's test flight. Every detail, Every component has undergone his meticulous scrutiny. It is through his dedication that everything has gone so smoothly. In just 6 months, the designs of 2 major aircraft and their actual production have been accomplished. If today's test flight succeeds, academician Jiang will create an unparalleled miracle. At merely 20 years of age, he has already contributed to a project that shapes the destiny of our nation. Truly remarkable. Intelligence is indeed a valuable asset, yet we seem to lack it. Jiang Chen, how is the inspection progressing? Are we ready to commence the test flight? The 5 academicians anxiously turned their gazes towards Jiang Chen. The mission from above must be accomplished today. Beneath the fighter jet, Jiang Chen completed the inspection tasks. Letting out a long sigh, with that breath, everyone felt their hearts leap to their throats. Clenching their fists, they anxiously watched Jiang Chen. With a smile, Jiang Chen reassured them, "Thank you all for your hard work. After a successful test flight, I shall cook for everyone, and we shall celebrate the new year together." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, followed by thunderous applause. Finally, the task was accomplished, and they could finally rest. Yet, rest was not an option just yet. At least they had to wait until after the test flight. Rest assured, with academician Jiang's thorough inspection, there will certainly be no issues. They eagerly anticipated the evening when academician Jiang would don his chef's hat. It was primarily for the sake of merriment. They did not hold too high expectations for the culinary outcome. At the United Nations headquarters, Wu Weiguo frowned deeply. "Thomas, as one of the 5 elder nations, I possess a veto right, and I can certainly exercise that power against your proposal." Thomas replied with a cold smirk. "You do indeed have the authority to exercise your veto. However, what I must address today is that your Dragon Nation has violated the peace agreements of the Alliance. The range of the air-to-air missiles intended for your 5th-generation aircraft exceeds 500 kilometers, and their speed astonishingly reaches 60 G. The emergence of such terrifying weapons poses a severe threat to global peace. The rescue forces are intended to uphold peace. Should the Dragon Nation enter with such formidable weaponry, the safety of other nations would be gravely jeopardized. Not only should the Dragon Nation be barred from joining the international rescue forces, but it must also surrender missile-related technology for supervision." Upon the announcement, a wave of unrest swept through the assembly. Nations were taken aback by the Dragon Nation's might. The Foot Basin Nation exclaimed, "Goodness, 400 kilometers? That is almost at my doorstep. How can I intercept at 60 G speed? They must surrender for supervision." The Gallic Rooster remarked, "Heavens, when did the Dragon Nation become so powerful? Not to be trifled with." "I shall refrain from commenting." The Big Bear Nation lamented, "I still have to wait 3 years for the 2 5th-generation jets I purchased from the Dragon Nation. This is disheartening. With the Dragon Nation's prowess, I must side with them this time. The worst that can happen is to end up on the mushroom side." The Indian Nation scoffed, "Isn't it just a 60 G missile? I can easily craft a 2-stage rocket back home that reaches 100 G. The online forums erupted over the 5th-generation jet data. The Dragon Nation is utterly despicable for developing such terrifying weapons. They must surrender and comply with the Americans. Indeed, with their secrets buried so deep. What does the Dragon Nation intend to achieve? World dominance. They must be expelled from the international rescue forces, ideally ousting them from the position of the 5 elder nations. Absolutely. Expel them from the 5 elder nations and conduct a thorough investigation into the Dragon Nation, subjecting them to our oversight. Meanwhile, netizens from the Dragon Nation grew restless. "Are you all mad? It's just a 60 G missile. How can it be deemed a terrifying weapon?" One brother from above retorted, "Indeed. A 60 G air-launched missile is quite fearsome. You might want to look it up. Goodness, the American 5th-generation jet's missile only has a range of 100 kilometers. How pathetic." The Dragon Nation has indeed emerged at the forefront of the world, inciting envy among many. However, should the allegations of violating the Alliance's peace agreements be substantiated, it could lead to significant complications. Crafting advanced weaponry could also be construed as a breach of these accords. Unfortunately, these regulations were collectively established, and while clandestine operations may be feasible, overt actions are unequivocally prohibited. This group of imbeciles is merely seeking trouble. I must seek companionship among foreign women. Brother upstairs, include me. I can contribute significantly. Wu Weiguo furrowed his brow, taken aback that the beautiful nation would exploit this particular matter. Nevertheless, mere assertions are insufficient. "Thomas, may I inquire about the source of your data? Even our own Dragon Nation is unaware of the existence of such formidable weaponry." Thomas smirked. "Wu, do not attempt to evade the truth. These are verifiable facts. During the last International Equipment Trade Exhibition, our researchers witnessed it firsthand. Is there any doubt? Wu Weihua exhaled deeply, leisurely lifted his teacup, his gaze contemplative for a moment before setting it down. Thomas, if I am not mistaken, these are merely hearsay without substantiation. May I assume you are fabricating facts? Wu Weihua inhaled sharply, his tone incisive. This is an affront to the entire Dragon Nation and its millions of citizens. Are you inciting war? Thomas appeared somewhat awkward. Indeed, there was no direct evidence. The information had originated from Camel Country. The critical fighter jets were still in pre-sale, making it impossible to procure any proof. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Dragon Nation were thoroughly entertained by the televised broadcast. What a laugh. How did this person become a diplomat for the beautiful nation? Surely, there must be something amiss with their intellect. How can one prattle on without any evidence? I possess formidable weaponry, yet I simply refuse to acknowledge it. Do you possess proof? This is mere childish play. One can only imagine that Thomas wished to retract his statements. Chapter 56. No Transport Aircraft in the Dragon Nation, Part 4, on foreign online forums. The comments were on the verge of exploding with frustration. The audacity of the Dragon Nation is astonishing. They blatantly deny what is evidently true. This further illustrates the duplicitous nature of its people, the unscrupulous Eastern Yellow race. Is Thomas truly at a loss for evidence? Why not procure it and spare the Dragon Nation from scrutiny? Such matters are classified. Where could you simpletons possibly obtain proof? The individual upstairs is a spy for the Dragon Nation. Those detestable individuals are everywhere. At the conference venue, the esteemed elder of the beautiful nation, Joyce, stood beside Thomas. Thomas, you are the most distinguished diplomat of the beautiful nation. This challenge is not beyond your capabilities. As the Dragon Nation continues to grow stronger, its influence must be curtailed. This time, we must exclude the Dragon Nation from the international rescue forces at all costs. Thomas nodded confidently. Rest assured, Joyce. I have long devised a strategy to counter the Dragon Nation. The large strategic transport aircraft represent the Dragon Nation's vulnerability. Excellent, Joyce remarked as he patted Thomas on the shoulder. Indeed, a temporary setback has not defeated you. Victory belongs to the beautiful nation. Thomas's gaze regained its confidence as he turned to Wu Weihua. Wu, I concede that I lack evidence. However, my proposal remains unchanged. The Dragon Nation lacks the qualifications to serve as a consulate of the International Rescue Force. Wu Weihua furrowed his brow once more, silently observing without uttering a word. Thomas scoffed and surveyed the audience. Everyone understood that, as part of the International Rescue Force, there are instances when it is imperative to transport substantial quantities of supplies across borders in a short time frame. The only means of achieving this is through large strategic transport aircraft. The Dragon Nation, however, possesses neither large strategic transport planes nor has it ever procured them from other nations, rendering it incapable of efficient cross-border rescue operations. Thus, the Dragon Nation is ill-suited to join the International Rescue Force, let alone assume the role of a consular representative. Wu Weihua continued to frown, lifting his teacup in contemplation. The 5 elder nations were aware that the Dragon Nation lacked large transport aircraft. He had anticipated that Thomas would exploit this point. The diplomat from the Great Bear Nation, Rokov, murmured, Wu, the Dragon Nation should have purchased some of our transport planes last time. Perhaps today as predicament could have been avoided. It's too late to buy now. We might as well share the mushrooms. Wu Weihua couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Are you serious? My Great Bear brother? The diplomat from the Foot Basin Nation, Dog Ryun, laughed derisively. Now, the Dragon Nation is done for. My Foot Basin Nation will become the new elder state. The diplomat from the 3A's Nation, Amir, declared, whatever the Dragon Nation can accomplish, so can we. What the Dragon Nation cannot achieve, we shall undertake as well. We will commence the production of transport planes upon our return. The position of the elder nation will finally belong to my 3A's nation. At this juncture, Wu Weihua knew he must buy time. He was acutely aware that a surprise awaited within the homeland. Sipping his tea slowly, he savored it. Wu, you are drinking tea again. Every time you do, my mood deteriorates. Thomas seethed with frustration. I know you are merely stalling for time. Your efforts are futile. Even if you were granted another decade, you would still be unable to produce transport planes. Wu Weihua remained unruffled. Thomas, is there a problem with your mind? I am simply enjoying tea. Why must you overcomplicate matters? I suggest you consult a psychologist. Thomas, gritting his teeth in anger, proposed, I suggest that tea consumption be prohibited during future international meetings. The Gallic rooster interjected, "Brother, you are being somewhat excessive." The Great Bear Nation remarked, "This individual cannot be in his right mind." The Lion Nation expressed, "How did I end up associating with such a nation? Perhaps I should switch my allegiance to the Dragon Nation." Wu Weigua lifted his teacup and took a sip. "I exercise my veto power to reject this proposal." This comical scene brought amusement to the Dragon Nation's audience. They had not anticipated that during this festive season, there would be foreign fools telling jokes. The diplomat from the beautiful nation must have only completed elementary school. His reasoning seems flawed. The Dragon Nation's diplomat treated him like a jester. Although the present moment was quite enjoyable, they ultimately had to confront the issue of lacking strategic transport aircraft. Indeed, the subsequent meetings would be challenging. One must have faith in the nation. There will undoubtedly be a solution. On external forums, foreigners vented their frustrations towards Thomas. "Thomas, you fool, the Dragon Nation is clearly stalling, and you are falling into their trap. Who can tell me how this idiot became a diplomat with such a mind? I merely hope that this fool can regain his senses swiftly, denying the Dragon Nation any opportunity to breathe." The people of the Dragon Nation are indeed insidious. Even their tea drinking is laden with ulterior motives. The trial runway for the fighter jets is set. 2 aircraft have been drawn from the factory and onto the tarmac. National news personnel have long awaited this moment, poised to report on the inaugural flight at the earliest opportunity. Academician Jing inquires from Minister Zhong regarding the timing of the test flight. Kindly inform Minister Zhong that the flight will commence imminently, and communication can be relayed to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Jing Wenhao glances at Jiang Chen, seeking confirmation to proceed. Jiang Chen nods in affirmation. "Let us begin. The sooner we complete the test flight, the sooner we can celebrate the new year with a meal." Zhang Guojia chuckles. "All 5 of us are nervously on edge. Yet you seem oblivious to the meaning of tension." Jiang Chen smiles, casting his gaze towards the large transport aircraft, affectionately dubbed Fat Girl, preparing for takeoff. In the distance, 100 students and key researchers from 5 major design institutes stand witness to this historic moment. Calling Fat Girl 1, "This is the control tower. Please take off from runway 3. Fat Girl 1 received, commencing takeoff immediately. Chapter 57. Apologies, I too have a transport aircraft to attend to. How vexatious are the people of the Dragon Nation, still indulging in tea. Do they not engage in anything else? I harbor a disdain for the Dragon Nation and its tea. Everything about it is utterly irksome, especially that so-called spirit of selfless dedication, which appears dreadfully insincere. One ought to live for oneself. What is a nation? Indeed, the free United States embodies the true spirit of human rights. What does the Dragon Nation represent? What is that fool Thomas still doing? Engage in something productive, instead of merely waiting for childbirth. Rest assured, the Dragon Nation is utterly helpless this time. The prospect of a large strategic transport aircraft seems bleak. The mood among the Dragon Nation spectators is notably dismal, as they surmise that this time they may truly be excluded from the international rescue forces. It appears genuinely improbable, no matter how adept the diplomats may be. A skilled woman cannot create a meal without rice. Indeed, it is remarkable that our country has accomplished the construction of 5th-generation aircraft today. However, the creation of a large strategic transport aircraft is no trivial matter. Recently, the nation announced significant breakthroughs regarding the strategic transport aircraft. This, however, is merely a smokescreen. 80% of the national audience is glued to their televisions, keenly observing the developments from this meeting. At that moment, a breaking news alert scrolls across the bottom of the screen. "Dear, look at the text above. Does it not state something about the large strategic transport aircraft?" In Jiang Chen's home, Jiang Hanqing points at the television, uncertain. "Let me see," Jiang Hui instinctively responds, her gaze fixed on the scrolling text. "We warmly celebrate the successful inaugural flight of the nation's large strategic transport aircraft, Fat Girl. Our gratitude extends to those researchers who have selflessly contributed to this achievement." Old Jiang, it truly is the successful inaugural flight of the large strategic transport aircraft. Jiang Hanqing exclaims, pounding his thigh in excitement, leaping to his feet. "I knew the nation would not simply abandon this endeavor. Let us see what those foreign critics will say now. They shall receive a resounding slap in the face." Jiang Hui, brimming with enthusiasm, inquires, "Our Xiao Chun is also specializing in aviation. Will he not become one of those behind-the-scenes researchers mentioned upon graduation?" Jiang Hanqing laughed heartily. "My dear wife, researching fighter jets is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. It is the culmination of decades of relentless effort by our nation that has led to this breakthrough. Jiang Chen still has a long way to go. He will need many years of training before he has a chance. The news spread among thousands of viewers across the nation, igniting a wave of excitement. Incredible! Just a month after the announcement, we have successfully developed a large strategic transport aircraft. This is not merely a significant technological breakthrough. It is a triumph over every technical hurdle. I am immensely proud to be born on this red land. Long live our powerful motherland. Long live the mighty Dragon Nation. And let us strive onward. Many netizens shared this news on foreign platforms, creating a tremendous stir. The domestic large strategic transport aircraft has successfully completed its maiden flight. My goodness, our country is truly remarkable. Not only remarkable, but utterly astonishing. Let's see how those skeptics respond now. Though it is unfortunate that I cannot access first-hand information domestically, I remain proud of my nation. I shall return home to serve my country after my studies. Impossible. This news must be false. The Dragon Nation could not possibly develop a strategic transport aircraft. The envious detractors believe that our nation was merely putting on a facade, thinking we could be easily deceived. It took the beautiful nation over a decade to develop their large strategic transport aircraft. How could you possibly succeed in such a short time? The Dragon Nation is merely struggling in its twilight. Lies will eventually be unveiled. At the United Nations headquarters, in the conference center, Thomas, exuding confidence, looked towards Wu Weigua. If your Dragon Nation does not possess a large strategic transport aircraft now, then you cannot hold one of the 5 consular positions in the rescue team. On the surface, Wu Weigua remained calm, sipping his tea, though internally he was in turmoil. Why hasn't the news arrived yet? If I continue drinking, I will need to use the restroom. A diplomat from the Great Bear Nation, Rokov, whispered, Wu, I might truly be unable to assist you this time. If you intend to turn hostile, we shall withdraw from the 5 elder positions and prepare to throw our mushroom eggs. Wu Weigua's lips twitched as he glanced at Rokov, thinking, is that all you can do? Wu, discard your wretched teacup and answer my question directly, Thomas demanded, his gaze fierce. At that moment, a diplomatic staff member from the Dragon Nation appeared behind Wu Weigua, whispering something in his ear. Wu Weigua nodded, maintaining an outward calmness as he set down his teacup. Mr. Thomas, drinking tea is a preference of the people of the Dragon Nation, much like how your countrymen enjoy coffee and cola. It is a matter of national rights and freedoms, and you have no authority to interfere. Rising from his seat, he cast a sharp gaze across the room. As one of the 5 elder nations, the Dragon Nation must hold a consular position in the rescue team. Thomas retorted angrily. Your Dragon Nation cannot even produce a single large strategic transport aircraft. What right do you have to hold a consular position in the rescue team? Should there be a need for international humanitarian aid, what will your nation use for transport? In the event of a major issue, how will your nation take responsibility? Who claims that the Dragon Nation lacks large strategic transport aircraft? Wu Weigua's words resonated like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the venue and across the globe. Just moments ago, the Dragon Nation successfully completed its inaugural flight test of a large strategic transport aircraft. Upon the announcement, a wave of commotion swept through the assembled nations. The diplomat from the Foot Basin Nation, Dog Rejun, exclaimed, Baka, how could the Dragon Nation be so formidable? It must be a fabrication, a falsehood. The diplomat from the Camel Nation, Aziz, remarked, the Dragon Nation has unveiled new fighter jets. There will surely be funds to spend. How delightful. Amir, the diplomat from the Third Nation, declared, if the Dragon Nation can produce large strategic transport aircraft, then so can we. I shall return and commence the construction of supersized strategic transport aircraft. Park Thailang, the diplomat from the Stick Nation, contemplated, the Dragon Nation is so powerful. I must urge my beautiful nation to dispatch additional troops for protection. Rokov, the diplomat from the Great Bear Nation, glanced at Wu Weigua and then at his teacup. It seems I must drink more tea and less alcohol. The intellect of the dragon people is truly remarkable. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Thomas scowled at Wu Weigua. There is no way the Dragon Nation could have completed a large strategic transport aircraft in such a short time. This is undoubtedly a deceitful fabrication meant to mislead the world. Is that so? Wu Weigua retorted with a cold smile. I invite everyone to direct their gaze towards the large screen and witness for themselves whether the Dragon Nation can indeed construct a large strategic transport aircraft. As his words faded, the conference screen illuminated with footage from the Dragon Nation. A colossal, dark blue aircraft soared into the sky. At that moment, the world was left in astonishment. The diplomat from the Foot Basin Nation, Dog Rejun, widened his eyes and swallowed hard. My heavens! The Dragon Nation truly possesses a transport aircraft. How am I to face the 5 elder nations now? Aziz from the Camel Nation, eyes sparkling, exclaimed, "This transport aircraft from the Dragon Nation is stunning. I must procure 10, no, 20. After the meeting, he resolved to negotiate with the Dragon Nation to secure a deal. Amir from the Third Nation stood in shock. The Dragon Nation's transport aircraft has genuinely taken flight. How can I compete with that? I shall immediately invest 100 billion to develop my own transport aircraft. Park Thailang from the Stick Nation lamented, if even the elder brother cannot contend with this. The Dragon Nation is truly defying the heavens. Rokov from the Great Bear Nation swallowed again, turning to Wu Weigua. How is it that the Dragon Nation suddenly excels in every aspect? Were they not once following my lead? Could it be that they truly have cultivators crafting their fighter jets? Meanwhile, online forums erupted with fervor. Foreigners were left dumbfounded. My goodness, the Dragon Nation truly possesses strategic transport aircraft. When did they grow so powerful? This surely means sanctions against the Dragon Nation are futile. Thomas, you fool, go eat dirt. Impossible. This footage must be fabricated. The Dragon Nation cannot possibly surpass the beautiful nation. You upstairs, imbecile, don't you see this is an international news channel? How could it be faked? Such narrow-mindedness. Just a slight edge over them, and they accuse us of deceit. How pitiful. Those who just claimed the Dragon Nation had no transport aircraft, step forward and open your eyes. What do you see here? The Dragon Kingdom stands invincible. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. Let us see how the foolish Thomas will expel us this time. At that moment, Thomas's face turned a ghastly green, glaring at Wu Weigua with an expression that suggested he had just tasted something foul. Thomas, you are the most formidable diplomat of the beautiful nation. Do not dwell on temporary setbacks. Rather, set your sights on the long term. The esteemed elder of the beautiful nation, Joyce, directed his gaze towards Wu Weigua. You must exercise caution with this Dragon Kingdom individual during tea. I suspect it may be a code of sorts. The position of Consul General for the International Rescue Forces must be secured. It is vital for the dignity of our beautiful nation. As for the Dragon Kingdom, Joyce scoffed. Isn't it just that they excel in combat aircraft? We can impose sanctions on them in other areas. Thomas's confidence was instantly restored. Rest assured, Joyce. I will undoubtedly secure the consul position. Excellent, Joyce nodded. The outcome now rests in your hands. Returning to the conference table, Thomas surveyed the room, regaining his composure. Since the Dragon Kingdom possesses strategic transport aircraft, they may be eligible for the consul position. Now, let us proceed to the formal agenda regarding the position of Consul General for the International Rescue Forces. If there are no objections from those present, let the beautiful nation take on this role. The Gallic Rooster's diplomat, Adrian, smiled and nodded. I have no objections. The Lion Kingdom's diplomat, Hebraic, echoed. I too have no objections. Thomas smiled and acknowledged the diplomats from the two nations, but his expression shifted as he turned to Wu Weigua. And what of the Dragon Kingdom? Wu Weigua calmly raised his teacup and sipped. Damn those Dragon Kingdom folks, sipping tea again, clearly transmitting some sort of signal. Thomas glared at Wu Weigua in fury. Wu, please provide your Dragon Kingdom stance. If you remain silent, it will be assumed that the Dragon Kingdom consents to this proposal. Setting down his teacup, Wu Weigua smiled and replied, I, the Dragon Kingdom, oppose. My goodness. Rovkov beside him was taken aback. The Dragon Kingdom is so audacious now, openly defying the beautiful nation. Goodness gracious. My brother, how impressive. I, from the Great Bear Nation, also oppose. After stating this, Rovkov deliberately glanced at Wu Weigua. Look, brother, we are united in this stance. Perhaps you could sell me a few more fifth-generation aircraft later. Wu Weigua chuckled softly. Thomas was furious, nearly choking on his rage. One Dragon Kingdom causing a ruckus here. And now the Great Bear Nation has joined in as well, clearly disregarding the world's hegemon. On foreign forums, individuals were equally incensed. My word, does the Dragon Kingdom think that possessing transport aircraft makes them the world's hegemon? The Dragon Kingdom is doomed. These people inflate with even the slightest success. How dare the Dragon Kingdom challenge the beautiful nation, the world's hegemon? Have they lost their minds? As for the Great Bear Nation's diplomats, why are they stirring the pot? They are clearly in cahoots. This group of foreign fools truly believes they hold sway over the world. They think their words carry weight. The Dragon Kingdom intends to oppose us. If they are unwilling to comply, we shall confront them. We are not intimidated by this motley crew. Alone, I shall confront all of you. In the past, you were not subdued, were you? Rokov, what are you stirring up? Thomas cast a glance at Rokov, exuding an air of superiority. As the Consul General of the International Rescue Forces, it is a profound test of a nation's capacity for aid. The magnificent nation's large transport aircraft boasts a remarkable payload capacity of up to 150 tons. When fully loaded, it can soar over 4,000 kilometers in a single flight. In contrast, your nation's transport aircraft can merely bear a meager 100 tons. With a disdainful gaze, Thomas surveyed the assembly. The transport capabilities of the other nations present pale in comparison to ours. The position of Consul General rightfully belongs to our magnificent nation. Not far away, the esteemed Elder Joyce signaled a gesture of victory. Thomas, indeed, is the most formidable diplomat from our magnificent country. This time, the Consul General position is undoubtedly ours. Subsequently, we can utilize the guise of aid to pursue further endeavors. On foreign forums, the outsiders are brimming with superiority. Look at the foolish ones from the Dragon Nation. This is what national strength looks like. What do you have to show? Having just developed a strategic transport aircraft, you think you are the world's hegemon. We are the true global power. Granting you a consular position is an acknowledgement of your nation. Dare to oppose us? A transport capacity of 150 tons is something you can achieve? I estimate that your newly developed strategic transport aircraft barely manages 50 to 60 tons. Inferior even to that of the great northern nation. Where are the people from the Dragon Nation? Come forth and shout. The upper floor is filled with fools. After years of research, you've achieved only 150 tons, while my Dragon Nation has accomplished this in just a year. In a maximum of 3 years. Our transport capacity will surpass yours. I wonder where your sense of superiority originates. Indeed, after years of effort, you've produced such a paltry contraption, yet you have the audacity to flaunt it. It infuriates me. I yearn to confront this group of fools face to face. Yet, as it stands, we currently cannot compete in terms of transport capability. Although we possess a veto power, ultimately, we must elect a Consul General. And it appears the Dragon Nation faces considerable difficulty this time. Chapter 59, The Dignity of the Dragon Nation, Part 3. What shall we do now? Thomas, that old rascal, is clearly prepared. He is convinced our transport aircraft are inadequate. Perhaps we should relinquish the Consul General position to him. Rokov quietly added, of course. If you plan to turn hostile, we can depart from the 5 elder nations, and the mushroom egg will be sufficient. Wu Weigwa couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Goodness, is there nothing you can say other than the mushroom egg? Wu, do not delay any further. Even if you were to drain the waters of the Dragon Nation, it would change nothing, Thomas sneered. Wu Weigwa smiled without speaking. Instead, he strategically lifted his teacup. Observing this, Thomas's brow twitched involuntarily. Tea again. It won't be long before I toss that teacup away. Wu, do you have a strategy? Rokov chuckled softly. Every time you drink tea, it surely indicates you have a plan. I know you well. Know your grandmother's leg. If I had a strategy, would I still need to drink tea? Wu Weigwa pondered various strategies in his mind. There appears to be little hope of breaking the current stalemate. The late start is indeed a significant drawback. If only the Dragon Nation were granted another decade, there would be no need for such concerns. Just as Wu Weigwa contemplated surrender, a staff member from the Dragon Nation reappeared behind him, presenting a dossier before him. Wu glanced at it, his eyes momentarily igniting with fervor, only to quickly revert to calmness. He turned to Thomas. Thomas, he began, you mentioned that the International Rescue Forces assess a nation's logistical capabilities. Whichever nation excels in transportation will undoubtedly claim the consulate position. Wouldn't you agree? Thomas regarded Wu Weigwa, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. Yet he found it difficult to decipher the implications of Wu's statement. Could it be that the Dragon Nation's transport aircraft surpassed his own? He immediately dismissed the absurd notion. How formidable could a freshly tested transport aircraft be? Wu, that was my assertion, Thomas interjected. If the Dragon Nation possesses a transport aircraft superior to this, then the consulate position rightfully belongs to them. With that, Wu Weigwa projected a report onto the large screen. The audience beheld the astonishing specifications of the Dragon Nation's latest transport aircraft. The Fat Girl strategic transport aircraft boasted a staggering capacity of 200 tons, with an impressive operational range of 6,000 kilometers. I wonder, Mr. Thomas, if the consulate position should indeed be awarded to the Dragon Nation, he mused. This revelation sent ripples of commotion through the room. An official from the Foot Basin Nation exclaimed, "What? How could the Dragon Nation leap ahead of us so significantly? This is utterly impossible." Aziz, an envoy from the Camel Nation, remarked, "The Dragon Nation's transport aircraft is indeed remarkable. It seems I must increase our bid to procure one." Amir, a diplomat from the Third Nation, grumbled, "How infuriating. If the Dragon Nation can construct such a colossal transport aircraft, we must do the same upon our return. If they can, so can we." Park Thailang, representing the Stick Nation, pleaded, "Brother, please deploy more troops for my protection. I am quite apprehensive." Meanwhile, Rokov from the Big Bear Nation looked towards Wu Weigua with a knowing smile. He surmised that this fellow must have some clever strategy up his sleeve. The miraculous green tea from the Orient. After returning, he vowed to forsake alcohol in favor of tea. On foreign online forums, the sense of superiority among outsiders crumbled instantaneously. Oh my goodness, how can the Dragon Nation possibly be more formidable than the beautiful nation? This cannot be true. There were claims that the data was fabricated. The Dragon Nation's transport aircraft could not possibly achieve such capacity. Indeed, if the beautiful nation was incapable of producing such machinery, how could the Dragon Nation? Thomas, that fool. How could he be so naive as to believe such outlandish figures? Doubts resurfaced among the foreign skeptics, as if the sting of reality had not yet registered. This group, until the bitter end, would refuse to accept the might of the Dragon Nation. They continued to see themselves as global hegemons. Yet it was time for them to awaken from this delusion. 200 tons of carrying capacity. Could domestic scientists truly be this formidable now? It seemed the consulate position was secured. In the conference hall, disbelief permeated the air. Impossible. This cannot be. Thomas and others gazed at the large screen in astonishment. The array of data presented before them was simply unfathomable. How could the Dragon Nation's transport aircraft possess such capabilities? These figures must be false. You have fabricated them. Wu Weigua scoffed. "Thomas, do you truly believe that the Dragon Nation would jest with its national dignity? It is likely only countries like yours that disregard their own honor. For us, national dignity supersedes all else. In the future, we can certainly verify this data. Should there be any discrepancies, the Dragon Nation reserves the right to withdraw its rescue forces or even exit from the Council of Five Elders." His voice, though soft, reverberated throughout the venue, plunging it into silence. At that moment, the gaze of the entire world converged upon the Dragon Nation, profoundly awed by its technological prowess, which showcased its formidable strength on the global stage. The diplomat from the Foot Basin Nation, Dog Rejun, exclaimed, "Baka, the Dragon Nation has truly risen to power, and it must be taken seriously." Aziz, the diplomat from the Camel Nation, realized the necessity of fostering relations with the Dragon Nation, as their offerings were both excellent and affordable. Amir, the diplomat from the Three Nations, lamented, "How infuriating. The Dragon Nation has grown so powerful. How can we possibly keep pace?" Park Thailang, the diplomat from the Stick Nation, worried, "It's over. Our elder brother isn't even a match for the Dragon Nation. Should we consider requesting their troops for protection?" Rokov, the diplomat from the Big Bear Nation, mused, "In the past, the Dragon Nation followed my lead. Now, I must align myself with them. It feels good to have such a powerful ally." The online forums erupted in a frenzy. Foreigners fell silent, while Dragon Nation netizens nearly dominated the entire discussion. Shout out, "Where have you all gone?" The world finally quieted down, and it felt refreshing. My country is truly remarkable, surpassing my wildest expectations. Indeed, as I study abroad, I yearn for graduation to return home and contribute to my homeland. I miss the flavors of home, the local spirits, and the warmth of the people. I long to return. Brothers, isn't it time we discussed our Dragon Nation becoming the Consulate General of the International Rescue Forces? It goes without saying, Thomas himself acknowledged it. Could he possibly retract his words? Of course, unless he is utterly shameless. At this moment, the entire Dragon Nation rejoiced, celebrating the monumental success of the conference. "Dear, did you see how powerful our Dragon Nation has become? Even the beautiful nation dares not provoke us now. This is all thanks to those dedicated researchers behind the scenes. Just like the mushroom egg incident of yore, it has laid the foundation for our Dragon Nation." Jiang Hui smiled at Jiang Hanxing. "Do you think our son can grow to be such an exceptional researcher?" Jiang Hanxing replied with a smile, "Absolutely, he surely will. For he is of the Jiang lineage." Everyone believed the matter to be settled, yet Thomas made a shocking decision that sent shockwaves across the globe. Chapter 60, The Resurgence of Turmoil, Part 4. In the international conference hall, Joyce voiced her concerns. Thomas, you wretch. Is this the outcome you promised? You've utterly disgraced the beautiful nation. The consulate general position is about to be claimed by the Dragon Nation. With the current pace of the Dragon Nation's technological advancement, if they were to secure command of the international rescue forces, their influence in the world would expand instantaneously, which is not what we desire. You must devise a strategy to reclaim the position of consulate general for the Dragon Nation. Thomas glared furiously at Wu Weigua. The current predicament had been instigated entirely by Long Country. Was it not preferable to hold a stable position as a consular officer in the rescue team? Why covet the position of consul general? Joyce, rest assured, I shall reclaim the consul general position. This time, Long Country will undoubtedly not rise again. Joyce's eyes brightened. You truly possess the means to alter the present situation. Thomas said nothing further and strode back to the podium. Elder Samaki of the United International Coalition also appeared among the five. Do any of you five nations oppose Long Country assuming the role of consul general for the international rescue team? If there are no objections, Long Country shall officially assume the position of consul general. The diplomat from Gallus, Adrian, remarked, I have no objections. The diplomat from Lion Country, Hebrew, stated, I concur. The diplomat from Big Bear Country, Rokov, added, I also agree. Elder Samaki of the United International Coalition turned to Thomas. And what is the opinion of your esteemed nation? Thomas? Thomas rose and gazed at Wu Weigua. I oppose. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. The diplomat from Foot Basin Country, Gadai Jun, exclaimed, Baka, I have been shameless enough, yet I did not expect my elder brother to be even more brazen. The diplomat from Camel Country, Aziz, declared that he would no longer purchase goods from the beautiful nation. Not only were the prices exorbitant, but these people were utterly shameless. The diplomat from Three Country, Amir, asserted, well done. I have not even become a consular officer. How can Long Country ascend to the role of consul general? The diplomat from Stick Country, Park Thailang, quipped, Elder brother, you have stood up again. Are you here to protect your younger brother? The diplomat from Big Bear Country, Rokov, exclaimed, damn, is Thomas this foolish? It seems Long Country can no longer endure. Preparations must be made to deploy mushroom bombs. Wu Weigua remained calm, not so much as furrowing his brow. After years of dealings with Thomas, he was well aware of this man's character. To achieve his aims, he would readily forsake any semblance of dignity. Thomas, you would do well to provide Long Country with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, you are blatantly violating the coalition agreement and will face global condemnation. Thomas sneered, Wu, do not attempt to intimidate me with such matters. My beautiful nation fears not. What I must assert is that Long Country does not yet possess the qualifications for the position of consul general. Admittedly, my previous remarks were somewhat incomplete. To be a consul general, one must first possess excellent transportation capabilities, as well as top-tier escort capabilities. He smiled, looking at Wu Weigua. Of course, Long Country has top-notch fifth-generation aircraft. However, as far as I know, your fifth-generation aircraft can only contend with aerial combat capabilities, while the rescue team may encounter ground-armed forces at any moment. The most effective means of dealing with such entities is through fifth-generation bombers. A single munition can eradicate them completely, ensuring no casualties. Yet, it seems that Long Country is nearly devoid of capabilities in this regard. The previously calm atmosphere erupted into another uproar. Although Thomas's reasoning was somewhat tenuous, it did hold a measure of truth. Often, aerial superiority over ground forces is absolute. In the realm of international diplomacy, a rather animated dialogue unfolded. The diplomat from the Kingdom of Camel, Aziz, expressed disdain, remarking on the cunning of Thomas, who managed to exploit the situation, questioning how the Dragon Kingdom could possibly produce fifth-generation bombers. Amir, the diplomat from the Third Nation, was incredulous upon hearing of the existence of such advanced bombers, claiming that the Dragon Kingdom did not possess them and vowing to create one upon his return. Park Thailang, representing the nation of Stick, lauded his elder brother, confident that he would not succumb to defeat so easily. Rokov, the diplomat from Great Bear, lamented the unavailability of such technology, admitting that he could scarcely dream of possessing a fifth-generation bomber, and expressed surprise at Thomas's ability to navigate through the circumstances. Meanwhile, the online forum erupted with fervor as foreign critics revived their critiques, lauding Thomas as a genius who had met their expectations. Frustration permeated the air as the consulate position seemed within grasp, yet the prospect of relinquishing it loomed ominously. The high technological demands of the fifth-generation bomber were daunting. It would take years to develop such machinery. At the Yifei Design Institute, Jiang Chen was engrossed in the final preparations for the test flight of the fifth-generation bomber. "Are we ready for the test flight?" Mu Chengshan inquired. Despite the cold winter, Jiang Chen was drenched in sweat. "It's ready. Prepare for takeoff." Mu Chengshan nodded, issuing the test flight command. With the roar of the engines, a sleek, silver-gray aircraft, resembling a penguin in its head and a manta ray in its body, ascended into the sky. Chapter 61. The Final Curtain. First update. In the Dragon Kingdom, at a modest bun shop, the proprietor resolved to forego visiting family during the new year, ordering a couple of large meat buns along with some fried dough sticks and soy milk. "The children are in the city. What purpose does returning home serve?" "Just a moment, I'll be right back," he said. Indeed. Who doesn't work for the next generation these days? A man, by chance, glanced at the television in the shop and remarked, "Isn't it absurd how the beautiful nation seems to be deliberately provoking us?" The bun shop owner shared his irritation, noting, "How can they deny what they have openly acknowledged? This is coming from their high-ranking officials. Even our ordinary citizens seem more reasonable." The man chuckled. "It's baffling how such individuals ascend to diplomatic positions. Is it possible they were chosen by some arbitrary method?" The owner of the bun shop laughed in agreement. "I think so too. Otherwise, how could such a fool attain such status? If I were to choose diplomats for the beautiful nation, I might succeed as well." With a smile, the man responded, "I too believe you could." Sighing, the shop owner lamented the impending loss of the consulate position that seemed so close, yet was slipping away. "Let me ask you something. Is it truly as difficult to produce a fifth-generation bomber as they say? In our esteemed Dragon country, we have successfully manufactured such a colossal transport aircraft, so why can we not produce a fifth-generation bomber?" The man explained, "It is not that we cannot create it. Rather, our Dragon country has always started late in various fields. Those foreign nations have merely been ahead of us by a decade or so. Currently, we may not be able to produce it, but within a decade, we shall certainly develop a fifth-generation bomber." 10 years, the Bowsy shop owner shook his head. "Is too long. In that span, I could make countless Bowsy." The man chuckled. "Do you truly believe that crafting a fifth-generation aircraft is as simple as making your Bowsy? It is not merely a matter of saying we can create it." The Bowsy shop owner handed him some Bowsy, soy milk, and fried dough sticks, stating, "I know little about these matters, but I firmly believe there is nothing our Dragon country cannot achieve." The man smiled, said nothing further, and turned to leave. Suddenly, the Bowsy shop owner called out to him, eyes wide, gazing at the rolling subtitles beneath the television. "Quick, look. Doesn't it say our fifth-generation bomber has successfully completed its maiden flight?" With a splash, the soy milk fell to the ground as the man hastily approached, eyes widening at the television screen. "Our fifth-generation bomber has successfully completed its maiden flight. We extend our gratitude to the researchers who contributed to this achievement. On this day, 2 top-tier projects accomplished their maiden flights. The Dragon country is truly defying expectations." The Bowsy shop owner felt little astonishment, viewing it as a commonplace event. "I told you, there is nothing our Dragon country cannot accomplish. Look, the fifth-generation bomber is indeed completed. Now, what could those foolish Americans possibly say?" The news of the successful maiden flight of the fifth-generation bomber swept across the Dragon country like a refreshing spring breeze, igniting jubilance among tens of thousands of citizens. "I knew my country could achieve this. Look, it has successfully completed its maiden flight. Oh my, I can hardly imagine the miracles our Dragon country is creating." 2 major projects completing their maiden flights in a single day is unprecedented in the history of our nation's research, and indeed, in the annals of global scientific endeavor. Our nation is crafting one marvel after another, astonishing the entire world. What we perceive as miracles is, from the researcher's perspective, the culmination of their relentless efforts day by day. When did our Dragon country amass such a plethora of brilliant scientists, achieving 3 flights within a year? This year promises to be exceptionally gratifying. The news of the maiden flight quickly spread across the internet, accompanied by a video capturing the national news from a distance. Foreign critics were left in utter dismay. "Oh my goodness, what has Dragon country consumed to even produce a bomber?" They seriously questioned whether our nation possesses even more formidable weapons that have yet to be revealed. Good heavens, is Dragon country truly this powerful? Were they not said to be significantly behind? It would have been prudent to have granted the consulate position to Dragon country long ago. Now, the Americans are utterly embarrassed. Damn it. Tomorrow I shall deal with that scoundrel Thomas. Those upstairs, those foreign simpletons, have they now witnessed the might of Dragon Country? In this moment, they must be questioning their very lives at their computers, not merely questioning their existence, but their entire worldview may be collapsing. How remarkable it is that our nation's scientists have become so formidable. Who knows? Suddenly, everything escalated. Not long ago, my understanding was still limited to the third-generation aircraft. Yet, in less than a year, astonishing advancements in technology have emerged. Could it be that the Dragon Nation has acquired extraterrestrial technology? Otherwise, how could such a rapid leap in technological prowess be explained? It is highly probable, yet that does nothing to diminish my love for my country. In the Grand Hall of the Blue Star United Nations, Wu Wei stated, "There is no need to waste anyone's time, no matter how much tea you drink this time. The Dragon Nation cannot possibly unveil a fifth-generation bomber." Wu Wei sighed deeply, pondering whether this truly marked the end of the discussion. At that moment, the staff members who had visited previously appeared once more behind him. Thomas was left dumbfounded. Could it be that the Dragon Nation has indeed revealed a fifth-generation bomber? Meanwhile, officials from the beautiful nation also materialized behind Thomas, whispering among themselves. Thomas's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening as he turned to Wu Wei. The latter remained remarkably composed, a subtle smile gracing his face. "Thomas, I trust you are now aware of the news. I wonder what the beautiful nation's stance is at this juncture?" Thomas appeared dazed. Slumping into his chair, his eyes vacant as if ensnared in a nightmarish scenario. The beautiful nation agrees to appoint the Dragon Nation as the commander of the rescue team. Thomas articulated each word with painstaking clarity. In that moment, a peculiar silence enveloped the conference hall. Representatives from other nations remained oblivious to the unfolding events, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed upon the enigmatic diplomat from the east, Wu Wei. Rokov from the Great Bear Nation stared in disbelief at Wu Wei. "Wu, what on earth is happening? Why has that scoundrel Thomas simply conceded?" Wu Wei merely smiled in response. At that instant, officials from the Great Bear Nation also conveyed news to the Dragon Nation. "My heavens," Rokov exclaimed, cradling his head in disbelief as he gazed at Wu Wei. "Wu, how did your Dragon Nation achieve this? How could your technological advancement occur so rapidly, even producing a fifth-generation bomber?" Wu Wei chuckled softly. "The Dragon Nation is a remarkable land. I propose we deepen our collaboration in the future. You shall come to understand the Dragon Nation better." "Certainly," Rokov replied with a hearty laugh. "I enjoy making friends with the people of the Dragon Nation." In the next moment, news of the fifth-generation bomber spread throughout the international conference hall, leaving diplomats from nearly all nations grappling with the reality of the situation. Chapter 62, The Dignity of Great Nations, Part 2. The diplomat from the Foot Basin Nation, Dog Jun, exclaimed, "Baka, if I were Thomas, I would have already committed seppuku." The diplomat from the Camel Nation, Aziz, lamented, "If the Dragon Nation possesses fifth-generation bombers, does that mean I will soon have one as well?" The diplomat from the Third Nation, Amir, retorted, "Impossible. How could the Dragon Nation have fifth-generation bombers? How could they even be constructed? No, we must return and figure this out." The diplomat from the Stick Nation, Park Thailang, mused, "Should we consider finding a new elder brother? It seems the Dragon Nation's elder brother is considerably stronger. However, it appears that they are reluctant to accept me as their subordinate." Adrian, the diplomat from Gallia, remarked on the emergence of the Dragon Kingdom's fifth-generation bombers, suggesting that in the future, aerial power will be dictated by the United States and the Dragon Kingdom. Hebrew, the diplomat from the Lion Kingdom, questioned Adrian, wondering why the Dragon Kingdom had suddenly become so formidable, hinting at underlying issues. Adrian chuckled, assuring him that such matters were not for them to concern themselves with, as someone would undoubtedly investigate the situation. The two exchanged knowing glances towards the dazed Thomas, who could only shake his head in resignation. Samaki surveyed the room and declared, "Since the 5 elder nations have no objections, I hereby announce that the Dragon Kingdom will assume the position of Consul General for the International Rescue Forces." Not far away, Joyce, the elder from the United States, kicked over a chair, colliding with the Prime Minister of the Foot Basin Kingdom, Turijan. "Joyce, what are you doing?" Turijan demanded. Joyce glared at him. "Are you speaking to me? I may not be able to contend with the Dragon Kingdom, but I certainly won't be outdone by you." Turijan retorted, "One day, I shall overturn you." "Wu, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom on becoming the Consul General of the Rescue Forces." The Lion Kingdom expressed its heartfelt goodwill. extending congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, which was echoed by the diplomats of Gallia. Aside from the United States, all diplomats from the 5 elder nations congratulated the Dragon Kingdom. Wu Weiguo rose and scanned the assembly, addressing Mr. Samaki, the elder representative of the United Nations. Mr. Samaki, as a member of the 5 elder nations, I have a proposal. Samaki nodded, inviting him to proceed. Wu Weiguo's gaze swept across the audience as his voice resonated throughout the venue. The Dragon Kingdom believes that the rescue forces embody significant international and humanitarian importance. We contend that this should remain untainted by extraneous influences. The Dragon Kingdom advocates for peace, coexistence, and harmonious development, striving to create a shared destiny for humanity. Therefore, we propose that the position of Consul General for International Rescue be rotated among the 5 elder nations. This statement left the room in shock. Was the Dragon Kingdom out of its mind? After much effort to secure the consul position, they were now willing to relinquish it. Thomas gaped at Wu Weiguo in disbelief. Wu, why would you do this? It offers you no advantage, nor does it benefit the Dragon Kingdom. Wu Weiguo smiled enigmatically. The implications of this matter are beyond your comprehension. For now, you need only inform me whether this proposal will be accepted. Samaki turned to Wu Weiguo, seeking confirmation. Wu, is the Dragon Kingdom truly intent on pursuing this proposal? Once initiated, it cannot be altered. You are aware of the rules. Wu Weiguo nodded affirmatively, reiterating. The Dragon Kingdom proposes that the 5 elder nations take turns in the position of Consul General. Samaki acknowledged this and looked around the room. We will now proceed to a show of hands for voting. Those in favor of this proposal, please raise your hands. Wu Weiguo was the first to comply. The Dragon Kingdom votes in favor. The representatives from the other 3 nations exchanged glances. We, the Great Bear Nation, agree. We, Gallia, concur. We, the Lion Kingdom, support it as well. Finally, Samaki turned to Thomas. What is your stance, United States? Thomas sighed deeply and rose. The United States agrees. Samaki nodded and announced that the Consul General of the International Rescue Force would be rotated among the 5 elder nations, with the Dragon Kingdom assuming the role first for a term of 3 years. The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. For the other nations, it was merely a formality. The ultimate decision was of little consequence. However, at this moment, it was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. As this news broke, online forums were set ablaze with outrage. My goodness, Thomas has truly brought shame upon our beautiful nation. How could he possibly agree to this? If it were me, I would have outright opposed it, even if it meant losing face. From the outset, it was clear that this individual was unreliable. Now it seemed he was nothing but a disgraceful entity. What has become of the dignity of our world-dominating nation? If you have the courage, do not raise your hand in agreement. This final maneuver was nothing short of perfection. But revealing one's brilliance is not always advantageous. One must learn to think critically. The Dragon Kingdom has struck a major victory. Truly, the most dashing diplomat of the Dragon Kingdom deserves commendation. Domestically, the Dragon Kingdom was in a state of jubilant celebration, with the spirit of the Spring Festival permeating the air. Fireworks were sold out, and at night, in the dining hall of the 2 major project bases, Jiang Chen personally oversaw the preparation of the New Year's Eve feast for over 100 people. Fireworks lit up the sky outside the dining hall, encapsulating the festive atmosphere. A throng of students gathered at the kitchen door, watching Jiang Chen cook, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Goodness, our mentor Jiang is indeed a master chef. One would never guess. His culinary skills surpass even my mother's. My family runs a restaurant, and judging by his knife skills alone, he has already outdone 5-star chefs. Is it true? Jiang's culinary prowess, is that remarkable? It was not merely impressive, it was extraordinary. At barely 20 years of age, not only could he become a national academician, but he might also earn a top-tier chef certification. How can such an extraordinary person even exist? Gao Zhong exclaimed. I deeply regret being born in the same era as Jiang Chen. Our brilliance is destined to be overshadowed by him. I feel a pang of sorrow, a profound ache. The youth no longer harbored fervor. They fantasized about becoming the most elite scientific talents of the Dragon Kingdom, perhaps even leading the nation one day. Yet, the thought of Jiang Chen standing before them loomed like an insurmountable mountain, soaring into the clouds, its peak entirely hidden from view, leaving them dispirited. Let us depart. Seeing Jiang Chen only deepens our sorrow. Let us go set off fireworks instead. Remaining here serves only to amplify our heartache. It is clear that in this lifetime, Surpassing Jiang Chen is an unattainable dream. We can only linger in his shadow. Do you not find it exhilarating to be associated with Jiang Chen? The crowd chuckled, fully aware of the unspoken truth. At 7 o'clock in the evening, tables laden with dishes were set, as the 5 academicians and over 100 individuals gathered together. For many, it was their first time celebrating the new year in such a manner, filling their hearts with excitement. Jiang Chen, it's New Year's Eve. Please say a few words. Mu Qingshan urged with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded and rose, prompting the room to fall silent. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to gather with you on this extraordinary day. I shall refrain from further remarks. Everyone raised their glasses, toasting to the prosperity and strength of our homeland. As all stood and lifted their glasses, the celebration commenced. The air was filled with exclamations of delight. This stir-fried pork with chili is absolutely exquisite. I have never tasted such a delightful dish in my life. You have yet to try this mapo tofu. It is simply unparalleled. Tonight, I shall indulge in 5 sumptuous meals. This corn and rib soup is incredibly delicious. Please do not fight me for it. Even if Zhang Dao had not excelled in research, opening a restaurant would undoubtedly attract a full house. The culinary skills displayed here surpass even those of a 5-star chef. Simply divine. Chapter 63. Bestowing the Highest Honor, Part 3. On New Year's Eve, late at night, the moon shone brightly like a disk. Jiang Chen and Mu Qing sat beneath the transport aircraft, gazing at the starlit sky, engaged in idle conversation. Jiang Chen, do you believe in fate? Fate. I once did not, but now I find myself somewhat convinced. Me too. I was once a skeptic, but now I am inclined to believe. Jiang Chen turned to Mu Qing, her profile illuminated by the moonlight, exuding an ethereal beauty. Suddenly, she turned her head, and their eyes met. Time seemed to stand still in that fleeting moment, as if the world around them had paused. They could distinctly feel each other's heartbeat. Mu Qing felt an overwhelming nervousness. What should I do? Why hasn't he kissed me yet? Should I take the initiative? After many years, Jiang Chen once again witnessed his beloved's anxious and bashful demeanor, stirring emotions within him. With the atmosphere reaching a crescendo, it felt almost remiss not to kiss her. In the next moment, Jiang Chen abruptly embraced Mu Qing, gently pressing his lips to hers. In a dim corner of the factory, the 5 esteemed academicians, originally intending to inspect the aircraft, stumbled upon this scene and discreetly leaned against the wall to hide. I told you, these two are acting a bit strangely tonight. Old Mu, it seems your granddaughter may not be staying with us for long. Mu Qingshan chuckled, unfazed. If only they weren't still in college and so young. I would gladly see them married right now. It would ease my heart. Damn it. Zhang Jiagua grumbled, his teeth clenched in frustration. Why do I not have a granddaughter? Such a wonderful young man as Jiang Chen should not become the son-in-law of the old Mu family. That old fellow has struck a great bargain. Indeed, Jing Wenhao lamented, his heart aching. What good does it do you to be without a granddaughter? You wouldn't even be able to handle Jiang Chen if he were yours. But I do have a granddaughter, and she is just as lovely as Mu Qing, he retorted. Why must such good fortune elude me? Zhang Jiagua replied with a grin. I think you should blame that old Chen fellow. He should have called you first instead of old Mu, which led to your missed opportunity with Jiang Chen. Goodness gracious! Feng Shida exclaimed excitedly. They have kissed. This progress is astonishingly swift. Old Mu, I suggest you do not wait for the children to graduate. Marry them off next year. If you wait another year, old Jing will have his eyes on them. If that day comes, how will you even have a word to say? Mu Qingshan nodded seriously. Old Feng, you speak with great insight. It appears that this matter must be prioritized. A tremendous explosion resonated, as a colossal firework burst forth in the sky, illuminating the entire expanse above. Subsequently, a cascade of vibrant fireworks ascended, their myriad colors reflecting the exquisite sentiments of the citizens of Dragon Country. In the office of the Dragon Country Research Department, despite it being New Year's Eve, Zhong Weiman was diligently organizing the day's documents. Outside the window, the sounds of fireworks erupted in celebration. Having finally completed his tasks, he prepared to return home for the festivities. Just as he was about to rise, the office telephone rang. It was a call from the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, understood. I shall head over immediately, he replied. At the highest council of Dragon Country, the Grand Elder presided over the assembly, joined by several ministers. Regarding today's international conference, let us consider this matter settled for now. I shall not delay your return for the new year. We will now proceed to the final agenda item. The Grand Elder's gaze swept across the room. The success of today's international conference rests firmly in our grasp, all thanks to that young man, Jiang Chen. Old Zhong, please share your thoughts on what kind of reward we should bestow upon him. Zhong Weiman chuckled wryly. Grand Elder, that is indeed a rather challenging predicament. From what I gather, young Chen seems disinterested in all forms of recognition. We have already granted him all the honors we can offer. I am unsure what more we can provide. The Minister of Education jested. This is perhaps the first time we have encountered such an absurd dilemma, struggling to determine what reward to give. The Minister of Confidential Affairs added, primarily, it is due to Jiang Chen's unique status. Many overt rewards would indeed attract unnecessary attention. The Minister of Agriculture remarked, he will only turn 21 tonight. At such a young age, he has already rendered such significant contributions to our nation. As elders, we ought to offer something in recognition, otherwise, it would be somewhat embarrassing. The Grand Elder smiled. This young man is truly extraordinary, as if he were a gift from the heavens to our dragon country. Without his emergence, it would likely have taken us 20 years to reach our current level of military advancement. Zhong Weiman nodded in agreement. Indeed, 20 years is a conservative estimate. The resources, manpower, materials, and finances would amount to astronomical figures. Not to mention the most precious commodity for dragon country, time. The ministers nodded in agreement. The crux of the matter is that we genuinely lack suitable rewards at this moment, the Minister of Agriculture remarked with a laugh. Surely, we cannot simply offer him money. But how much would be appropriate? Zhong Weiman joked. At the very least, it should be in the hundreds of millions. He added, moreover, I am certain that the young man would refuse it. He would much prefer a modest monthly allowance of 1,000 yuan over a lump sum. The Grand Elder chuckled softly. He is indeed an intriguing child. At such a tender age, he possesses such a grand vision. The future prosperity of Dragon Country is merely a matter of time. Let us offer what rewards we can. I propose we formally confer upon Jiang Chen the title of National Hero of Dragon Country, along with the highest honors for his exceptional merit. A collective gasp echoed through the room, as the ministers widened their eyes in astonishment. The title of National Hero. How many years had it been since Dragon Country last invoked such an honor? Currently, only a handful of academicians possess the esteemed title of National Treasure, not to mention the legendary Special Merit, which is even rarer. The elder pondered whether to bestow these two titles. The Minister of Education expressed concern, as Jiang Chen is still quite young. This is the highest honor in the Dragon Nation, and to grant it now might be premature. He explained, it is not that I believe Jiang Chen lacks the qualifications. Rather, I worry that it might alter his mindset. A few years' time, when he has matured, would be more appropriate. Zhong Weiman held a differing opinion. I must respectfully disagree with your assessment. You have not had personal interaction with Jiang Chen, so it is understandable that you do not know him well. In my personal view, even if a greater honor were presented to that young man, he would merely glance at it and then treat it like a book left to gather dust at home. As for its impact on his psyche, I find it utterly implausible. The ministers widened their eyes in disbelief at Zhong Weiman's assertion. Old Zhong, that seems rather excessive, suggesting a young man could possess such steadfastness. Indeed, this is the utmost honor of our nation, something we ourselves might not achieve. Ultimately, he is but a 20-year-old youth, with limited experiences. He requires further tempering of his character. Zhong Weiman turned to the elder. I believe these two titles can be conferred upon Jiang Chen. I vouch for him with my integrity. There will absolutely be no issues. The elder nodded. Old Zhong, I trust your judgment. Let us finalize this matter. You may proceed with the arrangements. The new year in the Dragon Nation is always the most vibrant occasion. Fireworks burst forth like blossoms in the sky, resplendent and colorful, draping the nation in a vivid cloak. Chapter 64, The Sci-Fi Agricultural Machinery Company, Part 4. In a confidential meeting room of the beautiful nation, Thomas wore a grim expression. The Dragon Nation has accelerated its infiltration. We must curtail the growth of their researchers. You need not worry about funding. Proceed with confidence. As the meeting room door closed, silence was restored. For a time thereafter, Jiang Chen was undisturbed by any matters, contentedly spending a joyous winter break at home with his parents. Mom and Dad, you should head back. I can take a taxi by myself. Very well, we shall return. Take good care of yourself at school. I will, Mom. At that moment, a taxi halted before Jiang Chen. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving now. Please be careful on the road and call when you arrive. Jiang Chen leaned out to look back at his parents. Take care of yourselves. As their figures gradually faded into the distance, Jiang Chen returned to the car. Driver. To the train station, please. Academician Jiang, I fear we may not be able to go to the train station just yet. Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat, instinctively ready to leap from the vehicle. Academician Jiang, do not panic, it is me. The driver turned and smiled. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Captain Hu. It's you. You scared me. I thought it was an assassin, whose usually impassive face managed to muster a semblance of a smile. Only Jiang Chen enjoyed such treatment. Even Zhong Weiman had never seen him smile. He held a deep-seated respect for Jiang Chen. Stop, please refrain from laughing. It is rather unbecoming. Jiang Chen surveyed his surroundings. The scope of the confidential Team's operations was indeed extensive, even extending to taxi drivers. Hu explained, it is a necessity of the job, a means to conceal identity. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. May I inquire what the most outrageous identity you have ever assumed is? A flicker of change appeared on Hu's usually impassive face. I can refrain from disclosing it. Jiang Chen chuckled. The atmosphere is rather heavy. Sharing might lighten the mood. A woman. What? I disguised myself as a woman. Ah. Jiang Chen's eyes widened as he appraised Hu from head to toe. Standing at over 6 feet tall, with a robust physique, Hu could likely fell a tiger with a single blow. It was indeed hard to believe that such a burly man had once masqueraded as a woman. Jiang Chen patted Hu's shoulder. Hu, I never imagined you had endured such a painful experience. The sacrifices one makes in your line of work are substantial. Hu replied calmly, it's nothing. It's a requirement of the job. Jiang Chen nodded. By the way, you haven't mentioned where we are headed. To the Second Flying Institute. The tickets have already been purchased. Jiang Chen nodded again. May I ask one more question? Do you know how to fly a plane? Hu replied. I have piloted a fighter jet. Impressive. After several hours of flight, Jiang Chen arrived at the Second Flying Institute. In the office, only Zhong Weiman, Mu Qingshan, and Zhang Jiaguo were present. Xiao Chun, the reason for your urgent summons today is due to a momentous occasion. Mu Qingshan turned to Zhong Weiman, Zhong Bu. Perhaps you should be the one to deliver the news. Zhong Weiman nodded with a smile, retrieving a document folder and placing it before Jiang Chen. Xiao Chun, this is from the Grand Elder, who instructed me to personally present it to you. It is also he who will confer this honor upon you. Open it and see. Yes, do hurry and reveal it. Mu Qingshan was even more anxious than Jiang Chen, his eyes gleaming with envy. Jiang Chen opened the folder to find a crimson certificate and a medal within. Quite unique, at least Jiang Chen had never seen anything like it. This, Zhong Weiman explained with a smile, is the certificate for the title of National Hero. Currently, there are fewer than 10 individuals in the country who hold this title. Lao Mu and Lao Zhang have never received such an honor. He continued, the other document is a first-class medal. In comparison to the title of National Hero, it carries a different significance. Presently, only 2 or 3 individuals in Longhua possess this medal. Its importance is self-evident. Jiang Chen was taken aback. These 2 honors represented the highest accolades in Longhua. Under normal circumstances, it would be nearly impossible to attain such distinctions. The Grand Elder clearly held great expectations for him. Hence the bestowal of these profoundly significant honors. Xiao Chun, these 2 accolades hold immense significance for you. However, they also entail a weighty responsibility and a measure of trust. Do you understand? Mu Qingshan elaborated. Jiang Chen nodded. Zhongbu, is there anything else? If not, I shall return to school. Upon hearing this, the 3 were momentarily taken aback. These were 2 top-tier honors, and your reaction seems rather subdued. Cough, cough. Mu Qingshan cleared his throat, attempting to dispel the awkward atmosphere. In a hurried tone, Jiang Chen nodded, explaining that he had purchased a return ticket, which was rather expensive. If he did not rush back today, it would be a waste. The 3 individuals exchanged glances, their lips twitching in disbelief. It seemed that his urgency was solely due to the cost of the ticket, placing them entirely on different wavelengths. Very well, do exercise caution on your journey, said Director Zhong. Jiang Chen carefully stowed the document bag into his backpack. Feeling a surge of excitement that he could hardly articulate, he resolved to contribute more to the Dragon Kingdom through advanced technology in the future. By the way, Xiao Chen, should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform Old Mu. We will make the necessary arrangements, Director Zhong added. Understood, Director Zhong. As the office door closed behind him, the 3 exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Suddenly, Zhong Weiman burst into laughter. This child truly mirrors my thoughts. He seems indifferent to material possessions. Mu Qingshan chuckled softly, pondering what experiences might have shaped Jiang Chen. Even if I had received such honors, I could not remain this composed. Perhaps this is the essence of genius, he mused. Zhang Jiagua reflected. For Xiao Chun, perhaps engaging in scientific research is the greatest joy. At Songnan Academy. In Professor Wang Qing's office, he reiterated for the umpteenth time, I will not serve as a consultant for your company, which specializes in agricultural drones. Our fields are entirely distinct. Professor Wang, please reconsider. We offer generous compensation. Moreover, your involvement would require minimal effort, merely providing advice during critical moments. Leave. Get out. Professor Wang forcefully ejected a stout, middle-aged man from his office with a resounding thud as the door slammed shut. The man remained unfazed. Professor, I shall return in a few days. Please take the time to contemplate. Chapter 65. Fishermen capture unmanned reconnaissance drone as Jiang Chen entered his dormitory. He was promptly summoned to Professor Wang Qing's office, leaving his luggage unpacked. Brother Chen, you've just returned and haven't eaten dinner yet. Where are you off to? Professor Wang called for me. I must go see him first. When you head to the cafeteria later, could you bring me a meal? Sure. Jiang Chen stepped out of the dormitory, while Qian, the overweight roommate, glanced at the unkempt luggage on the desk with a deep sigh. This dorm would be a complete mess without me. Allow me to assist you with your things. He picked up the suitcase and neatly placed the clothes into the wardrobe. As he glanced at the backpack hanging in the closet, he reached for it, only to discover that Jiang Chen had hastily left it unzipped. Upon lifting it, the contents spilled onto the floor. Brother Chen, what on earth did you bring? Why are there trinkets and a red booklet? Chen exclaimed, inspecting a medal he had picked up. A special merit medal. Wow, this is impressive. I've only heard of first-class merit medals. Where did you acquire a special one? He admired the design, noting that Jiang Chen seemed to have an affinity for such collectibles. With care, Chen returned the medal to the backpack and opened the red booklet. Could it be a marriage certificate with the goddess mooching? I exclaimed, granting Jiang Chen the title of national talent. It's quite a package, isn't it? Qian Fatty was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the honor certificate closely. How could it even bear the national seal? Goodness, is there anyone bold enough to forge such a document? It is indeed quite misleading. Just as Qian Fatty was about to stow the certificate into his backpack, a thought struck him, causing him to freeze in astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the backpack in his hands. The special merit medal and the national talent title. Could it possibly be genuine? In the next moment, two figures clad in black entered the dormitory, directing their gaze towards Qian Yuyu. Holding the certificate, Qian Yuyu looked at the two black-clad figures, and an awkward silence ensued. Gentlemen, is this a rather excessive show? The black-clad individuals replied, We are from the National Confidentiality Group. Please come with us. Qian Yuyu exclaimed, What on earth? Am I merely packing my belongings, and you make such a grand affair out of it? Mama, I'm so scared. I want to go home. Brother Chen, come save me. Subsequently, Qian Fatty was escorted away by the two individuals. In Wang Qing's office, Jiang Chen sneezed. How odd, he mused. He wasn't even ill. Is everything all right? Did you catch a chill? Wang Qing inquired with concern. Jiang Chen shook his head. I'm fine. Perhaps mooching is thinking of me. By the way, Professor Wang, did you summon me for a specific purpose? Wang Qing's brow furrowed. Do you recall the last time you mentioned the Sci-Fi Agricultural Aircraft Company? They contacted me half a month ago. I've sent them away multiple times, yet they still return every few days. It's rather bothersome. Jiang Chen also frowned, surprised at their swift emergence. It seemed that in his previous life, Wang Qing had already been in contact with the Sci-Fi Agricultural Aircraft Company, only later realizing the underlying issues. Professor Wang, what if we have misjudged? This Sci-Fi Agricultural Aircraft Company is foreign, isn't it? Wang Qing nodded affirmatively. Indeed. It is a significant agricultural aircraft company from the beautiful nation, quite influential. They only began expanding domestically in the past year or two, and their growth has been rapid. From our discussions, it seems that several researchers from the Dragon Nation have become their consultants. Furthermore, the conditions they offer are exceptionally generous. With an annual salary of 300,000 a year, Jiang Chen was taken aback, for in this era, the average salary hovered around 1,000 or 2,000 a month, amounting to perhaps 10,000 to 20,000 annually. A salary of 300,000, even projected 20 years into the future, remains enticing. Professor Wang, something unusual is afoot. Such a high salary must harbor ulterior motives. I suspect their recruitment of numerous researchers from the Dragon Nation is aimed at stifling our development. Wang Qing nodded in agreement. Thanks to your previous warning, I made a point to investigate this company. Although they have recruited many Dragon Nation researchers, their agricultural aircraft appear to be outdated models, showing no significant innovation. Logically, there should at least be some changes. Doubting the recruitment of researchers from the Dragon Nation, they were left to languish in neglect, ultimately abandoned by the tides of time. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. If this were indeed the case, a thorough investigation of the company was imperative. The issues within could be profoundly serious. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly rang, leaving him momentarily stunned. What? He has been taken there. Once you have resolved the matter, return him safely. Is everything all right? Wang Qing inquired with concern. Jiang Chen smiled. It's a trivial matter. It's just that Qian Yu has been taken away by the confidentiality team. Oh, you call that a trivial matter? Wang Qing exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. In Sangnan City, at the local office of the Confidentiality Bureau, Qian Yu was ushered into a room for a session on confidentiality regulations. How's the learning going, fatty? The leader of the confidentiality group asked. It's all in my head. The portly man replied, nodding. The black-clad figure placed a top-secret agreement before him. Sign this agreement, and you may leave. Qian Yu hastily signed his name, but could not resist asking, may I inquire if my brother Chun is truly a national hero? The figure collected the confidentiality agreement, remarking, it seems you still have much to learn. You shall remain here for further instruction. Qian Yu was dumbfounded, gazing out the window. Brother Chun, please come to my rescue. The following morning, along the eastern coastline of the Dragon Nation, a fishing vessel set sail to catch fish. Brother Wang, we can certainly call this a bountiful harvest. Indeed, we must celebrate with a hearty feast upon our return, replied the middle-aged man named Wang, cheerfully. All right, let's finish up this last batch and head home for a drink. Just then, one of the crew members seemed to spot something large and black floating on the surface of the sea. Look over there, doesn't that resemble an aircraft? Captain Wang peered through binoculars and was taken aback. Quick, steer the boat over to retrieve it. Half an hour later, a black drone measuring over 20 meters in length was hoisted aboard the vessel. Brother Wang, what kind of aircraft is this? Why are there no seats? Yes, I've never seen such a plane. How can it fly without anyone aboard? It resembles my son's toy airplane, only much larger. Could it be a new model from our country? Captain Wang, having a broader perspective, gazed intently at the drone. This is likely a reconnaissance drone from the beautiful nation. Chapter 66. Heading to the naval shipyard, Jiang Chen finished his class as usual and was about to head for lunch when Mu Qingshan called, instructing him to meet at the school gate immediately. Tiger was waiting for him there, without disclosing the urgent matter at hand. At the entrance of Sangnan School, a taxi had already arrived. Driver, let us go to the city center. I'll pay extra. Tiger glanced dismissively, not going. You're insane. Two female students cursed and called for another taxi. Team leader Tiger, your service attitude leaves much to be desired. After all, they are the nation's future blossoms. Jiang Chen entered the vehicle with a smile, inquiring whether their destination was the first or second flight, who responded that they were headed to the naval shipbuilding factory. Academician Mu and his team had already departed, and they were now on their way to the airport. Jiang Chen was taken aback by the mention of the naval shipyard. Could something significant truly be unfolding? As the clock struck 7 in the evening at a naval shipbuilding facility on the eastern coast of Longhua, the place was aglow with lights. At the center of the factory lay a somewhat damaged black drone. Old Mu, Old Zhang, you both have arrived. Who else are we waiting for? Asked an anxious voice. Don't fret, Old Lin. There is one rather special individual we are expecting. When you meet him, you will certainly be astonished, replied Mu Qingshan, glancing at the surrounding researchers. Please, everyone, step aside for the moment. Step aside. Lin Tian was taken aback. At merely 70 years of age, he was a national academician, like Mu Qingshan, yet focused on naval shipbuilding and responsible for research on naval weaponry. Serving as the director of the Eastern Naval Design Institute. Old Mu, these individuals are the core personnel of the Ship Design Institute. Surely, we don't need to keep secrets from them, Lin Tian protested. Mu Qingshan replied sternly, Old Lin, do you think I would jest about such matters? This is extraordinary. You will understand once you meet him. Lin Tian nodded and subsequently instructed the naval researchers to vacate the facility. How strange. Why did the director insist we leave? Even if it concerns classified information, we should be entitled to know, murmured one of the departing researchers. You might not realize this, but did you not notice that the two academicians from the Aircraft Design Institute have been here for quite some time without touching that drone? Do you comprehend what this signifies? The departing researchers turned to the speaker, intrigued. This indicates that even more formidable researchers are about to arrive, individuals whose prowess surpasses that of academician Mu and academician Jiang, and whose identities are highly confidential. Otherwise, why do you think we were ushered out? Is it possible that the Aircraft Design Institute has someone even more capable than the 5 major design institutes? Pondered another. Are you truly that oblivious? Have you forgotten about the 5th-generation fighter jets from a while back? Do you really believe the 5 major design institutes possess such capabilities? Are you suggesting that the designers of the 5th-generation aircraft are coming here? Indeed, which is precisely why we were asked to leave. As night deepened, a taxi came to a halt at the factory entrance. Group leader who? Do you really operate taxis that cross provincial lines? That's impressive. If I hadn't pursued research that day, I might have followed your path instead. Who? With a serious demeanor, retorted, that is not an option. Your physical condition is too frail to undertake missions. Jiang Chen closed the car door, remarking, you lack even a hint of humor. You are truly dull. Inside the factory, only the 3 remained, Mu Qingshan and his companions. Who exactly is the designer of the 5th-generation aircraft? To this day, Yu Haven T shared even a name with me. Lin Tian's gaze frequently drifted toward the entrance. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Are you certain he was picked up? Mu Qingshan chuckled. He has undoubtedly been received and is likely en route. However, I cannot divulge his name just yet. This involves top-level secrecy. First, sign this confidentiality agreement before we proceed. Lin Tian glanced at the stringent confidentiality agreement before him, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Goodness, it seems you carry this item with you. Having signed it, may I now speak? Mu Qingshan smiled. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Jiang Chen entered the room. The person has arrived. See for yourself. Lin Tian directed his gaze towards the entrance, lingering momentarily on Jiang Chen before looking towards the back. Where is the other person? I do not see anyone. Zhang Jiagua chuckled. With such a large individual before us, could it be that you have not noticed? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, widening his eyes in disbelief. You cannot be referring to this young lad, can you? How is that possible? He must be so young. Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua exchanged knowing nods. Indeed, it is he. Ah. Lin Tian was taken aback. The designer of the 5th-generation aircraft, and so young too. Surely, he cannot be past 20. Is this a joke? When did the youth of Longhua become so formidable? Grandfather Mu, Grandfather Zhang. Jiang Chen greeted simply, inquiring. What was so urgent that you summoned me? Mu Qingshan smiled and introduced. This is Academician Lin from the East Sea Ship Design Institute. We are old friends. Jiang Chen turned to Lin Tian, preparing to greet him. Lin Tian, brimming with excitement, grasped Jiang Chen's hand. You truly are the designer of the 5th-generation aircraft. Jiang Chen nodded. Lin Tian pressed on. The 3 fighter jets from Longhua last year were all conceived by your hand? Jiang Chen nodded again. In the next moment, Lin Tian could no longer contain his elation and burst into laughter. Well, what a remarkable young man. Who would have thought the designer of the 5th-generation aircraft would be so youthful? Where did old Mu unearth you from? Would you consider joining the Ship Design Institute and learning to design warships under my guidance? With your foundation in aircraft design, it wouldn't be long before you achieve remarkable success. The skies have already been conquered. Shall we not also conquer the seas? Jiang Chen smiled, saying nothing. Old Lin, do you think it a bit excessive to poach someone in our presence? Mu Qingshan instinctively shielded Jiang Chen. This lad has been excelling in fighter jet design. Why would he need to learn about warship construction from you? After all these years of research, aren't the warships still purchased? In response, Lin Tian retorted, Old Mu, your statement is somewhat misguided. If your Aircraft Design Institute had not had Jiang Chen, would you not also be purchasing fighter jets? And you dare to criticize me? How shameless. Mu Qingshan grinned with pride. If you possess the capability, then your Ship Design Institute should also find a child like Jiang Chen. That way, you would not have to buy outdated warships from other nations. I tire of this discussion. Lin Tian then turned to Jiang Chen, his demeanor shifting instantly. Jiang Chen, have you taken a girlfriend? I have a granddaughter who is about your age. Oh. Mu Qingshan could not allow anyone to encroach upon his granddaughter's suitor and promptly interrupted, Old Lin, do not even think about it. Jiang Chen is my granddaughter's boyfriend. They attend the same school. Uffed. Lin Tian's face turned green with anger. How can it be that every good fortune is seized by you, old man? It infuriates me. Mu Qingshan chuckled, turning to Jiang Chen. The reason I summoned you today is due to a matter of great importance. We have salvaged a reconnaissance drone from the United States. This device is unfamiliar to us, and we are apprehensive about damaging its internal components. Thus, we have summoned you to examine it, in hopes of drawing inspiration to develop our own drone in the Dragon Nation. Jiang Chen smiled. Without the system, he too would find it challenging to manage this contraption. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. System, inform Mu Qingshan of your desire to join the Naval Design Institute. To aid the Dragon Nation in crafting the mightiest navy and conquering the seas, and in return, you shall be rewarded with an opportunity to analyze fifth-generation drones. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. If this were to be disclosed, it would surely wound Mu Qingshan's heart. Oh, system, please refrain from such antics. Chapter 67. Grandpa Mu, please remain calm. First update. Faced with this unexpected task, Jiang Chen felt somewhat awkward. Should this information be divulged, Mu Qingshan would likely be infuriated. However, from another perspective, this could indeed be a fortuitous development. Currently, the Dragon Nation's fighter jets are positioned among the world's elite. The only path for further advancement lies in the sixth-generation aerospace fighter. No other nation possesses the capability to develop such aircraft, and even 2 decades hence, the concept of aerospace fighters remains largely theoretical, having never been realized by any country. The Dragon Nation's current aerial combat prowess ensures its dominance for at least the next 20 years without issue. The situation with the Navy, however, is quite different. Jiang Chen recalled that during this period, the Navy faced considerable challenges. The vessels in active service were essentially outdated products from the Soviet Union's 1940s, merely rebranded as Dragon Nation's warships. Not only were their combat capabilities lacking, but their antiquated equipment required frequent repairs, rendering them relics that could sink at any moment. Jiang Chen pondered the implications. The system's directive to join the Naval Design Institute suggested forthcoming relevant assignments. Instead of waiting for the sixth-generation aircraft task to arrive, it would be far more crucial to bolster naval strength. How about it, Xiao Chen? Do you think you could dismantle this drone and produce a design blueprint? Mu Qingshan gazed at the black drone with the reverence one might reserve for a cherished treasure. In this era, the Dragon Nation had yet to establish a drone program, and its understanding of the relevant technologies was virtually non-existent. With such an opportunity before them, they must proceed with utmost caution. Xiao Chen, there's no need to rush. We can take our time, Zhang Jiawo explained. The technology behind drones is highly sophisticated, particularly in the realm of ultra-long-range remote control communications, an area in which our nation has minimal understanding. If we can master this technology within 5 to 10 years, it would be a significant boon for the Dragon Nation. Mu Qingshan nodded in agreement. I was a bit hasty earlier. The Dragon Nation is currently in a blank phase regarding military drones. I was too eager to fill this void. Old Mu, Lin Tian interjected. Your urgency should not be imposed upon Xiao Chen. He is still quite young. And although he is the designer of the fifth-generation aircraft, the United States has kept drone technology under tight wraps. The fact that we have managed to salvage this device is already a monumental achievement. As he spoke, he turned to Jiang Chen and reassured him, Xiao Chen, there is no need for haste. Let us take our time to study this thoroughly. One day we will certainly comprehend it. It is quite late tonight, so we shall pause here. Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to transport this to you. As the three prepared to depart, Jiang Chen spoke up. Academician Lin, Grandpa Mu. Grandpa Zhang, I have made up my mind. That is good to hear, Lin Tian smiled. There is no rush for Long Country. I imagine you must be hungry. Allow me to take you to the cafeteria for a meal. Jiang Chen shook his head. I have made my decision. I will enter the Naval Design Institute and conquer the seas. Lin Tian's voice abruptly ceased, his eyes widening as he gazed at Jiang Chen. What did you say? You wish to join the Naval Design Institute? I must have misheard. Both Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiawo also stared in shock at Jiang Chen, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen declared, I wish to join the Naval Design Institute. To conquer the seas and forge the mightiest navy for Long Country. As his words fell, a voice resonated in his mind. System, congratulations, host, for completing the task. You are awarded an opportunity to analyze a fifth-generation drone. Would you like to proceed with the analysis? Analyze, Jiang Chen replied. System, blueprint optimization successful. Upgraded model of the Global Reach drone. Instantly, a design blueprint for a drone appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Upon examining the drone's specifications, he was astonished. The wingspan was extraordinarily impressive, even surpassing that of the Boeing series. Its endurance reached an astounding 72 hours. For context, the current model of the Global Reach drone from the United States has an endurance of only 42 hours. This means that with 72 hours, it could reach any country across the globe. Even more terrifying was its operational altitude, soaring to a staggering 20,000 meters, which was 2,000 meters higher than the world's most advanced drone available today. This altitude is a realm unattainable for many defensive systems. Lin Tian's eyes widened as he gulped, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Xiao Chen, I was merely joking with old Mo. It is far more critical for you to remain in the Aircraft Design Institute than to be here with me for long country. Indeed, Mu Qingshan urged. Xiao Chen, this is no trivial matter. You must consider it carefully. Entering the Naval Design Institute means starting anew. The challenges ahead are formidable. Your talent in fighter aircraft design is exceptional, but the naval sector is vastly different. There is a chance you may achieve nothing at all, wasting your time entirely. Zhang Jiagua added. Xiao Chen, constructing naval vessels is not a simple task. The technology for military ships in our country is still in its infancy, much of it lingering around the 1940s. I understand your eagerness to enhance your skills after witnessing the naval equipment. However, this is a different field, and achieving success in a short time is virtually impossible. You must be fully aware of this. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen replied, Grandpa Mu, let me have a chance. Grant me 1 year. I wish to contribute to the Navy. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingshan sighed deeply. Are you truly certain? Jiang Chen nodded resolutely. Yes, I am certain. 1 year. If significant achievements are not realized, I shall promptly return to the second phase. This matter is not solely within my purview. It necessitates consultation with the department led by Zhang. Mu Qingshan expressed his concern, saying, You are weary. Take a rest today. We shall deliberate on this matter in detail tomorrow. Nearby, Zhang Jiagua and Lin Tian nodded in agreement, suggesting they first partake in a meal to restore their energy before addressing any issues the following day. Jiang Chen shook his head, replying, Grandpa Mu, I kindly request that team leader who bring me some food. I wish to study the drone before me. With that, Jiang Chen began his examination of the drone. Undeterred by the reactions of the three, he intended to dedicate several days to producing the design schematics for the drone. The air combat capability of Longhua was nearing completion as well. As for subsequent derivative models, they would be considerably simpler. Given the prowess of the 5 major design institutes, they were entirely capable of crafting these designs independently. This child, once he decides to research, he immerses himself fully. Lin Tian remarked with a tinge of concern as he observed Jiang Chen. Are you truly allowing him to remain here overnight? Mu Qingshan sighed deeply. Once this child has made a decision, it is beyond our power to alter it. Zhang Jiagua reproached. Isn't this a result of your earlier impatience? If anything were to happen to Jiang Chen, do you think your daughter would forgive you? Old Lin, let us go dine. I can hardly concern myself with him. He added. Mu Qingshan sighed once more, casting a glance at Jiang Chen, and resignedly shook his head before following suit. Chapter 68. A long conversation through the night in the dead of night. At the shipbuilding factory, darkness enveloped the exterior while the interior was ablaze with light. Numerous researchers returning from their work paused to gaze at the factory premises. Why are the lights still on in factory number 1 at this hour? A fisherman reportedly discovered a drone today. I hear the designer of the 5th-generation fighter jet is inside conducting research. What? The designer of the 5th-generation fighter is here? I hold him in great admiration. Come now, the factory has already been secured by the confidentiality team. Do you truly believe you can gain entry? What? The confidentiality team is here as well? Is the identity of the 5th-generation fighter's designer that special? Word has it that he has not emerged since arriving this evening. Judging by the situation, it seems he intends to work through the night. He is older than us, more diligent, and more intelligent. It is no wonder he has achieved such remarkable success. It is the result of his hard work. Who entered with several bottles of wine and various dishes. Navigating through the large operational machinery, a drone, approximately 20 meters in length, rested in a corner, while Jiang Chen busied himself at a workstation nearby. Xiao Chen, let us eat first. All right, Jiang Chen replied, shifting some design sheets aside to make space for the food. Xiao Chen, Academician Mu asked me to persuade you to return and rest. So you bring wine with the intention of getting me intoxicated and taking me back? Who paused momentarily while unpacking the food, then nodded. Then let us drink a bit. My mood is rather pleasant today. Jiang Chen and Hu each took a bottle of beer and pulled 2 chairs to sit down. The night was pitch black, the surroundings obscured from view. The shipbuilding factory, distanced from the city center, was particularly tranquil. Beneath the soft glow of the lights, the occasional flutter of moths colliding with the lampshade produced a delicate sound. After several rounds of drinks, both men exhibited a slight flush on their faces. Jiang Chen, Chening Xiong, in my lifetime, I have rarely admired anyone. You, my friend, are undoubtedly one of those exceptions. At such a tender age, you have made significant contributions to our Dragon Nation. Who raised his thumb in approval towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen merely smiled, sipping his drink without uttering a word. Who, seemingly under the influence of alcohol, became notably more loquacious than usual, reminiscing about his childhood. You see, when I was young, I too dreamed of becoming a scientist, a great mind dedicated to the construction of our homeland. Jiang Chen paused, gazing at Hu, pondering why he had later joined the confidentiality team. Hu chuckled, his laughter more tragic than joyous. That was because I scored 88 points on my college entrance exam. Jiang Chen instinctively inquired, in which subject did you score 88? Hu grinned. The total score was 88. Jiang Chen nearly spat out his drink in disbelief. Goodness, a total score of 88? One could achieve that with their eyes closed. Then you enlisted in the military, eventually joining the special forces and later the confidentiality team. Hu nodded, taking another sip of his drink, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. In truth, I come from a lineage of fishermen. You may not have witnessed the sight of foreign warships appearing along our coastlines. With a sudden crack, Hu squeezed the bottle too tightly, shattering it. Bright red blood dripped onto the ground, a vivid reminder of his fury. I still vividly recall the moment my father took our fishing boat to warn them. Hu then seized another bottle, downing its contents in silence. At that moment, Jiang Chen began to understand the myriad of complex emotions that lay beneath Hu's perpetually stoic exterior. Emotions that had been deeply buried due to the demands of his work. Forget it, let's not dwell on it, Hu said, forcing a faint smile towards Jiang Chen. I was genuinely pleased to hear you mention your intention to join the Naval Design Institute today. Perhaps your involvement will alter the current circumstances. Jiang Chen smiled, gazing into the dim light. You truly believe I can change the present situation? Naturally, Hu responded, suddenly rising and walking towards the black drone. I am not exaggerating. This small drone is nothing compared to what you are capable of. Give yourself some time, and you will undoubtedly manage it with ease. And as for warships, they are hardly a challenge. Carriers will have no choice but to set sail under your command. Jiang Chen stood up, raising his bottle with a grin. Exactly. Carriers are trivial matters. Within a year, a destroyer with a displacement of 10,000 tons must launch. Within 3 years, I expect a carrier to be in the water. It's all feasible. Hu's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Brother Chen, do you not think you are being a bit too ambitious? Jiang Chen appeared exhilarated, envisioning the grand scene of a massive carrier launching into the sea. No, not at all. You cannot fathom the strength of the future Dragon Nation's navy. Even the beautiful country will have to tread carefully. Future? Whose eyes grew wide, swallowing hard at the prospect. Xiao Chen, how do you know that the future Dragon Kingdom is so formidable? Could it be that you hail from the future? Jiang Chen felt a pang of embarrassment, having inadvertently let slip a secret. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Hu erupted into laughter. Don't think of yourself as a person from the future. Even if you were an alien, I wouldn't be surprised. His eyes sparkled with a newfound certainty. Xiao Chen, I believe in your capabilities. When the day comes that the aircraft carrier sets sail, I shall be here, awaiting you on the same night. And we shall indulge in a drink together. Jiang Chen smiled, replying, on the day the aircraft carrier enters the sea, we shall continue tonight's revelry. Cheers. Ha ha. The two shared a knowing smile, their laughter wafting like the wind into the dark night sky, drifting far away. Neither of them anticipated that this promise would arrive a full 2 years ahead of schedule. After Hu departed, Jiang Chen glanced at the design blueprints before him. It seemed he would need to put in some extra hours. The drone-esque schematics were far simpler than he had imagined. In just one night, he managed to complete a third of the plans. In approximately 3 days, he would finalize everything. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the factory's roof windows, illuminating the interior. Jiang Chen lay sprawled across the table, sound asleep, drool escaping his lips. Outside, Mu Qingshan, Lin Tian, and Zhang Jiguo hurriedly made their way toward the first factory, breakfast in hand. Old Mu, this is your fault. If it weren't for your child South relentless drive, we wouldn't be in this situation. Indeed, after a day spent on a plane and a night without rest, even a young body can only endure so much. If this child falls ill, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Mu Qingshan wore a worried expression. Xiao Chun is not only my granddaughter's boyfriend, but also my future grandson-in-law. You two should be just as concerned. If anything were to happen to Xiao Chun, that girl Mu Qing would surely disown me as her grandfather. Zhang Jiguo reproached. Enough of your quarrels. With this idle time, shouldn't we hurry to see how the child is faring? With that, Lin Tian quickened his pace, followed closely by Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiguo. Chapter 69. Getting Used to It, Part 3. In the early morning, the vast factory was occupied solely by Jiang Chen and a drone, alongside a dilapidated warship. Dismantled and in disarray, Mu Qingshan and the others arrived at the factory entrance. Who rushed forward? Academician Mu. Xiao Chen has been inside all night and has likely fallen asleep by now. Mu Qingshan nodded. Yesterday, I asked you to persuade Xiao Chen. How did that go? Who replied, Xiao Chen seems very determined to enter the Warship Design Institute. He appears to have immense confidence, claiming he can launch a 10,000-ton destroyer within a year. What? Lin Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Did Xiao Chen really say that? Who nodded affirmatively. Wonderful. I hadn't expected Xiao Chen to have such ambitions. Lin Tian turned to Mu Qingshan, suggesting, why not let Xiao Chen give it a try? Mu Qingshan responded curtly, Old Lin, having ambitions is commendable. But we must also recognize reality. If you say Xiao Chen can produce a 6th-generation fighter in a year, I would certainly believe it. If we were to discuss the launch of a destroyer of 10,000 tons, do you comprehend the magnitude of such an undertaking? The magnificent Arleigh Burke-class missile destroyer, currently the most advanced in the world, boasts a displacement of just over 8,000 tons. As of now, apart from aircraft carriers, no nation has achieved the construction of a destroyer of this caliber. Given the current capabilities of our nation's shipbuilding technology, it would take at least a year to launch such a vessel, assuming we possess the most comprehensive design blueprints. Lin Tian expressed his perspective. I am well aware that this is an utterly unattainable task. However, we should not dampen the enthusiasm of Jiang Chen, as he did not claim that the aircraft carrier would be launched within a year. Lin Academician Chen stated, Tiger explained, last night. Jiang Chen asserted that the carrier would be launched within 3 years. This caused Lin Tian and the others to twitch their lips in disbelief, casting peculiar glances toward the factory. Old Mu, I did not say anything just now. Mu Qingshan instructed Tiger to take a break, and the three then entered the factory. From a distance, they spotted Jiang Chen resting his head on the table. Be quiet. Jiang Chen is resting, Mu Qingshan cautioned. Zhang Jiagua and his companion nodded in agreement, proceeding with utmost caution to place their breakfast aside and delve into the study of drones. Just as they were about to depart, Zhang Jiagua suddenly let out a burp. Old Zhang, keep it down. Don't wake Jiang Chen, Mu Qingshan whispered. Zhang Jiagua remained silent, widening his eyes and gesturing toward the blueprints on the table. Mu Qingshan was taken aback, turning his gaze toward the direction of the blueprints. Burp. He too could not suppress a burp. Lin Tian looked at the two, whispering, What on earth is wrong with you two? When I advised you to eat less this morning, did you truly believe I was concerned about the canteen's food? Mu Qingshan, equally wide-eyed, pointed toward the blueprints. Lin Tian followed his gaze. Burp. He stared incredulously at Mu Qingshan. Could it be that? Shoo, Mu Qingshan urged, striving to contain his excitement. He glanced outside and said softly, Let's discuss this outside. Zhang Jiagua carefully gathered the blueprints and took them outside the factory. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, carrying a hint of salt from the sea. I can hardly contain myself. Let's examine the blueprints, Zhang Jiagua exclaimed, promptly retrieving the documents, and the three began their meticulous study. Old Mu, what are your thoughts? Could it be that Jiang Chen deciphered the design principles of the drone overnight? That seems utterly implausible. Mu Qingshan scrutinized the blueprints seriously. I am not entirely certain about that. Neither of us are experts in drone technology. Based solely on the blueprints, there appear to be no issues. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Chen managed to reach this level in merely one night. Does that not imply he could fully unravel drone technology in 3 or 4 days? This is astonishing. Zhang Jiagua chuckled. For Jiang Chen, these matters are but trivial. You may not realize that he spent just 6 months designing 3 5th-generation fighter jets. 6 months? Lin Tian exclaimed, astonished. I had thought you had been preparing for many years. In just a year's time, such a remarkable feat has been accomplished. Mu Chengshan chuckled wryly. How could one possibly prepare for many years? This child, Xiaoqing, we only discovered him last year. The growth he has achieved in such a brief period is already quite astonishing. Do you now grasp his significance to the 5 major design institutes? After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Tian regained his composure. Indeed, the implications are markedly different. If possible, you should persuade Xiaoqing to remain with the 5 major design institutes. Coming here may merely be a waste of time. Very well. Let us discuss everything once Jiang Chen awakens. Mu Qingshan cast his gaze towards the factory area. This child never fails to surprise us. At 10 in the morning, Jiang Chen finally awoke. Mu Qingshan and the others were waiting not far away. Upon seeing him awaken, they hurriedly approached to inquire. Xiaoqing, what is the story behind these blueprints? Did you create these last night? Have you completely grasped the intricacies of American drones? Jiang Chen smiled wryly. You all should let me answer that initial question first. Never mind, I will address them all at once. After last night's research, he had gained a general understanding of the drone before him and had also optimized its existing design. The blueprints you have are what I drew yesterday. I estimate that it will take another 2 to 3 days to complete them. May I go wash up now? Once Jiang Chen left, only Mu Chengshan and 2 others remained in the factory area, their eyes wide open, standing in a daze. Did that child just say he has fully comprehended the structure of the drone? Mu Chengshan swallowed hard and asked instinctively. Zhang Jiaguo's eyes widened as he too swallowed hard. It seems that is what he said. In just one night, he even optimized the structure. Did he not just say that? Mu Chengshan nodded in a daze. Indeed, that is what he said. Did he also mention that he could complete the blueprint design in 3 days? Zhang Jiaguo nodded, yes. Meanwhile, Lin Tian stared at the two in astonishment. Is Xiaoqing even human? Is this something a person can accomplish? Was he always like this? Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiaguo nodded in agreement. You will gradually get used to it. Lin Tian wore a somewhat peculiar expression. Get used to it? Can one truly become accustomed to such things? Do you mean to imply that it will happen repeatedly? Chapter 70. Officially entering the Naval Design Institute. First update, 3 days later. Morning. Factory number 1, the Coastal External Production Line. Dozens of large hoisting machines were engaged in lifting a military vessel in the center. Nearby, several military vessel design researchers were engaged in casual conversation. Have you heard? The internal factory of Factory number 1 has been sealed for 3 days. The designer of the 5th generation aircraft is still inside. No way. Are they really working that hard? Could it be that they have made some headway in their research on drones? Let me tell you quietly. I heard that the designer of the 5th generation aircraft cracked the drone design on the very same day. Seriously? They solved it in a day? Didn't we hear that this technology is incredibly advanced? How could it be unraveled here in just 1 day? What does this imply? They are truly remarkable. If only our Naval Vessel Design Institute could produce such a remarkable talent, we would no longer need to spend our days dismantling obsolete warships for knowledge. Alas, if one cannot comprehend even the outdated vessels, how can one aspire to greater ambitions? A few individuals exchanged knowing smiles. At that moment, a young man approached, clutching a substantial stack of documents. Could you kindly direct me to Academician Lin's office? The middle-aged researchers momentarily hesitated, unfamiliar with the youth before them. However, one man gestured towards the path ahead and replied, continue straight, take a right, and you will see the building. The office of Academician Lin is on the top floor. Thank you, Jiang Chen said, casting a glance at the deconstructed old warship, shaking his head in resignation. This type of vessel is already obsolete, its technology several generations behind. The irony lies in the fact that they sell them to you at exorbitant prices, leaving you no choice but to purchase them. Otherwise, progress in naval technology would be stunted. This illustrates the challenges faced by the older generation of researchers in this era. The others watched Jiang Chen's retreating figure, somewhat bewildered. Do you know him? I've never seen him before, one of the men remarked, shaking his head. I don't know him either. What did he mean by shaking his head at the warship? Who knows? Perhaps he was expressing his own sense of helplessness. Along the way, Jiang Chen observed the entirety of the Naval Vessel Design Institute. The 3 major production lines were established along the coastline, divided into internal and external facilities. The first factory, where Jiang Chen worked, was dedicated to the disassembly and study of purchased warships, while the second was focused on manufacturing them. The third factory held greater significance, primarily engaged in research and development to independently create domestically produced warships, albeit with limited success. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from Academician Lin's office. "Come in," came the reply. Jiang Chen entered to find Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua already present. "Grandfather Mu, I'm pleased to report that the drone design is complete." "Completed already? That was fast," Mu Qingshan exclaimed, rising excitedly and urging Jiang Chen to take a seat as they examined the blueprints. A few minutes later, a broad smile illuminated Mu Qingshan's face. "This is splendid. With these blueprints, our aerial combat system is essentially complete." "Indeed. I never anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly," Zhang Jiagua remarked, smiling at Jiang Chen with a nod of appreciation. "Xiao Chen, you've worked hard during this time." Jiang Chen returned the smile, choosing not to respond. Meanwhile, Lin Tian gazed enviously at the designs. "You 5 major design institutes seem to have it easier. At last, you are no longer reliant on purchasing fighter jets to survive. It won't be long before the Dragon Kingdom's Air Force is equipped with this technology, elevating our capabilities to the forefront of the world." He then sighed, shaking his head in frustration. "As for me, I'm still entangled in a web of confusion, unsure of where to begin." Mu Qingshan carefully stored the blueprints and offered words of comfort. "Transitioning can often be challenging, but once we overcome these immediate obstacles, things will gradually improve." He then prepared to rise when Jiang Chen unexpectedly interjected. "Grandfather Mu, I wish to remain at the Naval Vessel Design Institute. Please convey my message to the department over there." Mu Qingshan and the other two were momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Chen, why do you still wish to remain here? Your talents should soar in the skies above, perhaps even venture into the cosmos in the future, rather than squander your time in this place." Beside him, Zhang Jiagua also urged, "You witnessed the current state of affairs before your arrival. Here, you cannot possibly acquire the most advanced naval technologies. I understand your desire to change everything through your own efforts, but such aspirations are rather unrealistic. Designing warships is fundamentally different from developing fighter jets. The fields are as disparate as mountains apart, and you possess little knowledge in this domain. Without a system, perhaps the divide would be insurmountable, but with a system, it is an entirely different matter." Jiang Chen, however, could not disclose this information, which left him somewhat troubled. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. "System, speak boldly. Grant me a month, and I shall achieve significant results, rewarding you with an opportunity to analyze the weapon systems of the Type 055 destroyer." Jiang Chen was taken aback. Typically, the system rewards a complete set of blueprints. Why is it only offering a portion this time? "System, the design of warships is considerably more complex than that of fighter jets, thus splitting it is not particularly reasonable." "Goodness, you are the system. Your word is law." "Xiao Chen, I still think it's best to reconsider." Lin Tian also stepped forward to persuade him. "I was merely joking last time. Your talents would contribute far more to the nation within one of the 5 major design institutes, rather than acting impulsively by choosing to stay here. Return with Mu Lao and the others." Lin Tian was genuinely eager for Jiang Chen to stay and give it a try. After all, it represented hope. The 5 major design institutes were once completely oblivious to the 5th-generation fighter jets. Yet Jiang Chen managed to conquer all challenges. Perhaps the presence of this young man could yield unexpected results. However, reason reminded him that, from the perspective of national interest, Jiang Chen should return rather than squander time here on a bet devoid of any chance of success. Jiang Chen looked toward the 3 of them. "Grandfather Mu, Academician Zhang. Academician Lin, I implore you to grant me an opportunity. Allow me a month, and if I can achieve noteworthy results, I shall remain here. Should I ultimately fail to produce any outcomes, I will accompany you back to the 5 major design institutes." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingshan and the other 2 exchanged glances. A month's time was certainly acceptable. Moreover, familiarizing oneself with the structure of a warship in just a month is exceedingly challenging, let alone achieving any significant accomplishment aboard one. "Xiao Chen, you stated this yourself. We shall grant you but a month. If you fail, you must obediently return with me to the 5 major design institutes," Mu Qingshan declared. Zhang Jiagua opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced. "Just 1 month. If it doesn't work out, I shall return on my own." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. The most bewildered of all was Lin Tian, who had just retained the designer of the 5th-generation fighter jets. It felt like a dream. "System, congratulations, host, for completing the task. You are rewarded with the opportunity to analyze the weapon systems of the Type 055 destroyer. Will you proceed with the analysis?" Jiang Chen smiled. "Proceed. System, analysis complete. Blueprints optimized. The moment it vividly emerged in his mind, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. This, my dear, is indeed the weapon system of the 055 destroyer. Outside the East Sea Naval Ship Design Institute, Mu Qingshan and Zhang Jiagua are preparing to return with the blueprints in hand. Old Mu, why did you agree to that, young lad? Xiao Chen, we could have simply taken them back ourselves, Zhang Jiagua remarked. Mu Qingshan chuckled. Xiao Chen is still quite young after all. If we were to oppose him, he might, in a fit of anger, decide to leave the 5 major design institutes. Besides, we have a month's time. What can we accomplish in that duration? Despite his words, Zhang Jiagua voiced his concerns. But that young man has achieved so many miracles. What if, by chance, he truly creates something remarkable? What then? Mu Qingshan raised an eyebrow. That seems rather improbable, doesn't it?